on the tranquil sea, where the waves shimmered like scattered diamonds. A magnificent luxury cruise ship, reminiscent of a colossal beast, glided gracefully through the waters. Within the presidential suite on the topmost deck of the ship, a voice rang out. "Who permitted you to climb into my bed? Do you even know who I am?" Fu Lu gazed at the girl nestled against him, his tone languid and devoid of inflection. He had not anticipated that merely attending a gathering within his circle would lead to someone hastily delivering a woman to him. Songji lay bare against the man, her body trembling gently. "It's so hot. I feel unwell," Songji uttered unconsciously, her face tilted upward as she pressed her lips against Fu Lu's. Observing this, Fu Lu reached out, grasping the girl's chin and applying a light pressure. In the next moment, a sharp pain radiated from her jaw, causing tears to spill from her eyes. With a quivering voice, she pleaded, "It hurts, be gentle." As she struggled to free herself from Fu Lu's grip, her actions caused his muscles to tense, his anger surging uncontrollably. His hand descended upon her waist, gripping her slender, delicate form with a fierce intensity. "Keep squirming, and I'll toss you into the sea to feed the sharks. Do you believe me?" Upon hearing his threat, Songji felt her entire body weaken, trembling as she collapsed into his embrace, sobbing softly. "Woo, I feel so uncomfortable. Please help me." Her voice, tinged with tears, came as she nuzzled against Fu Lu, kissing him fervently. Fu Lu lowered his gaze, scrutinizing the girl before him. Though she appeared passionate, her actions were undeniably inexperienced. Her fair skin was tinged with a faint blush, resembling an innocent little creature. Rationality urged him to push her away immediately. Yet the hand clamped on her waist tightened unconsciously. "It'll teach you," he said, his fingers kneading her side intermittently. The night was deep. The entire cruise ship was ablaze with lights. The real revelry was just beginning. When Songji next opened her eyes, dawn had arrived. She stared vacantly at the ceiling, clearly at a loss regarding her situation. Suddenly, the door to the dressing room swung open. Instinctively, Songji raised her gaze. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, she let out a shriek, hastily pulling the blanket over herself. "You? Who are you? How did you get into my room?" Fu Lu smirked. "You don't know who I am, but still dare to enter my room?" As he spoke, he advanced step by step towards Songji. Fu Lu, tall and long-legged, loomed over her from the side of the bed. In contrast, Songji, already soft and delicate in appearance, looked pitifully vulnerable in this stance. Seeing this, she quickly recoiled, her voice trembling with a nasal tone. "Don't come closer, or I'll hiccup." In her anxiousness, she hiccuped. Her face flushed with embarrassment, but Fu Lu suddenly found her amusing. The little one was quite entertaining. Instantly, he felt a desire to tease her, leaning down to her level and jesting. "What will you do?" Songji stuttered in fear. "Call the police." Fu Lu scoffed. "You were the one who came to my room, lying on me, kissing and biting. I'm the victim here. If anyone should report, it's me." With his words, various scandalous images flashed through Songji's mind. Only then did she realize the events of the previous night. After graduating high school, her biased mother did not intend to fund her university education, prompting her to seek part-time work during her 2-month break to earn tuition. This particular job was found in a part-time group. It was said that a wealthy individual had rented a cruise for a party, and she applied for a cleaning position. Unbeknownst to her, she was harassed, and the other party insisted she drink before letting her go. After drinking, feeling unwell, she had frantically sought a room to hide, enduring until the cruise docked, eager to disembark. The subsequent events were driven by uncontrolled desire, and then, at this thought, Songji trembled in fear, her body shaking like a leaf. Fu Lu observed her expression, realizing the little one had recalled the events. He coldly sneered, "Tell me, should I call the police now?" Songji abruptly looked up at him, her eyes a reddened, watery gaze. How wicked this man was. It was clear she had suffered, yet he still threatened to report her. If he were to report, would she find herself imprisoned? This was her first encounter with such a situation, leaving her utterly bewildered. Feeling both wronged and terrified, she couldn't hold back, tears streaming down her cheeks, plummeting onto the blanket. "I am sorry, I didn't mean to hiccup. Please don't call the police." Perhaps due to overwhelming tension and fear, she was unable to stop hiccuping. Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. Weren't you the one who suggested calling the police? Upon hearing this, Songji shook her head vigorously. No, I didn't say that, you misheard. Fu Lu hadn't anticipated that the seemingly innocent girl was, in fact, quite the little rogue. Noticing his silence, Songji felt a pang of guilt. She tilted her face up to meet Fu Lu's gaze, her lips parting. Well, let's settle this privately, yo. How do you propose we settle this? Having never encountered such a situation before, Songji pondered for a moment and suggested, what if I give you money? Fu Lu was taken aback, thinking he might have misheard, yet he watched as she rummaged through her bag, producing a small yellow duck wallet, and promptly emptied its contents onto the bed. All coins, each worth a single unit. After counting, she found a total of 21 coins. Keeping 2 coins for her bus fare, she shakily offered the remainder to Fu Lu. At this moment, Fu Lu finally understood. This little one had mistaken him for a mere duck, and she was offering so little. Fu Lu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. There was no evidence before, but now it's abundantly clear. Songji was confused by his statement, her doe-like eyes gazing up at him. What evidence? Fu Lu glanced at the money in her eyes. Payment for services rendered, easily proven. Upon hearing this, Songji panicked, hastily gathering the coins back, stammering, no, it's not payment. As she spoke, her anxiety grew, tears streaming down her cheeks. You clearly didn't suffer any loss, woo-woo. As she continued, the girl succumbed to her feelings of injustice and began to cry. Her pitiful sobs irritated him, prompting an impatient shout, be quiet. Immediately, Songji silenced her cries, pressing her lips tightly together, stubbornly refusing to weep aloud. Though large tears continued to roll down her cheeks, painting a picture of despondence. Fu Lu's mouth twitched. Was this little one made of water? He couldn't help but soften his tone. I'm not angry with you, calm down, and we can discuss this further. With that, he strode toward the bathroom. Moments later, the sounds of running water emerged from within. Cautiously, Songji glanced toward the bathroom. Then, mustering her strength despite her aching limbs, she attempted to rise from the bed. However, as she stood, her legs felt weak, causing her to collapse back onto the bed. It hurt. The ache in her body drew a sharp intake of breath, and memories of the previous night flooded her mind. Chapter 2. You are so dull at this thought. Songji felt a mix of shame and panic. Before Fu Lu could emerge, she hastily donned her clothes and slipped away to be why that time. The cruise ship had already docked at the pier. Songji disembarked and returned directly to her part-time dormitory, where she pulled out her phone to request leave from her supervisor before burying herself in slumber. When she received Pei Jinian's call, it was past 6 in the evening. He inquired if she was free to meet that evening, mentioning that they hadn't seen each other for several days. After the events of the previous night, Songji was uncertain how to face Pei Jinian, so she declined. Pei Jinian's voice, tinged with disappointment, reached her ears. Gigi, is working overtime really more important than your boyfriend? Songji stammered an apology, uttering the words I'm sorry 3 times. Pei Jinian replied, forget it. You can work overtime. We can meet up when you're less busy. After hanging up, Songji felt a lingering sense of guilt. She pondered for 10 minutes before ultimately deciding to seek out Pei Jinian. As she arrived at the entrance of the club he frequented, a torrential downpour suddenly began. Without a second thought, she dashed out into the rain. Even though the distance was merely a few meters, she was thoroughly drenched. Upon entering the club, a rush of cold air enveloped her, prompting an involuntary shiver. Approaching the door of the private room, which was slightly ajar, she could hear the deafening sounds of singing and raucous laughter within. Gently pushing the door open, she was met with the sight of Pei Jinian lounging in the main seat. An exquisitely dressed girl nestled in his arms, the two engaged in flirtatious banter. In that instant, Songji's body froze. Why? Why was Pei Jinian embracing that girl? She couldn't comprehend it. Just yesterday morning, he had professed his love for her over the phone, lamenting her hardships, yet now, he was entwined with another woman. Amidst the commotion, someone called out, Pei Xiao, aren't you afraid your little girlfriend will find out? With that voice, the music in the private room came to an abrupt halt. Pei Jinian chuckled derisively. So what if she knows? I heard you've had your eye on her since she was in her sophomore year. Now that you finally have her, take it easy. Pei Jinian dismissed it casually. Of course, I confessed only after she graduated, but now that I have her, it feels rather uninteresting, stiff, dull, and lacking in fun. Laughter erupted around him. Song Ji stood rigidly, her mind echoing Pei Jinyan's words. Her heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed by a hand, causing her immense pain. Pei Jinyan, 2 years her senior, was a prominent figure at Peking University, handsome and affluent. Yet he had shown interest in someone like Song Ji, who was ordinary in both background and temperament. Earlier that year, he had confessed his feelings, but Song Ji had declined, citing her upcoming exams in June. She had thought he would give up, but unexpectedly, she encountered him upon exiting the examination hall. He had smiled broadly. Ji, can we be together now? In the days that followed, Pei Jinyan's pursuit had been fervent, gradually igniting feelings in the Navi Song Ji. They had been dating for a month, yet they had only managed to meet 2 or 3 times, each time merely to share a hurried meal before parting due to her part-time job. Song Ji felt guilty about this and intended to visit him to share that she had applied to the same university as him. But what did she find upon arriving? What did she hear? Pei Jinyan did not seem drunk. On the contrary, he appeared quite sober-eyed in that moment. Song Ji felt as though she no longer recognized him, suddenly feeling a profound distance. Then, someone exclaimed, Song Ji is here. Instantly, all eyes in the room turned to her, including Pei Jinyan's. A flicker of panic flashed in Pei Jinyan's eyes, quickly replaced by impatience. Did you not say you were working overtime? Song Ji did not respond to his question. Instead, she raised her stiff hand and pointed at the girl sitting on Pei Jinyan's lap, struggling to contain her emotions. Who is she? Pei Jinyan offered no explanation regarding the girl's identity but spoke with a smile. Ji, since you're here, I won't beat around the bush. I did like you quite a bit, but you are simply too dull. As he uttered these words, the corners of his mouth remained slightly upturned, his tone gentle, as if they were conversing normally. Yet, now, such a tone and gentle gaze delivered words that were deeply hurtful. You are my girlfriend, and we are in a relationship, but every time I ask you out, you are busy with part-time work. Since you are so occupied, what is the point of our romance? Song Ji stared blankly at Pei Jinyan, acknowledging that she had indeed neglected him. She instinctively apologized. I'm sorry. Before she could finish, Pei Jinyan interrupted her. You don't need to apologize. I only wanted to make things clear. Song Ji froze, staring at Pei Jinyan in disbelief. He continued, Song Ji, let us break up. Let us not see each other again. With his words, the tears she had been holding back began to cascade down her cheeks. This was her first relationship, and how could she not be moved by such an exceptional boyfriend? Yet now, after merely a month, Pei Jinyan was calling it off. Was it because she had been too busy with her part-time job, thus disregarding him? Song Ji began to self-reflect. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she made a final plea. I'm sorry. I will try not to work so much in the future, so please, can we not break up? Pei Jinyan frowned, yet his words remained gentle. Ji, be sensible. Don't make this more awkward than it needs to be. Song Ji's expression stiffened. She glanced around the private room. The people present were all Pei Jinyan's friends, and they looked at her with mocking expressions. They ridiculed her naivety, her inability to recognize her own standing. Song Ji's hands clenched tightly at her sides, her fingertips digging into her flesh, and she suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, Pei Jinyan and she existed in entirely different worlds. Growing up in a less than ideal family environment, with a biased mother and an indifferent father, she had lived under immense pressure until Pei Jinyan's arrival. He was exceptional, handsome, and kind, like a small sun that illuminated all the darkness within her heart. How could she not be enchanted? To rebel against her mother, she had even left home to take on part-time jobs to fund her education, all to be at the same university as Pei Jinyan. She raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her cheeks, her lips trembling. All right. Pei Jinyan's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flickering in his eyes. So don't come looking for me again. I don't want others to misunderstand our relationship. A proper ex should be as good as dead. Song Ji involuntarily glanced at the girl seated on Pei Jinyan's lap, who was strikingly beautiful and clad in designer attire. Such a person was indeed well matched with Pei Jinyan. In contrast, she wore faded jeans and tattered canvas shoes, having engaged in such questionable behavior the previous night. It was evident that they did not belong together. She had always been known as the obedient girl, never having done anything rebellious. Now, her desire to salvage this relationship stemmed from respect for their bond and her feelings for Pei Jinyan. But suddenly, she understood that someone like Pei Jinyan never lacked for admirers, and did not appreciate the significance of their connection. Song Ji nodded gently. Yes, I will not appear before you again. As she spoke, she forced a smile, striving to appear less disheveled, yet tears continued to spill from her eyes. Frantically wiping them away, she turned and left the private room. Pei Jinyan watched her retreating figure. Lost in thought, Jinyan, how could you like such a girl? How uncouth, still wearing a tattered high school uniform. The girl on Pei Jinyan's lap spoke up. Pei Jinyan averted his gaze, remaining silent. It was a nearby male friend who chimed in. Yeah? Jinyan, why would you like a girl like that? Pei Jinyan leaned forward, raising his glass and downing its contents in one gulp before casually remarking. After being accustomed to delicacies, one occasionally craves something simple. But it's really nothing special. I just noticed Song Ji's expression seemed off. Leo, you think she might do something drastic? Someone speculated it's possible. Did you see how heartbroken she was earlier? She seemed utterly devastated. Would she really consider suicide over a breakup? That would be terrifying. Jinyan, why don't you go check on her? Someone suggested. Pei Jinyan replied indifferently, if she wants to die, let her. It's none of my concern. As he spoke, he instinctively glanced towards the entrance, his grip on the glass tightening unconsciously. Chapter 3. The man from last night's Song Ji stepped out of the private room. Her mind swirling with Pei Jinyan's hurtful words, dull, uninteresting, too well-behaved, lacking in fun. Yet it was Pei Jinyan who had once called her innocent, adorably silly, and charming. The very traits he had once adored had now morphed into labels of disdain. Bewildered, she found herself spiraling into despair. Outside the bar, the rain poured relentlessly, and without hesitation, she ventured into the downpour. Perhaps it was the rain that caused her to feel lightheaded. A sudden gust of wind swept through, causing her bones to ache. Out of nowhere, a black Rolls-Royce halted before her, obstructing her path. Song Ji took 2 steps back, looking up. In the next moment, the rear window descended. Upon seeing the cold, indifferent face within, a flicker of panic crossed Song Ji's eyes. It was the man from last night. Would he take her away to jail? What should she do? If she were really imprisoned, her life would be ruined. She had just filled out her college applications and had yet to experience university life. Get in the car. Fu Lu was the first to speak. Song Ji snapped back to reality, feeling somewhat apprehensive. No? I am almost at the bus stop. Get in the car. Do not make me repeat myself. Fu Lu's tone was far from pleasant. Sing Zh, sensing the tension, timidly replied, well, thank you. With that, she opened the rear door and slipped into the vehicle. As soon as she settled in, she heard the teasing voice of a man emanating from the laptop resting on Fu Lu's lap. Oh, so you've hooked up with that girl? Fu Lu dismissed it with a scoff. What girl? Just a little kid. The other party exclaimed, damn, you beast. You can prey on a child? Nonsense. I'm hanging up now. Singich, seated beside him, felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and stared at the ground. Unable to speak. Noticing her damp attire, Fu Lu tossed a towel at her. Wipe yourself off. Only then did Singich remember her wet clothing, fearing she might dirty his car. Hastily, she took the towel and placed it on the seat. Fu Lu glanced at her but said nothing. The atmosphere in the car grew increasingly oppressive, and Singhich's mind began to spiral into thoughts of her impending life in prison. She had heard rumors about new inmates being beaten. She wondered if there was any truth to it. How did you end up running away this morning? Fu Lu suddenly inquired. Singich froze. Her body tensing. I'm sorry, it wasn't intentional, she stammered. Fu Lu furrowed his brow. Singh, seeing his expression, hurriedly added, I only have a limited amount of money. If it's insufficient, I can write you an IOU and pay you back when I get my salary. Fu Lu found it somewhat amusing. They say soliciting is illegal, yet she was offering him money. Should he deem her innocent or merely foolish? Just then, Singhich's phone rang. She quickly retrieved it from her bag. It was her mother, Zhcu. After a moment's hesitation, she answered, hello, Mom. As soon as she spoke, Zhcu's gentle voice came through. Zh, I heard from your cousin that you all have started filling out college applications. Upon hearing this, Singh tightened her grip on the phone. Hcu continued, you child, you didn't tell your father and me about your grades. Have you checked your score for the applications? 620 points. Then come back to discuss your application. We should all talk it over as a family. Singh was taken aback. Mom, you actually want me to attend university? Zhcu sighed. What choice do I have? Your father and I agree that having one college graduate in the family is quite good. Come home, and we can discuss it properly. S. English refrained from mentioning that she had already submitted her applications. Yet she felt a surge of joy at her mother's words. All right, I'll head back now. After hanging up, S. English noticed Fuel was staring intently at her. Feeling anxious, she said, "Could you please stop in front? My mom asked me to come home." Fuel suddenly asked, "Did you just graduate?" S. English nodded slightly. "Yes, I graduated in June." Upon hearing this, Fuel's brows furrowed tightly. Just graduated, which meant he was involved with a child. Damn. Noticing Fuel's displeased expression, S. English shrank back slightly, eyeing him warily. "What happened last night was an accident. I will take responsibility," Fuel stated. S. English's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Fuel. "Our responsibility?" Fuel nodded. S. English quickly shook her head. "No, there's no need for that. Just the fact that you didn't send me to jail is already a blessing. What more could you want?" Fuel raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. "What do you, a child, understand?" S. English, feeling awkward, replied, "I'm already 20. I'm not a child." Fuel appeared taken aback. S. English explained, "I started school late. I really am 20. And truly, there's no need for responsibility. As you said, last night was an accident." Hearing this, Fuel's expression relaxed considerably. Moments earlier, he genuinely thought he had acted upon an 18-year-old girl. "Aren't you heading home? I'll give you a ride." Before S. English could refuse, Fuel added, "It's pouring outside. It's difficult to catch a cab." With that, S. English relented and provided him with her address. After instructing the driver, Fuel resumed his work in the car. The rhythmic sound of his fingers tapping on the keyboard filled the air. S. English glanced at the time. It was nearly 8. He worked so hard. Still busy at this hour, she occasionally stole glances at Fuel. His long, strong fingers struck the keys in a steady rhythm, each tap resonating like a pulse against her nerves. For reasons unknown, S. English's mind drifted back to that night on the cruise ship. His hands had gripped her waist firmly, squeezing her soft flesh, prompting her to call his name repeatedly. Even now, she could still feel the lingering heat and pain from where he had held her. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "Are you feeling warm?" Though he had his head bent over his work, it was as if he had eyes on the back of his head. S. English felt a wave of embarrassment, gripping her bag tightly on her lap, murmuring, "Not warm." Fuel looked up, glancing at her. "Why is your face so red? Running a fever?" S. English's face reddened further, and she weakly shook her head. "No, not at all." Fuel said nothing more and continued with his tasks. A half-hour later, the car came to a smooth stop on the main road outside a city village. S. English chose not to let the car enter, as it was too crowded and the heavy rain might cause damage to the vehicle, which she couldn't afford to pay for. Fuel observed this and said nothing further, merely instructing the driver to hand her an umbrella. S. English quietly thanked him as she took the umbrella and exited the car. Fuel watched her leave until her small figure vanished into the night, before averting his gaze. The driver, sitting in the front, observed Fuel's expression through the rearview mirror. Today, he was supposed to take Fuel back to his ancestral home. But unexpectedly, his boss had halted midway to pick up a young lady. Not receiving any further instructions, the driver hesitated to ask, "Mr. Fu, should we head back now?" Fuel remained silent, and the driver dared not inquire further, simply activating the turn signal as he pulled over to the side of the road. Chapter 4. She can't live without me. Upon returning home, S. English discovered her aunt was also present. Zhengcu was in the kitchen preparing a meal, while her younger brother, S. Ngbo, sat in the living room engrossed in a video game. She politely greeted her aunt. Auntie. S. Ngh observed her drenched state with concern. "Zh, how did you get caught in the rain?" S. Ngh replied nonchalantly, "I forgot to bring an umbrella. Quickly go take a shower. You don't want to catch a cold." S. Ngh nodded slightly. When she emerged from the bathroom, she overheard S. Ngh saying, "Sister-in-law, this man has a house and a car. Marrying him would be a blessing for vi." Upon hearing this, S. Ng's heart sank. So, Zhengcu had only suggested she attend university to lure her back for an arranged marriage. Angrily, S. Ngh marched into the living room. "Mom, I told you I want to attend university." Zhengcu's expression darkened immediately. "What does a girl need to study so much for? I barely make enough as a maid to support you through college." Tears brimmed in S. Ng's eyes as she choked out, "I can earn my tuition myself without costing you a penny." S. Ngh Witnessing her distress, quickly interjected, "BH, we're only looking out for your best interests. The man your aunt introduced is an elementary school teacher, has a house and a car, and graduated from university. His qualifications are excellent." Ingzich was both amused and infuriated by Ngzh's words, hastily wiping away the tears on her cheeks. "Auntie, if he's so well qualified, why don't you let your daughter marry him?" Without a moment's thought, Ngzh retorted, "How could someone like that possibly be worthy of your cousin?" Realizing the slip of her tongue, she awkwardly tried to recover. "Oh dear, I'm just looking out for you. The man's qualifications are impressive. Didn't he even mind your background?" Ingvish struggled to steady her emotions and replied coolly, "All right, since you say he is so outstanding, tell me, how old is he?" Ngzh's gaze flickered. "He was born in 89, so he is a bit older than you, but an older man knows how to care for others, right? 16 years her senior." Suppressing her anger, Ingve pressed on, "What about his height?" "Oh, let me just show you a picture." The young man looked stable. "He seems perfect for a life partner with that." She retrieved a photo from her bag and handed it to Ingve. Ingve took the photo, gazing at Fuel, who leaned against the hood of a black sedan, his bulky form obscuring half the car. Balding with a beer belly, his height appeared to be around 1.6 meters based on the surrounding reference points. This was what Ngzh deemed as good qualifications? Ngzh was nearly driven to laughter by her exasperation. She forcefully slammed the photo down in front of Iching Siu. "Mom, you think this is a good match?" Iching Siu peered at it with a disinterested expression. "He seems fine. You should consider your own circumstances. With your qualifications, Xiao Zhang is willing to offer a dowry of 200,000. Upon hearing her mother utter those words, Ingvish felt the last remnants of affection dissipate. So, it was all for that 200,000? Were they truly willing to sell their own daughter for money? Enraged, Zhang Si raised her hand and slapped Ingvish. "How dare you speak to your mother like that?" Already feeling unwell, the slap left Ingvish dizzy, intensifying her headache. With bloodshot eyes, she struggled to maintain composure. "Mom, do you believe you deserve to be my mother? Have you ever fulfilled a single day of maternal responsibility in my life? Have you ever loved me?" The last utterance was a fierce shout from Song Ji, her throat aching painfully, and her head throbbing even more. Steadying herself, she continued, "I will not marry. I want to pursue my studies." Observing this, Song Minji exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Chuiyi, then smilingly attempted to mediate. "Oh, Ji, don't be angry with your mother. Let's talk things over calmly." As she approached Song Ji, the latter, sensing the shift, warily retreated, shouting defiantly, "Don't come any closer." Song Minji halted, hesitating as she looked at Zhang Chuiyi. Tossing aside the towel in her hand, Zhang Chuiyi declared sternly, "You little wretch, I will not let you off easily. Let me be frank, the betrothal gifts have already been accepted. Whether you wish to marry or not, you will marry." With that, she turned to Zhang Minji, instructing, "Minji, grab her. Don't let her escape." Sensing the impending danger, Song Ji dashed into the pouring rain, the curses of Zhang Chuiyi fading into the tempest. Ignoring the bone-chilling pain coursing through her body, she sprinted forward, only to suddenly stumble over an unseen obstacle. Her body crashing forward in the distance, through the curtain of rain, a black Rolls-Royce glided in, halting before Song Ji. She strained to lift her face to see clearly, but the downpour blurred her vision, and she ultimately lost consciousness. In the next moment, a tall, striking figure emerged from the vehicle, holding an umbrella, and walked towards the girl collapsed in the rain. The girl lay unconscious as the driver approached. He was taken aback upon seeing Song Ji. "Mr. Fu, how should we handle this?" Fuel passed the umbrella to the driver, bent down to lift her, and turned back to the sea. It was well past midnight when the downpour began to relent. Pei Jinian sat on the sofa, absent-mindedly swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. His friend Han Sheng approached, sitting beside him and offering a cigarette. Pei Jinian accepted it, and Han Sheng ignited it for him before casually remarking, "Jinian, it's evident that the little girl, Song Ji, holds a fondness for you. Are you truly considering ending things? What good is affection? She won't even let me touch her." He inhaled sharply, lounging back on the sofa. "Haven't you just started dating? Take your time. Song Ji's personality suggests she isn't one to easily let go." Pei Jinian scoffed dismissively, "I'm no monk.
And besides, every time I invite her out, she's busy with her part-time job. Am I supposed to be more important than that? Han Sheng paused, then inquired, does Songji's family situation not seem favorable? Who knows? In any case, we've broken up now. It's no longer my concern. Han Sheng raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're not playing games? Pei Jinyan smirked. Your perception is sharp. You've caught on. Han Sheng clicked his tongue. You rascal. What scheme are you plotting this time? Pei Jinyan leaned back, lazily explaining, though Songji may appear innocent. I'm her first boyfriend, so she won't easily detach from me. So if she comes back to you, you'll reconsider? Reconsider? No, wait, I'll leave her hanging for now. When the time comes, whatever I say goes, and she will obediently listen. Han Sheng, hearing this, cautioned, I think Songji has a rather resilient character. Don't end up playing with fire, don't worry. As you've said, she likes me. Han Sheng nodded. Indeed, it's quite clear that Songji is smitten with you. When you mentioned breaking up, it seemed like she was on the verge of shattering. Pei Jinyan's expression turned icy at this. What? Feeling sympathetic. Why not pursue her? Han Sheng hastily waved his hands. No way. She likes you so much, and I don't have feelings for her. This statement evidently pleased Pei Jinyan, causing his tense demeanor to ease considerably. After all, he was Songji's first boyfriend. She would hardly be willing to part ways. He had decided to leave her hanging for a month, believing that by then, she would be firmly in his grasp. A Na'vi girl in the early stages of romance could hardly escape his control. Admittedly, he found himself quite fond of Songji. She was unlike his previous girlfriends, innocent and obedient, blushing whenever she looked at him. When they eventually reconciled, he would treat her well. Chapter 5. A request for 50 million upon awakening. Songji found her head still slightly dazed, staring blankly at the ceiling before it finally registered that she had collapsed on the road and had been rescued. Who had saved her? Struggling to prop herself up, she surveyed her surroundings. Upon spotting Fuel on the balcony, talking on the phone, she froze. It was him. How did he end up here? Perhaps sensing her gaze, Fuel turned around. Leaning against the balcony railing, he flicked the ash from his cigarette into the nearby plants, took a heavy drag, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and after a brief moment of conversation, hung up, extinguishing the remaining cigarette but in a flower pot before walking back inside. Awake? Songji nodded dazedly. How did you get here? Fuel, observing her dazed expression, suddenly chuckled. This is my home. What do you think I'm doing here? Songji felt a flush of embarrassment. I'm sorry, as she spoke. She pulled back the covers, attempting to rise. Seeing this, Fuel reached out to stop her. You have a fever. Just lie down. Feeling awkward, Songji retreated back under the covers, pulling them over her face. Leaving only her round, bright eyes visible. She whispered, Did you bring me back? Fuel replied nonchalantly, not elaborating. Thank you. Is that all you have to say? Other than thank you and apologies, do you have nothing else to express? His tone bore a hint of teasing. Songji's cheeks involuntarily flushed. Noticing her reddened face, Fuel smirked. Your face is quite warm. Still no fever? He reached out, placing his palm against her forehead, feeling the heat radiating from his hand. Songji held her breath, lying rigidly in bed, her slightly flushed eyes fixed on him. She had to admit, he was the most handsome boy she had ever seen, even more so than movie stars. His deep-set eyes seemed capable of drawing one eye in. No fever, he stated, withdrawing his hand. I feel much better. Thank you. Just then, her phone rang beside her. Songji glanced at the caller ID, noting it was an unfamiliar number. After a moment of hesitation, she answered, Hello? As the voice on the other end spoke, her eyes brightened suddenly. Okay, I understand. Thank you, teacher. I will find time to go back to school and collect it. Her admission notice had arrived at the school. She hadn't expected it to come so quickly. Just as she was about to hang up, a thought struck her, and she added, Teacher, please don't let anyone else collect it for me. I must get it myself. She worried that Zhang Cui might find out and take her admission notice, which she would surely withhold from her. Fuel observed her excitement and became curious. What has you so elated? Songji, feeling a bit shy, replied, My teacher just called to say my admission notice has arrived. Which school? Jingda. Fuel was somewhat taken aback. Jingda was one of the top universities in the country, and he hadn't expected her to be so remarkable. Congratulations. Songji murmured a soft acknowledgement. The tuition for Jingda was over 5,000 a year, yet she only had a little over 1,000 in her card. Falling short by 4,000, living expenses were also a concern. She had confidently declared she would earn her own way, but now facing reality, Songji found it incredibly challenging. Zhang Chuiyi would never pay for her to attend university. Would she truly have to give up? Her gaze fell upon Fu El, filled with conflict. He lifted his eyes to meet hers. What's wrong? After a moment's hesitation, she asked, Uncle, are you quite wealthy? During her time working on the cruise, her supervisor had mentioned that the guests were either rich or influential. Fu El raised an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Songji, her hands hidden under the covers, whispered, that night was my first time. Fu El was momentarily stunned before his expression darkened. He mocked, and now you want me to take responsibility? Alarmed, Songji shook her head repeatedly. No, please don't worry, I won't ask you to take responsibility. Could you lend me some money? Her voice dwindled to a whisper at the end. However, Fu El heard her loud and clear. Asking for money? It seemed the innocent facade was merely an act. And now she was setting a trap for him. In that instant, the little goodwill he had for her evaporated. Speak, how much do you need? If money could resolve this, he would gladly step in. A one-time transaction. After this, neither party would entangle the other. Moreover, he was not short on funds. Songji pondered, calculating the tuition at 5,000, while considering her living expenses. Currently, she was earning 50 a day from her part-time job, and she intended to save the 1,000 for living expenses. Would asking for 5,000 be too much? But Fu El, noticing her prolonged silence, grew impatient. How much do you need? Stammering, Songji finally managed, F5,000. Fu El was momentarily taken aback. She truly was bold. Asking for such a sum right off the bat, it appeared that beneath her youthful exterior lay a shrewdness he had not anticipated. Very well. Fu Lu responded with remarkable decisiveness. Songji had initially thought that if she asked for more, Fu Lu would decline her request. To her surprise, he agreed so readily. She tilted her small face upwards, gazing at him in astonishment. You agreed? Fu Lu scoffed coldly. Isn't this what you've been waiting for? Hearing the derision in his words, Songji felt a twinge of shame and lowered her head. Murmuring, when I have money in the future, I will repay you. Fu Lu let out a cold snort, mocking her. Don't set up a monument for yourself, I can give you the money, but don't ever show your face in front of me again. Songji stared at him, momentarily taken aback. Then, what about when I repay you? Fu Lu sneered. Repay? What do you have to repay with? 50 million meant little to him, yet for the girl before him, it seemed she would never earn that amount in her lifetime. He had previously thought her quite innocent, only to realize she was rather astute, aiming to seize a significant opportunity. A sense of embarrassment washed over Songji as she acknowledged Fu Lu's words were indeed correct. 5,000 was a considerable sum for her in her current situation. Fu Lu pulled out a bank card and handed it to her, stating, I will transfer the money into this card. But there is one condition. Songji, still dazed, looked at the bank card, asking, what is it? You are not to appear in front of me again. Sever all ties at once. Songji's hand, which had been concealed under the blanket, tightened and then loosened, ultimately reaching out to accept the card. All right, I understand. She was fully aware that to someone like Fu Lu, she was merely a blemish on his affluent life. Naturally, he wished to avoid her. After encountering someone like Pei Jinyan, Songji had come to recognize her own situation. Even if Fu Lu hadn't spoken, after today, she would not show herself before him again. Fu Lu remained silent, turning to leave towards the bedroom door. Seeing this, Songji hurriedly called out, Fu, Mr. Fu. Chapter 6 in the group. Fu Lu paused momentarily, casting a sideways glance her way, and coldly inquired, is there something you need? Feeling somewhat awkward, Songji quietly replied, the password. Fu Lu's expression darkened as he tossed out a series of numbers before departing. Once he was gone, Songji pulled back the covers and got out of bed. Although her fever had broken, she still felt a bit dizzy. Supporting herself, she walked out of the bedroom, only to discover the luxurious nature of the place. She had not anticipated Fu Lu's wealth. No wonder he feared her clinging to him. At that moment, a man approached, Miss Song. Songji recognized him as Fu Lu's driver. She greeted him with a smile. Hello? Miss Song, are you leaving? He asked. Songji nodded. Yes, please thank the uncle for me. I won't impose any further. As she spoke, she made her way to the villa's entrance. Upon reaching the door, she suddenly recalled something and turned to He Ming. Hello, I have another question. Heming paused for a moment before politely responding, "Please, go ahead. Did I ask this uncle's home?" Songji asked softly. Heming was momentarily puzzled but simply nodded slightly. "Yes, Mr. Fu is currently residing here." Upon hearing this, Songji's eyes brightened, and she asked, "Could you provide me with the detailed address?" Heming was somewhat taken aback, unsure of her intentions. Considering the implications, he cautioned, "Miss Song, even if you know the address, you cannot enter without Mr. Fu's permission." Songji quickly waved her hands. "No, you misunderstood. I won't come. Sorry for being so forward." With that, she turned to leave. Heming watched her retreating figure, feeling puzzled. After she departed, he hurried to Fu Lu's study. Mr. Fu. Heming knocked on the study door and called out, "Come in." Fu Lu stood by the window, his gaze fixed on Songji below. He hadn't intended for her to leave just yet. Heming entered, standing respectfully beside the desk. "Mr. Fu, I saw Miss Song leave. I asked she feeling better?" Fu Lu responded with a detached his lips parting slightly. "From now on, do not concern yourself with her affairs." Heming was taken aback. He had intended to mention what had just transpired, but now, observing Fu Lu's demeanor, he found himself perplexed regarding his employer's feelings towards the young girl. Songji returned to her dormitory, weary and fatigued, only to find her belongings hastily packed and discarded aside. A girl was arranging her bedding on the bed. Songji softly reminded her, "Miss, that's my bed. The supervisor told me to sleep here. If you have any issues, please consult her." To her astonishment, she realized she had been unconscious for 2 days. During this time, the supervisor had been unable to reach her and presumed she had quit, thus bringing in a new employee to take her place. Now, with no opportunity to continue, she could only leave after collecting her wages from the supervisor. 1,500 yuan, along with the 5,000 from the bank card, had resolved her educational expenses. Songji did not rush to find a part-time job. Instead, she first went to the school to collect her admission notice. As she passed the bank, she withdrew 5,000 yuan from the bank card. Holding the card in her hand, she felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. Initially, she had intended to mail it back once she had the address. However, since Heming had not provided it, she realized she could not repay him. After contemplating her options, she decided to head to the police station and hand the bank card over to the staff, requesting them to return it. Since she had promised Fu Lu never to appear before him again, she intended to keep her word. Upon exiting the police station, her phone buzzed incessantly in her pocket. Taking it out, she noticed it was an unfamiliar number. She pressed the call button. "Hello? Gigi, it's Dad." Songji tightened her grip on the phone. During her 2-day unconsciousness, Zhang Chuiyi had made numerous missed calls, which he had chosen not to return, promptly blocking her. Now, it was her father calling, presumably to discuss her marriage prospects, a stark contrast to Zhang Chui's bias. Compared to her mother's favoritism, Songji felt even colder towards her father's attitude. Selfish and self-serving, he pretended not to see the grievances and pains that Songji endured to maintain his own marriage. As a child, she would feel devastated, crying and questioning if she was truly their child. The response was met with Zhang Chui's scolding and Song Jiqiang's indifference. Gradually, she grew numb to this family. "Dad, is there something you need?" Songji replied coolly, "Gigi, I haven't been well these past few days. Could you come home?" Hearing her father's cautious tone, Songji coldly responded, "Dad, if you're unwell, go see a doctor. Also, don't try to scheme to get me to return for marriage. I'm currently in Hu City and can't come back." With that, she hung up the phone decisively. She dared not let her parents know she was still in Kyoto, so when she went to collect her admission notice, she had informed her teacher that if her family inquired, she was in Hu City. The teacher, understanding her situation, had agreed. Songji promptly blocked and deleted her father's number, obtaining a new phone card using her own identification. The next time she heard from Pei Jinyan was while she was in the process of canceling her WeChat account. Pei Jinyan had sent a message in their group chat. It was a group of him and his friends. He had initially added her to introduce her to one of them. After their breakup, she had forgotten to leave the group. As she was about to exit, she noticed someone had tagged her. Curiosity piqued, she clicked to see it was Pei Jinyan tagging everyone. "I'm single now. Celebrating tonight at the usual spot." Songji was taken aback by how quickly Pei Jinyan had moved on from their relationship. Was it that he had never taken their feelings seriously, thus growing tired so swiftly? Songji admitted that she still harbored feelings for Pei Jinyan. After all, he was her first love. Yet, in life, finances, education, work, and health all held greater significance than love. At this moment, her sole focus was on earning money, studying, and successfully graduating in 4 years to support herself. Pei Jinyan, on the other hand, had never lacked these things. They were undoubtedly from different worlds. Thus, upon reading Pei Jinyan's message, Songji felt a sense of numbness and chose to ignore it. However, the next moment, someone chimed in the group chat, Jinyan, Songji is still in the group. Aren't you worried she'll cause trouble for your new girlfriend? Pei Jinyan replied. Observing Pei Jinyan's puzzled emoji, Songji could guess why she remained in his friend's group despite their breakup. How thick-skinned could one be? As she prepared to exit the group, Pei Jinyan tagged her directly. Gigi, even though we've broken up, we're still friends. If you ever need help, feel free to reach out, but strictly as friends. Songji stared blankly at the message. He had previously claimed that a qualified ex should be treated as though they were dead. She had agreed to that, and now he was speaking of friendship. Songji chose not to respond. Just as Pei Jinyan stated, a qualified ex should be treated as if they were no longer in existence. She exited the WeChat group, initially intending to delete Pei Jinyan from her contacts. But upon reflection, she realized that since she was canceling her WeChat account anyway, it mattered little whether she deleted him or not. After informing her high school teacher of her new number, she proceeded to cancel her WeChat account. Subsequently, she also canceled her phone card, removed it from her phone, snapped it in half, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Chapter 7. Songji left the group. Meanwhile, Pei Jinyan, seeing his message tagging Songji go unanswered, felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Was she still at work and thus hadn't he seen it? Pei Jinyan continued to edit and send another message. Today, I'll introduce my girlfriend. Don't stir up trouble. You know my temper. One of Pei Jinyan's close friends responded, Jinyan, just stop sending messages. Pijnnin, feeling somewhat indifferent, intended to continue tagging SingZH when a message from a friend popped up first. SingZH has left the group. His finger, poised to edit the message, froze. Left the group? How could that be possible? Pijnnin opened the group members list. There were only 8 people in the group, and now only 7 remained. SingZH had truly departed. So, she had seen all the messages just now, yet chose to ignore them and leave the group? Pijnnin felt inexplicably irked and irritably tossed his phone aside. When HNCHing approached him, Pijnnin was reclining in his chair, smoking. As soon as HNCHing entered, he inquired gossipy, Jnnin, what's up with SingZH? You didn't mess things up, did you? It was evident he was already aware of SingZH's departure. Pijnnin shot him an irritated glance. Can't you keep your mouth shut? HNCHing, sensing the tension, suggested softly, why not coax her back? Pijnnin retorted stubbornly, coax? I just started dating a new girlfriend, and this one is different from the others. How so? Pijnnin, agitated, replied, my parents like her. They hope for marriage. HNCHing, surprised, responded, so, you and SingZH are really done? Pijnnin scoffed with certainty, impossible. She can't live without me. But she left the group, didn't she? Why would she do that if you weren't broken up? The more they spoke, the more irritated Pijnnin became. HNCHing was utterly baffled by his brother's state. What do you actually want? Are you trying to play both sides? Pijnnin inhaled deeply from his cigarette, releasing the smoke in lazy rings, obscuring his handsome features and making his expression difficult to discern. He lazily replied, what else is there to do? I'll just keep her on the side. As long as she behaves, I wouldn't mind supporting her for a lifetime in their circle, as long as the main relationship was stable. No one cared about a few side affairs. HNCHing was taken aback. So, you never thought of marrying her? I'm only 22. I don't want to marry young. Yet, my parents expect me to settle down by the beginning of the year. HNCHing clicked his tongue. Didn't he see that coming? You are quite the scoundrel. SingZH must have hit the jackpot running into you. In the executive office of the F Group. FL had just exited the conference room when he noticed a withdrawal alert from the bank. IT had been sent 3 hours prior. He chuckled coldly, his eyes filled with derision. After living for 30 years, he never imagined he could misjudge someone. That face appeared so innocent, resembling a harmless little rabbit, but turned out to be a cunning little fox. FL refrained from checking the details. It was evident that she had withdrawn all the money. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. FL answered the call. Hello, This is he. A strange female voice came through. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. FL? I'm from the Bainan District Police Station in Jingdu. Half an hour later, when FL received his bank card, it was retrieved by Zheng on his behalf. Along with the card, there was a note. Uncle F, I'll return the 5,000 yuan to you once I graduate and start earning. Thank you for your help during this time. FL was taken aback. 5,000? He had thought Zh was asking for 50 million. Logging into his mobile banking, he confirmed his balance had indeed decreased by 5,000. It seemed he had misjudged the girl. Zheng observed his boss staring blankly at his phone and curiously asked, Mr. F, when did you lose your bank card? FL pocketed his phone, glancing at the note in his hand, and replied nonchalantly, it was Ing, puzzled, inquired, you mean Miss Ing? She found your bank card? I gave it to her. She returned it. Oh, then why didn't he Miss Ing give it back directly to you instead of taking it to the police? FL remained silent. Why? What other reason could there be? Because he had told her not to appear before him again. Zheng suddenly spoke up. When Miss Ing left that day, she asked me for the detailed address of your villa. She must have intended to mail it to you. FL shot him a glare. You didn't give it to her? Zheng shook his head honestly. No, I didn't know what she wanted to come for. FL's expression darkened immediately. Why didn't you tell me? Zheng paused, sensing the cold aura radiating from his boss, and became anxious. He stammered. I was going to mention it, but you told me not to. FL. Seeing FL's silence, Zheng felt uneasy. Mr. F, if there's nothing else, I'll get back to work. Help me investigate someone. In detail, Zheng was taken aback. Who do you want to investigate? Zh. On the day of new student registration, Zh arrived early. With nowhere to stay and too afraid to return home, she had no choice but to come to school. After paying her tuition and various fees, she was left with just 1,000 yuan. Thankfully, it would last her 2 months. By then, she could find a part-time job to earn some money, perhaps even save a little. Half an hour later, Zh, carrying her bedding and dragging her suitcase under the guidance of a helpful senior, arrived at the dormitory building. She thought she was the first to arrive, only to find 2 classmates already there, conversing in their local dialect, evidently from the same place. Zh, as Pij and Anian had described, was rather dull, not adept at socializing. Thus she quietly made her bed upon entering. One of the girls she shared a room with took the initiative to speak. Hello, I'm Ying, and this is Cu Ting. Ing quickly looked up, somewhat shyly replying. Hello, I'm Zh. Cu Ting, tall and slender, was the friendly type and smiled. We'll be dorm sisters from now on, so no need to be shy. Ying chimed in supportively. Zh felt a wave of relief. She had worried about her new roommates being difficult to get along with, but it seemed her concerns were unfounded. Suddenly, the dormitory door swung open, and a meticulously dressed girl walked in. As she moved her suitcase, she complained on the phone, "Bo, this dorm environment is terrible. I don't want to stay here." The girl was on speakerphone, and soon a pleasant male voice responded, "Baby, just bear with it for a bit." Zh recognized the male voice from the phone. It sounded somewhat like Pij and Ins. She involuntarily glanced at the girl. Chapter 8. Account disabled, but she quickly dismissed the thought. What were the odds of that? Watching the girl hang up, struggling with her suitcase, Zh offered. Miss, do you need help? The girl glanced at her, momentarily taken aback, before waving her hand dismissively. No, my boyfriend will come help me soon. She then plopped down on her suitcase, engrossed in her phone. Ying and Siuting exchanged glances and asked, We heading out for a meal. Do you want to join us? Zh pondered for a moment and shook her head. No, thank you. She didn't have much money and needed to save. Planning to make do with the leftover steamed buns from breakfast. Sitting at her desk, Zh took out the bun she had bought in the morning, poured herself a glass of water, and began to eat. Observing her, the girl in the room couldn't help but comment, Is that all you're having for lunch? Zh glanced at the bun in her hand and nodded slightly. The girl seemed shocked. Wow, that's a bit too frugal. Isn't it? Are you short on money for meals? Zh's grip on the bun faltered momentarily, but she smiled and replied, My family isn't well off, so I try to save where I can. Just then, there was a knock at the dormitory door. The girl's eyes lit up. It must be my boyfriend. He from this school. She stood up to open the door. Zh, curious about what her boyfriend looked like, discreetly glanced over. Upon seeing him, she quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head. She had considered the possibility of running into Pij and Ian at school, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon and in the role of a roommate's boyfriend. "Bo, shall we go eat? I'm so hungry." The girl pouted as she clung to Pij and Ian's arm. He affectionately ruffled her hair. "All right, what do you want to eat? I'll take you. You decide, but can I bring one more person?" Pij and Ian frowned. The girl whined again. "I want to bring my roommate. You said I should get along well with her, right?" Pij and Ian, with a resigned nod, replied, "Fine." The girl excitedly leaned in, planting a kiss on his cheek. "I knew you'd love me the most." She turned to Singh, wanting to call her, but unsure of her name. She simply approached her. "I'm going to eat with my boyfriend. Come on, let us go together." "He is treating us." Singh shook her head. She felt a sense of relief that the girl stood beside her, blocking Pij and Ian's line of sight. It seemed he hadn't noticed her. Pij and Ian stood by the door, growing impatient, but out of respect for Ing's roommate. He refrained from expressing his annoyance and patiently waited. He glanced inside the dormitory, but Ing's figure obstructed his view, preventing him from seeing who it was as he withdrew his gaze. He caught sight of a canvas bag hanging on the wardrobe door, and his body suddenly froze. That bag Singh had one just like it. He had once criticized her for carrying a Tinuan canvas bag and insisted on buying her a better one. But she had refused, insisting on purchasing that bag. Could it be the same style? The small yellow duck pendant hanging above. With this thought, Paginian unconsciously took a step forward, eager to confirm Ian the next moment. Meng Huan turned around, looking somewhat disappointed as she gazed at Paginian. "Darling, let's go eat by ourselves. My roommate isn't joining us." Paginian halted, realizing that he had likely overthought the situation. How could Songji possibly be at Jingda? She had clearly stated her intention to apply to universities in other regions. Meng Huan linked her arm with Paginian's as they departed the dormitory. Throughout the journey, Paginian remained silent, prompting Meng Huan to express her displeasure. "Darling, are you unwilling to accompany me for a meal? How could that be? Yet you haven't spoken a word. I was lost in thought just now. Come on, let me treat you to something delicious." At this point, he suddenly recalled something and asked, "By the way, what is your roommate's name?" Meng Huan shook her head. "I haven't asked yet. I just arrived at the dorm. But she seems quite gentle and should be easy to get along with." During their meal, Paginian appeared somewhat distracted. He took out his phone and opened Songji's WeChat. The chat history remained frozen on the day they had broken up. Nearly a month ago, Songji had indeed kept her word, not appearing before him again. This was something he had longed for, yet it filled him with an unbearable restlessness and a hollow feeling in his heart. Quite unexpectedly, Paginian sent a sticker her way. Upon seeing the red exclamation mark, he froze. "The other party's account has been deactivated. What does this mean?" Paginian quickly took a screenshot and sent it to Han Cheng. "What does this mean?" Moments later, Han Cheng replied, "Who did you message? Just tell me what this means." "It seems the account has been cancelled." Paginian stared intently at Han Cheng's message. Cancelled account. How could that be possible? He had intended to reach out to Songji in the next few days, and yet this was the outcome. Unwilling to give up, Paginian sent another message. But the same notification persisted. "Well done, Songji. Let us hope I don't run into you. Otherwise, I swear I'll make you pay." Paginian thought fiercely to himself. Time flew by swiftly, with the fall rain. The capital officially welcomed autumn. Yet, even so, the autumn heat was oppressive. Songji fainted during military training and awoke to find herself in the school hospital, and 4 needle inserted into her hand. Struggling to sit up, a nurse approached. "You're awake." Songji nodded. "Doctor, how did I end up here? You fainted during military training, and your classmates brought you to the hospital, but they have already left." The nurse spoke while changing her 4 bag. Songji responded with an acknowledgement and then inquired, "Doctor, what happened to me?" Heat stroke combined with low blood sugar. Young ladies shouldn't starve themselves. It's essential to eat well. Songji lowered her gaze. She hadn't been dieting. She simply hadn't found a part-time job recently, so her meals had become sparse. She softly asked, "How long will I need the for?" "Not long. This is the last bag. Once it's done, you can settle the bill at the cashier's." After the nurse departed, half an hour later, Songji took her bill to the cashier and was startled when the doctor mentioned it would be over 300. Is it really that expensive? You were prescribed 3 days' worth. You need to receive treatment for 3 consecutive days. Songji waved her hand. No need, I feel better now. I'll just pay for today. Upon hearing this, the doctor glanced at her and ultimately charged her just over 100. As she scanned the payment, Songji felt a pang of regret. She hadn't anticipated spending so much for a single visit to the hospital. Songji. Suddenly, a familiar voice called from behind her. She turned to see a boy in a white casual shirt approaching her. Chapter 9. Seeking reconciliation. Songji had a vague recollection of this person. Han Chung, a friend of Pei Jinian. Han Chung scrutinized her, noticing that the girl seemed a shade darker than before. Are you a freshman this year? Songji nodded. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Chung blurted out, You're not here to reconcile with Jinian. Are you? Songji froze, about to respond when Han Cheng's voice interrupted again. Songji, you're a good girl. Listen to me, you and Jinian. Before he could finish, Songji interjected, No, you've misunderstood, I'm not here to reconcile. She was aware that any possibility of rekindling their relationship was utterly lost. Moreover, Pei Jinian had already moved on with a new girlfriend, who happened to be in the same dormitory as her. Han Chung looked surprised at her response. Then why did you choose to apply to our school? The application had been submitted before she and Pei Jinian broke up. She had initially meant to surprise him. But after their separation, there seemed to be no need to inform him. Han Chung seized on this key piece of information. So, Jinian doesn't know you're at Jingda? Songji nodded. Yes. Senior, could I ask you for a favor? What is it? Please don't mention my situation to Pei Jinian. Thank you. Han Chung raised an eyebrow, somewhat taken aback. Why? Songji replied coolly. A proper ex should be treated as if they passed away. After saying this, she brushed past Han Chung and exited the school hospital. Han Chung watched her retreating figure, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. This little junior was indeed quite intriguing. Initially intending to leave, an idea suddenly struck him. He approached the cashier and inquired, Dr. Zhang, what was up with that female student earlier? The doctor looked up at him. Do you know her? Han Chung nodded. Yes. Is she all right? Low blood sugar and heat stroke. Nowadays, girls are really pushing themselves for beauty, resorting to extreme dieting. As he spoke, he recalled something and added, by the way, since you know her, could you deliver this medication to her? She left before her prescription was finished. Han Chung accepted the medication, turning to chase after her. It was now the afternoon, and the path back to the dorm was bustling with students. As Songji arrived at the dormitory building, her gaze swept over the nearby cafeteria. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to enter. She purchased a modest meal for 50 cents and some vegetables for 2 yuan, then settled into a corner. Not long after, someone approached and sat down in the empty seat across from her. Startled to see Han Chung, she was momentarily at a loss. She didn't understand why he was in her dormitory cafeteria, but out of politeness, she greeted him lightly, Senior. Han Chung smiled. What a coincidence. You're here for a meal too. Songji nodded. Returning to her food, in the next instant, a plate was pushed toward her. Containing a small serving of ribs, Songji looked at Han Chung in confusion. The lunch lady thought I looked handsome and gave me an extra portion. It would be a waste not to finish it. So please help me out, Junior. Just as Songji was about to decline, Han Chung added, by the way, here is your medication that the doctor asked me to bring you. He pushed the medical bag toward her. Songji instinctively asked, So, you came specifically to find me? Han Chung chuckled but remained silent. In truth, he had caught up with her along the way, but for some inexplicable reason, he hadn't called out. Simply trailing quietly behind her, when he saw her hesitating at the cafeteria entrance, he followed her inside. Watching her serve herself, Han Chung recalled her family circumstances. It was possible that she wasn't dieting, but rather trying to save money. Thank you, Senior. You should thank me. I'm just helping out. Make sure to eat that. Tightening her grip on her chopsticks, Songji ultimately nodded and picked up a piece of rib. The meat was tender and flavorful, awakening her taste buds that had long been deprived of rich flavors. Unconsciously, she grabbed another piece, and Han Chung merely observed her in silence, not touching his own food. Feeling slightly awkward, Songji raised her eyes to Han Chung. Aren't you going to eat? Her gaze collided with his, leaving Han Chung somewhat flustered. I will eat. His ears reddened as he spoke. Songji didn't notice and continued, Senior, are you also in your 4th year this year? Han Chung nodded. Songji inquired, do you know where to find part-time jobs on campus? Are you looking for a part-time job? Songji nodded. Yes, finances are a bit tight, so I'm seeing if there are any opportunities. I am not sure, but I could ask around for you. As they exited the cafeteria, Han Qing obtained Song Ji's WeChat, surprised to learn that she had changed her number and WeChat account. Has she really cut ties with Jinian completely? Song Ji nodded. His new girlfriend is quite nice, and I'm doing well too. Senior, please don't tell him you've seen me. Han Qing raised an eyebrow, realizing that his friend had truly messed up this time. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Someone as gentle as Song Ji was indeed not suited for Pei Jinian. He replied casually, don't worry. I won't say anything. Thank you. I'll check in with you about any part-time opportunities. All right, I'll head back to my dorm first. Upon returning to her dorm, her 3 roommates were present, and upon seeing Song Ji, they all inquired about her condition. Song Ji smiled and responded to each. I'm fine, thank you. By the way, do you know who took me to the school hospital? Meng Ying spoke up. It was me and Cui Ting who took you. Song Ji sincerely expressed, thank you both. While Meng Huan was applying her makeup to go out on a date, she turned to Song Ji and remarked nonchalantly, Song Ji, are you short on money? Song Ji paused, taken aback. Meng Huan continued, I heard from Meng Ying that you were suffering from low blood sugar and heat stroke. Song Ji, feeling somewhat awkward, clenched the hem of her clothing and admitted, I am indeed not financially stable. You could consider taking on a part-time job, Meng Huan suggested. Song Ji nodded, I am already looking, but I haven't found anything yet. Suddenly, Meng Huan had a thought and spoke up, by the way, this weekend, there's a birthday party for a friend of mine, and they need a server. If you don't mind, you could take on that role. Upon hearing this, Song Ji instinctively asked, how much does it pay? A flicker of disdain crossed Meng Huan's eyes, but she quickly concealed it. She smiled and replied, oh, you are my roommate, so I would never let you be at a loss. It's 200 yuan. What do you think? If you find that too little, before she could finish, Song Ji hurriedly waved her hands. That's more than enough. Previously, she had earned only 50 yuan a day distributing flyers, so 200 yuan was indeed a substantial amount. Meng Ying and Cui Ting, overhearing their conversation, inquired if they still needed more help. Meng Huan pretended to hesitate, just one more, otherwise you two could discuss it. Before Song Ji could respond, Meng Ying and Cui Ting chimed in unison. Then let it be Song Ji. It just so happens that I am going out shopping with Cui Ting that day. Upon hearing this, Song Ji looked at the two with immense gratitude. Chapter 10. Discovering her relationship with Pei Jinian on that Saturday, Song Ji arrived at the entrance of a villa based on the address provided by Meng Huan at that moment. A group of young men and women were gathered around the pool, singing and dancing. Song Ji felt a pang of anxiety. She had arrived late, and the birthday party had already commenced. She hurriedly pushed the door open, and upon entering the villa, she saw Pei Jinian kneeling before Meng Huan with 99 roses in his arms. Huan, happy birthday. Meng Huan blushed and reached out to accept the flowers. Thank you, darling. The crowd began to cheer, urging them to kiss. Song Ji stood frozen in place. Hadn't Meng Huan said it was her friend's birthday? Why had she deceived her? Before she could process her thoughts, Meng Huan glanced in her direction and cheerfully beckoned. Song Ji, come over here. As Meng Huan spoke, the surrounding young men and women turned their attention to her. With no other choice, Song Ji steeled herself and walked over to the two. Before she could clarify the situation, Meng Huan enthusiastically linked her arm with Song Ji's and said, Song Ji, I've heard about your relationship with Brother Jinian. You don't mind, do you, now that I'm with him? Song Ji's expression froze. Meng Huan knew about her past with Pei Jinian. When had she found out? Who had told her? With these thoughts racing through her mind, Song Ji instinctively looked at Pei Jinian, who wore a grim expression. He stepped forward, grasping Song Ji's wrist tightly, and growled, Song Ji, what the hell are you doing here? This is not a place for you. Get lost. Seeing this unfold, Meng Huan quickly interjected, Brother Jinian, why are you being so harsh? I invited Song Ji. Pei Jinian glared at Meng Huan with displeasure. Why did you bring her here? Just looking at her makes me sick. Meng Huan replied with a smile. Oh, she is here to serve. This is my uncle's villa, and I'm hosting a birthday party here. It's bound to get messy, so I asked her to help tidy up. As she spoke, Meng Huan turned to Song Ji with an innocent smile. Right, Ji? Upon hearing this, Song Ji understood immediately. Meng Huan was aware of her history with Pei Jinian and had deliberately brought her here to humiliate her. However, Song Ji was curious as to when Meng Huan had learned of it. After all, she had never disclosed anything, and on the first day of school, Pei Jinian had come to the dormitory without encountering her. Hearing Meng Huan's words, Pei Jinian turned to Song Ji, his eyes filled with disdain. Song Ji, Are you really that desperate for money? Or did you come here on purpose because you knew I was here? Songji met Pei Jianyan's gaze and replied calmly, I do need money, but I had no idea you would be here. Pei Jianyan was momentarily taken aback, about to speak when Meng Huan quickly interrupted. All right, darling, go play with your friends. I need to have a word with Songji. After saying this, she gestured for her friends to quickly take Pei Jianyan away. Once Pei Jianyan was gone, Meng Huan's smile faded. Songji, did you see that? Songji, perplexed, asked. See what? Pei Jianyan likes me. Songji gazed silently at Meng Huan. To be honest, she had initially thought Meng Huan's persona of a wealthy young lady was quite charming, only to realize it was all a facade. Songji finally spoke. I'm merely curious. When did you learn about my past relationship with Pei Jianyan? Based on her understanding of Pei Jianyan, it was unlikely he would share such information. Meng Huan did not hide anything and replied, I saw your photo on Pei Jianyan's phone. It was easy to find out by asking his friends. So, you knew me on the first day of school? Meng Huan nodded. She had been quite shocked when she first saw Songji, thinking it was quite traumatic to be in the same dormitory as Pei Jianyan's ex-girlfriend. Initially, she had intended to clarify their identities, but she wanted to confirm one thing: whether Pei Jianyan had truly broken up with Songji. Thus, she had intentionally invited Pei Jianyan to the dormitory to see if he would turn back. However, when Pei Jianyan did come, she felt a pang of fear that he might look back, so she instinctively blocked Songji from his view. This decision proved to be wise. During their meal together, Pei Jianyan was distracted, constantly staring at his phone. Later, she seized an opportunity to glance at Pei Jianyan's phone and discovered he had been messaging Songji on WeChat, even though that account had been deactivated. He continued to send messages every day. Ultimately, after seeing the last message Pei Jianyan had sent, Meng Huan realized she couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She had to do something to make Songji see her true self and to make Pei Jianyan loathe Songji. Thus, today's situation unfolded. Songji, I have investigated you. Your mother is a maid, and your father is a temporary worker. You really think someone from such a background deserves Pei Jianyan? At that moment, Meng Huan exuded an air of superiority, her attitude towards Songji starkly contrasting with before. Songji understood that she had misjudged Meng Huan. She had never seen her as a friend, but rather as a source of amusement. She replied coolly, Pei Jianyan and I have already broken up, so you need not worry about our reconciliation. He doesn't like me. No, I don't believe that. Then what do you expect me to do? Meng Huan smiled and said, Songji, during the time I've known you, I've been quite nice to you. Haven't I? Songji remained silent, merely watching her. Meng Huan continued, so now it's time for you to repay me. Before Songji could comprehend what kind of repayment she meant, Meng Huan suddenly stumbled toward the pool. Songji, reacting quickly, reached out to grab her, but it was too late. Meng Huan fell directly into the pool with a splash, causing a commotion among the crowd. Ah, someone has fallen into the water. Then came Meng Huan's cries for help. Those who were good swimmers jumped in without hesitation. Fortunately, the pool was not very deep. However, it was autumn, and the water was quite chilly. In no time, someone was pulled up. When Pei Jianyan arrived after hearing the commotion, he found Meng Huan soaked and sitting at the edge of the pool. Looking disheveled, he quickly approached and draped his jacket over her shoulders. Huan, what happened? Meng Huan sniffled, it's nothing. I slipped, don't blame Songji. Upon hearing Songji's name, Pei Jianyan's anger flared. He stood up, marched over to Songji, and grasped her arm with undisguised disgust and hatred. Songji, how dare you push Huan into the water? As he spoke, he shoved her violently. The force of his shove caused the frail Songji to stumble and fall toward the pool, her head accidentally hitting the edge, resulting in an immediate sharp pain. As she submerged in the water, no one dared to help her. They merely stood at the pool's edge, observing. Her previously smooth forehead quickly developed a large bump. Songji stood there in a daze, reaching up to touch her head and feeling a numbness rather than pain. Chapter 11. He walks from the light. He felt a twinge of guilt and instinctively reached out. But the next moment, Meng Huan grabbed her. Brother Jianyan, why are you treating her this way? Songji didn't do it on purpose. She quickly turned to Songji. Songji, are you okay? It's all my fault. My boyfriend was just trying to defend me. Meng Huan feigned concern, but there was no intention of offering help. Pei Jianyan, initially feeling a bit guilty about hurting Songji, quickly turned his anger back towards her. Who told her to push you into the water? If she is hurt, she deserves it. As Songji stood in the pool, a sudden autumn breeze swept through, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Her head began to spin, and just as she felt she might lose her balance, a deep male voice resonated from the crowd. "What are you all doing?" Upon hearing this, everyone stepped aside, creating a path. Song Ji looked up to see a familiar figure approaching her. Perhaps due to the bright overhead light, she couldn't see his face clearly, but the voice seemed familiar. It was only when the man stood at the edge of the pool that she recognized him. "Uncle." What was he doing here? Upon seeing Fu Lv, Meng Huan's eyes flickered with a hint of guilt, but she quickly replaced it with a charming smile. "Uncle, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Meng Huan's words, Song Ji froze, utterly stunned. This was simply too outrageous. Fu Lu was actually Meng Huan's uncle. Before she could regain her composure, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. In front of everyone, Fu Lu picked her up and strode away from the pool. Pei Jinyan, witnessing this, hurriedly approached, his gaze fixed intently on the girl in Fu Lu's arms. However, upon locking eyes with Fu Lu's authoritative glare, Pei Jinyan's confidence dwindled instantly. He followed Meng Huan in addressing Fu Lu as uncle. "Little uncle." It was she who first pushed Huan into the pool. Upon hearing this, Song Ji shrank slightly in Fu Lu's arms and murmured, "I didn't." Fu Lu glanced at Pei Jinyan, a cold scoff escaping his lips. "What makes you think I am your uncle? Young Master Pei, do not mistake me for someone else." Pei Jinyan stiffened, his expression a vivid tapestry of emotions. The next moment, he turned to Himing, who was trailing behind, and instructed, "Handle this." Having said that, he strode forward, carrying Song Ji toward the villa, leaving the onlookers in a state of shock. Meng Huan had not anticipated her uncle's arrival at the villa at such a moment, especially coinciding with their bullying of Song Ji. The people around her began to whisper, Huan, is that your uncle?" Meng Huan bit her lip, remaining silent. The short-haired girl standing in front spoke up. "Did you not say that Song Ji was just a waitress you found? How come it seems like your uncle knows her?" As soon as the words left her lips, Meng Huan immediately retorted, "Impossible, my uncle could never know someone like her." Saying this, she cast an unhappy glance toward the direction Fu Lu had departed. Ming stepped forward, respectfully stating, "Miss Meng Huan, Mr. Fu has reserved a private room for the night banquet. I kindly ask you to escort your friends there." Meng Huan looked at Ming in disbelief. "Assistant He, what are you saying?" Ming calmly reiterated the previous events, concluding with a gesture inviting those present to follow. Such an act was undoubtedly a public humiliation for her. Today was her 19th birthday. How could she possibly embarrass herself in front of this crowd? "Assistant He, my little uncle promised me I could host my birthday party here. I will not leave." Ming, taken aback by Meng Huan's lack of understanding, found himself at a loss for words. He could only turn to Pei Jinyan. "Young Master Pei, would you mind escorting Miss Ming to the night banquet?" Pei Jinyan, with reluctance, glanced back at the villa before finally speaking. "Assistant He, what is the relationship between Uncle Fu and that girl?" At this, Pei Jinyan became more discreet, no longer daring to call Fu Lu uncle. Ming replied, "That is a matter concerning Mr. Fu. I am not entirely informed." Faced with Ming's evasiveness, Pei Jinyan was unconvinced yet found himself powerless to act. Ultimately, he could only escort Meng Huan away from the villa. Fu Lu carried her up to the second floor, traversing a lengthy corridor until they reached a room at the back. Song Ji, cradled in his arms, felt somewhat embarrassed. "Uncle, please put me down." Fu Lu remained silent, directly taking her into the bathroom. The bathroom was designed with a separation of wet and dry areas, featuring a large bathtub by the window. Fu Lu gently placed Song Ji on his arm, and she squirmed awkwardly. I want to get down." Fu Lu did not release her, whispering, "Don't move." Instantly, Song Ji ceased her struggles. After adjusting the water temperature with his other hand, he glanced at the girl nestled in his embrace. The little one was fragrant and soft. He found it difficult to let go, yet ultimately set her down in the bathtub, observing her drenched clothing. "Can you undress by yourself?" At his words, Song Ji's cheeks flushed crimson. I can." Fu Lu, noticing her flushed face, smirked subtly. "Soak for a while. I will summon a doctor to examine you." With that, he stood to leave. The next moment, his sleeve was tugged. Fu Lu looked down to see the girl's small hand grasping his sleeve. "What is it?" Song Ji, flustered, released him and lowered her face, murmuring, "I'm fine. No need to call a doctor." Fu Lu fixed his gaze on her. It had been a month since they last met, and the little one seemed thinner and darker. The bruise on her forehead increasingly apparent. His expression darkened. What happened to your head? Songji raised her hand, gingerly touching her forehead. The moment she made contact, pain shot through her, causing her to wince. Ouch, it hurts. Her pain threshold was low, and before she could contain herself, tears welled in her eyes. I bumped my head when I fell into the pool. It's nothing. It should heal in a few days. Seeing her demeanor, Fu Lu became somewhat irritated. This had been the case the last time they met, and now it was the same. She never took care of herself properly, and now she was injured. Unable to contain his frustration, he chastised. How old are you? Yet you still cannot take care of yourself. When bullied, you do not know how to retaliate. Songji stood there, stunned by his outburst, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him. Embodying a mixture of grievance, vulnerability, and helplessness, Fu Lu sighed, standing upright. You should soak in the hot water. With that, he turned and exited the bathroom. Songji sat in the bathtub, dazed and her thoughts in disarray. She had not expected to encounter her uncle here. She had promised herself not to appear before him again, and now it felt like she had broken that vow. Feeling regretful, she hastily rinsed off and discovered there were no towels in the bathroom. Gently pulling open the bathroom door, she peeked around, not seeing Fu Lu. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped out of the bathroom, completely unclothed, and headed to the nearby dressing room in search of something to wear. To her surprise, upon exiting the bathroom, she found herself face to face with a pair of deep-set eyes. Songji was taken aback, not expecting Fu Lu to still be there. Momentarily at a loss for how to react. She stood frozen. Chapter 12. Exposed. Are you certain you want to stand there like that? Fu Lu's melodious voice reached Songji's ears. It was only then that she became aware of her state. Glancing down before hastily covering herself and rushing into the opposite dressing room. Leaning against the wardrobe, her legs felt weak, and her heart raced from embarrassment. Oh my, how mortifying. I was completely exposed. Songji wished desperately for a hole to hide in. Just then, Fu Lu's voice echoed from the entrance. I hung your clothes on the door. Songji, too flustered to respond, remained stiff against the door until she heard it close, letting out a sigh of relief. She composed herself before quietly opening the dressing room door, discovering a bag hanging on the door. Reaching for it, she opened it to find a white dress inside. She couldn't discern the brand, but the packaging indicated it was quite expensive. After changing into the dress, she stepped out of the dressing room. Relieved to find that Fu Lu had left as, she tidied herself up and descended the stairs. She spotted Fu Lu seated on the living room sofa, engrossed in a book. Uncharacteristically, he wore glasses, the metallic frames complementing the delicate chain that hung from them. Absent was his usual cold demeanor, replaced instead by the air of a learned gentleman. Songji felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. In a soft voice, she called out, Uncle. Fu Lu looked up and beckoned her over. Come here. Upon hearing this, she obediently approached. Fu Lu's gaze swept over her, noting that the dress hung loosely on her frame. Originally intended for Meng Huan, this dress was slightly oversized for Songji, who was a tad slimmer. I have already informed the doctor. He should arrive shortly. Songji quickly shook her head. I'm fine. No need for an examination. I didn't mean to appear before you. I had no idea you would be here. Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interjected, You are injured. Songji paused, then replied, I'm fine now. Fu Lu remained silent. Songji stood awkwardly beside him. Just then, He Ming entered, catching sight of the scene. The girl with her head bowed, standing before Fu Lu, resembled a student caught in wrongdoing. He couldn't help but find it amusing. He Ming coughed lightly. Mr. Fu, Dr. Zhou has arrived. Fu Lu nodded. Let him come over to examine her. Songji sat docilely on the sofa, following Dr. Zhou's instructions. Occasionally, she would steal glances at Fu Lu, who met her gaze. When their eyes locked, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she quickly averted her gaze. Fu Lu's eyes glimmered with a hint of amusement. The little one not only cried easily but also had a delicate disposition. In the next moment, Fu Lu's phone rang, and he answered, Hello, Mom. What is it? After listening to the conversation, Fu Lu's brow furrowed. Rising, he stepped out onto the balcony, leaning against the railing while observing the girl in the living room. Perhaps due to nerves, Songji sat perfectly still, but to Fu Lu's eyes, she appeared adorably obedient. His previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed as he spoke into the phone. Mom, you already have a daughter-in-law. Please do not make me go on any more blind dates. Dr. Zhou approached. Overhearing this remark, he teased. I was unaware you were married. Fu Lu did not respond, merely raising an eyebrow towards Song. Dr. Zhou, astonished, exclaimed, Brother, are you serious? Fu Lu averted his gaze, disinterested in the banter. Don't you think I'm joking? Dr. Zhou, bewildered, pressed on. Wait, is that girl even of age? 20. Goodness, you beast. The nation's flower is being led astray by you. Fu El let out a sneer. One must always take responsibility for the young lady, Zhou Yin. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Zhou Yin was utterly shocked for a full 3 seconds. You slept with her? Fu El cast a disdainful glance at him and chose not to pursue the topic further. How is she? A slight concussion, but she appears to be malnourished. Have you been mistreating her? Fu El retorted. I have not. How could the young lady be so thin? Fu El said nothing. He could easily guess why the girl had become so emaciated. Seeing his silence, Zhou Yin continued. Find time to take her to the hospital for a thorough checkup. If she is ill, treat her. If not, ensure she gets proper nourishment. Fu El remained silent and strode purposefully towards the living room. He approached Song Ji. The bump on the girl's forehead had not yet subsided, and there was a bruise the size of a coin, which looked quite serious. Suddenly enveloped in shadow, Song Ji looked up with a puzzled expression at the man before her. Uncle? What's wrong? Let us go eat. As he spoke, he reached out to take her hand and led her outside. Fu El was tall and long-legged, causing Song Ji to almost jog to keep pace with him. Just as they reached the entrance, Fu El abruptly halted. The next moment, he felt a gentle bump from behind him, followed by the girl's flustered apology. I'm sorry. Fu El looked down at the girl. Her head bowed. Why are you apologizing? Song Ji was taken aback. Why? She had merely reacted instinctively. Song Ji stammered. I accidentally bumped into you. Fu El's brow involuntarily furrowed. This timid disposition, no wonder she was bullied. You did not bump into me. I stopped on my own. Song Ji softly uttered an acknowledgement. Fu El continued. When speaking, do not keep your head down. Raise it up. Song Ji obediently lifted her head, and upon meeting Fu El's deep gaze, her cheeks involuntarily flushed. She hastily averted her gaze, feeling shy to maintain eye contact with Fu El. He said nothing more and simply opened the door to step outside, calling for Song Ji as he did so. Half an hour later, Song Ji and Fu El were seated in a Western restaurant. It was Song Ji's first time dining in such an establishment, and she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. The decor was exquisite, undoubtedly expensive. Regret washed over her for having followed him, primarily because she had so little money left. Uncle, I'm not hungry. Can I go back to school? Song Ji stuttered. For some reason, she always felt inexplicably nervous in Fu El's presence. Dine with me, he said, handing the menu to Song Ji. Glancing at the menu he offered, she casually scanned it. The cheapest item was still in the 4-digit range. Her anxiety heightened. I'm not hungry. You can just order for yourself. Fu El said little more, ordering 2 of everything for himself before passing the menu to a nearby waiter. What is going on today? Fu El looked at the girl sitting opposite him, who appeared somewhat ill at ease. Song Ji looked up with surprise. What? How is it that you appeared at my niece's birthday gathering? Chapter 13. Very kind, very obedient. Song Ji placed her hands on her knees and instinctively tightened them upon hearing Fu El's words. Meng Huan is Fu El's niece. Surely he would side with her. After this thought crossed her mind, Song Ji felt no qualms, having long grown numb to her parents' unfair treatment over the years. She forced a smile. I came to attend the birthday party. I had no idea about your relationship with Meng Huan. Had I known, I certainly wouldn't have come. Concerned that Pei Jinian might not believe her, she added hastily, I swear, I truly didn't know you were Meng Huan's uncle. Attending Huan's birthday party? Song Ji nodded. We are roommates. She invited me. Fu El stared at her unblinkingly, clearly disbelieving every word she spoke. He didn't know Song Ji, but he certainly knew his niece. Spoiled and overbearing, she had bullied classmates throughout high school, and for that, Meng Huan's mother had often sought Fu El's intervention. But Song Ji was unaware of this and did not know she was about to become Meng Huan's next target. Listening to Fu El, she nervously swallowed and lowered her gaze. Fu El directly exposed her lie. You are lying. Upon hearing this, Song Ji panicked. She was not skilled at lying, especially in front of Fu El. I am her roommate, that part is true. I did not come to attend the birthday party. I came to work as a server. Meng Huan said she would give me 200 yuan. Initially, she had genuinely considered Meng Huan a friend, but unexpectedly, she was mocked and hurt. Are you in dire need of money? Songji nodded. Why? What about your parents? Don't they care? I have a younger brother at home. I am already of age, so I take care of myself. Therefore, you cover all your study expenses yourself. Songji nodded slightly. Fuel quietly scrutinized her. After receiving the money in his bank account, he investigated her family situation. A family that favored sons over daughters. And no wonder her peers had already entered their junior or sophomore years, while she had only just graduated. So, that 5,000 yuan is meant to fund your tuition? Upon hearing Fuel mention that sum, Songji grew anxious. Once I graduate and start working, I will pay you back, she added hastily. If you are in a hurry, I can take on part-time work and gather it for you as soon as possible. Give it to me, and then what? How do you plan to manage your tuition and living expenses? Songji lowered her eyes and fell silent. When the college entrance exams ended, she thought about earning money to support herself through university. But reality soon struck her with how naive that idea was. This society does not lack labor force, especially not cheap labor like hers. I can help you. Fuel spoke up. Songji raised her eyes. Astonished at his words, Fuel reiterated. I can cover all your expenses for the 4 years of university, even including any future graduate school costs you wish to pursue. Songji was momentarily taken aback. Then softly asked, Uncle, are you planning to sponsor me? You could say that. Songji looked puzzled. Why? Why do you want to help me? Since she could remember, she had understood one thing. Her parents, who were related by blood, would not help her without reason, let alone a stranger she had only met a few times, Fuel replied. Of course, I also have my motives. Songji was taken aback. Indeed, there is no such thing as unconditional assistance. She pondered internally what she possessed that Fuel could possibly need. Yet, after thinking it through, she found nothing. She was too ordinary and could not discern Fuel's intentions. Songji opened her mouth hesitantly. Uncle, what is your purpose? To marry me. Songji thought she had misheard, staring at him in disbelief. Marry? Uncle is asking her to marry him? Why? They hardly knew each other and were not familiar with one another. And a man like him certainly did not lack for wives. Seeing the astonished expression on Songji's face, Fuel suddenly broke into laughter. The little one truly, he had anticipated her reaction. With his status, he certainly did not lack for a wife, and he knew well that the girl before him was not the most suitable candidate. Neither her family background nor her character aligned with that of a potential Mrs. Fu. Yet, he had chosen her for no apparent reason. Why? Songji opened her mouth. Fuel contemplated for a moment. If he had to provide a reason, it would be that she was too obedient, too pure. Fuel raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Are you unwilling? Of course, she was unwilling. It was precisely because she did not want her parents to arrange her marriage that she had ceased all communication with them. Although her uncle was handsome, seemed to possess a good character, and was wealthy, her parents would surely be overjoyed if they learned she was marrying such a man. But she could not. Songji had nothing, except a clear awareness of her own limitations. After experiencing Peijinian, she clearly understood that both love and marriage required equality. Yet, she and Fuel were mismatched. I have investigated you. Fuel's voice cut through her thoughts. Songji's pupils dilated in shock as she stared at Fuel. He continued. Your family resides in a village within the city of North City. You have a 16-year-old younger brother. Your parents not only favor your brother but are also considering marrying you off to exchange dowry for a car for him. Songji froze, taking a long time to respond. Uncle, why are you doing this? Fuel replied candidly. I am researching the background of my future wife. Fuel, your parents have already accepted that sum of money. It is impossible to get it back from them. And now they are seeking connections to find you. Tell me, if they locate you, what will happen? As Fuel spoke, Songji's face turned pale. She had thought that if they could not find her, Zhang Chui would return the money, but unexpectedly, she was not only unwilling to refund it, but also actively searching for her. It truly seemed as though she were blinded by money and had no intention of letting her go. Sometimes, Songji wondered whether Zhang Chui was truly her biological mother. Otherwise, what kind of mother would treat her daughter this way? Songji spoke softly. Since you already know, why do you still want to marry me? Aren't you afraid of attracting trouble? If I were afraid, I would not have brought it up. Songji was perplexed. She had no admirable qualities. Why would her uncle consider marrying her? Uncle, why me? Fu Lu raised his eyes to meet the bewildered gaze of the girl before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are quite obedient. Furthermore, you are delightful to embrace, soft and fragrant, of course. This thought lingered in his mind, for he feared that voicing it might startle Song Ji, taken aback, pondered whether such trivial traits warranted a proposal. Yet, in this vast world, there were countless obedient individuals, many of whom surpassed her in merit. T seemed far too reckless to choose her solely for her docility. Before she could voice her confusion, a waiter wheeled in a cart laden with dishes. Arranging them before the two, Song Ji gazed at the pasta and steak before her, surprised. I didn't order this. The waiter halted, his hand frozen mid-air. Turning to Fu Lu spoke leisurely. I ordered it. Please set it down. Once the waiter placed the dishes down, he exited the private room. Let us eat, Fu Lu suggested. Song Ji sat in a daze, her eyes fixed on the steak, troubled. It was her first experience with Western cuisine, and she was unsure how to proceed. Stealing a glance at Fu Lu, she attempted to mimic his use of knife and fork, but her efforts resulted in a loud, unyielding sound as she struggled to cut through the meat. Embarrassed, her hands trembled around the utensils, and she instinctively apologized. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Fu Lu observed her timid demeanor and let out a resigned sigh. It was no wonder she had become a target for Meng Huan's bullying. Such a meek character would invite provocation from anyone. You need not apologize to me. You have done nothing wrong. Song Ji looked at Fu Lu in confusion. Throughout her life, whether she was at fault or not, her foremost lesson had been to apologize. Initially, she had not always been this way. There was a time when she could retaliate when bullied in the 4th grade, upon having her skirt lifted by a boy in class. She had fought back, only to have both parties summoned to their parents. When Zhang Cui arrived, she wasted no time in slapping her daughter, demanding an apology and berating her for enticing boys by wearing a skirt, which resulted in trouble. That very day, she had cut the only skirt her grandmother had gifted her for her birthday. Since then, she had never worn a skirt again, and her character had shifted. I'm sorry, Song Ji murmured softly. Fu Lu sighed again, realizing he had been too hasty. Some matters were the result of years of accumulation, not something that could be altered with a few words. His gaze fell on the plate before her. Is this your first time eating this? Song Ji nodded, somewhat sheepishly. Fu Lu reached over, taking her steak and replacing it with his own, cut into manageable pieces. Eat first. Next time I'll show you how when I take you out again. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei Jianyan had taken Meng Huan out of the villa, and neither felt inclined to celebrate further. Promptly dismissing the others, on their way back to school, they exchanged no words. It wasn't until Pei Jianyan parked at the school gate that he broke the silence. How did you meet Song Ji? Meng Huan shrugged, uninterested. I don't know her. If you don't know her, then how did she end up at your birthday party? I posted about a part-time waiting job in a group. And I didn't expect it would be your ex-girlfriend who showed up. Pei Jianyan studied Meng Huan, searching for any signs of deceit in her eyes, but found none. Meng Huan sniffled, looking pitiful. Jianyan, are you blaming me? Seeing her demeanor, Pei Jianyan softened. No, then why were you so harsh just now? Are you still hung up on your ex? Pei Jianyan instinctively retorted. Absolutely not. We broke up ages ago. I am just a bit curious. Curious about what? Pei Jianyan shook his head. Nothing. Let us just go. I'll take you back to your dorm. It was September, yet Song Ji remained here. Had she not gone to a university out of town? Or perhaps she wasn't attending university at all. Was it possible that she was so heartbroken over their breakup that she had given up on her studies? It seemed so. That calm acceptance of their separation that night had to have been a facade. She must have loved him dearly. How could she have so readily agreed to it? With this thought, Pei Jianyan felt an unexpected surge of pride. He was eager to see how long Song Ji would remain stubborn before seeking reconciliation. When she eventually came to him, he resolved to be less accommodating. He would treat her with a mix of firmness and tenderness, perhaps even rent an apartment off campus to keep her close. Visiting whenever he could. As they exited the restaurant, dusk had settled in. Fu Lu kindly offered to drive Song Ji back to school, but she declined. No need. I can take the bus. The uncle's car was evidently expensive, and with so many people at the school gate, it wouldn't reflect well if she were seen. Fu Lu seemed to sense her thoughts, suggesting, I'll take you to the bus stop. Let us go. With that, he led the way to the parking lot. This time, Fu Lu notably slowed his pace. Song Ji instinctively reached for the backseat door, but Fu Lu called out from the driver's side. "Sit in the front. I'll drive, Dato," she replied, obediently opening the front door and settling in. This was her first time sitting in the passenger seat. Fu Lu fastened his seatbelt, noting how straight she sat. A smile curling his lips. "Buckle your seatbelt." Feeling a bit awkward, she glanced around. She didn't know how to fasten a seatbelt, which made her uncomfortable. Though her family owned a couple of cars, she had rarely ridden in them, always relegated to the back seat while her brother occupied the front. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her, and Fu Lu's striking face filled her vision, the familiar scent of cool mint invading her senses. His towering figure overshadowed her petite frame, making her feel diminutive in comparison. Was he going to kiss her? As this thought crossed her mind, Songji felt her cheeks flush and instinctively shut her eyes tight. Fu Lu paused, his hand still poised to fasten her seatbelt as he looked down at her. Her eyes were squeezed shut, her fluttering lashes betraying her nervousness. Her lips were tightly pressed together. In that moment, a playful urge to tease her arose within Fu Lu as he leaned in closer. The next second, Songji felt the warmth of his breath against her face, charged with an ambiguous intensity. Unable to resist, she licked her lips to ease her embarrassment. What had initially been a moment of teasing for Fu Lu suddenly shifted as he felt an overwhelming urge within him. Realizing that Songji was destined to be his wife, perhaps there was no harm in exercising his rights as a husband a bit early, he reached out, gently grasping her chin. Instantly, her body stiffened. Her eyes still tightly shut. His fingers caressed her chin, inching closer and closer. "Ji," he murmured, his voice low and husky. Songji, overwhelmed with anxiety, responded with a muffled hum, still keeping her eyes firmly closed. Fu Lu applied a gentle pressure, causing her to instinctively part her lips with a soft sound, perfectly aligning with the kiss he had lowered upon her. In that moment, Chapter 15 unfolded. Just a kiss. Fu Lu kissed her deeply, marking her first conscious kiss with the boy, nervous and clumsy. She struggled to breathe, her face flushed with embarrassment. Observing her plight, Fu Lu paused momentarily, running his fingers through her hair and cradling the back of her head. Inadvertently deepening the kiss, Songji whimpered softly, her body yielding to the moment. She clutched at Fu Lu's shirt, alternating between tightening and relaxing her grip, her entire being trembling with tension. When Fu Lu finally released her, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, enticing and captivating. He leaned in, placing a gentle peck on her lips. "Don't be afraid. It was just a kiss." Having said that, he secured her seatbelt. Upon hearing his words, Songji's face turned a deeper shade of crimson. She couldn't bring herself to meet his gaze, lowering her eyes and murmuring, "I want to go back to school. There's a curfew at 9:30. Fu Lu said nothing, merely starting the car and driving on in silence. The atmosphere was thick with unspoken words. Songji was at a loss for what to say, her embarrassment still lingering from being kissed so boldly. 10 minutes later, Fu Lu parked in a temporary spot by the roadside. "The bus stop is just ahead. It goes directly to the school gate." Songji nodded. "Thank you." She reached for her seatbelt, realizing she couldn't unbuckle it. Feeling sheepish, she glanced at Fu Lu. "Uncle, this seatbelt." Fu Lu took her hand, guiding it to the left side and pressing down. With a click, the seatbelt released. Finally understanding how it worked, she blushed and thanked him again. The next moment, he handed her a business card. "This is my number. Contact me when you've thought it through." Songji stared blankly at the card before ultimately accepting it. As she prepared to leave, Fu Lu handed her a bag. When she began to open it, he halted her. "Open it when you get home." Nodding, she replied, "Uncle, I'll take my leave now." "Goodbye." Fu Lu watched as the girl exited the car. And once she boarded the bus, he pulled out his phone, scrolling through his contacts until he found a number. The call connected. "Prepare a prenuptial agreement for me." Songji returned to school a little late, not expecting Meng Huan to ambush her with a group of friends in the small woods beside the dormitory. Meng Huan reached out and firmly grasped Songji's arm, her face cold as she inquired, "Songji, how do you know my uncle?" Instinctively, Songji shook her head in denial. "No, I don't know him. Today is our first meeting." Upon hearing this, Meng Huan's expression softened slightly. Of course, she had investigated Songji's situation. A person like her could hardly be acquainted with her uncle. Yet, if she didn't know him, why would her uncle help her? As this thought crossed her mind, Meng Huan's gaze fell upon Songji's face, and she began to scrutinize her. Upon noticing her slightly swollen lips, her expression changed dramatically. Song Ji, you didn't use this opportunity to seduce my uncle, did you? Song Ji, taken aback by the accusation, repeatedly waved her hands in protest. No, you mustn't say that. Meng Huan let out a cold laugh, poking Song Ji's lips with her finger. With lips so swollen, care to explain? Song Ji instinctively covered her mouth, realizing that Fu Lu had indeed left her lips swollen, and now she was caught red-handed by Meng Huan. Desperately trying to conceal the truth, she stammered, "It's an allergic reaction. I'm allergic to mangoes." "Allergic to mangoes? Do you take me for a fool?" With that, Meng Huan yanked her hair, pulling Song Ji closer. The sharp pain in her scalp made Song Ji let out a soft cry. "Meng Huan, what are you doing? Let go." Meng Huan sneered in her ear. TSK. Who would have thought that beneath your obedient exterior, you would be so promiscuous, trying to entice my uncle? Do you have no shame? At these words, Song Ji's body stiffened. Just as she was about to explain, Meng Huan suddenly released her and coldly threatened, "Let me warn you, keep your distance from my uncle from now on. If you still think of seducing him, you should reflect on whether you're worthy." With Meng Huan's words, the friends trailing behind her looked at Song Ji with disdain, as if she were something filthy. In a panic, Song Ji exclaimed, "No, it's a misunderstanding. I didn't seduce your uncle." Upon hearing Song Ji refer to Fu Lu as your uncle, Meng Huan's expression faltered, her grip tightening unconsciously. "What did you call him? Uncle? Song Ji, do you have no shame?" "No, I doubt you misunderstood, Meng Huan. I have nothing with Mr. Fu. He was just being kind." Song Ji hurriedly corrected herself, her nerves causing her to stutter. Meng Huan, hearing this, released her grip and scrutinized her from head to toe. Spotting the ill-fitting dress Song Ji wore, she probed, "Is this dress one my uncle bought for me? How did it end up on you? You still claim you didn't seduce him?" Song Ji's anxiety heightened at this inquiry. "My dress got wet, and Mr. Fu kindly let me change into it. I had no idea it was yours. I'll wash it and return it to you." The last statement provoked Meng Huan. Her expression turned icy. "Return it? Do you think I'm a garbage dump? And what is this?" Her gaze fell upon the bag in Song Ji's hand. Upon seeing the logo, Meng Huan snatched it away. Song Ji instinctively reached out to grab it back. "Meng Huan, give it back. It's mine." As soon as she spoke, Meng Huan opened the shopping bag right in front of everyone. Upon discovering the undergarments inside, Meng Huan's expression soured immediately. "Well, Song Ji, still claiming you didn't seduce him? What is this? Are you so shameless as to let my uncle buy you lingerie?" With that, she threw the bag on the ground, spilling its contents. Song Ji was momentarily stunned. Never having expected Fu Lu to give her such items in a flurry, she crouched down to gather the clothes, breathing deeply to calm her emotions before addressing Meng Huan. "I did not seduce your uncle, and besides, I bought this dress myself. It wasn't a gift from him, but you're mistaken." Meng Huan paused, somewhat surprised. "You say you bought it yourself?" Song Ji nodded. "Today was just our first meeting. I am grateful for his help, but it's not as you think. You're mistaken." Meng Huan scoffed, looking down on her. "Not of course. My uncle wouldn't be interested in you." With that, she pulled out her wallet and tossed 200 yuan at Song Ji's face. "Here's your birthday party allowance of 200 yuan. Consider it a gift." Although Meng Huan's action was clearly meant to humiliate Song Ji, she merely lowered her eyes, remaining silent. Meng Huan, finding the situation dull, remarked, "No wonder Pei Jinyan finds you uninteresting. It's truly the case." Just then, a male voice interjected, "Miss Meng, is it really necessary to bully someone like this in broad daylight?" Chapter 16. Plans to keep Song Ji on the side. Upon hearing this, Song Ji looked up to find Han Chung approaching with his hands in his pockets. He stood before her, concern evident in his eyes as he noticed the injury on her forehead. "Are you hurt? Did they do this to you?" Song Ji quickly shook her head. "No." Beside them, Meng Huan mocked, "Han Chung, are you planning to play the hero?" Han Chung turned to Meng Huan, his expression cold. "Miss Meng, are you intending to bully others at school?" This statement seemed to strike a nerve, and Meng Huan immediately erupted. "Who's bullying? I saw everything just now, and I even recorded." Before she could finish, Meng Huan suddenly shouted, "Han Chung, mind your own business. If it weren't for Pei Jinyan, do you think you have the right to stand here and talk to me?" Han Chung scoffed. "Tsk. You speak as if you're the president of the country." He leaned closer to Meng Huan's ear, whispering something that made her face change instantly. After casting a resentful glare at Song Ji, She turned to leave, her friends hurrying to follow. Watching Meng Huan's retreating figure, Songji expressed her gratitude to Han Cheng. Thank you, senior. Songji, you're too soft. Anyone can walk all over you. Songji shook her head. I'm fine. After a moment of curiosity, she asked, by the way, what did you say to Meng Huan just now? Han Cheng smiled. I simply reminded her that Pei Jinyan prefers obedient girls. Realizing something, he paused. Do you know Meng Huan? Songji chuckled. We're dorm mates, and I'm aware she is Pei Jinyan's new girlfriend. Han Cheng looked at her with a complex expression. Did she bully you? Songji shook her head. No. I'm grateful for your help just now. Han Cheng laughed heartily. Just standing up for what is right. By the way, do you know of any channels for part-time jobs? Upon hearing this, Songji's eyes lit up. Is there any? Han Cheng shook his head. Not much reliable yet, but many restaurants near the school are looking for part-timers, though they only pay 30 yuan an hour, which is a bit low. Songji's eyes brightened. That's not low at all. Thank you, senior. Han Cheng felt a bit surprised. 30 yuan was nothing to them, and he was initially hesitant to mention it. Yet Songji seemed genuinely pleased. He scratched his head, feeling slightly embarrassed. As long as you don't mind the low pay. Let us find a place to sit and I can tell you more. After a moment's hesitation, Songji nodded slightly. The two made their way to a fruit tea shop located beneath the dormitory building. Han Cheng placed a cup of fruit tea in front of her. And Songji quietly said thank you. Han Cheng smiled, taking a seat across from her. Unable to contain herself, Songji asked about the part-time job. Let us not discuss that yet. Let us talk about something else first. What? The school offers financial aid and scholarships for underprivileged students each year, but right now, you need the aid, as scholarships depend on academic performance and take time. Songji was taken aback. Do they have that in college too? Han Cheng grinned. Of course, and there's quite a bit. How much? 10,000. Upon hearing this, Songji was utterly shocked. In high school, they had similar programs, and she received aid every year, but it wasn't much. She never imagined college would offer 10,000 yuan. If she could secure this aid, her tuition would be covered, and she would only need to earn her living expenses. Han Cheng's information undoubtedly filled Songji with hope, and she excitedly asked, Senior, how do I apply for this? Do I need to find the homeroom teacher? You'll need to fill out some forms and submit them to your homeroom teacher. I'll send you the forms, and you can pass them to your teacher. Songji nodded, her face brimming with gratitude. Thank you so much, Senior. You don't need to be so polite with me. Songji felt a bit awkward. Han Cheng continued, So are we friends now? Songji was taken aback for a moment before nodding slightly. Just as Han Cheng was about to say something, his phone on the table suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID and saw it was Pei Jinyan. Han Cheng answered the call in front of Songji. Hello. Hey, Han. Where are you? What is up? Let us go for a drink. Isn't today your girlfriend's birthday? Aren't you spending it with her? Don't mention it. I saw Songji at the birthday party. I don't know who told her that Meng Huan is my girlfriend, but it seems she's south trying to get close to Meng Huan on purpose. Han Cheng cast a fleeting glance at Songji before discreetly pressing the intercom button. Songji's expression remained serene, devoid of any emotion. Han Cheng spoke into the phone. Jian Yin, Meng Huan is doing well. Take good care of her. I know you're planning to get engaged by the end of the year. Is that confirmed? Yes. By the way, do you have any news about Songji? I can't seem to reach her. Upon hearing Pei Jinyan mention her name, Songji tightened her grip on her fruit tea. What do you need her for? Haven't you two broken up? Break up? Nonsense. I never intended to end things. I just wanted to give her some space. But aren't you planning to get engaged? What do you still want from her? Pei Jinyan replied nonchalantly, What else can I do? Find her and sweet-talk her. It's not like I can't afford it. I haven't been in touch with Songji. Perhaps you should ask someone else. True, she's quite reclusive. By the way, how about we grab a drink? No, I have other matters to attend to. Pei Jinyan scoffed. What could possibly be so pressing? Are you off to accompany your girlfriend? Han Cheng glanced at Songji. Not yet. She's not my girlfriend at the moment. Pei Jinyan paused momentarily before teasing. When did you acquire a crush? I wasn't aware. I haven't won her over yet. Once I do, you'll find out. All right then, I won't disturb your pursuit any longer. I'll hang up now. I'm meeting Taozi and the others. With that, he abruptly ended the call, leaving an awkward silence in the air. Han Cheng took the initiative to speak. I'll gather all the information and send it to you. If you have any questions later, just call me, and I'll guide you. Okay, thank you. Regarding the part-time job, I'll refer that senior to you. Keep an eye out for it. Songji nodded and softly expressed her gratitude. Han Cheng glanced at the time. Let's head back. I need to leave too, Songji nodded. As they approached her dormitory building, Han Cheng called out to her, Songji. She looked up. What is it? If you want to change dorms, I can help you with that. Songji was somewhat taken aback. Change dorms? Didn't you say you and Ming Huan were in the same room? I'm worried she might bully you. Han Cheng harbored his own ulterior motives, not wanting Pei Jinyan to know that Songji was also at Hong Kong University. However, as long as she shared a dorm with Ming Huan, Pei Jinyan would eventually find out. Songji shook her head. No need. Ming Huan is actually quite nice. After a moment, she continued, Senior, are you planning to pursue me? Chapter 17. Ji, let's reconcile. Han Cheng was taken aback by Songji's forthrightness. His earlier conversation with Pei Jinyan had merely been a test. He awkwardly chuckled, Yes, I find you quite admirable. Senior, you needn't waste your time on me. Han Cheng was momentarily stunned, his confession yet to escape his lips before it was dashed. He forced a smile. Am I already sentenced to death without a proper confession? Songji lowered her head. I'm sorry. Han Cheng sighed. It's all right. Don't feel pressure. My feelings for you are my own concern. Songji raised her eyes, staring at him in confusion. Han Cheng continued, Songji, just let me like you. You don't need to respond if you don't want to. Songji grasped his meaning. She didn't want to. Firstly, she did not harbor feelings for Han Cheng, and secondly, he was a brother to Pei Jinyan. She did not wish to entangle herself with anyone connected to him. Senior, I'm sorry, but let us not keep in touch from now on. Han Cheng's heart sank. Although he hadn't seen Songji often, he understood her temperament. She appeared fragile but was resolute about certain matters, like her breakup with Pei Jinyan. She had severed ties completely, changing her phone number and WeChat ID. However, Songji also had a tendency to be soft-hearted and easily moved. If Pei Jinyan could win her over, Han Cheng felt confident he could too, provided Songji didn't blacklist him. No, let us just be friends. I won't pursue you anymore. Songji remained silent. Han Cheng pressed on, since you just started at our school, having a friend could open more doors. Songji nodded slightly. Remembering Pei Jinyan's earlier words, she tentatively asked, will you reconcile with Pei Jinyan? Songji shook her head slightly. Han Cheng sighed in relief. Go on up, and by the way, I've organized the materials for the financial aid application. I'll send them to you. Thank you. When Songji returned to her dorm, Ming Huan had yet to come back. The other two roommates were present and inquired about her part-time job. Songji smiled and replied, It's going well with that. She pulled out 200 yuan from her pocket and placed it on Ming Huan's desk. In the following days, Songji didn't see Ming Huan. She attended classes as usual and worked part-time at the campus restaurant on weekends. The job was introduced by a senior in their group, requiring her to work from 6 to 9 every evening, earning 10 yuan an hour, including a meal. On her first day reporting for duty, she was taken aback to encounter Pei Jinyan at the restaurant. As she delivered a menu to a private room, their eyes met. Pei Jinyan's expression remained indifferent, while Ming Huan was visibly surprised. Songji, you work here? Songji nodded, stepping forward to place the menu on their table. Classmates, here is the menu. Please let me know what you'd like. Pei Jinyan suddenly looked up, his gaze warm as it lingered on her for a few seconds before he spoke. Recommend something for me. Songji complied, suggesting several signature dishes, all of which Pei Jinyan ordered. She breathed a sigh of relief, fearing he would make things difficult for her, but it seemed she had overthought it. Do you really enjoy working part-time? As Songji prepared to leave with the menu, Pei Jinyan inquired. She paused, turned to him, and nodded slightly yes. Then she exited the private room. Songji assumed this would be her last interaction with Pei Jinyan, but to her surprise, he intercepted her at the dormitory entrance later that evening. Songji. Pei Jinyan was dressed in a casual white shirt, a stark contrast to his attire at the restaurant. Songji recognized the shirt. It was the one she had chosen for him on their first date. That day had not gone particularly well, as she had admired a canvas bag that cost only a few dozen yuan. But he had dismissed it as cheap, insisting on buying her something more expensive, which she had refused. When it came time to pay, he had insisted on covering the cost, and she hadn't objected. After leaving the store, Pei Jinyan had turned to leave, remarking, Songji, when will you change this cheap habit of yours? Cheap? Yet this was the only lifestyle she could afford. That 19 yuan canvas bag was already a luxury for her. The white shirt she had bought him had cost 59 yuan, a sum she had saved by eating only steamed buns for a week. Perhaps in Pei Jinyan's eyes, it was indeed inexpensive, which was why he had never worn it again after that day. Just when she thought he had discarded it, he appeared before her wearing it. Is there something you need? Why didn't you tell me you were studying here? Song Ji smiled softly. I intended to, that night after we broke up, but the words never came out. Pei Jinyan paused, his breath hitching for a moment before he spoke. So, you enrolled in this school for me? Song Ji lowered her gaze, remaining silent. The truth was, she had indeed come here for him. Before they had started dating, her plan had been to escape her home and live in another city. It was Pei Jinyan's presence that altered her decision. Like a stone tossed into a lake, creating ripples that, in retrospect, seemed less appealing, prompting her to turn away, leaving behind a lake that rippled in concentric circles for a long while before it settled. Pei Jinyan was that stone, and she was the still water, devoid of any disturbance. Song Ji did not hide her feelings and directly admitted, yes. Pei Jinyan's body tensed, and a proud smile crept onto his face. He had always said that Song Ji loved him fiercely, but her shyness prevented her from seeking reconciliation directly, instead opting for various coincidences to appear in his life. He decided that the matter of reconciliation should be broached by him. Considering he still had feelings for her. Gigi, let us get back together. Pei Jinyan's voice remained gentle as he spoke. Song Ji looked up, momentarily stunned. Pei Jinyan, I'm unwilling. Pei Jinyan froze, seemingly unable to believe his ears. What did you say? Song Ji reiterated her previous statement. The warmth in Pei Jinyan's eyes swiftly dissipated. Song Ji, I've taken the initiative to ask you to reconcile. What more do you want? His gaze turned serious, and his tone was less than pleasant. Song Ji shook her head. I don't want to reconcile. I don't want to be with you. Pei Jinyan chuckled dismissively, reaching out to pinch her cheek. Song Ji stepped back, avoiding him. He lowered his hands, gazing at her with a carefree smile. Gigi, you still like me, don't you? Chapter 18. Just a temporary novelty. Song Ji remained silent, simply watching him. The warm-toned light illuminated the youthful, handsome features of the boy before her. This visage is indeed beyond reproach. Undeniably, upon learning that Pei Jinyan has swiftly entered into a new relationship, Song Ji cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow within her heart. After all, Pei Jinyan is her first love, the very first boy to stir her emotions. Yet, what of it? She and Pei Jinyan inhabit entirely different realms. A young master like him would only view her as a fleeting novelty. It was her own misunderstanding that led her to believe he harbored feelings for her. Over time, Song Ji has come to clarity. She and Pei Jinyan are simply not meant to be. Pei Jinyan continued, be good. Stop being difficult, or I may truly become angry. Song Ji replied coolly, Pei Jinyan, Meng Huan is quite wonderful. Treat her well. Pei Jinyan paused, taken aback. Are you upset because of Huan Huan? Song Ji felt somewhat exasperated. She had long ceased to be angry. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Pei Jinyan spoke first. You are aware, aren't you? Huan Huan is Fu Lu's niece, the man who held you that day at the villa. At this juncture, Pei Jinyan's expression soured. The mere thought of Song Ji in another man's embrace filled him with a desire to eliminate the competition. Yet that man was Fu Lu. Not even he, nor anyone in the entire port city, would dare offend Fu Lu. Song Ji asserted, Meng Huan is truly good for you. You two are well matched, treat her right. With that, she turned to leave. But after merely 2 steps, her wrist was seized forcefully. What do you mean by that? Song Ji shook off his grip and retorted bluntly, Pei Jinyan, I no longer have feelings for you, nor will I reconcile. And no sooner had she spoken than Pei Jinyan pressed her against the ginkgo tree behind her, leaning down to kiss her. Taken aback by his sudden fervor, Song Ji pushed him away with considerable force and swiftly slapped him across the face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed, plunging the surrounding air into an eerie silence, broken only by the rustling of ginkgo leaves in the evening breeze. Pei Jinyan, clutching his reddened cheek, glared at Song Ji with a dark expression. Song Ji, how dare you hit me? Song Ji's eyes reflected a hint of panic. It was you who forced a kiss on me. Pei Jinyan, infuriated yet amused, responded, very well, Song Ji, you think I am utterly devoted to you. Don't you? You are correct. Huan Huan is 1,000 times better than you. I must be out of my mind to seek you out. With that, he turned and left, leaving Song Ji slumped against the tree, covering her face as she quietly wept. Meanwhile, from a second-floor window, a figure observed the entire scene unfold below. Upon returning to her dormitory, Song Ji discovered Meng Huan was also present. Just as she contemplated whether to greet her, Meng Huan spoke first. Song Ji, Was this money left by you? Songji nodded. Meng Huan picked it up and handed it to her, saying, "What do you want this for? It is rightfully yours." Songji waved her hand dismissively. "No need. I didn't do much that day." As she spoke, she hung her bag on the wardrobe door. Meng Huan smiled. "Aren't you in need of money? Take it. After all, 200 yuan is not a trivial amount for you." Songji paused, then shook her head. "Though I am short on funds, if it isn't mine, I won't accept it. At least you have some self-awareness," Meng Huan remarked. Songji remained silent. Following the incident at the villa, she had resolved not to engage further with Meng Huan. They could maintain a lukewarm relationship for the next 4 years. However, while Songji thought this, Meng Huan had other ideas. But that was a matter for another time. While lying in bed, Songji received a call from Han Chung, who informed her that he had sent the application form for the financial aid for impoverished students and the relevant details to her email, urging her to check it. Upon realizing this, Songji felt a wave of distress. She did not own a computer. She called Han Chung, and the moment the phone rang once, he picked up. "Hello. Senior, does that document require a computer to download?" "Yes, I just sent it to your email. You can check it now." With a resigned sigh, Songji replied, "I can't check it right now. I will try to find time to go to an internet cafe tomorrow afternoon." She refrained from mentioning her lack of a computer to Han Chung, expressing her gratitude before hanging up. Suddenly, Meng Huan, who was sitting in her chair applying a face mask, interjected, "Do you need a computer?" Songji nodded. "I can lend you my laptop." Taken aback by the offer, Songji responded, "Really? Thank you, Meng Huan." Meng Huan nodded slightly, moving her chair aside to make room for Songji, descending from her bed. Songji took a seat at Meng Huan's workstation, logging into her email on her laptop. Meng Huan discreetly cast glances at the screen. "You're applying for financial aid," Songji affirmed. Meng Huan scoffed. "How much could it possibly be? I heard from a senior that the school's financial aid for impoverished students is 10,000 yuan. Meng Huan remained unimpressed. "Oh, well, that is indeed quite a sum for you." Songji smiled but said nothing. After about 10 minutes, she completed the application, sent it to her homeroom teacher's email, and logged out of the computer, thanking Meng Huan. Meng Huan waved her hand dismissively. Remaining silent, returning to her bed, Songji noticed Meng Huan spraying alcohol on her laptop repeatedly. Gripping her book tightly, she felt a surge of anxiety but ultimately focused on her reading. Suddenly, a business card slipped from the pages and landed on the blanket. Fu Lu's card. She had tucked it away in her book after their last encounter, and had she not seen it today, she might have forgotten about Fu Lu's prior proposal of marriage. Gazing at the card, Songji entered Fu Lu's name into her phone search bar, quickly pulling up his profile. Within moments, she found a brief introduction. Fu Lu, 30 years old, 187 cm tall, executive president of the Fu Group. The revelation took her breath away. The Fu Group was a legendary entity in the port city, with ventures spanning the realms of dining, hospitality, film, and new media. As its president, Fu Lu's wealth surpassed 9 figures. She had known Fu Lu was affluent, but had not realized he was so extraordinarily wealthy. At that moment, Songji fully grasped the chasm that lay between her and Fu Lu, a height she could never hope to attain in her lifetime. Songji suddenly called out Ming Ying, who had just emerged from the bathroom. Songji sat up and looked towards her. "What is it? Do you have any sanitary napkins?" "I've run out." Songji shook her head. "I don't have any." "You didn't buy any?" "My period hasn't arrived yet, so I didn't purchase any." Ming Ying looked taken aback. "You haven't gotten your period yet?" "Uh-huh." Ming Ying casually remarked, "Goodness, it's been over a month since school started. And you still haven't had it? Have you seen a doctor?" Chapter 19. Don't you want to be with me? Songji was momentarily stunned. Over a month since school began. She hurriedly pulled out her phone and opened her notes. Her last period had been on July 20th, but now it was mid-September. Almost 2 months had passed, and still no sign of her period. How could this be? Could she be suffering from some ailment? Before she could voice her concerns, Cui Ting, sitting across from Ming Ying, leaned in and quietly asked, "Songji, do you have a boyfriend?" Songji looked at Cui Ting, puzzled. "Huh? Why do you ask all of a sudden?" Cui Ting hesitated, then said, "My mom is an obstetrician. I know a bit about these things." Songji failed to remember what else Cui Ting said, but the possibility of pregnancy struck her like a bolt. Seeing Songji frozen in shock, Cui Ting continued, "Oh, if you haven't been sexually active, there's no need to worry. It could just be hormonal imbalance. You should definitely see a doctor for a thorough checkup." Songji absent-mindedly acknowledged her. "I understand, thank you." Chuiting. Chuiting waved her hand. No problem. If you're scared, Mingying and I can accompany you to the hospital. But since you don't have a boyfriend, it's unlikely you're pregnant. She indeed has no boyfriend, but she has been sexually active. A month ago, on the cruise, with the older man, on the weekend, Songji reached out to Fu Lu, intending to return the items he had given her. When Fu Lu received her call, he was not surprised. Instead, he instructed her to wait for him at the villa. After hesitating for half an hour in her dormitory, Songji ultimately decided to meet Fu Lu in person, as she also needed to stop by the pharmacy. The pharmacy. Songji grappled with her decision for half an hour before finally mustering the courage to buy a pregnancy test. She placed the test in her bag and took the subway to Fu Lu's villa. Over an hour later, she found herself standing at the villa's entrance. She rang the doorbell, but there was no response from within. Growing anxious, she noted the overcast sky and the oppressive heat, signaling an impending downpour. After waiting for a while without any sign of Fu Lu, the rain began to fall in her haste to leave. She had forgotten an umbrella, so she shielded her head with the bag and prepared to depart when the iron gate slowly opened. A sleek black Maybach emerged from the rain and came to a stop beside her. In the next moment, the car door swung open, and Fu Lu's voice called out, "Get in." Without a second thought, Songji hastily climbed into the car. As soon as she settled in, Fu Lu handed her a towel. "Wipe yourself off. Don't catch a cold." Songji accepted it, murmuring a soft thank you. For reasons unknown, she always felt inexplicably anxious in Fu Lu's presence. "Have you thought it through?" Fu Lu's melodious voice broke the silence. Songji paused, momentarily taken aback, then shook her head slightly. "I came to return the clothes." As she spoke, she lifted the bag in her hand, saying, "I have already washed the clothes, and about the one you gave me, I cannot accept it." When Songji uttered these words, her head was bowed low. Fu Lu cast a sidelong glance, catching only a glimpse of the girl's flushed ears. "Let us talk inside." "You re-drenched," he suggested. As the car drove into the villa's garage, Songji followed Fu Lu into the house. The moment they entered, Fu Lu swiftly removed his tie with one hand, tossing it onto the sofa, and staggered forward. It was then that Songji noticed something was amiss with him. In a wonder, she had caught a whiff of alcohol when they got into the car. Fu Lu was drunk. Seeing him struggle to stand, Songji instinctively reached out to steady him. The rain had intensified her fragrance, and with each breath, the air was filled with her scent. Fu Lu felt an overwhelming heat rising within him and pushed her away, saying, "Don't touch me." Startled, Songji nearly stumbled, apologizing reflexively. "Sorry." Observing her reaction, Fu Lu sighed helplessly. "I'm going to take a shower. Just wait here." How could he explain? His push was not meant to be malicious. He was merely afraid of scaring her if he lost control. Yet, it had still frightened her. Standing alone in the living room, Songji watched Fu Lu's unsteady movements, tempted to help him, but recalling his earlier cold words. She hesitated. Just as she was contemplating whether to leave, a loud crash echoed from the bedroom. Without a second thought, Songji rushed toward the sound. Upon entering, she was met with a scene that left her breathless. Fu Lu had carelessly tossed aside the towel wrapped around his waist, grabbing loungewear from the wardrobe. Just as she walked in, she caught sight of him holding a pair of underwear, preparing to put it on. In that moment, Songji froze at the doorway. Fu Lu looked up and met her bewildered gaze, a smirk playing on his lips. "Have you seen enough?" Realizing her predicament, Songji flusteredly covered her eyes. Stammering, "Uncle, you." Fu Lu, unhurried, slipped into his pajama pants and approached her, towering over her. "What's wrong?" The faint scent of alcohol lingered in his breath, causing Songji to instinctively take 2 steps back, summoning her courage. She glanced at him quickly, then dropped her gaze, speaking softly, "I thought you." She had assumed the loud noise meant Fu Lu had fallen. Fu Lu prompted, "Thought what?" Songji shook her head, "Nothing. I want to go back to school." Hearing this, Fu Lu scrutinized her from head to toe. Her hair was still damp, clinging to her cheeks, likely from the rain. "You don't want to stay with me?" he inquired. Songji instinctively shook her head. Fu Lu's gaze fell upon her bowed head. "Look up." Obediently, Songji raised her eyes to meet his. "Uncle, I want to go home. I have a part-time job this afternoon." Fu Lu held her gaze for a long moment before shifting his focus. "What are your thoughts on marriage?" He broached the subject of marriage, and after a brief hesitation, she replied honestly, "I'm sorry, I cannot marry you. Fu Lu appeared taken aback. Why? Songji spoke softly. I am still studying, and I don't want to get married so soon. After finally getting into university, she only wished to graduate smoothly, find work, and escape her family. Perhaps one day she might marry someone, but it would not be the man before her. Fu Lu quietly responded, marrying me does not conflict with your studies. As he spoke, he gently tucked a damp strand of hair behind her ear. Songji instinctively recoiled. Are you afraid of me? He asked. She nodded, then panicked, shaking her head in realization. Chapter 20. Be good. I like obedient girls. Fu Lu couldn't help but chuckle at her adorably naive expression, sneering lightly. I one tea bite. You're Meng Huana's uncle. She stated. Fu Lu raised an eyebrow. Is that why you're unwilling to marry me? Songji bowed her head in silence. Fu Lu's tone suddenly turned cold. Do you think sleeping together means I want to take responsibility? Songji's eyes widened in shock. Fu Lu leaned closer, enunciating each word. Have you forgotten? It was your initiative. Oh dear. He was being so cruel, teasing her when she was the one at a disadvantage. Songji felt tears welling up. Fu Lu observed as her eyes widened, and the corners of his mouth curled into a charming smile. He reached out, pulling her waist gently toward him. In the next moment, Songji found herself pressed against his broad chest, inhaling the refreshing scent of mint. Looking down at her, Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief in his expression. If you don't want to take responsibility. Then he paused, his lips curling slightly. I may have to seek someone to make things right. The person he referred to was none other than Uncle Hat, a fact Songji was all too aware of. Panic surged within her. Under the heat of Fu Lu's hand, her skin trembled uncontrollably. She struggled lightly, attempting to break free from his grip, but Fu Lu only tightened his hold, their bodies pressed closely together. Memories of that reckless night a month ago flooded her mind, causing her to panic. Her voice trembled as she spoke. You can't go to Uncle Hat. Fu Lu smirked. I'm a businessman. I want to allow myself to be at a loss. Songji was momentarily speechless, her voice shaking as she replied. Then maybe I'll let you sleep with me once. The last words barely escaped her lips. Growing quieter. Yet Fu Lu heard her clearly, and his amusement deepened. This little one was indeed full of surprises. He gazed at her unadorned face, not conventionally beautiful, with small eyes and lightly defined brows. Her eyelids forming a gentle fan shape rather than the currently popular large European double eyelids. However, her long, thick eyelashes and a small beauty mark on her eyelid were charming. Her nose wasn't particularly prominent, and her skin had darkened from military training. Yet, her most endearing feature was her small mouth with delicate dimples. Her petite frame felt soft and fragrant in his embrace. Recalling that night, when she had clung to him, biting and nibbling, he had taught her how to kiss and please his body. Each midnight reverie brought forth memories of that night, and the same was true in this moment. His gaze fell upon her slightly pouted lips, and when she uttered those timid words, Fu Lu found it hard to contain himself. Very well, he reached out, gently caressing her soft lips with his fingertip. Songji appeared particularly sensitive, trembling uncontrollably in his arms. Suddenly, a phone rang, shattering the charged atmosphere. In a flurry, Songji pushed him away and fished her phone from her pocket. It was an unfamiliar number. She glanced at Fu Lu before pressing the answer button. Hello, it's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Songji frowned. Instinctively, she wanted to hang up, but Pei Jinian's voice interrupted her thoughts. Don't hang up, let me finish. What is it? She replied coolly. Where are you? Let us talk face to face. Songji felt a wave of annoyance wash over her at the thought of his forceful kiss from that night. Pei Jinian, just say what you need to say. I don't want to meet with that. She hung up abruptly. When she looked up, she unexpectedly met Fu Lu's probing gaze, her heart racing. She had just mentioned Pei Jinian's name. Sure enough. Fu Lu's voice followed. What's your relationship with Pei Jinian? As he stepped closer, Songji instinctively retreated, nervously replying, In nothing. Fu Lu gently traced her cheek with his fingertip, causing her to flinch involuntarily. Ji, don't lie to me. I'll see through it. His voice was soothing yet sent shivers down her spine. The pressure of his presence made her instinctively fear him. Ultimately, she relented. Well, we dated. Adding quickly, she clarified, but we've broken up. Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. When did you start dating? June 20th. And how long did it last? 1 month and 5 days, Fu Lu chuckled softly. You remember it so clearly? Do you really like him? Songji hesitated. It was true. She had liked Pei Jinyan, but that was in the past. Now, she had come to terms with it. Noticing her silence, Fu Lu grasped her chin, compelling her to look up at him. Speak. His voice turned cold. Songji felt a surge of emotion, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I don't like him anymore. Turning her head away, she didn't want Fu Lv to see her weeping. Fu Lv released her, teasing, Are you really this prone to tears? Songji hurriedly wiped the tears from her cheeks, but with each attempt, more cascaded down, impossible to stem. She spoke with a sense of grievance. You all bully me. Both Pei Jinyan and Fu Lv were guilty. Fu Lv chuckled. Clearly, it's you who doesn't want to take responsibility. How did it become me bullying you? Songji felt a twinge of guilt, murmuring, I want to go back to school. After saying this, she couldn't help but sneeze. Observing this, Fu Lv reached out to touch her forehead. Fortunately, there was no fever, merely a consequence of the rain she had been caught in earlier. Take off your wet clothes, he instructed. Songji paused, suddenly realizing something, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Right now? Fu Lv raised an eyebrow. What else? Songji, feeling increasingly anxious, stammered, Uncle, can we wait until evening? I can't possibly. The thought of such daylight indiscretions was beyond her. Fu Lv gazed at her silently for several moments before gently tapping her forehead. What are you imagining? Songji covered her head, letting out a small whine. Fu Lv continued. I merely noticed your clothes were damp and was concerned you might catch a cold. I suggested you take a hot shower. What a disaster, a colossal misunderstanding. Songji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, wishing she could vanish into a crevice of the earth. I'm sorry. She hung her head, resembling a remorseful schoolchild. Go wash up. Don't catch a cold. Songji shook her head. Be good. I prefer obedient girls. Chapter 21. Gigi, kiss me. When Songji emerged from the bathroom, she found the living room empty. She called out softly, Uncle. No response. Had he left? Approaching the sofa, she rummaged through her bag for her phone, intending to call Fu Lv, when she caught sight of the pregnancy test she had purchased at the pharmacy. Just as she was hesitating about whether to test now, she heard Fu Lv's voice coming from the study. Flustered, she quickly shoved the test back into her bag and made her way to the study, politely knocking on the door. Come in. She gently pushed the door open to find Fu Lv seated at the computer, his fingers dancing over the keyboard. Songji entered, standing quietly to the side. Planning to wait until he was finished, Fu Lv paused, glancing up at her. The girl was clad in the clothes he had prepared for her, fitting quite well this time as they were tailored to her size. His gaze fell upon her slightly damp hair, indicating she had not had time to dry it. All cleaned up? Songji blushed and nodded. Fu Lv stood, approaching her and grasping her wrist. She instinctively pulled back. Uncle, what are you doing? Drying your hair, he said, leading her towards the bedroom. He pointed to the hairdryer resting nearby. Once you're done, come out. With that, he exited the bedroom. Moments later, the sound of the hairdryer filled the air from the bathroom. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, Songji realized she had come to return clothes but ended up wearing them again. She sighed silently, tidied up the bathroom, and stepped out of the bedroom. In the living room, she immediately spotted the man in a gray-blue loungewear sitting on the sofa, his head bowed as he examined something in his hands. As she approached, before she could speak, Fu Lv's indifferent voice cut in. What's this? Songji froze for a moment, following his gaze to the object in his hands. She was taken aback to see that Fu Lv was holding the unopened pregnancy test. A wave of guilt washed over her. This is a test strip. What is it for? Fu Lv's brow furrowed slightly. Songji felt her heart race, stepping forward to snatch the test from his grasp. Fu Lv, you're pregnant? At his words, she instinctively denied it. No, I'm not pregnant. Then can you explain the item in your hand? Gripping the test tightly, she hesitated. I just tested it. 2 lines indicate pregnancy, and this one has only 1. As she spoke, she cautiously observed Fu Lv's expression. His demeanor remained calm, causing her heart to pound anxiously. Sure enough, the next moment, he said, Wait a moment. I'll take you to the hospital for a detailed examination. Panic surged through Songji at his words. No need. I'm really not pregnant. Observing her flustered state, Fu Lv seemed convinced that she was expecting his child. At 30, he had never imagined he would marry and have children. He wasn't even prepared for fatherhood, yet here was this child. Whether or not she was pregnant would be determined by a checkup. With that, he pulled out his phone to make a call. Hearing mentions of hospitals and gynecology made Song Ji anxious. I'm really not pregnant. But Fu LV didn't give her a chance to protest, directly taking her to the hospital. Perhaps due to Fu LV's prior arrangements. Upon arrival, Song Ji was immediately ushered to have blood drawn. After finishing, she couldn't help but ask, Uncle, if I am pregnant, do you want this child? Fu LV stared at her for a long moment before responding. It's not the right time. Song Ji's heart sank. Although she had anticipated this outcome, it still hurt. Uncle didn't plan to keep her child. Her head drooped and silenced. Fu LV noticed her expression and said, Let's go. I'll take you back to school. Song Ji looked up, confused. But we haven't received the results yet. They'll notify me once the results are out. For now, let's get you back to school. Song Ji shook her head. There's no need for the trouble. I can take the bus myself. Faced with her distance and reluctance, Fu LV's expression darkened. Without a word, he grasped Song Ji's wrist and led her toward the garage. She tried to pull away, but he held her tighter. Be good. I'm taking you back to school. Once inside the car, Song Ji spoke softly, Uncle, just drop me off at the subway station. I can take the train from there. While driving, Fu LV inquired, Why? Afraid of being seen? Feeling exposed, Song Ji blushed. She couldn't shake the feeling that there were no secrets left between them. Fu LV continued. Or are you worried about Pei Jinyan seeing you? Aren't you both from the same school? Song Ji cast her gaze downward, her voice barely audible. Yes. Why? How could she explain? She feared being seen by Meng Huan, worried about ridicule and mockery for aspiring to soar high. She didn't want to become the subject of gossip among her peers. She simply wished to pass her 4 years of university quietly. Song Ji muttered, I don't want to be talked about. Fu LV parked by the roadside, turning to look at the girl in the passenger seat. Ji, you know I'm a businessman, and I don't engage in losses. Song Ji looked at him. Puzzled. Fu LV continued. If you want me to agree to your request, perhaps you need to offer something in return. She pondered for a moment before replying, What do you want? Fu LV reached out, gently tapping her lip with his index finger. Kiss me. Song Ji was taken aback for half a second, her face flushing crimson. Why, you mean, just once? She stumbled over her words. Fu LV chuckled at her adorable bewilderment. Of course not. Song Ji's eyes widened in surprise. How many times then? Until I'm satisfied. Song Ji's mind went blank, taking a moment to process his words. She hadn't expected this seemingly composed man to so boldly speak of such things. The next second, she heard a click as her seatbelt was released. Fu LV reached out, effortlessly pulling her close, his strength lifting her to straddle his lap. The position left Song Ji blushing fiercely, her body instinctively squirming. Uncle, let me go. His large hand rested on her lower back. Don't forget, you still owe me one with that. He gently kneaded the soft flesh at her waist. Song Ji melted into him, trembling uncontrollably. Someone might see us. She buried her face against his chest in embarrassment. Fu LV stroked her hair gently, whispering soothingly, No one outside can see. Looking up at him, her eyes glistening, she asked, Really? Chapter 22. Curious about the pregnancy, Fu LV nodded. Song Ji hesitated for a moment, then cautiously leaned in closer. Fu LV silently gazed at her damp eyelashes, reaching out to tenderly caress the nape of her neck. This was Song Ji's first time taking the initiative to kiss someone. Fu LV's lips were cool and soft against hers. She merely pressed against him, unsure of what to do next. His rough fingertips grazed her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Overwhelmed, she instinctively wanted to pull away. She lifted her face, her eyes still glistening, looking as if she had just endured a hardship. After a long pause, she gasped, See, can we stop? Fu LV looked at her flushed cheeks, shaking his head. Not yet. Song Ji's pupils dilated in disbelief as she stared at him. Uncle, you're teasing me. You said one kiss would be enough. Fu LV smiled but remained silent. Song Ji sulked, feeling wronged and unwilling to engage with him. Ji, look at me. Obediently, she raised her face. Teaching you what constitutes a kiss. Fu Lu's voice was husky, somewhat enticing. Song Ji gazed at him in confusion, embodying an eager student seeking knowledge. What does it mean? Open your mouth. Huh? The girl looked at him with a somewhat foolish expression, eyeing the fleeting moment of her lips parting slightly. Fu Lu leaned down and captured her lips in a kiss. His kiss was not as innocent as Song Ji's, where lips merely brushed against each other. Rather, it was assertive, deep, and fervent. His hand, resting on Song Ji's waist, tightened instinctively, as if he wished to meld her into himself. Song Ji felt as though the air in her lungs was being depleted, the sensation of suffocation intensifying. Her body grew weak, collapsing against Fu Lu's chest. Sensing her struggle for breath, Fu Lu paused for a moment, his lips brushing against the corner of her mouth. Ji, breathe. Realizing her predicament too late, Song Ji instinctively inhaled. Yet before she could steady herself, Fu Lu's lips were upon hers once more. Suddenly, a knock resounded on the car window from outside. Song Ji lifted her eyes to see Ming Huan's face pressed against the glass, instinctively shrinking into Fu Lu's embrace. Fu Lu gently stroked her hair in reassurance. Don't worry, she can't see us. Upon hearing this, Song Ji relaxed, still curling up like a quail in Fu Lu's arms. Her voice trembled with a hint of desperation. Uncle, please don't let her see us. I beg you, if Ming Huan were to discover that she was in the car with his uncle engaging in such activities, she would undoubtedly humiliate her, possibly even reporting it to the school, leading to her expulsion. After enduring so much to reach university, she couldn't afford to have her future ruined so easily. Fu Lu placed a tender kiss on her cheek and murmured soothingly in her ear. Are you very afraid of her? Song Ji nodded. Why? Did she bully you at school? Song Ji remained silent. Fu Lu's hand on her waist tightened significantly, reiterating his question. Reluctantly, Song Ji whispered, She doesn't let me get close to you. Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, an expression of knowing amusement dancing across his features. In the next moment, Ming Huan's voice rang out from outside. Uncle, is that you? Upon hearing this, Song Ji instinctively tried to duck under the seat. But Fu Lu's grip on her waist held her firmly in place. Panic surged within her. Uncle, please let me go. If you don't want to be seen, be good. Upon hearing this, Song Ji immediately stilled, obediently remaining nestled in Fu Lu's arms, the cool scent of mint enveloping her senses. In the next instant, Fu Lu cracked the window slightly, addressing Ming Huan outside. Is there something you need? Ming Huan's eyes lit up with surprise. Uncle, it really is you. I knew I wasn't mistaken. She then turned to Pei Jinyan behind her. Jianyan, I told you it was my uncle's car. Didn't I? Upon hearing Pei Jinyan's presence, Song Ji involuntarily shrank further, Fu Lu's hand on her waist squeezed firmly. Song Ji let out an involuntary sound, quickly covering her mouth in panic, but it was too late. The two outside had already heard, especially Ming Huan, who, upon hearing another girl's voice inside the car, could hardly believe it. Uncle, who's in your car? She leaned closer to peer through the gap. Fu Lu replied nonchalantly, Your aunt. Ming Huan paused for a moment, then her excitement bubbled over. Uncle, when did you start dating? Why didn't you tell me? Just recently I want to see, she exclaimed, leaning forward for a better look. Unfortunately, all she could make out was a girl with long hair draped over her shoulders, clad in white, leaning against Fu Lu, rendering her face invisible. Ming Huan smiled sweetly. Hello? Auntie? Song Ji instinctively shrank further into Fu Lu, burying her face in his chest, too afraid to speak. Fu Lu's lips curved into a subtle smile. She is shy, don't scare her. Ming Huan quickly took a step back. Oh, I understand, Auntie is just a bit bashful. With that, she gestured for Pei Jinyan to approach and greet her uncle. Pei Jinyan respectfully addressed Fu Lu. Uncle Fu, I'm taking Huan out for dinner. Would you and your aunt like to join us? Fu Lu cast a sidelong glance at the little one in his arms, replying coolly, Maybe next time. Pei Jinyan paused, his gaze drifting to the girl nestled against Fu Lu. Upon noticing her, his eyes narrowed slightly. Although he couldn't see her face, something about her felt familiar. He spoke again. It's fine. We've already met. Let us all go together. As he said this, he reached for the car door. Fu Lu swiftly locked the door, raising the window in the face of Pei Jinyan's inquisitive gaze. Fu Lu lowered his eyes, observing the girl still playing the role of an ostrich, then gently lifted her chin. The girl, fearful of being seen, had pressed her entire face against his chest, her skin clammy with sweat. He reached out to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear, then removed the hair tie from her wrist, effortlessly gathering her hair into a ponytail. He gazed into her glistening eyes. All done, no one saw. Song Ji sniffled, struggling to free herself from Fu Lu's embrace. I want to get down. This time, Fu Fu Lu did not stop her. Instead, he lifted her and placed her in the passenger seat. Perhaps because Songji had initiated the kiss, Fu Lu did not drop her off directly at the school gate. Instead, taking her to a bus stop 2 kilometers away. As they arrived, Songji hesitated before speaking. When will the test results come out? Fu Lu raised an eyebrow. Why? Are you concerned? Songji nodded. Yes, I want to know if I'm pregnant. And if you are? Fu Lu countered. Songji recalled Fu Lu's previous words and replied, if I am, I'll just terminate it. At her words, Fu Lu's expression visibly darkened. He scoffed coldly, remaining silent as he gestured for Songji to exit the yard. As she stepped out, she barely had time to say goodbye before the car sped away. She stood there, bewildered, watching the vehicle disappear from view, feeling somewhat perplexed. He hadn't even told her when the test results would be available. With a sigh, Songji slowly made her way towards the school. Chapter 23. An unexpected encounter. An hour later, Songji arrived at the school dormitory, not encountering her 2 roommates but instead spotting Meng Huan, who rarely stayed in the dorm. Surprised, Songji thought, wasn't she out dining with Pei Jianyan? Meng Huan looked up, her gaze lingering on Songji for a moment before she spoke. Are you surprised to see me? Songji, feeling a pang of guilt, shook her head. No, since the previous incident. She had avoided any interaction with Meng Huan. Fortunately, it was time for her part-time job, so she hastily gathered her things and headed out. Just as she reached the door, Meng Huan suddenly called out, "Stop!" Songji paused, looking back at her in confusion. Meng Huan nonchalantly remarked, "Your outfit looks nice. Where did you buy it?" Songji lowered her gaze, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. This was a gift from her uncle. She dared not reveal that fact, casually claiming she bought it online before hastily exiting. Meng Huan stared intently at the door through which Songji had left, her teeth clenched tightly. Did she think she was a fool? Just a random online purchase? That outfit was from a high-end brand, worth 6 figures. There was no way someone like Songji, who was practically broke, could afford it. She must have caught the attention of a wealthy benefactor. Curiosity piqued, Meng Huan wondered who Songji's generous sponsor could be. Upon arriving at her part-time restaurant, Songji found that, due to the weekend, it was bustling with customers. As she navigated the dining area with the menu in hand, a familiar male voice called out from behind her, "Songji?" She turned around, her brows furrowing slightly upon recognizing the boy who had called her. What bad luck to run into Pei Jinyan's friend here. She hadn't expected that after only 1 or 2 encounters, they would remember her. It's really you. I thought I was mistaken," the man exclaimed. He had dyed blonde hair and wore a flashy floral shirt, exuding an air of casual bravado. Songji recalled him as Chi, also a student at Jing University. Not wanting to engage with them, she turned to greet other customers at the entrance. However, it was clear that Chi had no intention of letting her go easily. "Hey, Songji, we need to order more dishes here." Songji wanted to brush him off, but this was work, and she didn't want to jeopardize her income. She turned to their table, forcing a professional smile. "Hello, what would you like to order?" Chi ignored her question, instead asking curiously, "Why are you working here? Didn't you get into college?" The boy sitting across from him chimed in, "Don't forget, Pei Xiao is also from our school. Why do you think she is here?" Chi nodded knowingly, glancing at Songji with a teasing grin. "Jinyan is already dating someone new, and you still think you can cling to him?" Songji gripped the menu tighter, responding, "If you haven't decided what you want, I can come back later." With that, she attempted to leave. Chi stretched out his hand to block her. "Wait, we're ordering. Don't you get a commission for this?" "No, what a pity," he said, casually flipping through the menu she held. "So, how much do you make working here?" Songji replied coolly, "I'm not obliged to disclose that." Chi's demeanor shifted as he felt publicly slighted, his expression darkening. "What are you being so high and mighty for? No wonder Pei Jinyan said you were no fun and dumped you. It's clearly true." His words, though not overly loud, were clearly audible to the surrounding diners. Curious gazes gradually fell upon Songji. Pei Jinyan was quite the prominent figure at school, known to nearly everyone. Thus, upon hearing the latest gossip about the school heartthrob, whispers began to circulate among the students. Songji chose to ignore them, standing silently without a word. Chi, feeling as though he were striking against cotton, found the situation tedious. He casually ordered a couple of dishes and instructed Songji to leave. She took the menu, turned, and departed. However, as she walked through the dining area, the discussions surrounding Pei Jinyan filled her ears. Upon reaching the kitchen, the proprietress noticed the pallor on her face and expressed her concern. Songji, are you all right? You don't look well. Songji shook her head. I'm fine. It's just the dishes from table 9. Leave them be. You should take a break. I can see you're not looking too good. The proprietress insisted. Thank you, but I'm really okay, Songji replied. The proprietress remained adamant, urging her to rest. Reluctantly, Songji nodded. All right, I'll finish clearing the last table before I clock out. With that, she began to tidy up the dining area, awaiting the next batch of customers. Just then, Han Qing entered and spotted Songji bent over a table. Turning around, she was slightly taken aback to see him. Senior, are you here for a meal? Han Qing nodded. Are you working here? Yes, but I'm about to finish my shift. Then let us have a meal together. Songji waved her hand. I've already eaten. Han Qing chuckled, glancing at his watch. It's just past 6. You've eaten already? Feeling a bit awkward, Songji recalled Han Qing's previous assistance and said, Then let me treat you. The dishes here are quite delicious. Sure. You sit tight. I'll inform the proprietress that I'll be leaving with you. As he made his way to the kitchen, Songji explained the situation to the proprietress, who peered out and, upon seeing Han Qing, grinned widely. Your boyfriend is quite handsome. Realizing the misunderstanding, Songji quickly waved her hands in denial. He is not my boyfriend. He is a friend. The proprietress chuckled playfully. Yes, I understand you young folks. I was young once too. Just clock out and go. After clocking out and changing out of her work uniform, Songji approached Han Qing. Sitting at the innermost table, Qi noticed the interaction between Han Qing and Songji. A smirk tugging at the corners of his mouth, he pulled out his phone and snapped a picture of them. What are you taking pictures of? The boy next to him inquired curiously. Nothing much, just something amusing, he replied, sending the photo to a group chat with Pei Jinian. Within moments, Pei Jinian responded. Qi teased, Bro, if I'm not mistaken, that's your ex-girlfriend, isn't it? Is she here to rekindle things with you? He continued, but wait, why would she be dining with Han Qing if she is trying to reconcile with you? Are they dating? Pei Jinian, upon reading this, was seething with anger. He enlarged the photo, scrutinizing it closely. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the place where Songji worked part-time. Gripping his phone tightly, his knuckles turned white from the force. Well done. Truly, well done, a brother of mine, my girlfriend. Engaging in such clandestine affairs. Placing such a heavy green hat upon me. Chapter 24. Betrayal. In the end, it was Han Qing who paid for the meal. Songji felt somewhat embarrassed. I should have treated you. Han Qing smiled as he tucked his phone away. Next time, you can treat me. Songji nodded. Let us go. I'll walk you back. No need. I can manage on my own, he replied. Han Qing fell silent. Ever since he had revealed his feelings, Songji had been avoiding him. A sigh escaped him, regretting that he had disclosed his feelings so soon. Songji, we are friends. Songji lowered her gaze and replied softly, I know. Han Qing smiled. If you know, why are you acting so distant? Before Songji could respond, her attention was suddenly drawn to Pei Jinian, standing ominously about 10 meters away. Han Qing seemed to sense her unease and turned to follow her gaze. Upon spotting Pei Jinian, he paused momentarily before greeting him with a smile. What a coincidence. You're out for a meal too. Where's your girlfriend? Pei Jinian approached, his eyes scanning the two of them. Han Qing, shouldn't you explain what is going on here? His voice remained calm, yet Songji sensed it was the calm before the storm. Han Qing raised an eyebrow. Explain what? Why are you with Songji? Shouldn't you be explaining that to me? Han Qing chuckled lightly. Why should I explain why I'm with Songji to you? There's no need. Pei Jinian's anger flared. Han Qing, you damn well know that I dot before he could finish. Han Qing interrupted. Aren't you the one who broke up with her? You said she was too well-behaved and boring, that playing with her was uninteresting. Have you forgotten? With every word Han Qing spoke, Pei Jinian's expression grew more and more ashen. You know I only. Pei Jinian hesitated, unable to voice the words to cool down Songji. He had a premonition that uttering those words would seal his fate with her. But his silence didn't prevent Han Qing from continuing. You just wanted to cool her off because she was too innocent, refusing to let you kiss or hug her, so you planned to wait a month. And then when you got back together, she would be at your mercy, right? A flicker of panic crossed Pei Jinian's eyes. He glared at Han Qing. You were my brother, and yet you've stabbed me in the back like this? Han Qing sneered. I find it quite shameful to be your brother. Since you know, let me be clear. I'm pursuing Songji now. Pei Jinian gritted his teeth and spat. Han Sheng, you dare? Han Sheng, unafraid, retorted. What is there to be afraid of? You broke up with Song Ji? Why are you so concerned? As his words fell, Pei Jinian threw a punch. Han Sheng, caught off guard, took the hit squarely. Cursing under his breath, he returned the blow, and soon they were entangled in a fierce brawl. Song Ji stood by, piecing together the context from their conversation. It became clear that in their eyes, she was merely a pawn. The absurdity of the situation struck her, and she found it laughable. Neither Pei Jinian nor Han Sheng were good people. Not wishing to witness the two continue their scuffle, she turned and walked away. Seeing her leave, Han Sheng called out, Pei Jinian, let go. Song Ji is leaving. Only then did Pei Jinian come to his senses, looking up to see Song Ji's retreating figure. He wanted to chase after her but was held back by Han Sheng. Fury surged through Pei Jinian. Han Sheng, let go of me. What do you intend to do? Do you really think that now that Song Ji knows your plans, you have any chance of reconciliation? Pei Jinian seethed. You're the one who betrayed me, revealing everything to her. Han Sheng smirked. Even if she didn't know your filthy intentions, Song Ji wouldn't reconcile with you. Pei Jinian was taken aback. What are you saying? Han Sheng, unflinching, said, Song Ji told me she would never get back together with you, so you might as well give up. With that, he dashed after Song Ji. At the girls' dormitory entrance, Han Sheng grasped Song Ji's wrist. Song Ji, let me explain. She halted, turning to face him with a smile. All right, go ahead. Han Sheng struggled to find the words. Noticing his silence, Song Ji continued. Han Sheng, I truly appreciate what you did for me before, but let us not meet again. Han Sheng's breath hitched. Why? Song Ji replied calmly. I don't care whether your intentions are the same as Pei Jinian's. I don't want any connection with you or anyone associated with him. I'm just an ordinary person, hoping to graduate smoothly. Panic crept into Han Sheng's demeanor. No, you're misunderstanding. Before he could finish, Song Ji interjected. You know about Pei Jinian's situation, right? Han Sheng nodded. He told me. He's trying to manipulate me into staying. And you? What difference is there between you and Pei Jinian? Han Sheng fervently insisted. I am different. Song Ji, I truly like you. Not just seeking a physical relationship. Song Ji chuckled softly. I don't like you. Besides, I already have a boyfriend. So please don't show up in front of me again. Upon hearing this, Han Sheng's pupils constricted in disbelief. You're lying. What reason would I have to lie? Han Sheng forced a smile. Song Ji, even if you don't like me, don't use such an excuse to deceive me. A boyfriend? If you had one, why haven't I seen him at school? He's not from our school. That's impossible. Frustration welled up within Song Ji. She merely wanted Han Sheng to give up. Regardless of what he and Pei Jinian had done, she didn't want to make things too uncomfortable between them. However, at this moment, with this thought in mind, Song Ji took out her phone, scrolled through her contacts until she found Fu Lu's number, and dialed it directly, pressing the speakerphone option. After a few rings, Fu Lu's melodious voice emanated from the device. Ji. Upon hearing Fu Lu's voice, Song Ji felt her cheeks flush involuntarily. She spoke softly. The lingerie you bought for me seems to still be in your car. I've retrieved it. When will you come to collect it? How about I come over to your house tomorrow? Her tone carried a hint of playful coaxing. There was a brief pause from Fu Lu's end before he chuckled softly. All right, just give me a call then. Song Ji replied affirmatively. Okay, I'll hang up now. Wait a moment. Fu Lu's voice came through again. Song Ji paused. What's the matter? The hospital's test results have come out. Hearing this, Song Ji tightened her grip on the phone. Chapter 25. Ji, do you find it amusing to use me? Her intention in calling Fu Lu was primarily to deter Han Sheng, not to disclose her pregnancy. Anxiety gripped her heart, rendering her speechless. A moment later, Fu Lu's voice broke through her thoughts. What's wrong? Don't you want to know the results? Song Ji whispered. Can you tell me tomorrow when I come over to your house? All right. Song Ji couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then I'll hang up. I need to take a shower. Did you not just shower here today? Are you going to shower again? Song Ji was taken aback by Fu Lu's remark, her cheeks flushing. While he wasn't entirely wrong, the sudden, ambiguous comment caught her off guard, leaving her feeling somewhat embarrassed. Instinctively, she glanced at Han Sheng, who wore a wounded expression as he looked at her. Before she could hang up, he couldn't restrain himself from questioning. Song Ji, do you have a boyfriend now? Yet you continue to keep me hanging. Confusion washed over Song Ji. When had she ever led him on? She thought they had been clear from the start. She opened her mouth to explain, but Han Cheng, his expression cold, tossed out a dismissive remark before leaving. I never expected you to be this kind of person. I misjudged you. Song Ji. She found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, Fu Lu's deep voice broke through her thoughts. Ji, do you find it amusing to use me? Only then did Song Ji realize she had not hung up the call. The older man had overheard her. Her heart sank, and she frantically sought to explain, but the words caught in her throat, refusing to emerge. He hadn't said anything wrong. She had indeed been using him to, I'm sorry. Just as she finished speaking, the line went dead with a series of beeping sounds. Had he hung up in anger? Sighing, Song Ji returned to her dormitory, feeling a sense of loss. When she saw Meng Huan in the dorm, embarrassment washed over her, likely due to the day's events. As she held her change of sleepwear, preparing to head to the shower, Meng Huan called out to her. Song Ji, the woman in my uncle's car today was you? Wasn't he it? Song Ji stiffened, turning to face Meng Huan. I don't know what you're talking about. Meng Huan scoffed. Oh, playing coy. I saw it all. What did you see? I saw you in my uncle's car. Don't say you weren't trying to seduce him. Song Ji, are you that shameless? Song Ji tightened her grip on the basin, maintaining a calm facade. Meng Huan, you claim to have seen me seducing your uncle. Do you have any evidence? Meng Huan paused, realizing she had no proof. She merely recognized the outfit Song Ji wore as being similar to the one worn by the infamous aunt. Uncertain if it was indeed Song Ji, she had been waiting in the dorm to confront her, but seeing Song Ji so composed made her question her assumptions. Then explain why you're wearing that dress. Don't say you bought it online. I saw this exact piece at Granny Xiang's today, and it cost 6 figures. Song Ji was momentarily stunned. She glanced down at her dress, astonished by its exorbitant price. If she were to sell it, she could never afford to repay that amount. Seeing Song Ji silent, Meng Huan became increasingly convinced that Song Ji had indeed tried to seduce her uncle. Suddenly, she jumped up and reached for the dress Song Ji was holding. Caught off guard, Song Ji pushed her away. Meng Huan, are you out of your mind? Song Ji, who usually had a gentle demeanor and appeared easy to bully, found herself unable to contain her frustration this time. The events of the day had overwhelmed her beyond her limits. Ultimately, their confrontation ended in discord, with Meng Huan leaving the dormitory after hurling a harsh remark. Song Ji, just wait. That night, Song Ji lay in bed, her mind consumed by the image of Fu Lu's anger. Tossing and turning, she found it impossible to sleep. After retrieving her phone from beneath her pillow and hesitating for more than 10 minutes, she finally dialed his number. The call went unanswered. A sense of disappointment washed over her. Fu Lu was genuinely upset, refusing to take her calls. She hadn't intended to manipulate him. Suddenly, she felt suffocated by her circumstances, the weight of it all making her want to cry. Tears streamed from her eyes as she placed her phone aside and buried her face in her pillow. A moment later, her phone vibrated. In a flurry, she pressed the call button. Hello. She spoke in a hushed tone, fearing her roommates might overhear. There was silence on the other end, causing her to grow anxious. She spoke softly again. Uncle, I'm sorry. It wasn't intentional, I knowed. Fu Lu's voice was hoarse, clearly having been awakened by her call, with a noticeable nasal tone. Song Ji was taken aback. He understood she hadn't meant it. Had something occurred? Fu Lu's voice returned, still gentle. Yes, there is something. At this. Song Ji choked back a sob. She didn't want to cry, but hearing Fu Lu's voice made her feel vulnerable. Why are you crying? I'm not crying. Are you coming to my house tomorrow? I'll have the driver pick you up. I have a part-time job tomorrow. I won't be able to come until next week. Song Ji spoke softly. Fu Lu fell silent. Assuming he didn't believe her, she hurriedly clarified. I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying. All right, I understand. Get some rest. It's late. Song Ji murmured. Good night, uncle. After the call ended, she suddenly realized she hadn't asked Fu Lu if he was still angry with her. With that thought in mind, she picked up her phone and sent him a text. Uncle, are you still angry? Just seconds after sending the message, Fu Lu replied, Get some rest. Song Ji stared blankly at the message, unclear whether he was still upset. The next moment, another message popped up. Not angry. A smile instantly spread across Song Ji's face. It was a relief to know he wasn't upset. Perhaps after clarifying things with Fu Lu, a sense of relaxation washed over her, and she soon drifted off to sleep. Sunday. Song Ji arrived early at the restaurant for her part-time job. Being the weekend, The lunch crowd of students was rather substantial. When Pei Jianyan entered with Ming Huan, they spotted Song Ji serving customers in the dining area. Song Ji Ming Huan found a seat and called out. Song Ji felt a flicker of surprise upon seeing them. Pei Jianyan remained silent, but Ming Huan scrutinized Song Ji from head to toe, remarking, wearing six-figure outfits from Granny Xiang, yet you are still here working part-time? Listening to Ming Huan's mocking tone, Song Ji understood that her visit was not merely for a meal. Sure enough, when it came time to order, Ming Huan smiled and said, Song Ji, I heard your parents want to marry you off. And you ran away, didn't you? At this, Song Ji's breath caught. Her grip on the menu tightened involuntarily. Before she could respond, Ming Huan continued, You haven't visited your parents in a long while. Have you? I bet your parents would be thrilled to hear that you're studying at Jingda and have hooked a wealthy benefactor. Song Ji understood now that Ming Huan was threatening her. She lowered her voice and asked, What do you want? Chapter 26. Only widowed, not divorced. Ming Huan raised her hand, glancing at her freshly manicured nails, and casually remarked, I hold grudges. If someone makes me unhappy, I want to let them have it easy. So you plan to tell my parents? It depends on my mood, and I heard your mother is looking for you to discuss your dowry. Song Ji never imagined that Ming Huan's retaliation would involve informing her parents. She had worked hard to escape her family background and attend university. She couldn't let it all fall apart here. Taking a deep breath, Song Ji apologized. I'm sorry for what happened before. I shouldn't have shouted at you. With that, she bowed deeply to Ming Huan. Seemingly ignoring the apology, Ming Huan turned to Pei Jianyan and said, Jianyan, you know about the urban village, right? She lives in one. And her mother is trying to marry her off for a dowry of 200,000. Pei Jianyan scoffed. What does that have to do with me? His indifferent attitude pleased Ming Huan, who smiled and said, Oh, come on. Everyone says Song Ji is your ex-girlfriend. What's wrong with showing a bit of concern? Who said she is my ex-girlfriend? Does she even deserve that? True, you'd never be interested in someone as boring and obedient as Song Ji. The two continued their unabashed discussion, completely disregarding Song Ji's feelings. Just then, the boss lady approached, sternly stating, Song Ji, what are you doing? You're dawdling. Hurry up and help in the kitchen. With that, she snatched the menu from Song Ji's hands and sent her on her way. Song Ji understood that the boss lady was trying to help her out. She cast a grateful glance at the proprietress before turning to head towards the back kitchen. As she left, she overheard Ming Huan complaining that Song Ji was sluggish in her tasks, unable to even place an order correctly, and suggested that the proprietress dismiss her with little to do in the kitchen. Song Ji stood at the sink, washing dishes. When the proprietress approached with the menu, she cast a glance at Song Ji, hesitating to speak. Song Ji understood the unspoken words of the proprietress. She managed a strained smile, saying, Sister May, I heard everything. They don't want me to work here, do they? The proprietress sighed. Their backgrounds are quite complex. I have my own difficulties. Understanding, Song Ji replied, I don't blame you. The proprietress sighed again and handed Song Ji 300 yuan for her wages. Sister May, this is too much. It should be 150. Consider it as sisterly compensation. Just accept it. With that, she forcefully placed the money in Song Ji's hands and hurried off to attend to other matters. After putting away the 300 yuan and washing the last few bowls and chopsticks, Song Ji changed out of her work uniform, preparing to leave. To her surprise, she encountered Ming Huan in the restroom corridor. Ming Huan looked at Song Ji's attire and suddenly laughed. You know, I hold grudges. How does it feel to be dismissed? Song Ji ignored her and attempted to walk past. Ming Huan blocked her path, stating, Song Ji, I warn you to keep your distance from my boyfriend and my uncle. Otherwise, I'll make sure you can't stay in school. Song Ji shook off her hand and retorted with a cold smile. Ming Huan, what are you afraid of? A flicker of unease crossed Ming Huan's eyes, yet she feigned bravado. What could I possibly fear? If you're not afraid, why do you target me at every turn? I have no grievances with you. I merely wish to graduate smoothly. Can't you just leave me alone? Ming Huan smirked, her contempt glaring. As I mentioned, I am quite resentful. What grievances do we have? When I was dating Pei Jianyan, you weren't even with him, were you? Or is it about your uncle? It baffles me. What does my relationship with your uncle have to do with you? Aren't you overstepping your bounds? Now you're admitting you were flirting with my uncle, right? Ming Huan accused. Song Ji, you truly are a shameless hussy, flirting with men everywhere. Song Ji gazed quietly at the girl before her. realizing that her constant forbearance only emboldened Meng Huan to bully her further. Despite her good temper, it did not mean she should be a victim. Suddenly, she recalled what Fu Lu had said about marriage. Looking at Meng Huan, she gathered her thoughts and spoke. "You're right. The next time we meet, you might just have to call me Annie." An hour later, Songji found herself once again standing at the door of Fu Lu's villa. Fu Lu was somewhat taken aback upon seeing her. "Weren't you supposed to be working part-time?" Songji shook her head, remaining silent. Noticing her downcast demeanor, Fu Lu inquired, "What's wrong?" Songji shook her head again, took a deep breath, raised her face to look at him, and asked, "Uncle, do you still mean what you said about marrying me?" Fu Lu was taken aback that she would bring up the subject. Observing the slight redness around her eyes, he frowned. "Did someone bully you?" Songji stubbornly pressed, "Just tell me, do you want to marry me or not?" "Sure. Then let us get married right now," she said, reaching for Fu Lu's hand to pull him along. Fu Lu, bemused, asked, "Gigi, what is going on?" "To the Civil Affairs Bureau. We're getting married now." Fu Lu chuckled helplessly. "It's the weekend." What suddenly prompted this change of heart? Songji shook her head, unwilling to elaborate. Seeing her silence, Fu Lu gently ruffled her hair. "Have you thought this through?" Without a moment's hesitation, she nodded. Fu Lu said nothing further but turned towards his study. When he returned, he held a document. "This is the marriage agreement. After you sign, I'll arrange for us to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau on a weekday." Songji reached for the document, not bothering to read it, and hastily signed her name. Once she finished, she realized the impulsiveness of her actions. She had just hastily agreed to marry him. Noticing her hurried signature, Fu Lu assumed she had been distressed. He glanced at the document, noting her elegant handwriting, perfectly legible. Raising an eyebrow, he asked, "Aren't you going to read the contents?" Songji shook her head. Fu Lu smiled slyly. "Since we're married, you should move out of the dormitory in a few days and live at home." Upon hearing this, Songji was taken aback. "What? We have to live together?" Fu Lu was amused by her astonished expression and replied, "Why wouldn't we live together after getting married? Did you think marriage was just about signing a piece of paper? What does it entail then? Marriage comes with the responsibilities and obligations of a wife. Do you understand?" Songji was momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing involuntarily. She had never considered such implications. The thought of agreeing to marry Fu Lu had indeed been spurred by Meng Huan's provocations. She had never anticipated any obligations involved. In an instant, she felt a pang of apprehension. "Uncle, can I backtrack and get a divorce? I only deal with widowhood, not divorce." "Oh no, what a mistake. I shouldn't have acted so impulsively." Chapter 27, Little Sweetheart. Kissing alone isn't enough. Later that evening, in the living room. "Come here." Fu Lu sat on the couch, observing the still somewhat naive girl. Songji instinctively glanced up at him. He wore a gray, casual shirt, buttons loosely fastened, appearing relaxed as he lounged on the sofa. "Come here, little sweetheart," he called again. After a moment's hesitation, she approached him. In the next instant, Fu Lu pulled her onto his lap. Songji felt a rush of embarrassment, tensing up and not daring to move. Fu Lu brushed her hair behind her ear. "What are you afraid of?" "We're already married." Songji lowered her head, stammering, We haven't gotten the certificate yet." "But you just signed, didn't you?" This left Songji speechless. The black and white agreement left her no grounds for rebuttal. Moreover, Fu Lu had stated that there was only widowhood, no divorce. Looking up at him, she asked, "Uncle, I'm just saying if I wanted a divorce, would you kill me?" Fu Lu's expression turned cold at her words. "What, do you want to die?" Songji quickly waved her hands. "No, I don't." Fu Lu smirked, his voice laced with a lazy drawl. "Then be good and don't make me angry." With that, he gently kissed the corner of her lips. Songji remained still, not daring to push him away. Sitting on his lap, Fu Lu observed the girl's obedient demeanor. His mood lifting, he cupped her chin gently, pulling her closer, with a slight pressure on her chin. Songji winced, instinctively parting her lips. In the next moment, Fu Lu captured her lips with his. "Gigi, Pei Jinyan doesn't like obedient girls, but I do." Songji's face drained of color. She had previously mentioned to Fu Lu that she had dated Pei Jinyan but had broken up. However, she had never revealed the reasons for their separation. How could Fu Lu know so much? Perhaps sensing her distraction, he bit down on her lip, prompting her to try to escape. Yet, Fu Lu would not let her off so easily. His long fingers slid beneath her clothing, resting on her lower back, gently kneading. Songji melted against him, surrendering to his fervent kisses. Moments later, Fu Lu released her, and she gazed at him with watery eyes and flushed cheeks. He lifted her, carrying her towards the bedroom. Upon seeing the documents on the table, he grabbed them and took them into the bedroom. Yes, he laid her down on the bed and leaned in for a kiss. Songji quickly placed her hand on his chest. Wait, I need to go back to school, Fu Lu smirked, tracing her cheek with his fingers. Gigi, saying that now is quite a buzzkill. Songji shrank back slightly, murmuring, I have class tomorrow. I'll take you to school tomorrow. Songji shook her head. No, they check rooms at night. If I'm not in the dorm, I'll lose credits, don't worry. No one dares to deduct your credits. Songji realized she could not escape tonight, but the thought of what might happen next filled her with dread. I haven't showered yet. As soon as the words left her mouth. Fu Lu sat up at the edge of the bed, looking at her helplessly, and then Songji blinked. What about it? After showering. What do you want to do? She clutched the bed sheet tightly, her nerves heightened. Fu Lu sighed. Gigi, we're married now. Have you forgotten your own promise? Songji shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. I haven't forgotten. I just am not ready. Uncle, I want to go back to school. Please, with that, her eyes brimmed with tears. Tonight, I want to touch you, but you can't go back to school. Why? Songji asked, puzzled. Now that we're married, how can newlyweds live apart? Upon hearing this, Songji found herself at a loss for words. Gigi, kiss me. Fu Lu pulled her close, allowing her to rest her head against his chest. Songji tilted her face up to look at him, realizing that uncle seemed to enjoy her kissing him. He always encouraged her to do so. She opened her mouth. Just a kiss is enough? Fu Lu nodded. Songji nimbly adjusted her position, leaning in closer to his lips. She wished to bring joy to Fu Lu. So she clumsily mimicked the actions from their previous kiss. Sensing the girl's eagerness to please, Fu Lu inquired, Are you trying to appease me? Blushing, Songji nodded. Fu Lu smirked, Little one, kissing alone is insufficient. What else must we do? Suddenly, Songji recalled something, and her already warm cheeks ignited with embarrassment. She shook her head. You just said you wouldn't touch me. I keep my promises, but tonight, I will teach you something else. The girl looked puzzled. What? You'll find out soon enough. Just be obedient. With that, his fingers wove through her hair, resting on the nape of her neck, applying gentle pressure. Their lips met once more in that instant. The temperature in the room rose, and the intimacy of taking the initiative left Songji feeling dizzy. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, the droplets tapping rhythmically against the floor-to-ceiling windows, drowning out the sounds of their shared intimacy. After about half an hour, the room fell silent, and the rain outside gradually subsided. Songji had not anticipated that Fu Lu meant something like this. That night felt akin to opening Pandora's box. Leaning against the headboard, Fu Lu pulled her small hand towards him, kissing her palm, which was slightly flushed. Are you tired? He asked. Songji nodded. My wrist is sore, and my lips feel numb from the kisses. However, she believed that her actions had pleased Fu Lu. Still, she hesitated to stay overnight. So seizing the moment while Fu Lu was in good spirits, she murmured, Uncle. Fu Lu responded, Yes? I want to go back to school. Fu Lu frowned. It's nearly 10 o'clock. Are you sure you want to go back now? Songji lowered her head in silence, her eyes slowly reddening. If anyone discovered that she had stayed out all night, the school would surely punish her. Sensing her anxiety, Fu Lu gently reassured her. I've already informed the school that you would be staying at my place for the night. You need not worry. Songji was taken aback. When? When you came to my home. He tightened his embrace around her. Now sleep. I will take you back to school tomorrow. Instinctively, she attempted to pull away, but Fu Lu's grip only tightened. Gigi, if you keep teasing, tonight won't be as simple as just kissing. Upon hearing this, Songji immediately shrank back into his arms, too timid to move. Fu Lu lowered his head and pressed a kiss to the top of her hair. Chuckling softly, such a good girl. Songji mumbled her dissatisfaction, but Fu Lu heard her and chuckled lightly, Little one. You certainly hold a grudge. You're already counting my faults. Chapter 28. Gigi, I regret it on Monday. Songji accompanied Fu Lu as they left the house. On their way to school, she mustered the courage to make a request. Uncle, can we do as we did before and drop me off at the intersection? Fu Lu, who had been resting his eyes, lifted his eyelids to glance at her. Why? Is it that you cannot bear to be seen with me? Songji quickly waved her hands. No, I just don't want my classmates to know I'm married. Is it that you don't want your classmates to know? Or you don't want Pei Jinyan to know? Misunderstanding his implication, Songji shook her head vigorously. No, I have nothing to do with him. Then give me a kiss. If you do, I will agree. Songji tilted her face up towards him. Fu Lu reminded her again. Ji, if you don't hurry, we'll be at the school gate. Upon hearing this, Songji lunged forward, pressing her lips against his. Fu Lu took the lead, deepening the kiss. Songji became dizzy from the kiss until the driver's voice interrupted. Mr. Fu, we've arrived. It was only then that Songji became aware of her surroundings. The car had already come to a stop in front of the school. She glared at Fu Lu, frustrated. He chuckled helplessly. Well, who told you to take so long to kiss me? The girl pouted. That's not true. It was you. Fu Lu retorted. What did I do? You were the one who took your time. Fu Lu reached out to gently pat her head, speaking softly. All right, my fault. Go on now. I'll pick you up at noon. Songji felt her cheeks flush as she hastily opened the car door and stepped out. Just a couple of steps away, the driver called from behind. Young madam, your phone. He extended the phone towards Songji. Mr. Fu noticed you left your phone in the car and had me return it to you. Songji took it, thanking him politely. Thank you, Uncle Chun. You're too courteous, young madam. Take care. Songji nodded, glancing towards the car in the distance. In the next moment, the back seat window slid down. Their eyes met, and Songji felt her cheeks heat up once more. Her uncle was far too charming, always enticing her in a fluster. She turned and hurried towards the school. At noon, after school, Songji returned to her dormitory, feeling apprehensive. The room was empty, likely because her roommates had gone to eat. Remembering Fu Lu's promise to pick her up, she glanced at her phone, uncertain of when he would arrive. Just as she was contemplating whether to call him, the dormitory door swung open, and Ming Ying and Chui Ting entered with lunchboxes. Unaware of what had transpired in the dorm, they began discussing the poor quality of the cafeteria food. As Ming Ying spoke, a thought struck her, and she turned to Songji, saying, Songji, your boyfriend is looking for you. Songji froze. What? Ming Ying continued. He's downstairs. Your boyfriend is quite handsome. She winked at Songji. Boyfriend? She had no boyfriend. Could it be that her uncle had come to the school? With this thought, Songji felt a pang of nervousness. She feigned nonchalance, saying, Oh, I'll go see. Upon reaching the bottom of the dormitory, she found no sign of Fu Lu, leaving her puzzled. Was she being pranked? Just as she was about to head back upstairs, a familiar voice called out from behind. Startled, Songji turned to find Pei Jinyan approaching her swiftly. No wonder he had been so resolute during their breakup. It turned out he had found someone else. Pei Jinyan's voice dripped with sarcasm as he said, So this is why you were so decisive when we broke up. You found yourself a new partner. After glancing at her new dress, clearly expensive, he continued, So you've hooked up with a wealthy man. Pei Jinyan's expression darkened as he demanded, Who is he? That man. Who is he? Songji frowned. What? I saw it all. You pretended to be aloof in front of me, but you're all over some other man. Faced with his humiliation, Songji felt her eyes welling with tears. Clenching her fists, she fought to control her emotions, but the tremor in her voice betrayed her. Pei Jinyan, you are shameless. Attempting to brush past him, she found her arm caught as he refused to let her go. Am I mistaken? I heard from Huan that you were involved with a rich old man, and I didn't believe it until now. Songji, didn't you say you liked me? Your affection seems rather cheap. Songji stared at him in silence, pulling her hand away. Pei Jinyan, we have broken up. Who I associate with is none of your business. Pei Jinyan's lips trembled in anger. Say that again. Who I associate with is none of your business. Pei Jinyan scoffed. So, Songji, are you doing this to get back at me? Songji froze, looking at him in confusion. Pei Jinyan continued to shout in anger. You're just hooking up with some rich old man out of spite. For money? Are you really that shameless? What nonsense are you spouting? You're insane. Still not admitting it. I saw it with my own eyes. That man looks to be over 50, old enough to be your father. Don't you feel disgusting lying in his bed? As soon as he finished speaking, Songji could no longer hold back and slapped Pei Jinyan across the face. You jerk. She bit her lip, tears brimming in her eyes as she glared at him. Fu Lu, witnessing Songji's tears, felt a pang of guilt for his harsh words. He had come to reconcile with her, but after seeing those photos, his anger had gotten the better of him. Ji, Songji cut him off. Pei Jinyan, let me tell you one last time. I no longer like you. We have broken up. Do not appear in front of me again. With that, she turned and walked towards the school gate. Pei Jinyan stood frozen in place, an emptiness consuming him. He knew he had to do something. Otherwise, he would truly lose Songji forever. With that thought, he hurried after her, grabbing her wrist. Ji, let's get back together. It was my fault before. Songji pulled her hand away, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. Pei Jinyan, I used to think you were just a bit spoiled, but not a bad person. Now, you've made me feel sick. Am I some kind of cheap person? You think you can call me over whenever you want and then just discard me when you're bored? Pei Jinyan shook his head, flustered as he tried to explain. No, Ji, I truly liked you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have pursued you for so long. But you got tired of me after just over a month. You said it yourself. Have you forgotten? Pei Jinyan's face turned pale. Ultimately, the words that pierced Songji's heart now lodged themselves deep within, bringing forth pain and regret. He found himself yearning to grasp something, stretching out his hand to clutch Songji's sleeve. Ji, listen to me. Before he could finish, his gaze fell upon the crimson mark at the nape of her neck, rendering him momentarily frozen. Chapter 29. Our little one has been wronged. Songji noticed Pei Jinyan's intense gaze and, feeling somewhat self-conscious, adjusted her collar. In the next heartbeat, Pei Jinyan seized her wrist tightly, his eyes fixated on the kiss mark adorning her neck. What is this? With a sigh of resignation, Songji met his fiery gaze and replied calmly. Pei Jinyan, we are no longer connected. As she attempted to withdraw her hand, Pei Jinyan's grip remained unyielding. Furrowing her brow, she insisted, let go of me. Through clenched teeth, Pei Jinyan demanded, what is this mark on your neck? You know very well what it is, don't you? With her words, Pei Jinyan's expression darkened further. Suddenly, he could no longer contain himself and let out a shout. Startled by his outburst, Songji was taken aback, and the surrounding crowd turned their curious gazes toward them. Not wishing to be the subject of their scrutiny, she forcefully yanked her hand back and retorted with disdain, Pei Jinyan, what is wrong with you? Just as her words faded, her phone chimed. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was from Fu Lu. Pei Jinyan noticed too. Upon seeing the note uncle in her contacts, he became even more convinced that Songji was indeed being kept by an older man. With his eyes blazing, he shouted, Songji, how shameless can you be to sell yourself for money? Irritated by his incessant yelling, Songji shot back, Pei Jinyan, my affairs are none of your concern. With that, she answered the call. Hello, uncle. On the other end, Fu Lu's melodious voice resonated. I'm at the school gate, come out. Surprised, Songji replied, you're at school? Yes. Then could you please park the car at the intersection? She didn't want to be seen during the lunch break. Fu Lu remained silent, prompting her to soften her tone. Uncle, I beg you. All right. A smile spread across her face. I'll be right there. Without glancing back at Pei Jinyan's darkened expression, Songji headed towards the school gate. Songji, Pei Jinyan's voice boomed. She paused momentarily but continued on her way to the next moment. Pei Jinyan's voice, now tinged with a hint of desperation, called out, Ji, don't go. Still, she chose to ignore him. The bond between them had been severed that fateful night, and there was no turning back. As she exited the school, she spotted Fu Lu's car in the distance. Approaching it, she expertly opened the rear door and climbed inside. Uncle. Fu Lu, with his eyes closed in contemplation, responded with a mere acknowledgement before instructing the driver to proceed. The journey was enveloped in silence, with Fu Lu not uttering a word. Sensing the tension in the air, Songji cautiously stole glances at the man beside her, wondering if he was upset due to her refusal to let him pick her up at the school gate. Uncle, she whispered tentatively. Fu Lu lifted his eyelids slightly and replied, what is it? Feeling uneasy, Songji stammered, Uncle, are you angry? Fu Lu remained silent. Panic surged within her. Is it because I didn't allow you to wait for me at the school gate? I am sorry, just before she could finish, Fu Lu interjected, is Pei Jinyan bothering you? Songji froze, staring at him in disbelief. How did you know? I overheard your conversation on the phone. With her head hung low, she confessed, I'm sorry. I've made it clear to him. I don't understand why he continues to act this way. And no sooner had she spoken than Fu Lu reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist and pulling her into his lap. The unexpected position made Songji blush. She squirmed slightly, Uncle, I can sit by myself. Please don't move. Fu Lu's voice came out husky, as though he were restraining himself. Sensing his tension, Song Ji ceased her struggles, resting her forehead against his chest like a timid quail. Fu Lu's hand gently caressed her head, asking softly, "Did he bully you?" Shaking her head, she replied, "No, your eyes are red, yet you say no." Song Ji remained silent. Her eyes were not red because of Pei Jinian, but for reasons she was too shy to disclose. Not wishing to delve into that matter, she redirected, "Uncle, where are we going? You don't have class this afternoon, do you?" Startled, Song Ji met his gaze. "How do you know?" "I have your class schedule." Her pupils widened in surprise. She hadn't expected him to take an interest in her studies. "I am not going to my part-time job today. I'll take you out for a meal," Fu Lu stated. Song Ji nodded. "I haven't found a new part-time job yet. I quit the last one." Raising an eyebrow, Fu Lu inquired, "Why?" Recalling how her hard-earned job had been disrupted by Meng Huan and Pei Jinian, she felt a sense of grievance. She recounted the entire situation to Fu Lu. His expression darkened and a chill ran through Song Ji as she remembered that Meng Huan was Fu Lu's niece. If anyone were to assist, it would be Meng Huan. Regretting her words, she timidly said, "Uncle, I'm sorry." "Why apologize? I don't want you to be upset." "I didn't mean to involve Meng Huan." Before she could finish, Fu Lu gently reassured her, "I understand. Our little one has been wronged." He tightened his embrace, his large hand softly patting her back. Hearing his words made Song Ji feel even more wronged. She fought back tears, asking, "Uncle, you're not angry with me? Why would I be angry with you? You haven't done anything wrong. They are the ones at fault. I'll have a word with Meng Huan and ensure she doesn't bully you at school." Song Ji was taken aback by Fu Lu's unwavering support. For the first time in her 20 years, someone had her back. She shook her head. "It's fine. It's all in the past." She didn't wish to trouble Fu Lu with her issues, especially since she shared a dorm with Meng Huan. Avoiding conflict was preferable. With a resigned sigh, Fu Lu remarked, "You are just too soft-hearted." Tilting her head, she rested her chin on his chest. "Uncle, don't you like me this way? I hope you can be a bit more assertive." Song Ji chuckled at his words, nodding in agreement. "All right, next time they bully me, I'll be a little more assertive." As she spoke, she even made a fierce gesture. Fu Lu couldn't help but chuckle at her adorably fierce demeanor. Gently pinching her plump cheek, he spoke in a tender tone. "All right, let us go have something to eat first." Song Ji asked curiously, "Are we eating out?" Fu Lu nodded. Remembering their previous outings, Song Ji felt it was only fair she treated him this time. After a moment's thought, she quietly suggested, "Uncle, let me treat you this time." Fu Lu raised an eyebrow. "Oh? You want to treat me to a meal?" Song Ji nodded. "That's fine, but first we need to stop by somewhere." Her eyes brightened as she smiled widely. "All right." Chapter 30. This is my wife. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady halt by the roadside. Curious, Song Ji glanced out the window. "Uncle, why are we here?" "To obtain our marriage certificate." Song Ji froze momentarily, her eyes widening as she read the words Civil Affairs Bureau. She hadn't anticipated that Fu Lu was taking her to get married. Feeling hesitant, she asked, "Is it open during lunch break? Will there be anyone here?" The assistant in the front seat reassured her. "There's no need for concern, Mrs. Fu. Mr. Fu has already made arrangements, but I don't have my household registration book. It's at home, don't worry, everything has been taken care of," Fu Lu assured her as he opened the door, walking around to help her out. After a moment's hesitation, she stepped out of the car. 20 minutes later, Song Ji emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, hand in hand with Fu Lu. Looking down at the red booklet in her hand, she saw spouse Fu Lu and couldn't quite believe that she had just married him. In the next instant, the marriage certificate was snatched from her grasp. Looking up in confusion, she asked, "Uncle? I'll keep it safe to ensure you don't lose it." Song Ji's mouth twitched, as if she would misplace it. She wasn't a child. On the way back, she felt lightheaded, occasionally stealing glances at the man beside her. "Uncle, what made you want to marry me?" Unable to hold back, she blurted out the question. Fu Lu's gaze lingered on her face for several seconds before he replied, "Why ask that? We are already married. But I want to know." "Not necessary." With that, he turned his attention away from Song Ji. She sensed a hint of displeasure in Fu Lu, possibly stemming from their marriage. After all, she had been the one to initiate the proposal. And although he had mentioned it before, it was clear that Fu Lu did not marry her out of affection. They had only met a handful of times. How could he possibly have developed feelings strong enough to wed her? Song Ji hesitated for a moment before speaking up. "Uncle, are you unhappy?" Fu Lu gazed at Song Ji, taking a while to respond. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Do you feel I am unhappy because of you? You can always tell me if you change your mind. It's perfectly fine if you don't want to marry me. Fu Lu averted his gaze, staring out the window. Nothing has changed. Just remember, we are husband and wife now. Did you marry me because you like me? Songji could not help but ask. Fu Lu fell silent. Songji knew the answer. She was aware of what it had been before. Yet she still yearned to hear Fu Lu articulate it. Perhaps it was love at first sight after all. Noticing his silence, she took it upon herself to say, "It's all right. I understand." With that, she sat up straight, obediently refraining from further conversation. When Songji stood at the entrance of Yuxianggu, she was taken aback. This was the most upscale restaurant in the capital. She had come here with Fu Lu before, but she never expected him to bring her back. With only 300 yuan in her wallet and 1,000 on her bank card, it was simply insufficient. Feeling somewhat awkward, she stood frozen in place. Seeing her dazed expression, Fu Lu chuckled. "What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to treat me to a meal? Let us go." Without giving Songji a chance to respond, he took her hand and led her into the restaurant. Upon entering, the restaurant manager personally came over to greet Fu Lu. "Mr. Fu, welcome. This way, please." Songji stiffly followed Fu Lu into the private room they had been in before. As she watched him order from the menu, she felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. She opened her mouth, intending to inform Fu Lu that she could not afford such an extravagant meal, but before she could speak, Fu Lu handed the menu to a nearby server. Feeling increasingly anxious, she found herself needing to use the restroom. "Uncle, I need to go to the washroom," she said. Fu Lu nodded. "Go ahead. Do you know where it is?" "Yes," she replied, rising from her seat. The moment the door to the room closed behind her, Songji let out a sigh of relief. She had been here before, so she knew the direction of the restroom. As she walked down the corridor, a sudden clatter of footsteps echoed from afar. Growing closer, instinctively, she turned around and saw a woman in a strappy dress approaching her. The woman had exquisite makeup, her hair casually cascading over her shoulders, and she walked with an alluring sway. Songji couldn't help but exclaim, "That sister is so beautiful." Lost in her admiration, she momentarily forgot to look away. Receiving Songji's admiring gaze, the woman smirked, and as she passed, she scoffed. A bumpkin who has never seen the world die in an instant, Songji's fondness for her evaporated. She had initially thought the woman was kind-hearted, only to realize her true nature. Quickly averting her gaze, she was startled to see the woman enter Fu Lu's private room. Songji froze. Who was this woman? What was her relationship with Uncle? Forgetting her earlier intention to go to the restroom, she cautiously approached the door, peering through the crack. Inside, the woman stood in front of Fu Lu, confronting him directly. "Fu Lu, what do you mean by this? Are you pleased to embarrass me in front of elders? I merely expressed my own wishes. Is it wrong for me not to want to marry Miss Chen?" Fu Lu replied coolly, his expression calm yet his tone icy. Chen Man hesitated for a moment before looking at Fu Lu with a wounded expression. "I have liked you for so many years. Previously, you rejected me because of Fu Yao." But Fu Lu's demeanor instantly darkened, interrupting her. "Miss Chen, I have already stated that I do not like you, and I am married." Chen Man's pupils dilated in disbelief as she gazed at Fu Lu. "Impossible. You can't be married. You must be lying to me." Just as she finished speaking, Fu Lu raised his eyes, locking gazes with Songji at the door. Feeling somewhat guilty, she quickly averted her gaze. "Ji, come here," Fu Lu called. Songji's body stiffened. Just as she hesitated on whether to enter, Fu Lu's voice came again, "Be obedient." With her hands clenching at her sides, she steeled herself and walked in. Lowering her head, she quietly called, "Uncle." Fu Lu beckoned her closer. "Good girl. Come here." As Songji approached Fu Lu under Chen Man's resentful glare, Chen Man glared daggers at her. "Isn't she the bumpkin from the corridor? Not only does she dress poorly, but she's also dark-skinned." Chen Man thought, utterly incredulous that Fu Lu would marry someone like her. It had to be a trick. She pointed at Songji. "Who is this? Are you deceiving me?" Fu Lu glanced at Chen Man dismissively. "Miss Chen, allow me to introduce you. This is my wife, Songji." Chapter 31. You should be grateful for your looks. Chen Man could hardly believe it. Who was Fu Lu to marry such a woman? As she scrutinized the girl in Fu Lu's arms, her pupils suddenly constricted. Everything fell into place. Chen Man burst into laughter. Fu Lu, you truly are a coward. Fu Lu's expression darkened immediately. Miss Qin, please leave. Qin Man stepped forward, her eyes filled with derision. Little sister, you should be grateful for your looks. Before she could finish, Fu Lu's gaze turned sharp. Get out. Qian Man stiffened. She understood that Fu Lu was genuinely angry. Though he appeared gentle, he possessed an unseen ruthlessness beneath the surface. Offending him could lead to dire consequences, not just for herself, but for the Qin family as well. With a huff, she shot a venomous glare at Song Ji before storming out of the room. Song Ji stood there, dazed, her mind racing with Qian Man's words. She instinctively reached up to touch her face. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open again as the server wheeled in a cart to serve the dishes. Fu Lu took her hand, guiding her to sit. Song Ji nodded obediently, her gaze drifting over the exquisite presentation of the food, feeling increasingly uneasy about her financial situation. Eat, Fu Lu instructed. He picked up his chopsticks, offering her a piece of meat. Hesitating for a moment, she opened her mouth. As she chewed slowly, Fu Lu watched her from across the table, inquiring softly, "Is it delicious?" Song Ji nodded, "Very tasty." Then, remembering something, she added, "Uncle, I only have 300 yuan. Fu Lu did not respond, instead offering her another piece. "Try this." Song Ji complied, feeling like a child being fed. Before long, she realized that most of the dishes on the table had been consumed. Fu Lu smiled slightly, surprised at how much the little one could eat. "Are you full?" he asked. Song Ji nodded. Without saying much, Fu Lu called for the server to bring the bill. When the server presented the total, Song Ji's eyes widened in shock. The meal cost 5 figures. Guilt washed over her. Fu Lu handed her his bank card. "Didn't you say you would treat me? Pay up, wife." The term wife made Song Ji's cheeks flush crimson. Not knowing if Fu Lu was in a bad mood, she noticed that after their meal, he merely had the driver take her back to school while he returned to the office to handle work. Song Ji dared not ask more, obediently following the driver. As they left, Fu Lu handed her a bank card. Glancing at it, she recognized it as the one she had exchanged earlier. "Uncle, why are you giving this to me?" "Feel free to use it for part-time work or spend it as you wish," he replied. Song Ji shook her head in refusal. "No need. I have money. Take it, be obedient," he insisted, pulling her hand and placing the card in her palm. Gripping the card, Song Ji murmured a soft thank you. Fu Lu smiled, leaning in to look at her intently. "Why is my little girl crying?" He reached out, cradling her face and gently wiping away the tears that had gathered beneath her eyelids. Song Ji sniffled, her voice slightly choked. "Uncle, why are you so good to me?" Fu Lu leaned down, pressing a soft kiss to her lips. "You are my wife. If I don't treat you well, who else should I treat kindly? Now, go back to school. I'll come to pick you up when the holidays arrive." On the way back, Song Ji felt an indescribable emotion bubbling within her. She turned to the driver. "Uncle Qin, how long have you been working in this job?" As he drove, Uncle Qin replied, "When I was younger, I was Mr. Fu's driver. After Mr. Fu retired, I began driving for the young master." Uncle Chun referred to Fu Lu's father. "So, you've been doing this for decades?" "Yes, in a few years. I'll also be retiring. I'm getting old and can't drive much longer," he said. Although Uncle Qin looked quite sprightly, he mentioned he was already 55. Song Ji smiled, hesitating before tentatively asking, "Do you know Fu Yao?" Uncle Qin's grip on the steering wheel faltered slightly before he shook his head. "Not really. Little lady, you might want to ask Mr. Fu." Song Ji shook her head, remaining silent. She dared not inquire further, especially after what Qin Man had said earlier about Fu Lu being in a bad mood. She did not want to upset him. Upon returning to school, Song Ji resumed her classes as usual. However, over the next few days, she received various harassing calls from Pei Jinyan, which she chose to ignore. During class, she was also careful to avoid him. On the evening of Qi Ye's birthday, he invited his brothers from the group, including Han Cheng and Pei Jinyan. Pei Jinyan wore a disapproving expression, sitting on the sofa and smoking in silence. Noticing the tension between the two, Qi Yi nudged Han Cheng with his elbow and asked, "What is going on between you and Pei Xiao? Why are you both silent and just drinking?" Han Cheng irritably replied, "It's nothing." He still hadn't moved on from recent events, especially after learning from Pei Jinyan that Song Ji would rather be with an old, unattractive man than look back. He felt even worse. Qi Yi continued, "Is it because of that photo?" Han Cheng frowned, looking at Qi Yi with confusion. "What photo?" Qi Yi immediately felt a pang of guilt and rubbed his nose. Before he could respond, another guy chimed in, What photo could it be? It's the one from when you had dinner with Songji. I mean, come on, bro. You don't seriously like Songji, do you? She asked. Just an old shoe that Jinyan discarded. It that. Han Sheng raised his hand and punched Qi Yi. Qi Yi, you bastard. Han Sheng, furious, mounted Qi Yi, raining down punches. The private room descended into chaos, filled with curses and the sound of fists meeting flesh. Those around them attempted to intervene, but were unable to separate the two. Suddenly, Pei Jinyan's voice boomed from the microphone. Have you two bastards fought enough? If not, take it outside. Only then did the two cease their brawling. Qi Yi, cursing under his breath, was about to retaliate when a single glare from Pei Jinyan silenced him, leaving him to glare back at Han Sheng in frustration. For a woman, you're fighting your brother. Han Sheng, you really are something, he spat, directing a glob of saliva onto the floor. Han Sheng retorted coldly, you deserve a beating. Qi Yi scoffed, is it really necessary? Seriously, are you all falling for that good girl? Songji? Han Sheng shot him a dark look. None of your business. If you dare to send any more photos around, I'll make you regret it. Qi Yi snorted, feeling a bit disgruntled. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He picked up his phone, a smug expression on his face. How about this? Since it's my birthday, I'll invite Songji over. Without waiting for a response from the two, he dialed Songji's number. Chapter 32. Deserving of being rejected by Songji. Instantly, the room fell silent. Just as everyone expected Songji to ignore Qi Yi's call, it connected. Hello. Hearing Songji's voice, Qi Yi glanced at Pei Jinyan, who nodded for him to continue, and he let out a sigh of relief, switching to speaker mode. Songji, it's me, Qi Yi. There was a brief silence on the other end before Songji replied. Is there something you need? Upon hearing her voice, Pei Jinyan's previously relaxed demeanor tensed up immediately. Qi Yi, with a mischievous grin, continued, Jinyan is drunk and shouting for you to come over. As Qi Yi spoke. The line went quiet on Songji's end. He prattled on. You know how stubborn Jinyan is. He won't accept anyone else. He even hurt himself just now. And no sooner had he spoken than the call was abruptly ended. Qi Yi was left stunned, not expecting Songji to be so ungrateful as to hang up on him. After meeting Pei Jinyan's icy gaze, he stubbornly redialed, as soon as the call connected. Qi Yi snapped, Songji, why did you hang up on me? Songji's cold voice responded, don't call me again, I've already broken up with Pei Jinyan. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Hey, breaking up doesn't mean you can't get back together, right? It's clear that Jinyan still cares. The call was cut off again. Qi Yi instinctively looked at Pei Jinyan. Jinyan, see? This girl is utterly ungrateful. In the private room, a heavy silence fell. Pei Jinyan's face darkened to the point of being icy. Who the hell told you to meddle? He snapped, slamming his drink down on the table. Those around him were too frightened to breathe. Han Sheng, however, couldn't he help but chuckle. Pei Jinyan, seeming to find an outlet for his frustration, glared at Han Sheng. What are you laughing at? Han Sheng remained silent, but his smirk deepened. Pei Jinyan's anger flared. Han Sheng, what the hell are you laughing at? Han Sheng stood up, looking down at Pei Jinyan. Pei Jinyan, just look at yourself. It's no wonder Songji doesn't want you. Those words struck a nerve, and Pei Jinyan jumped up, swinging a punch at Han Sheng. Han Sheng, not one to back down, retaliated. The two exchanged blows, and chaos erupted in the room. No one dared to intervene as they grappled, only attempting to coax them apart. Jinyan, Ah Cheng, your brothers, stop fighting. Pei Jinyan, with a furious face, shot a glare at the guy who spoke. Brother. Who the hell is a brother to someone who tries to steal my girl? Han Sheng wiped the blood from his mouth and spat. TCH, who would be brothers with someone like you? It's no wonder Songji doesn't want you. Pei Jinyan glared at Han Sheng. Say that again. Han Sheng opened his mouth to retort, but Qi Yi covered his mouth. Enough already, stop fighting. Han Sheng pushed Qi Yi away and threw down a parting remark as he exited the room. Pei Jinyan, you deserve this. Those who play with hearts end up with nothing good. Pei Jinyan slumped onto the sofa, drinking in silence. Qi Yi approached him, urging, Jinyan, if you really like Songji, swallow your pride and win her back. Who the hell likes her? Pei Jinyan scoffed. I was just playing around with someone so obedient. You all took it seriously? Qi Yi shrugged, frustrated. Here he was, trying to enjoy his birthday, and it turned into this mess. A few days before the Mid-Autumn Festival, Songji received calls from Pei Jinyan almost daily. Initially, she would answer and patiently explain things. However, She soon realized that it was futile. After hanging up on him and blocking his number once again, she opened her contact list. Since their last dinner, the uncle hadn't contacted her at all. Each time she couldn't help but message him, Fu Lu would respond that he was on a business trip. This gave Song Ji the impression that Fu Lu was avoiding her. Was he regretting marrying her? Was he using business trips as an excuse to deceive her? There was no need for such things. She wouldn't cling to him. Suddenly, an excited shriek from Meng Huan on the opposite bed broke her thoughts. My uncle got married. Song Ji paused, turning to look at Meng Huan. Meng Huan shot her a scornful glance. My uncle has already registered his marriage. Some people should just give up on their fantasies. With that, she dialed Fu Lu's number. The phone rang for quite a while before it was answered. Hello. Fu Lu's voice sounded weary. Meng Huan excitedly asked, Uncle, I heard from Grandpa that you got married. There was a brief pause on the other end before Fu Lu replied nonchalantly. When are you bringing your new aunt home for us to meet? Fu Lu didn't answer directly but instead asked, Are you the only one in your dorm right now? Meng Huan glanced at Song Ji and replied, There's another roommate, the one who fell into the water at your villa last time. She then continued to press Fu Lu about his marriage. I'll bring someone home during the Mid-Autumn Festival. After saying that, he hung up. Meng Huan looked at Song Ji, her face beaming with pride. Did you hear that? My uncle is bringing his wife home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Song Ji remained silent, gripping her phone tighter. The next moment, her phone vibrated. Looking at the contact, it was the uncle. She felt a wave of anxiety and stood up, heading towards the bathroom. Turning on the faucet, she answered the call. Hello, Uncle. Gigi, I'm back from my business trip. Hearing Fu Lu's tired voice, Song Ji softly replied, Uncle, you must be tired. Come to the school gate. Song Ji was taken aback. Now? Yes, now. She glanced at the clock. It was already 8:30, and the dorm would lock up at 9. But it was already late. I really want to see you. Fu Lu's voice was soft and tender, melting her heart. Okay. Song Ji hung up, quickly grabbed a jacket from the wardrobe, and headed out. Meng Huan, noticing, muttered something about watching her drama. As Song Ji emerged from the school, the entrance was mostly deserted. She spotted a black Maybach parked across the street. Jogging over, she opened the rear door. Uncle, get in. Song Ji nodded obediently, sliding into the car. Just as she closed the door, Fu Lu suddenly leaned in, pinning her against the back seat. Instantly, she was enveloped by the familiar, cool scent of mint. Looking at the man before her, she softly called out, Uncle. Fu Lu reached out, cupping her face, his fingertips gently tracing her cheek until they landed on the small mole at the corner of her eye. Chapter 33. Threat. Song Ji felt a bit shy under his intense gaze, lowering her head. Gigi, look at me. After a brief pause, she lifted her gaze, her round eyes meeting his. In the next moment, the stern lines of his face loomed closer, and then his lips captured hers. Song Ji was taken aback when Fu Lu suddenly kissed her, her eyes widening in surprise. Fu Lu extended his hand. Covering her eyes, blinded, Song felt an overwhelming sense of insecurity and tensed up, her small hands tightly clutching the hem of Fu Lu's shirt as she endured the man's kiss. Suddenly, the alarm on her phone rang. It was the alarm she had set for when she needed to return before the dormitory manager locked the doors. Fu Lu released her, his gaze filled with desire lingering on her slightly swollen lips. After a moment, he finally spoke. Whose call is that? Song Ji shook her head. No, it's not a call. It's the alarm. An alarm? Yes, the dormitory closes at 9, and there's still 10 minutes left. Has the school announced when the break starts? Not yet, it's still unclear. Call me when the break is announced, and I'll come to pick you up. Upon hearing this, Song Ji couldn't help but recall what she had overheard earlier in the dormitory between Fu Lu and Meng Huan. She tentatively asked, Uncle, are you planning to take me home? Fu Lu smirked. Not going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Do you wish to be alone in the dormitory? Song Ji shook her head. Fu Lu leaned down and placed a soft kiss on her lips. All right, go back now, and I'll come to pick you up when the time comes. Okay. As Song Ji got out of the car, her legs felt weak. After taking just a couple of steps, she suddenly recalled something and turned to Fu Lu. Uncle. Fu Lu looked up. What is it? It's about the results from the hospital checkup. You didn't seem to tell me. Fu Lu smiled faintly. Don't worry, you're not pregnant. Song Ji sighed in relief upon hearing this. Thank goodness. She had been worried that she might be pregnant. The assistant in the driver's seat, having overheard his boss's words, couldn't help but glance at Song Ji. Once she returned to the school, Zhang Ming finally spoke. Mr. Fu, Why did you hide this from the young lady? Fu Lu did not respond, merely instructing Zhang Ming to drive away. On the day of the Mid-Autumn Festival break, Song Ji was cornered by Pei Jinian downstairs at the dormitory. He reeked of alcohol and pushed her against the wall, attempting to kiss her. Instinctively, Song Ji shrank back, but the next moment, Pei Jinian grasped her jaw. Ji, why have you been ignoring me? As he spoke, Pei Jinian leaned down and inhaled the scent of her neck, then buried his face in the crook of her neck. Song Ji realized that the person before her was intoxicated, and forcing herself to deal with him wouldn't be beneficial. She took a gentle breath and, opening her mouth, said in a calm tone, Pei Jinian, could you please let go of me? Pei Jinian shook his head. No, if I let go, you won't want me anymore. As he spoke, the stench of alcohol wafted into Song Ji's nostrils, nauseating her. Pei Jinian, let go of me. Saying this, she reached out and pushed him away. Pei Jinian stood before her, his gaze fixed intently on Song Ji. Ji, come back to me. What that old man gives you, I can give you too. Song Ji remained silent, causing Pei Jinian to panic. Aren't you short on money? Don't you want to escape your original family? I can help you with that. Upon hearing this, Song Ji felt a wave of relief wash over her. So, Pei Jinian had always known why she was short on money, but what had he done? He allowed his friends to discuss her openly and let Meng Huan expose her scars in front of everyone. Pei Jinian, I don't want this. Pei Jinian suddenly scoffed. Ji, do you think you have a choice? If you want to graduate smoothly from university, you'd better obediently come back to me. As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with unmasked pride. With just one word from me, you won't be able to stay in this school anymore. Dio, you want to try? Song Ji's pupils constricted in fear. She understood that Pei Jinian was arrogant and overconfident. Yet he had a good heart. However, now, the person who had promised to treat her well for life was threatening her with what she valued most. Song Ji's hands, which hung by her sides, clenched tightly, and she ultimately couldn't hold back, raising her hand and slapping Pei Jinian. Pei Jinian, you bastard. Pei Jinian touched his slapped left cheek, laughing maniacally. Crazy. Pei Jinian is nothing short of a lunatic. The day after tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. Ji, I hope to celebrate my first Mid-Autumn Festival with you. Pei Jinian was threatening her. Song Ji's lips trembled with anger, her eyes reddening. Pei Jinian, what do you take me for? You're getting engaged to Meng Huan by the end of the year. Does she know about this? Pei Jinian's expression shifted slightly, and he spoke uneasily. Even if I'm engaged to her, it doesn't affect us. Song Ji laughed in anger. So, you plan to keep me as your mistress? Mistress? I like you, Ji, and you like me too, don't you? Song Ji chuckled. Like me? Then will you marry me? Pei Jinian was immediately taken aback. Marry? I never considered that in their world of wealth, marriage had never been a personal choice. Just like Meng Huan, he didn't love her, yet he was certain he would marry her because their family backgrounds were compatible. In contrast, Song Ji had biased parents and a troublesome younger brother. Marrying her would mean marrying into such a family. With such complications, life wouldn't be easy for him. Pei Jinian was acutely aware of this. Thus, he had never thought of marrying Song Ji. Ji, you're still young. Discussing marriage is a bit premature. I'm already 20 years old. I'm of legal age. Pei Jinian fell silent. Song Ji smiled lightly. See, Pei Jinian, you don't want to marry me, and I don't want to be your hidden mistress. So don't appear in front of me in the future. It disgusts me. This statement thoroughly infuriated Pei Jinian, and he pulled her into his embrace. You find me disgusting? What about that old man? Isn't he disgusting? Song Ji, when you lay in that man's bed, were you not disgusted? I didn't even care that you slept with that old man. What more do you want? If you want me to marry you, do you think you deserve it now? As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed her. Song Ji felt an overwhelming sense of revulsion. Pei Jinian, don't force me to hate you. Pei Jinian's movements halted, and he lifted his gaze to fixate on Song Ji. He sneered. Hate you? Shouldn't it be the other way around? When you were with me, you pretended to be a virtuous woman, but now you've been ruined. Haven't you? Song Ji, how dare you? How dare you sleep with someone else behind my back? Ji, you've truly angered me. Song Ji pushed him away, her eyes reflecting unabashed disgust. Pei Jinian, you truly make me feel sick. Chapter 34. I got married. Pei Jinian chuckled softly. Ji, I did give you a chance. When the time comes, if you come to beg me, don't blame me for doing something outrageous. Pei Jinian, don't make me hate you. With that, Songji returned to her dormitory in the afternoon. Cui Ting and Ming Ying had already rushed to catch their flights home. As for Ming Huan, the young lady rarely stayed in the dormitory. Songji spent the night alone in her dormitory, and the next day, she packed her things early, waiting for Fu Lu to pick her up. After waiting all morning without receiving Fu Lu's call, she was instead greeted by Ming Huan's return to the dormitory. Ming Huan looked surprised upon seeing her. "What are you doing in the dormitory?" Faced with Ming Huan's sudden inquiry, Songji felt a bit awkward and casually made up an excuse. "I'm preparing to go out for a part-time job." Ming Huan suddenly asked, "Most of the students in this building have left, right?" Songji nodded. As Ming Huan packed her things, she continued, "It's nice to have so few people around." Songji looked at her with some confusion. Ming Huan lifted her gaze and smiled at her. "Songji, let's forget all our past grievances." With Ming Huan taking the initiative to mend fences, Songji felt somewhat at a loss. But thinking it over, Ming Huan wasn't a bad person. She hadn't done anything excessively wrong, and since she was Fu Lu's niece, Songji didn't want to complicate things for Fu Lu because of her issues with Ming Huan. So she nodded. "All right," Ming Huan grinned. "Then we are friends from now on." Songji awkwardly nodded. Friends might be a stretch, more like a relationship between elder and younger. After Ming Huan finished packing her luggage, she suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, my quilt is still on the rooftop. Gigi, could you help me fetch it? My driver is waiting downstairs, and I can't make it alone." Songji glanced at her phone. The uncle hadn't messaged yet, so she nodded. "Okay." The two of them made their way to the rooftop of the dormitory. Songji glanced around the rooftop but couldn't see the clothes and quilt Ming Huan had mentioned. She turned to Ming Huan. Huan, didn't you say your quilt wasn't collected? Did you remember it wrong?" Just as she finished speaking, Ming Huan raised her hand and slapped her hard across the face. Caught off guard, Songji felt the sting of the slap, and several finger marks were visibly left on her cheek, which burned painfully. She covered her face and demanded, "On what grounds do you hit me?" Ming Huan's previous friendliness had vanished, her gaze now filled with unabashed disgust. "How dare you ask me? If you hadn't seduced Pei Jinian, how would he have insisted on breaking up with me? Today, I'm going to teach you a good lesson." As Ming Huan spoke, her expression grew increasingly ferocious, completely shedding her earlier elegant demeanor. She glared at Songji, unable to comprehend how this ugly girl could occupy Pei Jinian's thoughts to the extent that he would risk his engagement to her. Why? The more she pondered, the more resentful she became. She charged at Songji, intent on inflicting further punishment. This time, however, Songji was on guard. As Ming Huan lunged at her, she instinctively dodged to the side. "Ming Huan, I no longer like Pei Jinian at all, and I won't reconcile with him." Songji anxiously attempted to clarify the situation. Upon hearing her words, Ming Huan's anger only intensified. How could this ugly creature, this country bumpkin, not have feelings for Pei Jinian, yet it was he who could not forget her? "Are you trying to flaunt how deeply Pei Jinian loves you, you wretched creature?" Ming Huan shouted, lunging once more at Songji. Instinctively, Songji stepped aside, but her foot caught on something, causing her to tumble to the ground, her head striking a nearby railing, leaving her momentarily dazed, gazing at the fierce expression of the girl before her. Songji made an effort to explain, "Ming Huan, I am already married. There is no possibility of anything between Pei Jinian and me." Ming Huan dismissed her words outright, sneering as she looked down at the girl on the ground. "You were never attractive to begin with. If I were to ruin your face today, wouldn't that only make you more grotesque?" As she spoke, she produced a dagger from seemingly nowhere and swung it towards Songji. "Wretched girl, die." Seeing the imminent danger, Songji rolled to the side just in time to narrowly avoid the blow. Frustration welled up within her as Ming Huan refused to listen to her explanations. All she desired was to graduate from university smoothly, and thus she had continually retreated in the face of Ming Huan's provocations. However, it was evident that her repeated concessions had led Ming Huan to believe she was easy to bully. When Ming Huan lunged at her with the knife once more, Songji seized the opportunity, gripping Ming Huan's wrist tightly and stating coldly, "Ming Huan, do not push your luck. Let go if you dare." With a forceful shove, she sent Ming Huan sprawling to the ground. Having engaged in her fair share of hard labor throughout her life, Songji possessed greater strength than Ming Huan, who was a pampered heiress. Ming Huan was taken aback by Songji's unexpected defiance, disbelief etched on her face. "You dare to push me? Songji, do you believe I can make your life unbearable in this school?" Songji responded with a cold laugh. You and Pei Jinyan truly are a perfect match, both wishing to see me fail here. But you may be disappointed. Not only will I survive, but I will also graduate successfully. Meng Huan wore a smug expression. A pauper like you was born to serve us rich people. So what if you graduate smoothly? I have countless ways to make your life miserable, just like now. As I deal with you, who would know? Do you expect Pei Jinyan to appear and rescue you like a hero? Songji felt a sense of helplessness. Meng Huan had firmly convinced herself that there was a connection between Songji and Pei Jinyan. With patience, she tried to explain, Meng Huan, I will not have any relationship with Pei Jinyan. I am married to your uncle. Upon hearing this, Meng Huan burst into laughter, as though she had heard the most absurd joke. Ha ha, Songji, have you lost your mind? Do you think you could ever marry my uncle? Look at yourself. Are you worthy of him? Realizing that Meng Huan would not believe her, Songji knew further explanations were futile. She declared, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I will call the police that a person with nothing to lose fears nothing. As long as I am alive, I will not let you off the hook. Meng Huan's anger boiled over, her teeth clenched in frustration. This threat struck a nerve with her. She had been warned by her family about her past actions in high school, and any further misdeeds would result in her being sent abroad. The Meng family did not have only one daughter. There was also a child who had just been returned home, and she did not want to make things easier for that child. If she wanted to deal with Songji, she would have to think carefully. Otherwise, she could not swallow her anger. Songji, just wait. I will not let this go. With that, she huffed angrily and turned to leave. Struggling to get up from the ground, Songji found herself dizzy from the blow to her head. She sat there for a while, regaining her composure, before slowly making her way to the door, only to find it would not budge. Meng Huan had locked the rooftop door. Looking at Meng Huan's smug face, she called out, Meng Huan, unlock the door. Meng Huan twirled the key in her hand. Unlock it? Dream on. I told you. I will not let this go. Do you believe I will call the police? Songji retorted. Meng Huan shrugged dismissively. Go ahead. Do you have any evidence that I locked you in here? After a moment, she appeared to remember something. Oh, are you looking for this? As she spoke, Songji's eyes widened in horror, realizing it was her own phone that Meng Huan held. Meng Huan smirked and tossed the keys and phone through the gap in the staircase. Feigning surprise, oops, I dropped them. Fury coursed through Songji, her body trembling with rage. Meng Huan, do not take it too far. Songji, this is just the beginning. Wait and see. I will make your life miserable. With that, she stormed off downstairs. Songji pounded on the door, calling out, Is anyone there? Please open the door. But with the school on holiday, most students had gone home, and even those who stayed behind were likely out enjoying the break. As the minutes ticked by, panic and fear gripped Songji. What if Uncle could not reach her and became angry? Suddenly, a clap of thunder startled her. A heavy rain was about to fall. She pounded on the door even harder. Is anyone there? Help me. But all that responded were the booming thunder and the torrential downpour. Meanwhile, Fu Lu had driven to the school entrance and attempted to contact Songji, only to find her phone had been turned off. The sky darkened, and suddenly, a flash of lightning lit up the horizon, followed by a downpour. Concerned for the little one and whether she had an umbrella, Fu Lu decided to head to the dormitory. Suddenly, someone knocked on the car window. Fu Lu rolled it down, frowning upon seeing Meng Huan. She wore a look of delight. Uncle, are you here to pick me up? Where is Songji? Is she in the dormitory? Fu Lu inquired. Meng Huan's expression froze. Why would her uncle ask about that wretched girl? Suddenly, she recalled Songji's claim on the rooftop that she was married to her uncle. Impossible! She must be lying. Meng Huan subconsciously doubted it. How could Fu Lu, a wealthy bachelor, possibly marry someone like Songji? She smiled, testing the waters. Uncle, why are you asking about my roommate? Are you too? Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interrupted impatiently. Is she in the dormitory? Meng Huan hesitated, then shook her head. No, the dormitory is empty. She probably went to find her boyfriend. Fu Lu's expression shifted slightly. Boyfriend? Meng Huan nodded eagerly. Yes, she is seeing an older man who is over 30 years her senior. This has been the talk of the school. Uncle, you should avoid getting involved with her, or you might find it difficult to extricate yourself later. She would do anything for money. As she spoke, Meng Huan carefully scrutinized her uncle's expression. Ever since the real Meng family's daughter returned, Meng Huan knew her standing in the family was precarious. So she had been ingratiating herself with Fu Lu for years. She had her own ulterior motives. After all, she was not truly a Ming, and if she could be with Fu Lu, her status would far exceed that of the fake Ming family daughter. "Uncle, it's pouring outside. My clothes are soaked," Meng Huan said, putting on a pitiful expression. "Let Uncle Chen take you home." As he spoke, Fu Lu opened the umbrella and exited the car. Seeing this, Meng Huan quickly protested. "Uncle, why are you going out in such heavy rain? I have some matters to attend to." He instructed the driver to take Meng Huan home and then called his assistant to have him come over immediately. Meng Huan, now infuriated, began to stomp her feet. "Miss Ming, please get in the car. It's too rainy, and you might catch a cold," Uncle Chen urged from the driver's seat. Finally, Meng Huan withdrew her gaze and got into the car. Inside, she couldn't shake the worry from her mind. What if her uncle truly had a relationship with Song Ji? What would she do about everything that happened today? As she pondered this, she turned to the driver. "Uncle Chen, how did my uncle come to know Song Ji?" Having worked for the Fu family for decades, Uncle Chen understood what was appropriate to say and what was not, and he knew better than to meddle in the family's affairs. "I'm not quite sure." Meng Huan breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, her uncle would not have any connection to Song Ji. A little over 10 minutes later, a black Bentley slowly approached, stopping in front of Fu Lu. Zhang Ming quickly exited the car with an umbrella. "Mr. Fu, I'm here to find someone at the school," Fu Lu stated, walking towards the campus. Curious, Zhang Ming followed and asked, "Mr. Fu, who are you looking for in this rain?" Suddenly realizing something, he exclaimed, "You aren't looking for the little madam, are you?" Fu Lu's expression remained indifferent as he replied with a simple yes, not elaborating further. The two arrived at Song Ji's dormitory building and waited a few minutes. But she did not appear. Zhang Ming suggested, "Mr. Fu, why not give the little madam a call?" Fu Lu replied coolly, "Her phone is turned off." "What? Turned off? How could that be? What if something happened to her?" Fu Lu's brow furrowed slightly. Seeing his concern, Zhang Ming quickly added, "I was just saying, the little madam is perfectly fine. Her phone might just be out of battery." Fu Lu remained silent. Zhang Ming thought it was unwise to wait around. So he proposed, "Mr. Fu, should I go ask the dormitory manager?" Fu Lu nodded. A few minutes later, Zhang Ming returned without Song Ji. "Where is she?" Fu Lu inquired. The dormitory supervisor mentioned that she had not registered for leaving. "Yet I instructed her to go to the young ladies' dormitory, where no one was present." "Fu, do you think something untoward has truly occurred with the young lady?" Fu Lv pressed his lips together in silence. He retrieved his phone and dialed Song Ji's number once more, but it remained powered off. Unable to contain himself, Fu Lv made his way upstairs. Upon reaching the stairway, he unexpectedly spotted a mobile phone in the corner. Pausing momentarily, he approached and picked up the damaged device. If his memory served him correctly, it belonged to Song Ji. Indeed, something had happened. Fu Lv ascended the stairs, clutching the phone. The dormitory supervisor noticed and called out to them, reminding them that this was a girls' dormitory and that males were not permitted upstairs. Zhang Ming quickly stepped forward to explain, "Auntie, we are family of Song Ji, here to take her home for the holiday. As I mentioned earlier, she is not in her dormitory. She must have stepped out to buy something." At the supervisor's words, Fu Lv seemed to hear a series of loud knocks on the door. Furrowing his brow, he asked, "Zhang Ming, did you hear that noise?" Zhang Ming listened intently, raising his gaze upward, and remarked that it seemed to be coming from the rooftop. They ascended the stairs to the rooftop, where Zhang Ming was momentarily stunned upon seeing Song Ji huddled in a corner, quickly exclaiming, "Fu, it's the young lady." As Fu Lv reached the rooftop, he found Song Ji curled up in the corner, intermittently tapping on the door with a stick. "Gigi," he rushed forward, only to discover that the rooftop door was locked. Fu Lv kicked it hard, and the dilapidated iron door swung open. Hearing the commotion, Song Ji lifted her gaze, dumbfounded, and upon seeing Fu Lv, she murmured, "Uncle." Fu Lv dashed forward and swiftly enveloped the drenched girl in his arms. At that moment, Song Ji felt feverishly hot, trembling incessantly in his embrace. "Uncle, you." Came. After uttering those words, Song Ji lost consciousness entirely. Chapter 36. Surveillance. When Song Ji regained consciousness, it was already the following day. The acrid scent of disinfectant alerted her to the fact that she was in a hospital. She distinctly remembered being locked on the rooftop by Meng Huan. How had she ended up in the hospital? Before she could ponder further, she heard Fu Lv's voice. "You're awake?" Song Ji paused. Turning her head to look at the man seated beside her, it was Uncle. She recalled that during her fainting spell, it was Uncle who had found her. Uncle. Song Ji opened her mouth, but her throat burned with pain. Fu Lv quickly interjected, "Don't speak just yet." She obediently nodded. Fu Lv stood and propped her up against the headboard, then poured a glass of warm water and offered it to her. As she reached out to take it, he halted her, saying, "I'll feed you. Open your mouth." Song Ji complied, and a sip of warm water soothed her throat considerably. She opened her mouth softly to say, "I am sorry." Fu Lv paused, gripping the cup tightly. "Why are you apologizing?" With her eyes cast down, Song Ji remained silent, feeling that she had troubled Uncle and thus wished to apologize. Noticing her reticence, Fu Lv reached out and gently rubbed her head. "What is the matter?" Song Ji shook her head. "It's nothing. While tidying the blankets, I accidentally got locked up there." Fu Lv narrowed his eyes slightly. "Was it really an accident?" Song Ji nodded with her head lowered. Meng Huan was Pei Jianyan's niece, and Song Ji did not wish to put Fu Lv in a difficult position over her own troubles. "Just rest for now. I'll call the doctor." Fu Lv's tone held a hint of exasperation as he exited the room. Zhang Ming, who had been waiting outside the room, stood quickly upon seeing his boss. "Fu, the dormitory has surveillance, right?" Zhang Ming nodded. "Yes, there are cameras in the corridor. Get me the footage from yesterday." Zhang Ming hesitated, surprised. "Do you think the young lady's incident wasn't an accident?" The little one was rather soft. Anyone could bully her. Zhang Ming now understood. His boss was seeking justice for his wife. Throughout the day, Fu Lv remained in the hospital, watching over Song Ji. She sat obediently in her hospital bed, occasionally stealing glances at the man working beside her. Uncle was incredibly handsome, and he was her husband. Even now, Song Ji felt as if she were in a dream. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Fu Lv looked up, and their eyes met. Feeling a bit flustered, she quickly averted her gaze. Fu Lv reached out, closing his laptop, and approached the bedside. "Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch her forehead. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Song Ji's cheeks flushed involuntarily. She bowed her head, not wanting to be seen. Noticing the girl's reddened ears, Fu Lv smiled faintly. "Would you like some fruit?" He gestured toward the fruit basket that Zhang Ming had brought in that morning. Song Ji nodded. Fu Lv rose and took an apple. Just as she was about to reach out for it, she noticed Fu Lv picking up a small knife to peel it. After peeling it, he offered her the apple. Song Ji accepted it, taking small bites. Seeing her nibbling like a little squirrel, Fu Lv couldn't help but smile. He took the apple from her hand. "Let me?" Song Ji blinked in surprise as Fu Lv sliced the apple into wedges and offered them to her with a fork. She looked down, feeling shy. "I can do it myself." "Open your mouth." Upon hearing this, she obediently complied. Just then, Zhang Ming walked in and caught sight of the scene. Upon seeing him, Song Ji shyly burrowed under the covers. Fu Lv, initially taken aback by her sudden retreat, soon wore a gentle smile. The little one was quite bashful. Fu Lv pulled back the covers slowly and leaned in closer, eyeing the space between them. The faint scent of mint wafted towards Song Ji's cheeks, making her feel even warmer. Feeling shy? As he spoke, Fu Lv leaned in closer. Seeing his face so near, Song Ji felt tense, suspecting that Uncle was trying to seduce her. Fu Lv was extraordinarily handsome, even more so than the celebrities she had seen on television, a fact she had recognized from the start. His lips were beautifully shaped, a soft pink hue, with a subtle pout. She had kissed those lips many times before. "Ji, speak." As soon as the words fell, Song Ji tilted her head and pressed her lips against his. Fu Lv was momentarily stunned, unable to react. Zhang Ming was equally astonished, realizing that the seemingly timid girl had quite the audacity to kiss Fu Lv. "Ji, what were you doing just now?" Fu Lv maintained his position, his tone languid. Song Ji, her face flushed, gently pulled the covers over her face, revealing only her round, curious eyes. She blinked and whispered, "Nothing." Before she could finish, Fu Lv pulled the covers away, a look of indulgence on his face. "All right, don't hide from yourself." Turning to Zhang Ming, he inquired, "Have you taken care of it?" Zhang Ming suddenly remembered his purpose for being there, having been momentarily distracted by the couple's affectionate display. He quickly nodded, "Yes, Fu. I've retrieved the footage." Fu Lv rose and addressed the girl lying in the hospital bed. "Be good. I'll be stepping out for a bit." With wide eyes, Songji nodded obediently. As Fu Lv and Zhang Ming exited the hospital room, Zhang Ming handed him his phone. Fu, the surveillance is all on here. Fu Lv took the phone and opened the surveillance video, while Zhang Ming cautiously observed his boss's expression. He had already viewed the footage on the way over and was shocked at how bold Ming Huan had been, even bullying her own aunt. He wondered how Songji ranked in Fu Lv's heart. If Fu Lv cared for her as his wife, he would surely address the issue with the Ming family. If not, he might simply let it go without further inquiry. After watching, Fu Lv's expression remained calm and unyielding. He said little, merely instructing Zhang Ming to bring the car around for Songji's discharge that afternoon. Zhang Ming understood. His boss was opting not to pursue the matter further. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the young girl. However, as an employee, he would defer to his boss's wishes. By afternoon, after her fever subsided, Songji was discharged from the hospital. Sitting in the car and gazing out the window, she noticed they were not heading to Fu Lv's home. Curiously, she asked, "Uncle, where are we going?" Chapter 37. Her former hardships back to the old residence. Songji blinked in surprise. Back to the old residence? Was this in line with her expectations? Before she could speak, Fu Lv continued, "We're going back to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival." Songji was momentarily taken aback. Celebrate the festival? She had thought it would just be the two of them. She hadn't anticipated returning to the old residence. This meant she would meet his family. The thought made her nervous. What should she do? She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. What were Uncle's parents like? Would they be strict? She found Uncle frightening when he was angry. Moreover, television dramas often depicted wealthy mothers-in-law as particularly difficult, especially towards daughters-in-law from humble backgrounds like hers. Just like Ming Huan looked down on her. "Uncle," Songji called out softly. Fu Lv glanced at her, noticing her hands tightly clenched in anxiety. He reached over, placing her hand in his palm, gently squeezing it. "What's wrong?" As he spoke, he tenderly rubbed her hand. The girl's hands, perhaps due to the frequent labor they endured, cannot be deemed fair and delicate. They bear faint scars, a testament to her previously arduous life. It is evident that she has faced considerable hardships. "May I not go?" she inquired hesitantly. Fu Lv paused his movements. "What's the matter?" Songji lowered her head in silence. Fu Lv gently pinched her fingers. "Gigi, speak up if you don't express your thoughts. I cannot discern what is in your heart." After a moment of hesitation, Songji timidly confessed, I am afraid." Her voice faltered, and she struggled to articulate her feelings. Nevertheless, even without her words, Fu Lv understood. The little one was apprehensive about meeting his parents. He bluntly asked, "Are you afraid of my parents?" Upon hearing this, Songji's head drooped even lower. "Do not fear. My family is quite amiable." Surprised, Songji lifted her gaze to the man beside her. "Really?" Fu Lv nodded affirmatively. Of course, as he spoke, he placed his large hand on the top of her head, gently caressing her. "There is no need to fret. I am here." Instantly, warmth enveloped Songji's heart. She felt that the uncle treated her with great kindness, yet she could not comprehend why. After a moment's pause, she asked, "Uncle, why are you so good to me?" Fu Lv replied, "Gigi, we are married." "I know," she responded. "Then why speak such foolishness?" Songji fell silent, for she understood without words. Fu Lv was a responsible person. His kindness stemmed solely from the fact that she was his lawful wife. Had his spouse been someone else, he would have shown kindness to her too. Songji realized she ought not to desire too much, especially after experiencing Pei Jinyan's betrayal, which made her even more reluctant to expect kindness from others. However, she craved affection intensely. It was rare to encounter a genuinely kind-hearted person in this world, and her heart began to grow greedy. Perhaps due to her lingering illness, Songji felt somewhat drowsy. She leaned against Fu Lv, swaying gently with the motion of the vehicle, occasionally tilting towards him. Each time she leaned, she would quickly open her eyes and sit upright. Just as she leaned on Fu Lv's shoulder again, he reached out, gently adjusting her head. "You may rest for a while." Songji mumbled a sleepy agreement. Fu Lv was returning to the old family home, bringing his wife along, and the entire family was abuzz with excitement. Having made several calls inquiring when they would return, as he glanced at the daughter resting against him, Fu Lv lowered his voice. "Mom, we are on our way." His mother, testing the waters, asked softly, "Is your girlfriend accompanying you?" Fu Lv replied quietly, Yes. Upon hearing this, his mother beamed with delight. Wonderful, wonderful. Hurry back. The whole family is waiting for you. Half an hour. All right, I'll let your grandfather know. He has been thinking about you. After hanging up, the vehicle came to a smooth stop in front of the Fu family home. Mr. Fu, we have arrived. Zhang Ming, having parked the car, glanced through the rearview mirror at the two in the backseat and noticed that Song Ji was still asleep. Fu LV quietly acknowledged this, clearly not intending to exit the vehicle. Observing this, Zhang Ming took the initiative to get out. As soon as he stepped out, Fu's mother approached. Zhang Ming, where are they? Zhang Ming respectfully replied, Madam, Mr. Fu is still in the car. Why aren't they getting out? Just then, the back door of the car opened, and Fu's mother was the first to see a petite girl stepping out. Immediately, she approached with a warm smile, taking Song Ji's hand. You must be Yao Yao. I am Fu LV's mother. Song Ji gazed at the kind-hearted middle-aged woman before her, feeling somewhat at a loss. Yao Yao? Who is Yao Yao? Before she could ponder further, Fu LV stepped forward, taking Song Ji's hand. Mom, this is Song Ji. Fu's mother felt a twinge of embarrassment but quickly masked it. Oh, what a memory I have. Little Song, I am Fu LV's mother. He. Although puzzled, Song Ji politely greeted Fu's mother. Hello, Auntie. Fu's mother chuckled. Why call me Auntie? I heard you and Fu LV have registered your marriage. Song Ji blushed and stole a glance at Fu LV. Noticing this, Fu LV interjected. Mom, let's not frighten her. We should head inside. With that, he led Song Ji towards the villa. Along the way, Song Ji was like a curious child, glancing around in wonder. Once seated in the living room, she became acutely aware of the vast disparity between her and Fu LV. Observing her timidity, Fu LV reached out and gently patted her head. Do not be nervous. My family is very approachable, and no sooner had he spoken than Fu's mother approached Fu LV. Go see your grandfather. He has been asking for you. Fu LV nodded and was about to rise when the hem of his shirt was tugged gently. He looked down at the somewhat anxious Song Ji and smiled. Do you wish to accompany me to greet grandfather? Song Ji nodded, but before she could speak, Fu's mother interjected. Let little Song stay here with me and chat. You go ahead. With Fu's mother saying so, Song Ji dared not protest and simply nodded. All right, Auntie. Fu LV tousled her hair affectionately. I will return shortly. Fu's mother, unable to resist, urged. Hurry along. Your grandfather has been thinking about you for a while. It's as if I might eat him alive. Though spoken in jest, Song Ji felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She feared Fu's mother might not take a liking to her. Once Fu LV departed, only Song Ji and Fu's mother remained in the living room. Song Ji, already lacking in social skills, felt even more lost in the presence of Fu LV's family. Time passed slowly, and the room remained silent as Fu's mother scrutinized Song Ji from head to toe. This little frame does not seem very robust. She appears quite frail and requires nourishment. Otherwise, her delicate constitution may not sustain her well. Yet, she looks quite youthful. Surely my son is not engaging in something illicit. The more Fu's mother thought, the more convinced she became that her son must have erred. She finally spoke. Little Song? How old are you? Song Ji, feeling nervous, stammered. I am 20 years old. Fu's mother, startled, stood up abruptly, unable to contain her emotions. What? Only 20? Song Ji, taken aback by Fu's mother's reaction, reflexively stood up as well. Her demeanor awkward as she bowed her head in apology. Auntie, I'm sorry. Overcome by anxiety, Song Ji trembled uncontrollably, gripping her hands tightly while silently urging herself. Song Ji, don't shake. Don't trouble the uncle. Noticing Song Ji's distress, Fu's mother hurriedly approached. Little Song, are you all right? Song Ji shook her head. No, I am fine. Do not be frightened. I mean no harm. I quite like you. Taken aback, Song Ji looked up at the noblewoman before her. Fu's mother continued. I merely wish to have a chat with you. There is no need for fear. Song Ji responded quietly. Fu's mother took Song Ji's hand and led her back to the sofa. Speaking gently, do not be anxious. You are recognized by Fu LV, and thus, we, the Fu family, naturally accept you. Upon hearing this, Song Ji felt a wave of relief wash over her. She softly replied, Thank you. Auntie. Just then, an authoritative, deep voice echoed from the stairway. You rascal! You bring your wife home without introducing her to me? Fu LV, somewhat exasperated, replied, Grandfather, did I not come to see you first? Who cares about you? I want to see my granddaughter-in-law. In a flurry, Song Ji stood up, greeting. Hello, grandfather. The old man turned his gaze towards her, and upon seeing the young girl, he felt quite pleased. The more he looked, the more he liked her, nodding approvingly. She appears well behaved, however, she does seem rather young. He then looked sternly at Fu Lv, asking, Is this your wife? Fu Lv nodded. Grandfather, her name is Song Ji. Has the young lady reached adulthood? You scoundrel, you're not deceiving her, are you? Fu Lv's expression twitched at the old man's astuteness. Grandfather, do not speak nonsense. She is timid. Do not frighten her, Fu's mother chimed in. Dad? Surely Fu Lv would not engage in anything unlawful. Fu Lv could only sigh, realizing even his mother doubted him. Sensing the atmosphere, Song Ji quickly interjected. Grandfather, auntie, uncle did not deceive me. It was my own choice. Upon hearing Song Ji refer to Fu Lv as uncle, the old man's demeanor turned serious. He fixed her with a stern gaze. Be honest. Did he trick you? Fu Lv chuckled helplessly. No. How can you say no when she calls you uncle? Fu Lv, let me warn you. Our family is upright and cannot engage in such dealings. Fu Lv felt utterly exasperated. He should have dressed the little one more maturely before bringing her here. Seeing Fu Lv's silence, the old man assumed his acquiescence and raised his cane to strike him. You little rascal, how were you raised? In a flash, Song Ji leapt forward, wrapping her arms around Fu Lv to shield him, causing the old man's cane to strike her back with a thud. Everyone present was taken aback. No one expected Song Ji to rush forward to protect Fu Lv. In an instant, Song Ji felt a searing pain in her back. Upon noticing this, Fu Lu was momentarily taken aback before he swiftly embraced her, asking, Ji, are you all right? Leaning against Fu Lu's chest, Song Ji took a while to regain her composure. She gently shook her head and then turned to face her grandfather, patiently explaining, Grandpa, uncle did not deceive me. I willingly chose to be with him. He treats me very well, and I am of legal marrying age. Fu Mu, looking concerned, interjected, Ji, are you okay? Why did you come here? If Grandpa wants to scold someone, let him. Fu Lu is tough. He won't be hurt. Song Ji shook her head, insisting, Uncle is innocent. He should not be punished. The old man sighed and approached her with a grave expression, asking little Song, please tell me honestly, did Fu Lu coerce you? Did he threaten you? Song Ji shook her head. The old man, not convinced, pressed on, do not be afraid. Our Fu family does not condone favoritism. Tell me, did that rascal Fu Lu force you into marriage? Song Ji firmly replied, no, it was my decision. The old man, thinking he had misheard due to his age, asked, what did you say? It was your decision? Turning to him, Song Ji bowed deeply, saying, Grandpa, Auntie, I apologized. It was I who insisted on marrying Uncle. You may scold or hit me, but please do not blame or harm him. The old man was speechless, while Fu Mu was equally taken aback, as if she had seen a ghost. Could it be that her son had someone voluntarily asking for marriage? This was truly unprecedented. Noticing their silence, Song Ji grew anxious, her eyes reddening. Grandpa, Auntie, it truly is my fault. I forced Uncle to marry me. I'm sorry. Seeing her distress, Fu Mu hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her. Little Song, please do not cry. We are not angry with you. We are actually very happy about your marriage to Fu Lu. The old man, seeing the girl in tears, added, yes, little Song, we were merely worried that Fu Lu would deceive you. Song Ji sobbed, no, Uncle has not deceived me. He is very kind to me. Fu Lu, noticing his little wife's tear-streaked face, wrapped his arms around her and gently coaxed, all right, stop crying. Grandpa and Mom like you, so don't be afraid. Fu Mu and the old man quickly echoed, yes, we like you very much. Song Ji sniffled, thank you, Grandpa. Thank you, Auntie. What is this, Auntie? Since you're married to Fu Lu, you should call me Mom, Fu Mu insisted. Though feeling a bit shy, Song Ji eventually murmured, Mom. Upon hearing this, Fu Mu beamed with delight and presented a red envelope, saying, here, this is a welcome gift from your mom. Seeing such a large envelope, Song Ji quickly shook her head, refusing, no, that's not necessary. Fu Mu took hold of her hand and placed the envelope in it, insisting, this is customary. Take it. Song Ji instinctively glanced at Fu Lu, who encouraged, if Mom says to take it, then you should. Only then did Song Ji accept it, saying, thank you, Mom. The old man, witnessing this, also produced a red envelope. This time, Song Ji did not decline. Fumu then instructed, Fu Lu, take little Song to your room and see if she is hurt. Songji waved her hand. I'm fine. Fu Lu took her hand. Come on, let me show you my room. Nodding, Songji followed Fu Lu out of the living room. The old man watched their retreating figures for a while before commenting. The girl seems quite good, though perhaps a bit too simple. They may not be a perfect match. Fumu let out a sigh but remained silent. The old man suddenly asked, by the way, what do her family do? Fumu shook her head. I'm not sure. Let us have someone investigate. Fumu was somewhat taken aback. Dad, isn't it inappropriate to look into this after they are already married? The old man, gazing at the couple disappearing at the staircase, replied pointedly, it's essential to know what the in-laws do. With that, he turned and left. Fu Lu led Songji to a bedroom on the 3rd floor. Upon entering, she was astonished by the wall lined with books. Uncle, is this your study? Fu Lu nodded. This was my room during school. I rarely come back after starting work. Songji exclaimed, wow, so many books. Fu Lu smiled. If you find any you like, you can take them home. Songji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? Can I? Of course, he replied, thrilled. She quickly approached the bookshelf. Noticing this, Fu Lu stepped forward, gently taking her hand. Gigi, wait a moment. Let me check if you're injured. Songji paused, shaking her head. I'm fine. Grandpa didn't hit me hard. Fu Lu insisted. Let me see. He took her hand and led her to the large bed. Songji obediently sat on the edge while Fu Lu stood in front of her. As he reached to unbutton her shirt, Songji instinctively shrank back. Uncle, I can do it myself. Fu Lu noticed her shyness and chuckled. We are husband and wife. There's nothing to be shy about. Songji remained silent, her cheeks flushed. Just listen to me. I'm only checking, he reassured her. With a soft she complied without further resistance. As he unbuttoned her shirt and pushed it down to her lower back, he found a long red mark across her otherwise fair skin. With some areas even bleeding, he knew she must have been hurt. The old man's cane was not merely a walking stick, and he had endured many beatings in his youth. Fu Lu gently placed his fingertip on her skin, causing her to instinctively flinch. A surge of warmth coursed through him. You're injured. I'll have someone bring medicine right away to treat you. Songji shook her head lightly. I'm fine. It will heal in a few days. Is that how you allow your injuries to heal in the past? Songji was momentarily taken aback, but then meekly responded, yes. No wonder she had scars of varying depths on her back. It seemed she never treated them at all. Fortunately, the injuries were not severe. They were hardly noticeable unless observed closely. He tenderly helped her put her shirt back on, softly saying, sit still. I'll go fetch the medicine. Without waiting for her response, he exited the room. Alone, Songji began to examine Fu Lu's room, her gaze drawn to the gleaming trophies lining the top of the bookshelf. She slowly rose and approached the shelf. Reaching for a trophy, however, her hand inadvertently knocked into a nearby picture frame. As the frame began to fall, she hurriedly tried to catch it, relieved to find it intact in her hands. Thank goodness. It didn't break. Curiously, she focused on the frame, which contained a photo of 5 individuals clad in graduation gowns. Her eyes were irresistibly drawn to the girl in the center, who, tilting her head slightly toward the boy on her left, wore a radiant smile like a flower blooming in spring. Songji's gaze gradually shifted to the boy on the left, whose eyes sparkled with youthful charm. To her surprise, she instantly recognized him, Fu Lu. Was this a photo from his university days? What are you looking at? The sudden voice startled her like a clap of thunder, causing her to jump and lose her grip on the frame, which fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Instinctively, Songji bent down to retrieve it. Stop, Fu Lu shouted sharply. Startled, she tightened her grip on the frame, inadvertently embedding shards of glass into her palm. The pain made her gasp, but before she could apologize, Fu Lu rushed forward and snatched the broken frame from her hands. He glanced down quickly, relieved to find only the glass shattered. The photo remained unharmed. Fu Lu turned to Songji, his expression dark as if he could drown in his anger. Didn't I tell you to stay put? Who gave you permission to touch my things? Songji's hands, hanging at her sides, tightened and relaxed, the glass shards piercing deeper into her flesh. Yet, she seemed oblivious to the pain, frantically apologizing. I'm sorry, uncle. I didn't mean to. Fu Lu exhaled heavily, as if suppressing a volcano. Once he calmed down, he spoke coolly. I'm not blaming you. Come here. I'll have Ani clean this up. Songji nodded like a chick pecking for grain. Fu Lu turned away without another glance and decisively left the room. As soon as he exited, Songji felt a wave of relief wash over her, like a deflated balloon. The sting in her palm surged, and she lifted her injured hand, seeing it stained crimson with blood. Resembling a blooming poppy flower, with shards of glass embedded, glinting ominously. Tears streamed down her cheeks like a torrential flood, yet she remained silent. Using her other hand, she pulled out the glass shards, without obstruction. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, pooling on the floor in a shocking crimson puddle. Upon witnessing the scene, Songji was immediately flustered. A singular thought raced through her mind. I must not soil my uncle's floor. Without regard for extracting all the shards of glass, she pressed one hand firmly against her palm. Just as the housekeeper entered, she caught sight of Songji crouched on the floor, her face as pale as a sheet, resembling a frightened rabbit, while a few alarming drops of blood marred the ground. Chapter 40. Living with caution, the housekeeper gasped, "Young madam, you are injured." Flustered, Songji quickly concealed her hand behind her back, shaking her head vehemently. No, no. But what about the blood on the floor? I'm sorry. I accidentally made a mess. I'll clean it up right away. As she spoke, she trembled, reaching for the broom in the housekeeper's hands. Upon seeing her bloodied hands, the housekeeper gasped again. Oh my heavens, young madam, you. Instinctively, Songji recoiled, hiding her hands behind her back, like a child caught in wrongdoing, feeling awkward and silent. The housekeeper sighed in exasperation. Young madam, you must speak up. Such a serious injury. What if you get tetanus? Mr. Fu will be heartbroken. At the mention of Fu Lu, Songji's mind involuntarily conjured the look he had given her just moments before, one filled with disdain, anger, and helplessness. He surely would not be heartbroken. Throughout her life, she had never received concern, only blame and scorn for every little misstep, for injuring herself, as if she were seeking attention. Thus, over time, whenever she was hurt, she instinctively apologized. She had never meant to injure herself for sympathy. Neither her mother nor Fu Lu had ever shown her that kind of compassion, striving to muster a semblance of a smile. She feigned nonchalance. I'm fine, just a minor injury. You can't stop the bleeding, and you call it minor? Wait here. I'll fetch the first aid kit. Songji murmured a soft thank you, obediently standing beside the trash can. She held her injured hand above it, ensuring the blood would not drip onto the floor. When Fu Lu returned with the first aid kit, he caught sight of the blood dripping from her fingertips into the bin. His expression darkened. Why didn't you say you were hurt? Startled by his sudden voice, Songji looked up to meet his icy gaze. She managed a slight smile, attempting to appear at ease. It's nothing, just a small injury. Upon hearing this, Fu Lu's frustration intensified. He wanted to lash out. Yet upon seeing the girl's increasingly pale visage and her bloodied hands, he found himself at a loss for words. Silently, he opened the first aid kit, laying out the necessary tools. He then lifted his gaze. Give me your hand. Songji instinctively resisted. It's fine. I can. Before she could finish, Fu Lu grasped her hand firmly. As the blood dripped onto the floor, she quickly interjected, It will stain the floor. Let it stain. He glanced at her palm, which was a gruesome sight. With several small shards of glass embedded in the flesh, Fu Lu's breath caught in his throat. How could she appear so untroubled when her injury was so severe? Why hadn't she mentioned it earlier? Songji lowered her gaze, softly responding, It's not that serious. Not serious. She nodded. Fu Lu's previously suppressed anger surged forth. Songji, have you truly become this submissive? Why don't you speak up? If you don't say anything, how would anyone know? His tone was sharper than intended, causing Songji to shrink back, instinctively trying to pull her hand away, but Fu Lu's grip remained firm. Seeing her silence only added to his irritation. Speak. After a moment of contemplation, she quietly replied, It's not serious, really, no need to discuss. Fu Lu let out a humorless laugh. Oh, it doesn't hurt at all, does it? Internally, Songji thought, It does hurt, but I can't say that. She shook her head. Fu Lu remained silent, directly applying iodine to her palm. As the antiseptic came into contact with her wound, a wave of sharp pain surged through her, and she could not help but let out a soft moan. Fu Lu's eyes widened, his expression paling further, a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Even in such pain, she remained silent. Does it not hurt? grinding her teeth. Songji nodded. No, not really. Seeing her reaction, Fu Lu suddenly felt defeated. He lowered his head, gently blowing on her palm. Instantly, Songji felt a chill wash over her hand, alleviating much of the pain. Just bear with me while I remove the glass shards, he instructed. She nodded softly, murmuring in agreement. Fu Lu carefully extracted the glass pieces embedded in her flesh. With each shard he removed, Songji winced, the pain excruciating, yet she continued to endure, repeatedly convincing herself that it didn't hurt at all. In her childhood, whenever her mother scolded or punished her, or when she was injured, she would resort to this self-hypnosis. It was the same now. The more she repeated it, the more numb she felt, until all she sensed was a dull ache in her palm. Once Fu Lu had meticulously removed every shard, he applied medicine and wrapped her hand in gauze. All done, he announced. Songji lowered her eyes, observing her hand, now wrapped like a dumpling, with Fu Lu even tying a bow with the bandage. Uncle, with it wrapped like this, I can't do any work. What work do you intend to do? Songji pondered for a moment before responding. I can help with household chores. I am quite adept at them, and I can cook delicious meals. Fu Lu ruffled her hair gently. Gigi, you needn't do anything here. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, she murmured, then am I to be considered useless? Her voice was too soft for Fu Lu to catch. He shook his head, pulling her into an embrace. I'm sorry. Songji stiffened against him, feeling at a loss. Why was Uncle apologizing to her? She should be the one apologizing for causing him trouble by disobeying. Uncle, I should be the one to apologize. I shouldn't have touched your things. I won't do it again. Her voice was barely audible, yet Fu Lu heard every word. He felt a wave of regret for having spoken so harshly earlier. Knowing that Songji's cautiousness stemmed from her upbringing, he had lost his temper. We are married now. You may take anything you desire, Songji softly acknowledged, not elaborating further. Yet in her heart, she continuously reminded herself that this was Uncle's home. She must not add to his burdens. Gigi, be good and rest here. I will step out for a moment. Fu Lu tidied up the first aid kit. Songji nodded. Yes, I will behave. As Fu Lu observed her compliant demeanor, he couldn't help but lean in and kiss her lips softly. Be good. If you crave anything, I will bring it to you shortly. Songji shook her head. No need. I'm not hungry. Fu Lu tousled her hair again, his gaze falling on the unopened red envelopes, smiling as he suggested. If you find yourself bored, you may peruse the envelopes from Grandpa and Mother. Songji nodded. All right. Once Fu Lu departed, the vast room was left in silence with only her presence. Chapter 41. Not prepared for marriage, Songji sat quietly on the sofa like a well-behaved lamb, her curious eyes surveying the bedroom's arrangement without disturbing a single item. Suddenly, her thoughts drifted back to the red envelopes. She tiptoed to the bedside and carefully picked one up. Tea felt heavy, and without needing to guess, she knew it contained numerous surprises. Seating herself at the edge of the bed, she gently opened the envelope from the elder. Indeed, a thick stack of cash and a gold bar awaited her. As she meticulously counted, she realized it was over 10,000 yuan. Songji was utterly astonished that the elder would bestow such a generous gift upon her, including the gold bar weighing a whole kilogram. She felt unworthy of accepting such a lavish present. Next, she picked up the envelope from Fu Lu's mother. Inside were more cash and 2 golden bracelets. So much money. Just as she pondered how to return these lavish gifts, the bedroom door creaked open. Uncle, there's so much. Before she could finish her sentence, Songji froze, as if under a spell, upon seeing the girl who entered. Their eyes locked, both staring at each other like statues, speechless. After a while, Songji finally regained her composure and tentatively asked, Excuse me, who are you? The girl scrutinized her from head to toe, retorting, Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? Her gaze fell upon the stack of cash and gold next to Songji. Wow, you have quite the audacity to sneak into my home. Songji blinked in surprise, quickly realizing the implication of the girl's words. No, I didn't steal anything. The girl snorted dismissively. Didn't steal? Do you take me for blind? Her eyes were fixated on the golden bracelets beside Songji. Seeing this, Songji hurriedly explained, No, these were given to me by Grandpa and my mother. The girl paused for a moment, then asked cautiously, Are you my brother's wife, brother? The girl standing before her was Fu Lu's sister. She looked to be around the same age. Song Ji was taken aback. She had not expected that uncle had a sister. Song Ji sprang up like a coiled spring, enthusiastically greeting the girl. Hello? I am Song Ji. Are you truly my brother's wife? The girl, still in disbelief, scrutinized Song Ji from head to toe, as if attempting to see through her. With a hint of shyness, Song Ji nodded gently, and no sooner had she spoken than the girl seized Song Ji's hand with the fervor of a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Sister, you can't possibly have been deceived by my brother's sweet words, can you? How could a man of his age possibly have a wife? Upon hearing this, Song Ji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. No, I really haven't been misled. How could that be? You look younger than me. How could you possibly be married at such a young age? Song Ji's discomfort deepened. The girl continued, by the way, my name is Fu Yin. Little sister-in-law, may I boldly ask you a question? Song Ji found herself momentarily disoriented by the abrupt change in address. What? How old are you? Song Ji hesitated to reveal her age. Seemed that ever since being with Fu LV. Everyone remarked on how youthful she appeared. I'm point 20. Fu Yin's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Wow, I knew it. You're so young, 2 years younger than me. You're not dropping out of school, are you? Song Ji hurriedly shook her head. No, I'm in my first year of university. Which school? Jing University. Oh, what a coincidence. I'm also at Jing University, but I'm already in my 4th year with a sigh. She added, my brother really ought to think twice. Why would he want to ruin the blooming flowers of our country? He is already over 30. How absurd. Song Ji could only manage a few awkward laughs. Fu Yin sat beside her, her eyes glued to the pile of cash, full of envy. Wow, that's wonderful. I wish I could get married too. Who wants to get married? Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and Fu LV strode in, carrying a strawberry cake. Fu Yin immediately sat up straight, like a well-behaved kitten, beaming at her brother with a smile as radiant as spring flowers. Brother, Fu LV seemed oblivious to her presence. Walking straight to Song Ji, softly inquiring, does your hand still hurt? Song Ji gently shook her head, like a willow swaying in the wind. Not anymore. I brought you a cake. Would you like to try it? Fu Yin, witnessing this, was taken aback, her jaw nearly dropping. Was this really her usually stern and icy brother? Truly a sight to behold, brother. Fu Yin cautiously ventured. Fu LV turned his head, his cold gaze piercing her like a sharp arrow, and frowned slightly. Why haven't you left yet? Fu Yin. Indeed, he was her brother, as ruthless as ever. Noticing this, Song Ji gently tugged at Fu LV's sleeve. Uncle. Fu LV redirected his gaze, looking down at Song Ji, his eyes reflecting a gentle spring. What is it? She is your sister. You shouldn't speak to her like that. Upon hearing her sister-in-law defend her, Fu Yin felt invigorated, responding vehemently, yes, brother, I am your sister. Why speak to me like that? Fu LV replied coolly, his voice resonating like a bell. I just heard that you want to get married. Fu Yin was momentarily taken aback, then hastily waved her hands. No, I was just joking. After the Mid-Autumn Festival, I will discuss your marriage with Mom. Fu Yin felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, her heart growing cold. I don't want to get married. If I do, it must be for love, not arranged. Fu LV's lips curled into a chilling smile, laced with sarcasm. Love? Is it that guy who relies on others? Fu Yan's body stiffened, as if struck by lightning. She had never imagined her brother was aware of this. Brother, Suze is not a freeloader. He treats me well. Fu Yan hurriedly defended, her voice tinged with anxiety. Fine, let us arrange a meeting. You'll see for yourself. Fu LV's tone brooked no argument. Fu Yin, without hesitation, rejected. No way. Didn't you say it was for love? I just want to meet your boyfriend. Is that too much to ask? Fu LV's gaze pierced through her like an arrow, prompting her to mutter, we're just dating. We're not ready for marriage. Engagement is fine-tuned. Fu Yin was taken aback. Brother, you're okay with me being with Suze? Let us have a meal together first. Chapter 42. The pressure to marry. Fu LV's response was succinct yet left Fu Yin in utter shock. She gazed at her brother in disbelief. Based on her understanding of him, he would never agree so easily. However, not wanting to miss this opportunity, she pondered before speaking. Brother, could we skip the meeting this time? How about I just introduce you to my little sister-in-law first? Fu LV flatly refused. Bring him home. Fu Yin instantly deflated like a deflated balloon. She looked pleadingly at Song Ji, her eyes brimming with entreaty. Little sister-in-law, please talk to my brother. How could he do this? Songji hadn't anticipated Fu Yin would turn to her for help, leaving her flustered. What should I say? Fu Yin's lips twitched in frustration. She had hoped her little sister-in-law would advocate for her, but it seemed this soft and gentle demeanor was not reliable. Fu Yin, with a look of desperation, declared, after the Mid-Autumn Festival, I will talk to him. But I want to make it clear. Brother, you must not bully my boyfriend. Fu Lv regarded her with disdain. You've not even met the family yet, and you're already bending the rules? Fu Yin's face flushed a deep red, akin to a ripe apple. I'm not. Su Zhe is truly wonderful. You just don't know him. Enough. We'll bring him home to meet the family. Now, go away. Don't disturb my wife. Fu Yin, like a drooping eggplant, muttered a subdued okay and turned to exit Fu Lv's bedroom. Once she left, Songji blinked her big, curious eyes, asking, Uncle, have you met Xiao Yan's boyfriend? Fu Lv nodded. I have. What is he like? Fu Lv snorted dismissively, his tone as frigid as ice. Not impressive. How could that be? This girl is so smitten. With a few sweet words, she believes she can't marry anyone else. He is just a rural upstart trying to gain a foothold in the capital through a woman. Songji gazed at Fu Lv, perplexed. Uncle, didn't you agree? I didn't agree. A person like that isn't worthy of my sister. Songji hung her head, resembling a guilty child, and fell silent. Seeing this, Fu Lv realized that his little wife had misunderstood. He reached out and gently patted her head, as if soothing a frightened fawn. Ji, don't take it personally. Realizing her thoughts had been uncovered, Songji felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, stammering, I didn't. Fu Lv embraced her tightly, his voice tender. I've told you, you can be a bit more assertive. I'm here to support you. Don't let others think you are easy to bully. In the evening, during dinner, Fu Lv finally brought her downstairs. Upon seeing the bandage on Songji's hand, he was taken aback. Xiao Song, what happened to your hand? Songji shyly attempted to hide her hand behind her back. It's nothing, just an accident. How could you be so careless? How did you get hurt? Songji felt flustered, unsure how to respond. Fu Lv blocked her from getting up and said, Mom, please don't ask. I'm just worried. Is it serious? Fumu inquired. Songji shook her head. It's fine. Mom, please don't worry if your hand is injured. Avoid getting it wet. Let Fu Lv help you when you take a shower or wash your face at night to prevent infection. Upon hearing this, Songji's face flushed crimson, her head bowed in silence. Fu Lv interjected, Mom, stop. She is shy. Fumu chuckled. I can tell. Suddenly, the old gentleman spoke up. Xiao Song, Fu Lv mentioned you two have already obtained your marriage certificate. Songji nodded slightly. In that case, let our families meet and have a meal together to finalize the wedding arrangements. Songji panicked at the thought of meeting. Meet? The old gentleman nodded. Marriage is a significant matter. Your parents should be informed. Don't know. The old gentleman's expression grew serious. This is too hasty. What if Xiao Song's parents are unwilling? Panicking, Songji quickly waved her hands. It's fine. I can handle it myself. Fu Lv took her hand in his, reassuringly. Grandpa, I understand. I will visit Gigi's parents. The old gentleman nodded, not pressing further. During dinner, Fu Lv occasionally served Songji more food, and soon her bowl was piled high. Feeling a bit embarrassed, as Fu Lv placed more food into her bowl, she quickly murmured, That's enough, uncle. It's too much. I can't finish it. Fu Lv smiled. Eat more. Gain some weight. Beside them, Fu Yin, noticing the scene, playfully teased, Oh dear brother, I'm sitting right next to you. Why not serve me some dishes? Have you forgotten your sister after marrying? Hearing this, Songji quickly picked up her chopsticks and served Fu Yin some food, saying, Yin, do try this. Due to her injury, Songji's hands trembled slightly as she maneuvered the chopsticks, and she felt a twinge of pain. Nevertheless, she managed to keep the food from falling, determined not to lose face in front of her uncle's family. Fu Lu, observing the situation, frowned darkly. She is injured. Why do you feel envious for helping her? Fu Yin pouted. I was just joking. Fu Lu was about to retort, but Songji quickly intervened, whispering, All right, let us just eat. Fu Lu obliged and fell silent. Fu Mu watched their interaction closely. Although Songji appeared delicate and soft, it was reassuring that her son listened to her. With a smile, she addressed Songji, Little Song, since you and Fu Lu are married now, when are you planning to have a child? The mention of children left Songji somewhat flustered, unsure of how to respond. Fu Lu interjected, "Mom, we just got married. Having children is not on our agenda right now." Fu Mu, upon hearing this, immediately grew displeased. "I wasn't asking you. I was inquiring about little Song, not demanding you to have one." She turned her gaze back to Songji, who felt awkward. "Mom, I'm still in school. If I were to have a child, it might be." Fu Mu was taken aback. "You're still studying?" Before Songji could respond, Fu Yin chimed in, "Little sister-in-law and I attend the same university. She's a freshman this year. One can have children while in college. What's the issue?" Songji felt increasingly embarrassed. Fu Mu continued, "I'm merely considering Fu Lu's age. He's 30 this year. If we delay further, by the time the child starts school, he'll be in his 40s. Your father and I were barely in our 20s when we had you." Songji hadn't anticipated that her first encounter with her in-laws would involve such pressure regarding marriage and children, leaving her momentarily speechless. Chapter 42. Sentiments. Fu Lu spoke up, "Mom, let nature take its course regarding children." Hearing this, Fu Mu's expression softened considerably. After dinner, the elder demanded that the couple stay behind. Songji glanced at Fu Lu, who quietly suggested, "We could stay here for a few days, if that's all right." Songji was reluctant, feeling somewhat uncomfortable, but since Fu Lu had already spoken, she nodded in agreement. "All right." Fu Lu accompanied the elder to play chess, leaving Songji to return to her room alone. As she checked the time, it was nearly 9 o'clock, and her uncle had yet to return. Did this mean she would be sleeping alone in this unfamiliar room? With that thought, she felt a wave of relief. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. "Little sister-in-law." Upon hearing Fu Yin's voice, Songji hurried to open the door. "Xiao Yin, what's the matter?" Fu Yin handed her a bag, saying, "This is the sleepwear Mom prepared for you." Songji glanced at the bag, then pulled Fu Yin into the room. "Xiao Yin, how about you stay here with me tonight?" To be honest, she felt a bit scared being alone in this strange environment. Fu Yin looked astonished. Had she heard correctly? Her sister-in-law wanted her to sleep over. Though her sister-in-law seemed sweet and gentle, and cultivating a bond with her was appealing, she was still her brother's wife. Remembering her mother's task, Fu Yin quickly declined, "Little sister-in-law, I can't possibly take my brother's bed." Songji hesitated before suggesting, "Then I'll come to your room. Don't worry, I don't mind sleeping on the floor." Fu Yin looked at her in confusion. Why? She couldn't understand why her sister-in-law preferred to sleep on the floor rather than with her husband. Feeling awkward, Songji pondered before responding, "Your brother probably won't return tonight." "How could that be, little sister-in-law? You're overthinking it." Songji was surprised. "Oh, he will come back. This was his room, of course he would return." "All right, little sister-in-law, don't worry. My brother will definitely come back to sleep with you." Songji, "All right, little sister-in-law, I'll head back now." Task accomplished, Fu Yin hurried off to seek praise from her mother. "Mom, I completed the task." Fu Mu responded. "What did your sister-in-law say?" Fu Yin thought for a moment before replying. "Little sister-in-law is quite timid. She even wanted to sleep with me." Fu Mu paused. "What did you say?" Fu Yin recounted the earlier conversation. Fu Mu sighed. "It's not that she is timid. She likely doesn't want to sleep with Fu Lu. They remarried now, and if they don't sleep together, how are we to have grandchildren?" "Yin Yin, I just had the kitchen prepare some nourishing soup. Go see if it's ready and deliver it to your sister-in-law." Upon hearing her mother favoring someone else, Fu Yin immediately felt disgruntled. "Mom, you're so biased. I want some too." Indeed, ever since the new daughter-in-law arrived, everyone had been doting on her, whether serving dishes or bringing sleepwear. And now even nourishing soup. Fu Mu rolled her eyes, disdainfully patting Fu Yan's head. "Drink, drink, drink. All you think about is drinking. That soup is for your sister-in-law. Hurry and take it to her." Fu Yin pouted but complied and went to the kitchen. "Zhang Ma, is the nourishing soup for my sister-in-law ready?" Zhang Ma peeked out from the kitchen, smiling. "Miss, it will be ready shortly." "Just a moment." Fu Yin sighed, sitting on a nearby chair, grumbling, "Everyone is so biased towards the new daughter-in-law, even giving her special treatment." Zhang Ma chuckled. "Miss, what are you complaining about?" Fu Yin leaned on the table, looking upset. "Ever since the new daughter-in-law came, everyone is so biased. No one dotes on me anymore." Zhang Ma comforted her with a smile. "How could that be? You're still the lady of the house." "Not anymore. I'm no longer my mother's little treasure. That title has been passed on." Fu Yin lamented, her expression sorrowful. Zhang Ma was taken aback. "Passed on to whom? Who else could it be but the new daughter-in-law?" it's bedtime, and she's getting special treatment with nourishing soup. I am no longer my mother's treasure, Fu Yin said, looking forlorn. Zhang Ma laughed. That soup was indeed prepared by madam for the new lady. Fu Yin smirked knowingly. See? I'm no longer my mother's little darling. Zhang Ma sighed. Oh dear, my young lady, you're feeling jealous over this? Fu Yin pouted in silence. Zhang Ma teasingly added, you want to drink that soup, but you can't have it now. Fu Yin looked up. See, Zhang Ma, I'm no longer your little darling. Zhang Ma quickly explained. No, the soup is for Madame's desire to hold a grandchild soon, meant for the new lady. You, a young maiden, have no need for it. Fu Yin was shocked. What? This soup can help one conceive. You're still young. It's normal not to understand. As she spoke, she brought out the prepared nourishing soup and handed it to Fu Yin. Miss, since madam asked you to take it, you should hurry and deliver it. Don't delay. Fu Yin accepted it and headed upstairs. Zhang Ma called out, if the new lady asks what it is, don't say a word. Understood. Fu Yin replied nonchalantly, got it. When Songji saw Fu Yin reappear, she was somewhat bewildered. Xiao Yin, what's wrong? Fu Yin raised the tray in her hand. This is for you. Mom had the kitchen prepare it. Songji glanced at it curiously. What is this? Nourishing soup. She probably thinks you're too thin and wants to help you out. Upon hearing this, Songji felt a bit awkward. But I can't eat right now. During dinner, she had eaten everything Fu Lu served her, and now she felt quite full. I don't know. What should I do? Mom said she wants to see you drink it. Songji felt troubled, especially since the soup looked unappetizing. Fu Yin urged, oh, little sister-in-law, just drink it. If you don't, Mom will be nagging about not having grandchildren again. Upon hearing this, Songji froze for a moment. Grandchildren? Fu Yin suddenly realized she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. Oh, it's just Mom's intention. Just take a sip for my sake, so I can report back. Since Fu Yin had said so, Songji didn't want to make things difficult and reached for the bowl, taking a sip in front of Fu Yin. Yikes, it's so rich. She felt a wave of nausea but managed to swallow it down. Seeing this, Fu Yin felt relieved, knowing she could return with a good report. She reminded, little sister-in-law, you must finish it all. This is Mom's intention. Chapter 43. Temptation. Songji nodded slightly. Seeing this, Fu Yin left with the cheerfulness of a joyful bird. Just as she reached downstairs, Fu Mu approached her. So, how did it go? Did she drink it? Fu Yin confidently replied, she drank it. Fu Mu eyed her with suspicion. Are you sure it was your sister-in-law who drank it and not you? Fu Yin rolled her eyes at her mother, as if to say, Mom, how could you think that of me? Although she initially entertained the thought of sneaking a sip, it was before she was aware of the soup's miraculous properties. Upon this realization, Fu Yan's face radiated with excitement, akin to a discoverer unveiling a new world. Mom, I heard from Zhang Ma that drinking this soup can help one conceive. Fu Mu's lips involuntarily twitched, as if she had just heard the most absurd thing on earth. What nonsense is this? Oh, Zhang Ma told me that you want a grandchild, so she suggested giving it to my sister-in-law to help her conceive. Upon hearing this, Fu Mu regarded her daughter with a look of disdain, as if observing a fool. Have you read too many novels? That's not a fertility potion. It's a nourishing soup meant to replenish your sister-in-law's health. Fu Yin feigned an expression of understanding. Don't worry, Mom, I get it. You understand nothing. With that, Fu Mu cast a glance upstairs and retreated to her room. Songji stared at the dark, murky soup in her hands, akin to a bowl of poison, utterly repulsive. After taking a sip, her mouth felt sticky, as if glued together, and waves of nausea surged within her. She placed the bowl on a nearby cabinet and fled to the bathroom, as if escaping a plague. Recalling Fu Mu's words at the dining table, Songji's cheeks involuntarily flushed, resembling a ripened apple. Was she truly expected to wait for her uncle to bathe her? How embarrassing! Resolving to take matters into her own hands, she decided to wash up before Fu Lu returned. She firmly closed the bathroom door and swiftly shed her clothes, to protect her injured hand from getting wet. She wrapped it in the clothes she had just removed. However, after her bath, an unfortunate realization struck. There were no towels in the bathroom. Songji was momentarily taken aback. Typically, wouldn't there be towels prepared in a bathroom? Why was there none here? She had forgotten to bring the sleepwear that Fu Yin had given her in her haste. She glanced at the dress wrapped around her hand, contemplating whether to make do with it. After much effort, she managed to untangle it, only to find that half of it was already soaked, rendering it useless. Taking a deep breath, she leaned against the bathroom door, listening carefully to the sounds outside. It was quiet. Uncle had not yet returned. Cautiously, she pushed the bathroom door ajar and peeked outside. The bag containing her sleepwear lay quietly on the bed, just a few steps away. Just as Songji wrestled with her thoughts, the bedroom door was suddenly thrust open from the outside. Startled, she quickly withdrew, slamming the door shut with a bang. When Fu Lu entered, he did not notice Songji's presence. The next moment, his gaze fell directly on the glass door of the bathroom. The girl stood with her back to him, like a bashful water lily, leaning against the glass. The steam from her bath made her skin glow with an alluring pink hue. Did she not realize that the glass was transparent? Ji, Fu Lu called softly. Songji's voice came out stammering like a whisper. Uncle, I doubt I'm in the shower. Fu Lu stepped closer. Do you need help? Before he finished speaking, the bathroom door slowly opened again, and Songji emerged like a timid little rabbit, her face averted as she mumbled. Uncle, I doubt I've finished washing, but I don't have a towel, and the sleepwear bag was something my mom gave me. I doubt I just forgot. Fu Lu's gaze lingered on her face for a couple of seconds. Due to the warmth, her cheeks were flushed like a ripe apple, prompting a desire to take a bite. He abruptly snapped back to reality, nodded slightly, and said gently, I'll go get you a towel. Just wait a moment. He turned and walked toward the closet, selecting a bath towel before heading over to retrieve the sleepwear from the bed. He carefully opened the bag, only to be struck dumb by what he found inside. Fu Lu knew full well that this was undoubtedly the handiwork of his mother. He let out a heavy sigh, feeling utterly speechless. Originally, he had intended to fetch his own loungewear for Songji, but the image of her in that sleepwear suddenly invaded his mind. With that thought, he made his way back to the bathroom holding the sleepwear. Ji, here are your towel and sleepwear. Fu Lu's voice was deep and magnetic, carrying a faint rustle. The next moment, the bathroom door opened slowly, and Songji reached out with her slender hand to accept the bag from him. Fu Lu then leaned lazily against the head of the bed, his gaze fixed on the bathroom. The girl gently dried herself with the towel, tossing it aside carelessly before taking out the sleepwear from the bag. Upon seeing the contents, her mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. What was this? Songji could hardly believe her eyes as she unfolded the sleepwear. It was entirely sheer lace, with the underwear consisting of mere scraps of fabric. The thong being particularly embarrassing. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. Could anyone truly wear this? She held up the thong, measuring it against herself. Unbeknownst to her, every movement was being closely observed by the man outside. Holding the towel like a shield in front of her, she hesitantly stepped out of the bathroom. That moment, Fu Lu was reclining on the bed. Upon seeing him, Songji felt a wave of nerves wash over her. As if a startled deer was racing within her, Fu Lu slightly raised his gaze, his eyes burning like torches, fixed intently on her, softly saying, Ji, come here. As he spoke, his long fingers began to unbutton his shirt. One by one, his exquisite collarbone peeked out from beneath the fabric, inviting temptation. Observing the girl's dazed expression, Fu Lu's lips curled into a smirk as he teased. Ji, is this how you plan to look at me tonight? Chapter 44. Ji, kiss me. As he spoke, he continued to unbutton his shirt. Reclining against the soft bed, one hand propping up his head, he languidly gazed at the girl standing by the bed. Her face flushed like the evening sky. In that moment, Fu Lu resembled an enchanting male fox spirit. Songji found herself unconsciously moving towards Fu Lu, standing at the edge of the bed. Her cheeks were as red as a boiled shrimp. Uncle, the girl called softly. Fu Lu extended his hand, a gentle grip enveloping hers. Songji sat on the edge of the bed, as if drawn by an invisible force. His hand, soft as a feather, rested on her back, slowly gliding upwards until it settled at the nape of her neck, kneading the delicate flesh there with varying pressure. Songji trembled involuntarily, her eyes glistening like morning dew. Fu Lu gazed at her, a dangerous desire swirling in his depths, akin to a vast ocean threatening to engulf her. His lips parted slightly, his voice low and magnetic. Ji, kiss me. Songji felt herself grow weak, as if she might melt into a puddle at his feet. She whispered, Can we turn off the lights? Fu Lu gently shook his head, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. Songji's pupils dilated in alarm. And before she could protest, Fu Lu's melodious voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, reached her ears. If we turn off the lights, you won't be able to hide your tears. With that, he exerted force. And she fluttered into his warm embrace like a delicate butterfly. The night stretched long. Songji was unaware of how long she had cried the previous evening. When she awoke the next day, her eyes were swollen. Next to her, Fu Lu's figure had vanished, leaving behind a fresh, clean set of clothes on her pillow. Songji felt a pang of anxiety as she mustered the strength to rise and wash her face and brush her teeth. Glancing in the mirror, she noticed a mark on her neck that bloomed like a red plum blossom, and the memories of the previous night surged back like a tide. In such a fresh state. To have been so intimate with her uncle made her cheeks flush uncontrollably. When she finally made her way downstairs, every pair of eyes in the house seemed to shine like spotlights upon her. Their gazes filled with an inscrutable mirth. Songji felt a surge of embarrassment and helplessness. She had not intended to oversleep. Rather, Fu Lu had been too overwhelming, causing her to miss her usual wake-up time. "I'm sorry, I thought I woke up late," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. Fu Mu smiled and waved her over. "Little Song, come eat." Songji felt a wave of shyness wash over her. She had not anticipated that upon waking, it would be well past noon, and that so many would be waiting for her to eat. "Mom, I didn't mean to wake up late, it's Uncle." Before she could finish, Fu Mu interrupted with a cheerful laugh. "I understand, young people, right? You must have been exhausted last night." Upon hearing this, Songji's face turned crimson like the evening sky. Sitting across from her, Yi Yin exclaimed with excitement, "Sister-in-law, are you expecting a little one?" Songji was taken aback. "Huh?" my mom said. Before she could complete her sentence, Fu Mu swiftly shoved a meatball into her mouth. "Eat your food, and stop spouting nonsense." Fu Yin whined in protest, reluctantly chewing her food. Not seeing Fu Lu around, Songji quietly inquired, "Where's Uncle?" "He left early in the morning, presumably to attend to work matters." Upon hearing this, Songji felt a twinge of surprise. Even during the Mid-Autumn Festival, he has to work. With tens of thousands of employees under his management, it was clear he would have to toil a bit harder. Hearing Fu Mu say this, Songji suddenly felt a pang of sympathy for Fu Lu. After lunch, Fu Yin suggested taking Songji out for some fun. Initially, Songji was somewhat reluctant, but Fu Yin's exuberance made it impossible to refuse. "Sister-in-law, come on. Let me introduce you to my boyfriend." Songji was taken aback. "Your boyfriend is coming over?" Fu Yin quickly shook her head. "No, he just came to deliver mooncakes and will leave right after." "Your boyfriend is truly thoughtful." Fu Yin giggled like a child. "Indeed, my brother is biased. Calling him a Phoenix man is nonsense. He simply doesn't understand Suze." Songji nodded in agreement. Fu Yin tightly linked her arm with hers. "Let us go?" "He's almost here." Just as they set off, Ming Huan and Fu Shui approached, carrying an assortment of gifts. Dressed in a white t-shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, Ming Huan radiated youthful vitality. She gently handed the gifts to Fu Mu. "Grandma, happy Mid-Autumn Festival." Fu Mu glanced at her indifferently before accepting the gifts. "This child is thoughtful." Then her gaze shifted to Fu Shui. "Xiao Shui, why didn't Ti Nan Nan come?" Upon hearing Ming Nan's name, Ming Huan's expression subtly changed, like a ripple on a calm lake, but she quickly regained her composure, masking the slight disturbance. Before Fu Shui could respond, Ming Huan eagerly interjected, "Grandma, my sister said she would celebrate the festival with her foster parents, so she won't be coming." Fu Mu's face revealed a hint of regret. "This child has ultimately become distant from us." As soon as she finished speaking, Ming Huan, like an obedient kitten, clung to Fu Mu's arm and cooed. "Grandma, you still have me?" Hee. Then, her gaze swept around the room, but she did not see Fu Yin. "Grandma, where is my aunt? I haven't seen her. She just went out with your uncle. I'm not sure what they're up to." Ming Huan was slightly surprised. "Aunt? Did my aunt come too?" Fu Mu nodded. "Yes, your uncle brought her yesterday to tea this." Ming Huan couldn't help but think of Songji. Songji had previously mentioned on the rooftop that she was married to her uncle. It seemed impossible. She knew well what kind of family the Fu family was. Her uncle would never be interested in someone as impoverished as Songji. Fu Yin led Songji to a bridge by the river. In the distance, she spotted a young man waiting on the bridge, holding a box of mooncakes. Before Songji could ask, Fu Yin released her hand and ran towards him. "Baby, I've missed you so much." Fu Yin playfully embraced Suze and planted a kiss on his cheek. Su Zhe's eyes were filled with affection as he gently pinched Fu Yin's cheek. All right, I've missed you too. Sweetheart, this is for you. Fu Yin eagerly accepted. Thank you, baby. After a moment, she pulled Songji closer. Let me introduce you. This is Mai. Before she could finish the word sister-in-law, Songji quickly interjected, friend? I am Xiao Yin's friend. Chapter 45. The manifestation of infatuation. Fu Yin was somewhat taken aback, but said nothing further. Su Zhe looked at Songji for a few seconds before retracting his gaze. Hello? I am Yin Yin's boyfriend. My name is Su Zhe. Xiao Yin has spoken of you, mentioning that you specifically brought her mooncakes. Indeed, this box of mooncakes was quite expensive. However, for my sweetheart, I would willingly eat instant noodles for an entire month. Upon hearing this, Songji frowned. Before she could respond, Fu Yin exclaimed in concern. Ah, did you spend all your money on mooncakes? Su Zhe shook his head. No, I still have over 10 yuan left. Enough to last until payday. Fu Yin, both touched and distressed, replied. Over 10 yuan is hardly sufficient. Let me transfer you some. While saying this, she took out her phone and, in front of Songji, directly transferred 10,000 yuan to Su Zhe. He protested, saying that he couldn't spend his girlfriend's money, yet his actions in accepting the transfer showed no hesitation. Observing this, Songji frowned. Mr. Su, where do you live? Su Zhe hesitated for a moment before responding. I'm not from Kyoto. I work here. Songji feigned surprise. You're not going home for the Mid-Autumn Festival? Su Zhe rubbed the back of his head. Somewhat embarrassed. I spent my money on mooncakes for Yin Yin, so I didn't go back. Fu Yin's concern deepened. Baby, it pains me to see you like this. Su Zhe gently ruffled Fu Yin's hair. It's all right. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. It must be lonely for you to celebrate the festival alone here. Perhaps you should consider going home. Su Zhe shook his head. It's too late to buy tickets now. Only plane tickets are available, and you know my family is quite far. Flying is expensive. It's all right. I'll give you more so that when you return, you can buy some gifts for your parents. It can be a small token for me. As she spoke, she reached for her phone to transfer more money. Seeing this, Songji gently tugged at her. Xiao Yin, the festival is only a couple of days. It would be exhausting for him to travel back and forth. Leaning closer, she whispered. Didn't your brother say he wanted to have dinner together? How can he eat if he goes back? Fu Yin suddenly realized. Oh, right. Turning to Su Zhe, she said, Baby, why don't you hold off on going back for now? Wait until the next holiday. Su Zhe's expression shifted, his hand hovering over his phone, ready to open the chat with Fu Yin to await her transfer. However, Songji interrupted his plans. He glanced at Songji, then smiled. It's fine. It doesn't matter where I am. As long as my sweetheart is by my side. Fu Yin, blushing, linked her arm with Su Zhe's. Baby, I have something to tell you. As she spoke, Fu Yin handed the box of mooncakes to Songji and pulled Su Zhe aside. Songji looked at the box in her hands, noticing a card tucked inside. Curiosity piqued, she pulled out the card to read the inscription. Upon seeing the message, her lips twitched. This person is rather shameless. Using mooncakes provided by the company to impress his girlfriend while pretending to be poor in front of Fu Yin. Moreover, this brand had been embroiled in controversy online, with each box priced at several dozen yuan. And the influencers selling these mooncakes had been sued for false advertising, resulting in losses of millions. Initially, Songji had no particular fondness for Su Zhe, but after discovering the origin of the mooncakes, she found herself in greater agreement with Fu Lu's assessment of him. He truly was living off others. After about 10 minutes, Fu Yin returned alone, while Su Zhe had wandered off. Songji quickly inquired, How did it go? What did he say? Fu Yin looked down, her expression somewhat dejected. He said he doesn't want to meet. Songji furrowed her brow, puzzled. Why not? Fu Yin lifted her head, a hint of sadness in her eyes. He said he has nothing right now and doesn't want my brother to look down on him. Songji's brow slightly furrowed as she pressed on. Did he actually say that? Fu Yin nodded. MHM. Songji pondered for a moment before continuing. Xiao Yin, how did you and Su Zhe meet? Fu Yin reminisced, a sweet smile gracing her face. He was my senior, 3 years ahead of me, but we only started dating this year. 3 years ahead meant he had already been working for 3 years. Given Su Zhe's education, he should have secured a decent job with a good salary after graduating. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Songji asked, Has he really not saved any money after 3 years of work? Or has he spent it all on you? If it was the latter, then Songji would consider that Su Zhe was somewhat acceptable. Fu Yin, taken aback at first, then reflected carefully, realized that in the 6 months she had been with Su Zhe, she hadn't received any gifts from him. Observing Fu Yan's silence, Songji began to piece together the situation. Xiao Yin, have you ever told him about your family's true circumstances? Fu Yan shook her head. No. I only told him we run a small business. Upon hearing this, Songji let out a sigh of relief. That's good. It seems you're not too naive after all. Fu Yan looked puzzled. Huh? What do you mean? Songji contemplated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to reveal that Su Zhe was not a suitable partner. After all, she was merely an outsider, and her relationship with Fu Yan was not close enough for such disclosures. She gently shook her head, subtly advising. In a relationship, both parties must invest. If I were in your shoes, I would buy my boyfriend a gift. And if he truly cares for me, he would reciprocate. It's this give and take that fosters lasting relationships. Fu Yan lowered her head, remaining silent. Thinking that she might have been disheartened, Songji was preparing to offer comfort when Fu Yan suddenly spoke. What you said is right. Sister-in-law. Look, I bought him a pair of shoes before, and didn't he immediately returned my gesture with mooncakes. As she spoke, she playfully grabbed the mooncake box from Songji, grinning widely. Songji sighed helplessly. Xiao Yin? Do you know about these mooncakes? They've been quite the sensation online. Fu Yan shook her head. Not really, no wonder my boyfriend said they were expensive. Such a popular brand must indeed be pricey. It's not just the cost. It's the false advertising. Moreover, I just saw this. As she spoke, she extended the greeting card in her hand towards Fu Yan. Having come this far, if Fu Yan still did not comprehend, there was little she could do. Fu Yan reached out to accept it, and upon reading the words inscribed on it, her grip on the card instinctively tightened. Sister-in-law, is it possible that my boyfriend has been deceived? Songji was taken aback, then displayed a look of confusion as she inquired. What? He's simply oblivious. Surely he was tricked into buying mooncakes. They must have sold him overpriced mooncakes gifted from the company. Fu Yan replied, her brows furrowing in seriousness. Songji sighed in exasperation, genuinely curious about what thoughts occupied Fu Yan's mind. For the first time, Songji clearly understood what a love-struck mind looked like. Chapter 46. Encounter. Songji poked the company name at the bottom of the card, asking with curiosity, Isn't this the place where Su Zhe works? Fu Yan nodded vigorously. Yes, it is. After a moment, she appeared puzzled. Why is the mooncake gift box from Su Zhe's company? Does his company produce mooncakes too? Songji's lips twitched in disbelief. Xiao Yin, is it possible that this is a mooncake gift box distributed to employees at his company? These mooncakes have become quite popular online. That influencer sells them exceptionally well, 3 boxes for just 99 yuan. Fu Yan paused, taking a while to process this information before mumbling. Sister-in-law, my boyfriend is really something. If he's out of money, he should just tell me. Sigh. Songji could only roll her eyes in response. Fu Yan, oblivious to Songji's expression, continued enthusiastically, he loves me so much that even the gifts from his company he gives to me. Songji remained speechless. The more Fu Yan spoke, the more excited she became, pulling out her phone to transfer money to Su Zhe. No, I can't bear to let him suffer. I'm going to send him some pocket money. Hearing this, Songji quickly intervened. All right, Xiao Yin, you shouldn't keep sending him money. Fu Yan looked at Songji in confusion. Why not? If you keep giving him money, people might think you're supporting him financially. Men are quite prideful and may feel that spending a woman's money is beneath them. Fu Yan suddenly comprehended. No wonder he always refuses the money I offer. Songji could no longer hold back her curiosity and asked. So did he eventually accept it? Fu Yan nodded. Yes, after much persuasion, he finally accepted. As she spoke, Fu Yan felt that Su Zhe was utterly in love with her. Sister-in-law, you should head back. I'm going to find him. Songji was taken aback. What do you need to find him for? He hasn't even gone home to be with me. Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival, and I want to have dinner with him. Please don't tell my brother. With that, she shoved the mooncake gift box into Songji's arms. Please take this back for me. Bye. Songji wanted to say something, but Fu Yan had already dashed away. She sighed in resignation, observing Fu Yan's retreating figure. How could this wealthy young lady, so stunningly beautiful, be so love-struck? Songji shook her head in disbelief and made her way home with Fu Yan's mooncake gift box. After walking for over half an hour, she finally arrived at the Fu residence. Upon entering the courtyard, she noticed a new white sedan parked there, pausing momentarily. Were there guests at home? Just as she was filled with curiosity and stepped inside, She spotted Meng Huan seated in the living room. Meng Huan had clearly noticed Song Ji as well. Their eyes met for a brief moment, and Meng Huan's expression changed dramatically as she sprang to her feet, hastily approaching Song Ji and grabbing her arm, pulling her out of the courtyard. Song Ji, what are you doing here? Song Ji cast a detached glance at her, and before she could respond, Meng Huan spoke again. Are you here to report me? Song Ji, I warn you, if you dare to tell my uncle about what happened before, I will make sure you regret this. Song Ji's lips curled into a slight smirk. Are you scared? Meng Huan's expression froze. She hadn't anticipated that Song Ji would be so difficult to deal with, coming here to make a fuss. She was certain that Song Ji was doing this on purpose, intending to make her life miserable. Get out of here quickly. I want to hold the previous matter against you, but this is the Fu residence, not a place for you. Initially, Song Ji had no intention of engaging with her, but seeing Meng Huan's anxious demeanor piqued her curiosity. What expression would Meng Huan wear if she knew about her relationship with Fu Lu? For a moment, she felt a twinge of intrigue. Song Ji smiled lightly. If I shouldn't be here, then why am I standing right here? As for you, Miss Meng, what are you so flustered about? With a sudden realization, she nodded. Oh, I see. You're afraid the Fu family will discover how you treated me at school. Aren't you? So you do no fear. Meng Huan's face turned a shade paler, but given that they were in the Fu residence, she refrained from acting out. She simply couldn't fathom why Song Ji was here. Her gaze then fell upon the mooncake box that Song Ji was holding. Upon seeing the cheap packaging, her suspicions were confirmed. She hadn't expected Song Ji to be so shameless, rushing to the Fu residence to seek recognition. Meng Huan scoffed derisively. Song Ji, you're not thinking of using this opportunity to seduce my uncle, are you? Do you even know your own status? And by the way, my uncle is already married. Unlike you, who was driven out by the Fu family, my uncle and grandmother detest people like you who cling to them. Song Ji couldn't help but chuckle at this. Why are you so eager to push me away? Are you afraid? Meng Huan's expression darkened as she realized that Song Ji was indeed here to threaten her. Song Ji smiled slightly, remaining silent. Meng Huan's face turned as dark as a storm cloud. Song Ji, I warn you, if you dare to speak nonsense, you can forget about having a good time at school. You better get as far away as you can. Do you think that carrying a box of shabby mooncakes will win you favor with the Fu family? Song Ji remained silent, merely observing her meltdown with cold detachment. As Meng Huan saw herself cornering Song Ji with her words, yet Song Ji remained audaciously unyielding. Her anger boiled over. She reached out to grab Song Ji. Just then, Mrs. Fu approached and, seeing the two holding hands, curiously asked, Xiao Song, do you know Huan Huan? Meng Huan's expression instantly froze, her grip on Song Ji tightening as if she intended to crush her hand. Song Ji furrowed her brow and freed herself from Meng Huan's grasp. In a low voice, Meng Huan gritted her teeth and said, Song Ji, I underestimated you. She never imagined that Song Ji would be so familiar with Mrs. Fu, suggesting it wasn't their first encounter. In a wonder Song Ji appeared so calm when she saw her. In a wonder she had the audacity to threaten to report to the Fu family on the rooftop. When did Song Ji and her uncle's family become so close? Before she could speak, Song Ji smiled. We are dorm mates. Mrs. Fu's surprise was palpable. What a coincidence. You're dorm mates. Song Ji nodded with a smile. Mrs. Fu beamed. What a delightful fate. Come. I had Zhang Ma make some cakes, just out of the oven. Come try them. Song Ji nodded, casting a fleeting glance at Meng Huan, who stood there pale and frosty. Without uttering a word, she walked past Meng Huan, following Mrs. Fu into the house. Seeing Meng Huan still standing there in shock, Mrs. Fu remarked, Huan Huan, why are you just standing there? Come in. Chapter 47. She is your uncle's wife. Only then did Meng Huan snap back to reality. Stepping inside, she was eager to see what trick Song Ji was up to. Upon entering, she saw Mrs. Fu guiding Song Ji to sit on the sofa, placing a plate of small cakes before her. Xiao Song, try this and see if you like it. Song Ji accepted the plate, taking a small bite with her fork. It's delicious. Mrs. Fu's face lit up with joy. If you like it, I'll have the kitchen make some more for you to take home. Watching this unfold from the sidelines, Meng Huan felt a surge of confusion. What connection could exist between this simpleton and her grandmother that made them seem so close? Could it be that Song Ji was a distant relative of the Fu family? But she had thoroughly investigated. Song Ji's family lived in a town. How could they possibly be related to the Fu family? After consuming half a small cake, Song Ji noticed Meng Huan glaring at her with an expression as cold as ice. She couldn't help but smile mischievously, ignoring her. Seeing the cakes dwindling, Mrs. Fu quickly asked, Xiao Song, should I have the kitchen cut another piece for you? With that, she stood up to call Zhang Ma. As Song Ji watched Mrs. Fu leave, she turned her gaze back to Ming Huan, her smile widening. Why are you still standing there? Sit down. Ming Huan glared at Song Ji, who was acting like the hostess. Her expression turning as dark as liver. In a hushed tone, she demanded, Song Ji, what exactly are you playing at? Song Ji remained unfazed. Sensing Ming Huan's tension and fear, she suddenly understood the superiority that came from being in a position of power. She smiled slightly, like a blooming flower. I told you. I'm married to your uncle, but you refused to believe it. Song Ji spoke candidly, without a hint of concealment. Ming Huan's pupils dilated as if pricked by a needle, her emotions spiraling out of control as she shouted, No, impossible. You can't fool me here. Before she could finish, Mrs. Fu approached with a serious expression. Who is fooling whom? What are you two arguing about? Upon encountering Mother Fu, Ming Huan felt as though she had grasped a lifeline, eagerly pointing at Song Ji and exclaiming, Grandmother, Song Ji, she actually claims to have married my uncle. How could my uncle possibly be attracted to someone like her? As Ming Huan spoke, Mother Fu's expression grew increasingly displeased. What sort of person is she? Without a moment's hesitation, Ming Huan blurted out, Grandmother, do not be deceived by her demure appearance. Her private life is utterly chaotic. She was previously entangled with my boyfriend, and rumors at school suggest she is being kept by an older man. Who knows if there is any truth to it? Enough. Mother Fu admonished sharply. Huan, what nonsense are you spouting? How can you speak of your aunt-in-law in such a manner? Stunned, Ming Huan incredulously pointed at Song Ji. Grandmother, what are you saying? Aunt-in-law, Xiao Song and your uncle are already married. And I hope you will show her the respect she deserves moving forward. Ming Huan gasped, her disbelief palpable as she shook her head vehemently. Impossible. How could my uncle possibly fancy her? Mother Fu, witnessing her reaction, wore an expression of despair and shook her head helplessly. Turning to Song Ji, she spoke in a gentle tone. Xiao Song, do not take it to heart. Huan has been spoiled by us. Song Ji smiled and shook her head. It's all right, Mother. Ming Huan might just have some misunderstandings about me. Mother Fu furrowed her brow. Aren't you in the same dormitory? Yes, we are. However, she might have misunderstood something. Regardless, I am married to Fu Lu now, and we are a family. With that, she smiled at Ming Huan. Huan, I hope you won't harbor any misunderstandings about me, and I sincerely wish for you to bless me and your uncle. After finishing her words, Song Ji cast a provocative glance at Ming Huan, who was visibly enraged. Nonsense, Song Ji. I truly underestimated your cunning. How could you manage to ensnare my uncle? Driven to the edge by her anger, Ming Huan spoke indiscriminately before Mother Fu. Enough, tone it down, Mother Fu reprimanded sternly. Tears of grievance welled in Ming Huan's eyes. Noticing this, Song Ji quickly interjected, Mother, please don't be angry. Mother Fu sighed. This child has been spoiled by your elder sister. I will ensure her mother disciplines her properly. Suddenly, Mother Fu recalled something and asked, By the way, where is Xiao Yin? Weren't you out together? Song Ji hesitated slightly. Xiao Yin went to find a friend. I returned alone. Upon hearing this, Mother Fu chided. This child truly is irresponsible. She takes you out and then leaves you unattended. I'll call her and give her a piece of my mind. As she spoke, she reached for her phone to call Fu Yin, but Song Ji quickly stopped her. No need to call Mother. Xiao Yin didn't abandon me. I just felt a bit unwell and wanted to return first. Mother Fu gazed at Song Ji with concern. Unwell? What is bothering you? Should we call a doctor? Song Ji quickly waved her hand. No need, Mother. I just need to rest for a bit. I might be a little tired. Mother Fu nodded in understanding. Then go rest quickly. If anything comes up, just let me know. Song Ji complied and, after casting a glance at the still-standing Ming Huan, made her way upstairs. Once in her room, Song Ji could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she managed to smooth things over. Had Mother Fu learned of Fu Yan's relationship with her boyfriend, it would undoubtedly have stirred unnecessary trouble. Leaning against her bed, she contemplated calling Fu Lu but remembered that her phone had been tossed by Ming Huan. Lying back down, she sighed, lamenting the expense of purchasing a new phone. Her gaze fell upon a red envelope nearby. But she quickly shook her head. No, the uncle had already helped her enough. She couldn't further burden him by using his money for her own purchases. Gradually rising, she walked lightly to the bookshelf, selected a book that piqued her interest, and then turned toward the balcony. She sat quietly there, immersing herself in the literary world. As time seemed to stand still, after an indeterminate period, the bedroom door was gently pushed open from the outside. Song Ji lifted her gaze to see Fu Lu entering the room, holding an exquisite box and wearing a faint smile on his face. Perhaps due to her prolonged reading, she felt somewhat fatigued and bored. Upon spotting Fu Lu, she immediately set aside her book, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Uncle, you're back." Fu Lu stepped closer, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the book resting on the small round table. However, before he could speak, Song Ji, seemingly realizing something, hurriedly explained, "I just felt a bit bored, so I casually picked up your book to read." Fu Lu chuckled helplessly, extending his warm hand to gently ruffle Song Ji's hair, softly asking, "Do you find it quite dull here?" Chapter 48. Properly educate her. Song Ji first nodded, then quickly shook her head, her expression revealing her inner conflict. Fu Lu, observing her adorable demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. He reached out, gently grasping her slender wrist, examining the wound on her palm. The injury had healed significantly, yet it still appeared gnarled and painful, evoking sympathy. "You didn't apply any medicine today?" Fu Lu's brow furrowed as he spoke in a deep, low voice, tinged with an undercurrent of barely concealed anger. Sensing the shift in his mood, Song Ji's heart tightened. She hastily withdrew her hand, her gaze darting around as she stammered, "I'm sorry, I forgot." Fu Lu sighed in exasperation, then leaned down, effortlessly lifting her in his arms and heading toward the bed. Seated at the edge of the bed, Song Ji watched as this attentive man carefully tended to her wound. Fu Lu applied the medicine with a delicate touch, even blowing gently on her injury from time to time, which made Song Ji feel cherished. All done, Fu Lu's voice suddenly pulled her back from her reverie. She retracted her hand and softly murmured her thanks. "Did you go out with Xiao Yan today?" Fu Lu inquired. Song Ji, taken aback, looked up at him. "Oh, uncle, how did you know?" Fu Lu stood before her, his gaze fixed on her. The girl was clad in his loungewear, the loose fabric not quite fitting, revealing her sharply defined collarbone. Fu Lu's gaze dropped slightly, landing on her soft curves. A fragment from the previous night flashed through his mind, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. He reached out and gently grasped the nape of her delicate neck. "Ji," Fu Lu called softly. Song Ji blinked, gazing up at the man before her. "Yes, I'm here." Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu's stern features suddenly loomed larger, and his lips swiftly captured hers. Song Ji's eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily blank as she stared at him. Fu Lu's hand covered her eyes, plunging her into darkness. The sudden lack of sight brought a wave of insecurity, causing her to instinctively reach for Fu Lu's clothing. Sensing her unease, Fu Lu's deep voice resonated. "Ji, close your eyes." Feeling her eyelashes flutter against his palm, Fu Lu released his hold. Indeed, the girl obediently shut her eyes. He took her hand, murmuring softly, "So obedient." Song Ji responded with a meek sound. They remained in the room, wrapped up in each other's presence, until mealtime, when she finally emerged with Fu Lu. Upon exiting, she found Meng Huan still seated in the living room, who greeted her enthusiastically upon her arrival. Taken aback, Song Ji returned the gesture with a nod of courtesy. At the dining table, the Fu family was particularly attentive to Song Ji, especially Fu Lu, who frequently served her dishes. This sight ignited a simmering rage within Meng Huan, who was astonished at Song Ji's adeptness in charming the Fu family. Struggling to suppress her disdain for Song Ji, Meng Huan feigned intimacy and remarked, "Ji, you're quite inconsiderate. When did you marry my uncle without telling me? I thought we were dorm mates." Her tone held a hint of reproach, yet her eyes betrayed a deep-seated jealousy and reluctance. Song Ji paused momentarily, then slowly raised her gaze to meet Meng Huan's. Responding coolly, "I did mention it to you. Have you forgotten?" Meng Huan appeared momentarily taken aback, a flicker of confusion crossing her face before she reverted to a facade of innocence, her eyes wide with faux curiosity. "When was that? I only knew you were dating Pei Jinyan. I had no idea about your relationship with my uncle." Her words brimmed with an air of innocence and curiosity, making it difficult to discern her true intentions. Upon hearing Meng Huan's statement, all eyes at the table turned towards Song Ji. filled with curiosity. Their gazes converged upon her like a spotlight, eagerly awaiting her explanation. Songji understood that Meng Huan was intentionally bringing up her past with Pei Jinyan in front of the Fu family, attempting to sow seeds of doubt and discontent against her. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Previously, on the rooftop, I mentioned it to you. You didn't." However, before she could finish, Meng Huan's expression shifted abruptly, as if recalling something significant, and she quickly interrupted, "Oh, I forgot. I thought you were joking. After all, you've always liked Pei Jinyan." Her words tumbled out rapidly, as if afraid of revealing any inconsistency. Songji maintained a calm demeanor, replying evenly, "Isn't Pei Jinyan your boyfriend? Why would I be fond of him?" Meng Huan, upon witnessing Songji being led inside by herself, couldn't help but wear a smug smile, a glint of cunning flashing in her eyes. "You know that Pei Jinyan is my boyfriend? Yet you still persist in pursuing him. Zhijian, I've always regarded you as a good friend, knowing that your family's circumstances aren't favorable, and I've consistently offered my assistance." Fu Lu cast a glance at Songji, only to find her head hung low, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Not uttering a single word, a surge of pity welled up in Fu Lu's heart as he sighed softly. His little wife was undeniably too fragile. Perpetually susceptible to the bullying of others, it seemed he would need to dedicate considerable time to teach her how to safeguard herself. He spoke in a measured tone. "Was it not you who locked her on the rooftop last time and lost her phone?" At Fu Lu's words, Meng Huan's complexion drained of color, as if all the blood had fled from her face. Fu Mu, overhearing this exchange, appeared equally astonished. "Is that true?" Meng Huan hurriedly interjected. "No. How could I possibly do such a thing, uncle? It must be Songji who has spoken ill of me to you." Songji let out a cold laugh, her tone laced with mockery. "What nonsense am I spouting? Is this not the truth?" Upon hearing this, Meng Huan's expression faltered, her hands flailing in denial. "No, I didn't." Fu Lu's demeanor darkened, his gaze icy as it bore into Meng Huan, warning. "What? Do you require evidence? Do not attempt to apply your high school antics on her, or do not blame me for being merciless as an elder." Fu Mu, taken aback, had not anticipated Meng Huan's behavior. She turned to Songji, her expression one of shock. "Little Song, has Huan Huan often bullied you at school?" Before Songji could respond, Meng Huan erupted. "No, I haven't, uncle. Surely, she must be slandering me in front of you." Fu Mu furrowed her brows, her expression grave as she sternly commanded, "Silence." Meng Huan was startled into silence by Fu Mu's rebuke, tears of grievance pooling in her eyes, her gaze reddening. "I truly didn't. It was Songji who lied." Chapter 50. "Let them divorce." Fu Mu, her expression serious, declared, "Enough, cease your chatter. From now on, temper your disposition. You are in the same dormitory, so strive to coexist amiably with your little aunt." Meng Huan bit her lip, not daring to utter a sound. She had not anticipated that Songji would be so fiercely protected by the Fu family. Would she be forced to remain under Songji's dominance henceforth? The thought left her feeling utterly despondent. She could not allow Songji to linger in the Fu household. Even if it meant divorce, she would ensure that Songji would separate from them. The meal was tasteless to Meng Huan. After dining, noticing Songji heading to the restroom, she rose and followed suit. "Songji." Meng Huan cornered her in the restroom. Songji regarded the girl before her with a calm demeanor. "Is there something you need?" Meng Huan smirked coldly. "I truly underestimated you. When did you begin your pursuit of my uncle?" Seeing Meng Huan's lofty demeanor, Songji suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. She smiled and replied, "I owe you my gratitude for this." Meng Huan's expression shifted. "What do you mean?" Songji continued. "If it weren't for your deliberate invitation to your birthday party, intending to embarrass me, how could I have ever had the chance to meet my uncle? I should indeed thank you for facilitating my entry into the Fu family." Songji intentionally uttered these words to provoke her. Indeed, the next moment, Meng Huan's face grew even more sullen. Songji, seemingly oblivious, continued, "You have no idea how kind my uncle is to me. That set of lingerie I received last time was a gift from him. He truly knows how to cherish a person." Meng Huan's pupils dilated sharply, clearly stung by Songji's words. "Songji, do you have no shame, pursuing my uncle?" Songji chuckled lightly. "Isn't this all thanks to you? If you hadn't locked me on the rooftop, my relationship with my uncle wouldn't have blossomed so swiftly. Thank you, Huan Huan." With that, She pushed past Meng Huan and exited the restroom. Meng Huan stood frozen in place, her teeth clenched in frustration. When Song Ji returned to the living room, Fu Yin had just come back from outside. Upon seeing Song Ji, she approached with a cheerful smile, linking her arm with Song Ji's, whispering in her ear, "Little sister-in-law, you didn't tell my brother, did you?" Song Ji shook her head. Fu Yin beamed, wrapping her arms around Song Ji in a big hug, exclaiming, "Oh, I just knew you were the best, little sister-in-law." At that moment, Fu Lu happened to ascend the stairs, witnessing this scene. His expression immediately turned to one of disbelief, followed by displeasure. "What are you doing hugging my wife?" "Let go." Fu Yin, undaunted, provocatively tightened her embrace around Song Ji and audaciously replied, "I will keep hugging. Little sister-in-law is so soft and fragrant, it's delightful." Fu Lu's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone serious as he threatened, "Fu Yin, do you still want your allowance?" Hearing this, Fu Yin quickly released Song Ji, adopting the demeanor of a remorseful schoolchild, pleading, "Brother, I'm sorry. Please don't cut off my allowance." She then blinked innocently. Song Ji, observing Fu Yin's antics, couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, uncle, please don't frighten little Yin." She patted Fu Yin's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Listening to Song Ji's words, Fu Lu glanced at Fu Yin, snorted in annoyance, and stepped forward to pull Song Ji into his embrace, asserting dominantly, "From now on, keep your distance from your sister-in-law." Fu Yin, watching her brother's actions, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Brother, are you jealous?" After saying this, she playfully winked at Fu Lu. Fu Lu, feeling somewhat uncomfortable at his sister's teasing, shot her a glare before taking Song Ji upstairs. This scene was clearly observed by Meng Huan from her corner. Initially, she had thought that Fu Yin, being the spoiled and willful young lady that she was, would never be swayed by Song Ji. Thus, after dinner, she had refrained from leaving, waiting for Fu Yin to return so they could unite against their common foe. But what did she witness instead? Fu Yin was so friendly with Song Ji, the aunt she had endeavored to please, who had always been lukewarm and indifferent during their conversations, was now so close to Song Ji. This made her seethe with frustration. As Fu Yin prepared to head to her room, she caught sight of Meng Huan standing in the corner. She frowned slightly. "What are you hiding there for?" Fu Yin had never taken a liking to this child from her elder sister's family. Thus, she always treated Meng Huan's attempts at flattery with indifference. Meng Huan stepped out from the corner, greeting Fu Yin sweetly. "Little aunt, it's been a while." Fu Yin merely nodded. "Did you come here alone? Where are your parents?" "They went back. They left me here to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival." Fu Yin frowned. "They left you here?" Meng Huan responded quietly. Fu Yin fell silent, walking past her towards the stairs. After taking only a few steps, Meng Huan's voice called out from behind, "Little aunt, wait a moment." Fu Yin paused, turning to look at Meng Huan with a tone of mild curiosity. "Is there something else?" Meng Huan appeared hesitant, as if struggling to articulate her thoughts. Fu Yin found this demeanor particularly distasteful, as it suggested a person who concealed their emotions and refused to speak openly. This was one of the reasons she could never grow fond of Meng Huan, feeling that her character had a certain darkness to it. "If you have nothing to say, I'm going upstairs." Upon hearing that Fu Yin was about to leave, Meng Huan quickly interjected, "No, I do have something to say." Fu Yin halted once more, prompting, "Then go ahead, little aunt. I share a dormitory with my uncle's wife." Fu Yin, taken aback, inquired, "A dormitory?" Meng Huan nodded slightly, stepping closer to Fu Yin with a serious expression. "Yes. I was quite surprised to see Song Ji here today." Fu Yin remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation of her words. Meng Huan pressed on, "Little aunt, Song Ji's true character is starkly different from the image she presents. I am concerned that my uncle and grandmother may be deceived by her." Fu Yin's interest was piqued. "You are worried your uncle might be deceived? Do elaborate." Meng Huan hesitated briefly before speaking softly. "Song Ji's family is not well off. They reside in a village within the city. Her parents have a strong preference for male children and initially planned for her to marry right after high school to secure a bride price. But she bravely escaped that fate. Moreover, you must know Pei Jinyan, right? I am set to be engaged to him at the end of this year, and after Song Ji met him through me." She paused momentarily, lowering her voice. "She has been covertly pursuing Pei Jinyan, not even sparing his friends, all in a bid to climb the social ladder by associating with wealthier individuals." Chapter 51. Two-faced and deceitful Fu Yan's expression darkened, her demeanor as cold as ice. She stepped forward, whispering, "How do you know this?" Meng Huan shrugged nonchalantly, her tone flippant. "We are dorm mates." After all, just the other day, Pei Jinyan got into a fight with his friends over that Songji da. Fu Yin lapsed into silence. Meng Huan continued tentatively, "Little aunt, Songji's family circumstances are dire. I heard that her parents are currently searching for her." Fu Yan's curiosity was piqued. "What do they want with her?" "Encourage her to return and marry, for the sake of the dowry. Her parents are consumed by vanity, akin to vampires. If my uncle were to encounter such a family, he would likely want nothing to do with them." Fu Yin pondered in silence. Meng Huan continued, "Aunt, I am merely concerned that she possesses a cunning nature and fear that my uncle might become ensnared by the Song family, ultimately falling into their trap." Fu Yin cast a fleeting glance at her. Her lips parting slightly, "Rest assured, your uncle is not foolish. He will not be easily deceived. As for her family, your uncle should be well aware of their character." She understood her brother too well. He never embarked on ventures lacking certainty. Having decided to marry, he must have already devised a strategy to handle that family. As night fell, Fu Yin lay in bed, the words of Meng Huan echoing in her mind. Could her future aunt truly be a duplicitous person, feigning meekness before her family? Suddenly, the sharp ring of a phone shattered the tranquility of the room. A quick glance revealed it to be Su Zhe. She accepted the call, activating the speakerphone feature and placing the device casually aside. "Baby, what are you up to?" Su Zhe's gentle voice resonated from the other end. Fu Yin replied lazily, "Oh, nothing much, just lying in bed." Trying to sleep. Su Zhe hesitated for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "When you returned home tonight, did your mother or brother say anything?" Fu Yin chuckled softly, "No, not at all. This year, my brother brought his new wife back, so everyone's attention was on her. No one seemed to care about me." Su Zhe paused, then asked with careful scrutiny, "What do you mean by no one cares?" As she applied a face mask, Fu Yin casually remarked, "Perhaps it means I should become self-reliant. After all, I am about to graduate, and it's time for me to start seeking employment." "Baby, you'll take care of me then, right?" She thought her words were quite ordinary, but to her surprise, they rendered Su Zhe momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, Fu Yin, puzzled, pressed, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling?" Su Zhe, pulled back to reality by her words, quickly responded, "How could that be? Once you graduate, I'll be there to support you." Hearing her boyfriend's assurance, Fu Yin beamed with happiness, exclaiming, "I knew it. You're the best." Su Zhe, distracted, replied absent-mindedly, "Of course I love you. By the way, what kind of person is your sister-in-law?" Fu Yin, unfazed, continued, "Darling, I feel my little sister-in-law is quite extraordinary." Su Zhe, intrigued, asked, "In what way?" "Perhaps she has managed to convince your brother and mother to withhold my allowance." Fu Yin shook her head. "Not exactly. It just feels strange." Su Zhe patiently prodded, "What's strange about it? Why not share your thoughts with your husband? I might offer some insights." Captivated by Su Zhe's suggestion, Fu Yin eagerly elaborated, "I've done some digging, and it turns out my sister-in-law has been involved with several men behind my brother's back. Additionally, her family resides in an urban village, and I've heard her parents are the type to favor sons over daughters, even considering selling her off for a dowry." She pondered aloud, "What could her motives be for marrying my brother?" Su Zhe paused momentarily before responding, "Why not? It's surely to escape her original family and find a wealthy man to secure a stable life. Isn't there a saying about phoenix men? In her case, shouldn't we refer to her as a phoenix woman?" Fu Yin smiled as she explained. However, her words seemed to strike a nerve with Su Zhe, who immediately became agitated. "Fu Yin, are you mocking me?" Startled by his sudden shift in tone, Fu Yin asked, "What do you mean by that?" Su Zhe retorted, "Are you implying that I am the kind of person who wishes to rely on a woman to establish myself in the capital?" His voice carried a mix of anger and grievance. Fu Yin quickly shook her head. "Of course not, darling. How could you think that? I've never believed such a thing." Su Zhe, upon hearing her, exhaled in relief and gently reassured her. "Baby, although my family's circumstances aren't ideal, it's only temporary. I'm working hard, and I promise to provide you with a good life." Without a moment's thought, Fu Yin replied, "Oh, you don't need to work so hard. My brother and mother have left me quite a bit for my dowry." "Dowry? What kind of dowry?" Su Zhe probed. "I'm not sure. Probably property or cash." She assumed. Su Zhe cautiously inquired, "How much?" "I'd guess several million." She answered casually. "My brother wouldn't shortchange me." So don't strain yourself too much, Su Zhe's mind raced, silently counting his fingers. 8 figures. Fu Yan's family is this wealthy. During their relationship, he had only heard they were small business owners, which had kept him from taking things too seriously. If they were indeed affluent, then he had struck gold. After all, 8 figures is no small sum. Su Zhe contemplated that with such a fortune, his life could change dramatically. He could buy a larger, more luxurious home, drive a better car, and enjoy a higher quality of life. Wasn't that the very goal he had tirelessly pursued? To be prudent, Su Zhe asked again, Yin Yin, didn't you mention your family runs a small business? How could they possibly afford such a dowry? His tone was cautious, eyes glinting with shrewd calculation. It's just a small business. Or so my brother said, Fu Yin replied, blinking innocently. She was not well versed in her family's business affairs, having been shielded from such matters throughout her life. What kind of business? Su Zhe pressed, eager for more details. Chapter 52. The sister of a tycoon. Fu Yin pondered, a hint of confusion crossing her features. She truly did not know. Having grown up in affluence, she had always received what she desired without concern for her family's operations. She had never had to worry about financial issues. Even if she chose to be idle for her entire life, her brother would still take care of her. I really don't know. I never asked. Fu Yin shrugged, embodying indifference. Su Zhe's heart dropped as if on a roller coaster ride, fluctuating wildly. Her admission struck him like a sudden halt, nearly causing his heart to leap from his chest. You never asked? You don't even know what your family does? He struggled to suppress the words foolish, feeling them lodged in his throat. Fu Yin, unaware of his underlying sarcasm, asked, What's wrong? Su Zhe quickly corrected himself. Darling, you're just too naive. Your family is in business. You surely own half of their wealth. Aren't you worried that your brother might deny it to you? Not at all. Why would he? Fu Yin replied with unwavering confidence. Infuriating Su Zhe even further, he muttered under his breath, This fool. If it weren't for her family's wealth, I would find it hard to tolerate her naivety. Once his emotions settled, Su Zhe gently coaxed. You mentioned not knowing your family's business. What's your brother's name? Given Fu Yan's description of her family's wealth, he figured he could easily look it up online. Fu Yin readily disclosed her brother's name. Su Zhe, seated at his computer, closed his game, opened a browser, and swiftly typed Fu Lu into the search bar. When the results appeared, he was nearly sent tumbling from his chair in shock. He trembled as he fumbled his phone, which slipped from his grasp. He hurriedly bent down to retrieve it, his nerves causing him to fumble multiple times before finally succeeding. Staring at the information displayed on his screen, his mind raced with astonishment. Fu Lu, current CEO of Fu Group, the wealthiest individual in the capital. His body trembled involuntarily as the realization struck him. Fu Yin was indeed the sister of a tycoon? This revelation left him utterly astounded. Su Zhe took a deep breath, attempting to regain his composure. Uncertain, he picked up his phone again and snapped a photo of Fu Lu, sending it directly to Fu Yin via WeChat. After completing the task, he resumed speaking into the still-connected call. Baby, I just sent you a photo on WeChat. Take a look. From the other end, Fu Yan's soft voice chimed. All right, I see it, that's my brother. How did you come by his photo? Su Zhe's excitement made his voice tremble. Your brother. He truly is your brother. His exhilaration surged, causing him to raise his voice. Fu Yin furrowed her brows. Confusion etched on her face. Yes, so what? Did my brother seek you out? He did mention wanting to have a meal with you, but at that time, you said you weren't ready, my dear. If my brother truly sought you out privately, then... Before Fu Yin could finish her words, Su Zhe eagerly interrupted. No, I am more than prepared. How could I not be ready? My darling, do inquire with your brother about his availability. I shall immediately call my parents and summon them here. Su Zhe's voice brimmed with excitement and anticipation, his eyes shimmering with astute calculations. Fu Yin was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded, Sweetheart, have you forgotten our prior agreement to refrain from meeting our parents for the time being? I've changed my mind, darling, that I wish to marry you. Thus meeting the family is an essential step. Upon hearing the word marriage, Fu Yan's cheeks flushed a brilliant crimson, akin to a ripe apple, irresistibly alluring. She playfully retorted. Humph, who said anything about marrying you? I certainly do not. Su Zhe, undeterred by her words, patiently cooed, My dear wife, if you do not marry me, then whom do you intend to wed? Surely, you do not wish to abandon your beloved husband? Fu Yin blushed even deeper at Su Zhe's declaration, shyly retreating beneath the covers, murmuring, "Do not say such things." "Very well. I understand that my darling is bashful. I shall cease. Rest well for now and later. Do ask your brother when he is free." Fu Yin gently nodded under the blankets, responding softly, "Mm." Hearing her agreement, Su Zhe felt a wave of relief wash over him as he ended the call. After hanging up, he eagerly dialed his family's number. The phone rang several times before it was answered. "Hello?" came the familiar voice of Su's father. Taking a deep breath, Su Zhe spoke somewhat nervously. "Dad, please purchase train tickets to the capital as soon as possible." His father, clearly puzzled, replied in their native dialect, "What do you need to go to the capital for? Your mother and I are quite busy these days." Gritting his teeth, Su Zhe stated directly, "I'm getting married." "What? What did you say?" Su's father exclaimed in astonishment, nearly leaping from his seat. Su Zhe recounted the entire sequence of events to his parents. And after a brief silence on the other end, a cacophony erupted, followed by his mother's excited voice, "Son, is what you say true?" "Of course it is. Hurry and come over so we can discuss the wedding arrangements." Su Zhe replied with a smile. All right. I never imagined my son would find such a wealthy girlfriend. Your father and I will take the train tomorrow," his mother exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement. After hanging up, Su Zhe found himself too exhilarated to sleep. He lay in bed, picked up his phone, and scrolled through several dating apps, ultimately deciding to delete them all. These apps had served as backup options while he sought to establish himself in the capital. Now that he had resolved to marry Fu Yin, he must ensure she never discovered this aspect of his past. After deleting the apps, he opened his secondary WeChat account, gazing at the 99 female contacts, each labeled with their names and professions. Just as he hesitated over whether to delete these minor connections, a message suddenly popped up. "Annie Investment Company. What are you doing?" She was a recent acquaintance, showcasing luxury cars and exquisite afternoon teas on her social media. Certainly a wealthy individual. Yet, in the presence of the billionaire's sister, she paled in comparison. Despite this, Su Zhe found it difficult to let go. After all, keeping her around would allow for future conversations. Fu Yin was blissfully naive and unlikely to notice him chatting with different women. Besides, he was merely chatting, not engaging in anything inappropriate. With that thought, Su Zhe quickly replied, "I'm thinking of you, darling." Chapter 53. Gigi is pregnant. As night fell and the city lights illuminated the surroundings, Songji had just finished preparing for bed when a sudden knock echoed at her door. Opening it, she found Fu Yin standing there, holding a steaming bowl of dark, restorative soup. Gazing at the bowl's unappealing contents, Songji felt a wave of exasperation wash over her and sighed inwardly. "Xiao Yin, you really need not bring me these things," she gently remarked. However, Fu Yin wore a mysterious smile as she softly replied, "This is something my mother specifically instructed me to deliver to you." Songji understood the underlying reason. Her prospective mother-in-law likely believed her slender frame needed some nourishment. Yet, the soup was far too repugnant to consume. Thus, she waved her hand again in refusal. "Really, it's unnecessary." Fu Yin, undeterred, eagerly encouraged, "Oh, come on, little sister-in-law, just drink it. This soup has miraculous properties." Songji couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of her mouth, curiosity getting the better of her as she inquired, "What miraculous properties?" Fu Yin's face broke into a knowing smile as she replied slowly, "You know how my brother treated you before? It was all because he drank this soup." With that, she chuckled mischievously, her eyes glinting with mischief. Songji blinked in confusion, utterly lost. "What do you mean? How did the uncle treat me?" "Just drink it. My mother would never harm you," Fu Yin insisted, thrusting the bowl into Songji's hands before turning to leave. Staring down at the bowl, then back at the retreating Fu Yin, Songji sighed once more. What on earth was happening? At that moment, Fu Lu emerged from the bathroom, immediately noticing his little wife walking in with a forlorn expression and a bowl in her hands. "Uncle." Songji's face contorted in dismay, her voice tinged with a hint of a whimper. Furrowing his brow, Fu Lu quickly approached her, concerned. "What's the matter?" Songji handed him the bowl, her voice laced with grievance. "It's the soup Mom sent over. Just like before, I don't want to drink it." Fu Lu took the bowl, inhaling its familiar scent. Gently ruffling Songji's hair, he reassured, "Do not worry. I will handle it." Curious, Songji asked, "How will you handle it?" Fu Lu smiled softly, Just stay in bed and wait for me. I'll be back shortly." Without hesitation, he strode out of the room with the bowl in hand. Upon entering the living room, Fu Lu made his way to the dining table, intending to dispose of the foul-smelling concoction. As he approached the table, he overheard hushed voices coming from the kitchen. Turning to investigate, he saw his mother and the housekeeper standing inside, their expressions shrouded in secrecy as they appeared to be discussing something significant. Furrowing his brow, Fu Lu silently wondered what they were scheming this time. Just then, his mother noticed his presence and turned, a radiant smile lighting up her face as she asked, "Son, has Gigi drunk the soup?" Maintaining a neutral expression, Fu Lu placed the bowl on the table and shook his head. Speaking with a hint of exasperation, "Mom, there's really no need for her to consume such nonsensical concoctions." Upon hearing this, his mother hurried over to inspect the bowl, only to find it untouched. Her expression shifted to one of displeasure as she frowned. "Gigi, hasn't he drunk it?" "There's no need. Please refrain from sending her such ridiculous soups in the future," Fu Lu insisted. His mother, feeling slighted, retorted, "Ridiculous. This is a carefully prepared brew, beneficial for the body. You young people are always so picky about what to eat and drink." Taking a deep breath, Fu Lu strived to remain calm. Responding slowly, "Mom, it's really unnecessary." He understood that his mother meant well, yet this was excessive. "Why is it unnecessary?" she pressed. "I'm only looking out for your well-being. You're already 30. It's time to consider having children." However, before she could finish, Fu Lu interjected, his tone resolute and unwavering. "Mom." Startled by his sudden interruption, Fu mother stood frozen, staring at her son, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Sighing, Fu Lu continued, "Gigi is pregnant. So she doesn't need to drink this." This statement landed like a bombshell, reverberating through Fu mother's mind. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Fu Lu, stammering, "What did you say? Gigi is pregnant? When did this happen?" Faced with his mother's barrage of questions, Fu Lu chose not to elaborate and turned to leave. However, just a few steps away, Fu mother rushed in front of him, her face alight with excitement and disbelief as she asked, "You said Gigi is pregnant? Are you pulling my leg? Why would I deceive you?" Fu Lu replied with exasperation, "Just stop sending her these absurd soups." "Why didn't you mention this pregnancy earlier?" Fu mother pressed. Yet Fu Lu did not answer, simply turning away and heading towards his bedroom, leaving his mother standing there, stunned. After a prolonged moment, she finally regained her senses and looked towards the busy housekeeper in the kitchen, her voice trembling slightly as she asked, "Did you hear what Fu Lu just said?" The housekeeper nodded affirmatively. "I heard. Young master said the young lady is pregnant." Furrowing her brow in confusion, Fu mother murmured to herself. "Could it be?" The housekeeper, perplexed, queried, "Madam, didn't the young master just clarify that the young lady is indeed pregnant?" Madame Fu shook her head and murmured to herself, "But during dinner earlier, Gigi clearly expressed her desire not to have children." The maid, upon hearing this, felt quite perplexed, scratching her head in confusion, unable to deduce the reason. She could only suggest, "I'm not quite sure about that. Perhaps you could take some time tomorrow to inquire directly with the young master." Madame Fu nodded, her gaze drifting towards the direction her son had departed, and with a sigh, she muttered, "This child. Why doesn't he clarify things with me? It's truly vexing." Casting a glance at the nourishing soup on the table, she instructed the maid to discard it before retreating to her room, and no sooner had she departed than Meng Huan emerged from around the corner. Just moments ago, she had overheard every word exchanged between Fu Lu and Madame Fu. Chapter 54. Serendipity. Songji was unexpectedly pregnant. How could this be? Meng Huan lifted her gaze towards the upper floor, her eyes filled with resentment. "Cousin, why are you still awake at this hour?" The maid, emerging from the kitchen, spotted Meng Huan standing ominously at the corner, staring upwards. The maid had heard quite a bit about this cousin, who, having been spoiled since childhood, often bullied classmates during her high school years. Displaying a haughty and domineering demeanor, it was only last year that a girl arrived with a paternity test, revealing that the true cousin had been switched at birth, and the one before her was an imposter. Nevertheless, having been raised by the Ming family for over a decade, some affection remained, and thus the couple chose to keep her, despite knowing she was not their biological daughter. Perhaps now, aware of her position in the Ming household, this cousin had tempered her disposition, even managing to gain admission to Jing University. Meng Huan's previously malevolent gaze softened as she turned to the maid with a smile. I'm just about to sleep. I came out for a drink of water, the maid politely replied. Cousin, do rest early. It's quite late. Meng Huan smiled and nodded, watching Zhang Ma return to her room. Her own room was adjacent to Zhang Ma's, and Meng Huan felt quite dissatisfied with the arrangement of having herself and the maid on the same floor. However, considering her current circumstances, she knew she must tread carefully. As for Song Ji, she could not let this matter rest. She needed to devise a plan to make the Fu family detest her and cast her out. With this thought, Meng Huan disregarded her thirst and swiftly returned to her room, retrieving her phone from the bedside to dial a string of unfamiliar numbers. After a prolonged wait, the call was finally answered. Hello, who is this? Listening to the woman's voice on the other end, Meng Huan felt a twinge of distaste. Yet, keeping her plan in mind, she endured. Hello, I am a university classmate of Song Zhi. As the holiday concluded, Song Zhi returned to school to resume her studies. She had arranged with Fu Lu to return home on weekends, while spending the remainder of her time in the dormitory. During her stay in the dorm, Song Zhi continued working at a restaurant outside the school. Perhaps due to Meng Huan's apprehension towards the Fu family, she had not visited the dorm since the holiday ended. It was only later that Song Zhi learned from Fu Lu that Meng Huan had moved out to live independently. This arrangement suited Song Zhi, as she found it somewhat awkward to share a dorm with her. On Wednesday, as the class bell rang, Song Zhi hurried to her part-time job, not expecting to encounter Han Chung there. Since that day, they had had no further interactions, and now, there was no necessity for any communication. Initially, Song Zhi intended to feign ignorance and quietly slip away, but to her surprise, Han Chung called out to her. Song Zhi. Her footsteps halted abruptly as she turned her head, regarding Han Chung with a detached gaze. Senior, is there something you need? Han Chung took in Song Zhi's aloofness and felt a sense of frustration. He let out a soft sigh and inquired, Were you not at school during the break? Song Zhi stared at him, bewildered. How did he know she was not present? Had he come to the dorm looking for her? But why would he seek her out? For a moment, she was uncertain of Han Chung's intentions. She remained silent, patiently awaiting his next words. After a lengthy pause, Han Chung finally spoke. Song Zhi, can we still be friends? Song Zhi froze momentarily. In truth, she had no desire to maintain a friendship with Han Chung. She sought to avoid anyone associated with Pei Jinyan. However, given that Han Chung had once aided her, the words of rejection caught in her throat, difficult to express. After a brief hesitation, she eventually nodded. Seeing this, Han Chung's face broke into a radiant smile, reminiscent of spring blossoms. That's wonderful, truly. Song Zhi gazed at his beaming face, her lips involuntarily curving into a slight smile. Are you here to sample the skewers? Han Chung nodded. Indeed. Then suddenly, as if recalling something, he added, Am I interrupting you? Song Zhi gently shook her head. Not at all. Please find a seat. I'll bring the menu over shortly. Han Chung exhaled in relief. All right. Song Zhi turned and returned to the kitchen, swiftly completing her tasks before presenting the menu at Han Chung's table. Upon receiving it, Han Chung ordered several dishes. Song Zhi was taken aback. Are you sure you can finish all this by yourself? Han Chung grinned, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. I can manage. But let us start with these for now. With that, Song Zhi took the menu and headed off to fetch the dishes for Han Chung. After serving him, she proceeded to tidy the tables at the entrance, only to unexpectedly spot her high school friend, Chen Cece. Momentarily stunned, Song Zhi's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Cece, what are you doing here? Chen Cece's surprise matched Song Zhi's as she strode towards her. Eyes wide, that's what I should be asking you. How did you end up here? I'm working part-time, Song Zhi replied. What about you? Are you studying here? Chen Cece shook her head. No, I came to visit a friend. I heard from Auntie that you're getting married. Song Zhi frowned. Married? Yes. Auntie mentioned you found a good match. Haven't you tied the knot yet? Song Zhi shook her head and hesitated before recounting the entire story to Chen Cece. After listening, Chen Cece exclaimed indignantly, How could Auntie do that? You got into Jing University, and she still wants you to marry. I'm secretly studying here. My parents don't know. Please don't tell my mom. Cece. Chen Cece nodded vigorously, patting her chest in assurance. Don't worry. I won't mention it to Auntie. But where did you get the money for tuition? As she spoke, her gaze scanned Song Zhi, and upon noticing the golden bracelet on her wrist, her pupils dilated in shock. Where did you get the money for that gold bracelet? Song Ji followed her gaze, realizing it was a gift from Madame Fu and the old master during her visit to the Fu household. Initially, she had been reluctant to accept such a lavish gift, but Fu Lu had insisted she keep it and even put it on her wrist. Not wanting Chen Sisi to learn about her connection with Fu Lu, lest unfavorable rumors arise, she fabricated a response. How could I afford gold? It costs over 700 per gram. This is just iron. Chen Sisi seemed to accept this explanation without further question, recalling that during high school, Song Ji had been so impoverished that even a bun required considerable deliberation. She scoffed, true, if it were real, it would cost at least over 10,000. Chapter 55. Bitter Honey. Song Ji chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, I currently don't even have 200 to my name. It's simply beyond my means. Chen Sisi laughed lightly. Oh well, just do what you can. Don't worry. You'll definitely be able to afford it in the future. I am not thinking about the future right now. I just want to graduate smoothly. Hearing this, Chen Sisi's curiosity piqued. By the way, if you're studying here, who is paying for your tuition? Part-time work during the summer holiday covered it. Chen Sisi looked at Song Ji with admiration. Wow, that's impressive. You're managing to study without relying on your family. I could never do that. Song Ji smiled and replied, your parents are wonderful. There's no need for you to be like me. By the way, where did you end up? Chen Sisi hesitated, her expression momentarily faltering. Not a great school. I won't mention it. Upon hearing this, Song Ji refrained from probing further and simply invited her to enjoy skewers at the restaurant where she worked. Chen Sisi agreed with a smile and entered the main hall. Taking a vacant seat, Song Ji handed her the menu. Look over it and let me know what you'd like. I'll come back for it after I finish with the other tables. Chen Sisi waved her off. Go ahead. Song Ji nodded and turned to the adjacent table, beginning to gather the dishes and refuse left by previous customers. Her movements were adept and swift, and soon the table was spotless. Meanwhile, Chen Sisi observed her with a hint of disdain in her eyes. She lightly scoffed and then raised her gaze, continuing to survey her surroundings. When her eyes landed on Han Cheng, she found herself captivated by his handsome appearance. What a striking young man! He was eating skewers all alone. Could he also be a student at Jing University? She speculated. Perhaps due to the intensity of Chen Sisi's gaze, Han Cheng became aware of her scrutiny and looked up. Their eyes meeting. In that instant, Chen Sisi's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, and she felt a wave of shyness wash over her. Hurriedly, she averted her gaze, grabbing the menu to shield her face in an attempt to mask her embarrassment. A few seconds later, she cautiously turned her head to sneak a glance at Han Cheng, only to find that he was no longer looking at her, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. After Chen Sisi placed her order, she waved her hand to summon Song Ji. Ji, I finished ordering. At that moment, Han Cheng heard Chen Sisi's voice and glanced at her again. Chen Sisi's cheeks flushed once more, and an inexplicable feeling surged within her. Song Ji approached Chen Sisi with a smile, extending her hand to take the menu. All right, please wait a moment. I will bring it to you shortly. Just as Song Ji was about to turn and leave, Chen Sisi suddenly called out to her softly. Ji. A hint of confusion crossed Song Ji's face as she gently asked, what is it? Chen Sisi lowered her head slightly and lowered her voice. Is that boy from your school too? Upon hearing this, Song Ji followed Chen Sisi's gaze. When she spotted Han Cheng sitting in the corner, her heart skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded. Yes, he is from our school. Chen Sisi's lips curved into a barely perceptible smile as she continued. He came here alone to eat skewers. So he doesn't have a girlfriend, right? Song Ji pondered for a moment before replying, probably not. Why do you ask? Chen Sisi hastily waved her hand in dismissal, explaining, oh, it's nothing, I was just asking. Song Ji nodded and said, then I will go get your food. With that, she turned and left, leaving Chen Sisi to gaze in Han Cheng's direction, lost in thought. After Song Ji departed, Chen Sisi took a deep breath and mustered her courage to approach Han Cheng's table. Blushing as she softly said, hello, could we share a table? Han Cheng looked up, gave her a brief glance, nodded slightly, and remained silent. Chen Sisi's heart leaped with joy, and she quickly sat down opposite Han Cheng. Enthusiastically introducing herself, hello, my name is Chen Sisi. Han Cheng responded coolly. Han Cheng. At that moment, Song Ji returned with the hot pot base and immediately noticed Chen Sisi at Han Cheng's table. She set down the hot pot base and was about to inquire about the situation when Chen Sisi interjected. Ji, I'm sharing a table with this young man, so please bring my dishes here. Songji couldn't help but feel puzzled. When did Han Chang and Chen Cece become acquainted? She asked. What about your hot pot base? No need. Just bring me the food directly, Chen Cece replied, winking at Songji, urging her to leave quickly. Songji said nothing further and silently returned the hot pot base to the kitchen. Han Cheng glanced at Songji's retreating figure and suddenly asked, Do you know her? Chen Cece was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized he was referring to the waitress. Oh, you mean that server? Han Cheng nodded. Chen Cece's face revealed a hint of disdain. Yes, we were high school classmates. Upon hearing this, Han Cheng couldn't help but frown slightly. Chen Cece continued. Her family is quite poor, living in an urban village. When she graduated high school, her mother planned to marry her off to an old man for a substantial dowry. But she ran away. Even now, her family has no idea she is studying here. Han Cheng was taken aback. How do you know all this? Chen Cece replied proudly. Because we are the best of friends. Of course I know her situation, however. Han Cheng responded with cold sarcasm. Best friends? Chen Cece, oblivious to the mockery in Han Cheng's eyes, continued. Yes, during high school, it was just the two of us who were friends. So of course we were best friends. Han Cheng fell silent. When Songji returned with the dishes, Han Cheng suddenly spoke. I'm done eating. How much is it? I'll settle the bill. Songji was momentarily stunned. Finished already? Han Cheng nodded. Songji glanced at Chen Cece, who appeared flushed, and, feeling it inappropriate to say anything further, proceeded to prepare the bill for Han Cheng as he was leaving. He casually remarked, That person is your best friend, right, Songji? In the evening, Songji received a call from Fu Lu, asking her to get ready to go out for dinner. She didn't disclose to Fu Lu that she was working part-time. Thus she told a little white lie, Uncle, it's really cold outside. I don't want to go out. After the National Day holiday, the weather in the capital plummeted dramatically, dropping to single digits overnight. Fu Lu sighed helplessly on the other end. It's cold, but we still need to eat. Just dress warmly and come out. I'll wait for you at the school gate. Really, it's not necessary. How about I come home this weekend to eat with you? After a brief pause, Fu Lu replied, You little ungrateful one, have you forgotten your husband now that you're back at school? Chapter 56, Discovery. Upon hearing the word husband, Songji couldn't help but blush. Even now, she found it somewhat unbelievable that she was married, as if it were all a dream. Since Fu Lu didn't hear a response from her, he continued, Ji, do you not want to see me? Upon hearing his slightly aggrieved tone, Songji felt a flicker of hesitation. However, if she asked for leave now, her boss would surely be unwilling, especially since it was peak dining time. If she left, they would be overwhelmed without any waitstaff. Just as she was preparing to soothe Fu Lu with kind words, Chen Cece's voice interrupted. Ji, could you please get me some more rice? Songji quickly covered her phone and responded, Okay, I'll bring it right away. After that, she hastily concocted an excuse to hang up without waiting for Fu Lu to say anything. As she approached with the rice, Chen Cece suddenly asked, Ji, does Han Chang come to your restaurant often? Songji, puzzled, replied, Why do you ask? Chen Cece hesitated a bit, then whispered, Next time he comes. Could you help me get his contact information? I want to pursue him. Chen Cece pouted playfully, tugging at Songji's hand. Is that okay? I'm begging you, please help me. Songji hesitated. Is that really appropriate? Chen Cece shrugged. What's inappropriate about it? Didn't you say he doesn't have a girlfriend? Besides, it's just a contact number. Hearing Chen Cece say this, Songji reluctantly nodded. All right. I'll give it a try. Chen Cece's eyes lit up at this response. She tugged at Songji's hand and cooed, You're the best, as expected of my best friend. Upon hearing the term best friend, Songji was momentarily taken aback, recalling Han Cheng's words about enemy friends earlier. Before she could ponder further, Chen Cece eagerly pulled out her phone and opened WeChat. Ji, I couldn't reach you with my old contact information. Let us add each other again. Without much thought, Songji took out her phone, added Chen Cece on WeChat, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then went back to help in the kitchen. When she emerged, Chen Cece had already vacated her seat, leaving behind the boss lady, who looked at Songji with a perplexed expression. Xiao Song, is that girl at table 8 your friend? Table 8. Wasn't he that where Chen Cece had been sitting? She asked in confusion. What's wrong? She left, and the bill is on you. Songji's lips twitched in exasperation, but ultimately, out of loyalty to their high school friendship, she nodded in acknowledgement to the boss lady. Later that evening, She took out her phone to message Chen Sisi about settling the bill and casually transferring the money. As she opened WeChat, she noticed a message from Chen Sisi sent an hour ago. Chen Sisi, Gigi, I didn't bring enough money this time. Could you cover it for me? I'll treat you next time. Songji felt a bit exasperated. Once or twice was acceptable. But all throughout high school, Chen Sisi had always taken advantage of her, and now, even in college, that habit hadn't changed. Songji suddenly felt a wave of annoyance and typed a message back. Sisi? Consider this my treat this time, but next time we go out, let us split the bill. After sending the message, there was no reply from Chen Sisi. Songji put her phone away and headed towards the school gate. Suddenly, her phone rang again, and she quickly pulled it out to see it was a call from Fu Lu. She pressed the call button. Uncle, on the other end. Fu Lu's deep voice resonated through the line. Songji instinctively looked up, just in time to see a black car parked across the street. She glanced at the logo and, if she wasn't mistaken, it was indeed her uncle's car. Feeling uncertain, she asked, Uncle, are you at my school? Yes, come over. As soon as he finished speaking, the car headlights flashed. Now, Songji was sure. She quickly scanned her surroundings and, not spotting anyone familiar, hurried towards Fu Lu's car. Almost as soon as she reached the vehicle, she opened the back door and slid inside. Fu Lu was sitting on the other side, casting a glance her way. Once she was settled, he spoke. Are you working part-time? Songji's heart sank. She hadn't expected him to find out. She awkwardly nodded and replied softly. I was going to quit. Quit, Fu Lu stated flatly. Songji's expression faltered, and she instinctively shook her head in refusal. Fu Lu sighed helplessly, then reached out and pulled her onto his lap. Their gazes met at eye level. Fu Lu softened his tone. Be a good girl, quit your part-time job and move in with me. Songji's eyes instantly glistened with tears. Uncle, may I? Before she could finish her sentence, Fu Lu interrupted her directly. Gigi, I prefer obedient girls, do you understand? Songji fought back her tears, nodding with reddened eyes. I understand. She lowered her head, falling silent. Fu Lu gazed at her, a twinge of compassion swelling in his heart. He gently stroked her hair and softly said, Gigi, do not be upset. I merely wish for you to take better care of yourself. Songji lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with tears, yet she replied, But uncle, I do not wish to be a burden to you. I can manage on my own. Fu Lu smiled and shook his head. Now that we are married, how could you possibly be alone? As he spoke, he tenderly cradled her face, his voice deep and gentle as he explained, You are pregnant, so you must pay extra attention to your health. In an instant, Songji's body stiffened, as if struck by an invisible force. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Fu Lu, her lips trembling slightly. Pregnant? Fu Lu nodded slowly, his gaze filled with concern and worry. How could he not be worried? The girl was still so young. How could she possibly be ready to become a mother? In truth, Fu Lu had initially refrained from disclosing this matter to Songji, fearing she might choose to terminate the pregnancy upon learning the truth. However, now that they were married, and Songji was to be the child's mother, she deserved to know the reality. His earlier concealment had indeed stemmed from a degree of selfishness. Songji clearly struggled to accept this reality. Shaking her head, she questioned with a face full of doubt, When we went to the hospital for the checkup, you clearly told me that I wasn't pregnant. Fu Lu's gaze flickered uncertainly, but he ultimately decided to be honest. I deceived you, Gigi. You are indeed pregnant, and this is the truth. For the sake of our child. Yet before Fu Lu could complete his sentence, Songji's tears erupted like a flood, cascading down her cheeks in heavy droplets that fell onto Fu Lu's hand. Seeing his little wife in tears, Fu Lu was instantly flustered, feeling at a loss for how to comfort her. Why are you crying? Be good, stop crying. Why did you have to deceive me? Songji choked out, her voice quavering. Fu Lu sighed helplessly, pulling her into his embrace. Gigi, I am truly sorry about this. Songji nestled her face against the man's chest, softly sobbing. She was absolutely unprepared to become a mother. How could she possibly be pregnant? The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. Her body trembling with emotion, Fu Lu held her tightly, softly soothing. Gigi, do not cry. Songji sniffled, striving to regain control of her emotions, gazing up at the man before her with tear-filled eyes. Uncle, did you marry me because I am pregnant? Fu Lu reached for a handkerchief, gently wiping away the tear stains on her cheeks, murmuring, I apologize. The answer was self-evident. Song Ji's gaze dropped to her abdomen. If she weren't pregnant, Uncle would never have married her. The disparity in their social standings was already vast. Her presence by his side was entirely reliant on the child she carried. But she wasn't ready yet. At merely 20 years old, just beginning her university journey, could she truly sacrifice her education for the child within her? Perhaps sensing the girl's concerns, Fu Lu looked at her with gentle eyes and softly reassured. Ji, if you wish to continue your studies, then do so. Your pregnancy will not force you to abandon your education. Song Ji stared at Fu Lu in astonishment, a flicker of surprise and doubt crossing her features. But the worries in her heart surged like a tidal wave. Currently, she could barely conceal her pregnancy at school. However, as time passed and her belly grew, her classmates would inevitably uncover her secret. How would they perceive her? Would they regard her as an outcast, mocking and ridiculing her? The thought filled Song Ji with fear and helplessness. Lowering her head, her fingers tightly clutched the hem of her clothes, she murmured, I am scared. Fu Lu sensed her inner turmoil and extended his hand to gently stroke her hair, as if wishing to convey all warmth to her. His voice was filled with apology and understanding. I am sorry that I was selfish, not considering your feelings. If you do not wish to continue your studies, I will fully respect your choice. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Upon hearing this, Song Ji's eyes widened as she looked at Fu Lu. Did this mean he would agree to her not keeping the child? Before she could voice her thoughts, Fu Lu's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was a call from the old residence. Fu Lu pressed the answer button in front of Song Ji. Mom, on the other end. Fu Mu's concerned voice came through. Fu Lu, during this special time, you need to pay extra attention to Xiao Song and show her more care. Fu Mu's voice was loud, and since Song Ji was leaning against Fu Lu, she naturally heard it. She had not anticipated that Fu Lu's mother was aware of her pregnancy. Did this mean that the entire Fu family knew? While she remained in the dark, Fu Lu responded with a faint acknowledgement. Fu Mu intended to offer more advice, but Fu Lu brushed her off. After he hung up, Song Ji, unable to contain her curiosity, softly inquired, Does Mom and Grandpa know about my pregnancy? Fu Lu replied quietly, Yes. Instantly, Song Ji's eyes brimmed with tears once more, the tears she had previously held back now streaming down her cheeks. She understood how eagerly Fu Mu and the elder had anticipated Fu Lu becoming a father. If she truly chose to terminate the pregnancy, how would they view her? Fu Lu guessed the turmoil in the girl's heart and gently consoled her. Ji, regardless of what happens, I will respect your choice. Do not feel burdened. At that moment, Song Ji stopped crying, blinking her watery eyes at him. But Grandpa. Before she could finish, Fu Lu interjected, First and foremost, you must prioritize your own feelings, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Song Ji felt a warmth in her heart. Throughout her life, her mother had often reminded her, You are the elder sister. You must make way for your younger brother. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to considering others. Only with Fu Lu did she feel like she was placed first. Song Ji nodded earnestly, All right, I will think about it. Then let's put the part-time job on hold for now. I worry you won't be able to manage. Song Ji shook her head. It's fine. I can handle it. If I truly feel unwell, I will tell you. So do not worry. Seeing her stubbornness, Fu Lu relented, insisting only that Song Ji must move in with him. Upon hearing this, Song Ji lowered her head and softly asked, Uncle, may I stay at school? Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Lu firmly refused. No, your current condition is special. You must live with me for your own convenience. But your place is a bit far. It's not very convenient. Fu Lu fell silent for a few seconds before responding, Then stay in the dorm for now. And I will come to pick you up to live at home later. Song Ji was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the man before her. Fu Lu, amused by her dazed expression, reached out to pinch her nose playfully. All right, let's take you back to the dorm. If anything comes up, call me immediately. Upon hearing she could return to her dormitory, Song Ji beamed with joy. Thank you, Uncle. You are the best. Saying this, she threw her arms around Fu Lu, resting her head on his chest. On Friday after classes, as Song Ji exited the school, she received a call from Fu Yan. Hello, Xiao Yin. Fu Yan's excited voice came through. Hello, little sister-in-law. Do you have time tomorrow? Perplexed, Song Ji responded. What is up? Fu Yan said. I want to arrange for my boyfriend to meet my brother, but I'm afraid to tell him. Can you talk to him for me? Do I have to say it? Yes, my brother dotes on you. So he definitely won't say anything. Song Ji sighed and smiled helplessly. I will give it a try, but I can't guarantee your brother will agree. Yes, little sister-in-law? You are the best, Songji smiled, but just as she was about to speak, she noticed Pei Jinyan glaring at her with a dark expression. She cast a glance at him, then withdrew her gaze and exchanged a few more words with Fu Yin before hanging up. She intended to ignore Pei Jinyan and walk away, but unexpectedly, he strode forward, blocking her path. Songji looked up at him with an indifferent expression. Please move aside. Pei Jinyan, feeling frustrated by Songji's cold demeanor, asked in exasperation, Ji, what do you want me to do? Songji frowned, regarding him warily, and just as she anticipated Pei Jinyan would lash out, she heard him ask hoarsely, Did I ruin everything? With a complex expression, Songji looked at Pei Jinyan without responding. Ji, can we reconcile? Pei Jinyan's voice was thick with emotion. During this time, I truly missed you. Just the thought of you not being by my side drives me mad. Hearing this, Songji felt no stir in her heart. She realized she had truly moved on. Before she could respond, Pei Jinyan suddenly pulled her into his embrace, his eyes clouded with deep melancholy. Ji, please come back, I beg you. Chapter 59. The fortunate girl. As Ming Huan sat in the car, her expression darkened upon witnessing the scene before her. Beside her, Chen Sisi followed her gaze, stunned to see Songji conversing with an attractive young man. She had not anticipated that Songji would be studying here, enjoying such a lavish lifestyle, surrounded by handsome and wealthy acquaintances. The thought crossed her mind that the bracelet on Songji's wrist might indeed be genuine. Why should she, emerging from a slum, have a life better than hers? Chen Sisi abruptly spoke up. Miss Ming, do you know who that man is? Ming Huan regarded Chen Sisi with disdain. What, are you interested? Caught off guard by the insight into her thoughts, Chen Sisi hastily shook her head in denial. Of course not. It's good to have self-awareness. Chen Sisi momentarily froze, her hands resting on her knees instinctively tightening and then relaxing. Indeed, wealthy individuals often looked down upon ordinary folks. Before Chen Sisi could voice her thoughts, Ming Huan spoke again. Do you understand what you should do? Chen Sisi nodded. I understand. Without uttering another word, Ming Huan exited the vehicle and strode towards Song Zhi. As she approached, her eyes reddening, she confronted, Brother Jinyan, what does this mean? Ming Huan's sudden appearance startled both individuals, but it was Pei Jinyan who regained his composure first. Irritation etched across his face as he asked, What are you doing here? Ming Huan maintained her pitiful demeanor as she gazed at Pei Jinyan. Do you like my roommate? If so, I can step aside. Songji looked at Ming Huan in bewilderment. She was acutely aware of her relationship with Fu Lu. Yet Ming Huan seemed intent on keeping Pei Jinyan in the dark. What was her aim? Pei Jinyan, hearing Ming Huan's words, grew more agitated. Huan. However, Ming Huan did not grant him an opportunity to finish, covering her mouth as she turned and ran away. Pei Jinyan instinctively wanted to pursue her, but suddenly aware of something, he halted, staring unblinkingly at Songji. She did not spare him a glance, simply bypassing him and leaving. Pei Jinyan was taken aback by Songji's audacity, repeatedly disregarding his presence. He wanted to unleash his anger but suppressed it, recognizing it was a consequence of his own missteps. He gazed at Songji's retreating figure, silently resolving to win her back, sooner or later. Arriving at the restaurant where she worked part-time, Songji intended to request a leave of absence from her boss. Upon hearing her request, the boss appeared troubled. Weekends are our busiest times. If you suddenly take leave, I won't manage. Songji hesitated. Then. Before she could finish, the boss continued, You're always asking for leave. It's clear you don't need the money. I might have to replace you. Upon hearing this, Songji sought to plead her case but was reminded of her current predicament, which was indeed unfavorable. Bowing deeply, she apologized. I'm sorry. I want to come in today. The boss, displeased, replied, That won't do. Even if you're not coming, you must wait until I find a replacement. You can't take leave for the next few days. Any issues you have should be postponed. With no other choice? Songji nodded in acquiescence. Once outside the restaurant, she took out her phone and dialed Fu Yan's number. Hello, Xiaoyan. I might not be able to join you today. Fu Yan exploded in response, her voice rising. Why? Why can't you come? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Songji explained the situation. Fu Yan, surprised, exclaimed, Your brother is really something. You're his wife. So why isn't he giving you money to work? Songji hurriedly clarified. No, I want to work part-time on my own. It has nothing to do with uncle. Where's your part-time job? Why don't I come to your place? Taken aback, Songji replied, can that be done? Why not? It's settled then. Tell my brother. Okay? Xiaozi, my future happiness relies on you. With that, Fu Yin hung up before Songji could respond. Sighing in resignation at the disconnected call, Songji pondered how to relay Fu Yan's message to her uncle. Ji. Chun Sisi approached, patting Songji's shoulder. Snapping back to reality, Songji gazed at Chun Sisi in surprise. Oh, how come you're here? I came to hang out with you since it's the weekend. Songji hesitated, but I have a part-time job. Before she could finish, Chun Sisi blurted out, you're already so wealthy, yet you still work part-time. Songji froze, gazing at Chun Sisi in astonishment. Chun Sisi continued unabashedly. I saw everything just now. Saw what? That handsome guy. The gold bracelet on your wrist must be from him, right? Songji instinctively glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. Before she could respond, Chun Sisi exclaimed, TSK, you say it's fake, but it's obviously real. Afraid that us poor classmates will ask you for money. Caught off guard by Chun Sisi's sudden change in demeanor, Songji took a moment to regain her composure. Finally, she stammered, you misunderstood. Chun Sisi dismissed her concerns. Oh, come on, don't hide it, don't worry. I don't want your money. Songji lowered her gaze in silence. Chun Sisi enthusiastically linked her arm with Songji's, cheerfully saying, Ji, do me a favor. Surprised, Songji asked, what is it? It's about that handsome guy from earlier. You mean Han Cheng? Chun Sisi nodded eagerly. Yes, he looks quite wealthy. I noticed the watch on his wrist when we had dinner before. I even checked it out afterward. Checked? Yes, his watch is from Jaeger LeCoultre, worth 6 figures. You're so fortunate to meet so many wealthy people while studying here. I wish I had studied harder to come here too. Songji was at a loss for words in response to Chun Sisi's comment. Chun Sisi pressed on, regardless, I need your help. Confused, Songji asked, how can I help? Relationships require mutual feelings. Before she could finish, Chun Sisi abruptly released Songji's arm, exclaiming irritably, what? Knowing someone on the list isn't enough. Your mom is out looking for you. Songji recognized the veiled threat in Chun Sisi's words. Astonished that the once naive girl had become so unfamiliar, she attempted to explain. No, you misunderstand. If it's a misunderstanding, then help me. That Han Cheng is so aloof. He won't even acknowledge me, with a resigned sigh. Songji replied, if he ignores me, what can I do? Just call him and ask him out. Chapter 60. I already have someone I like. When Han Cheng arrived, a smile graced his face. But it quickly faded upon seeing Chun Sisi. He regarded Songji with a stoic expression. What is the meaning of this? Feeling guilty, Songji stammered, Senior. I doubt before she could finish. Chun Sisi interjected, Senior, it was me who asked you to call you. Han Cheng didn't even glance at her as he turned to leave. Chun Sisi panicked, rushing to push Songji. He leaving, hurry, don't let him go. Songji felt conflicted, but hearing Chun Sisi mention her mother, she reluctantly chased after Han Cheng. Senior, I'd like to treat you to a meal to thank you for your help recently. Han Cheng halted and stared intently at Songji as their eyes met. Songji felt her resolve waver. The next moment, Han Cheng's voice broke the silence. Songji, do you know what that girl did to me? Confused, Songji replied. What? She's a lunatic, a stalker. Songji was taken aback. Her head bowed as she murmured, I'm sorry that I didn't know. Seeing her distress, Han Cheng softened his tone. I can accept your invitation, but that girl cannot be present. Songji nodded in agreement. Observing her timid demeanor, Han Cheng sighed in exasperation. He approached Chun Sisi, his expression cold as he stated, I'm not interested in you. Don't stalk me again, or I'll report you. Chun Sisi was taken aback by his bluntness. Staring at him in disbelief, report me? Han Cheng remained unperturbed. What else? Shouldn't he report a creep? Chun Sisi quickly objected. I'm not a creep. I just like you. Before she could finish, Han Cheng interjected. I already have someone I like. Chun Sisi stared at Han Cheng in shock, then pointed at Songji. Do you like her? Han Cheng's expression turned awkward as he irritably replied, Yes, I like Songji. I have no interest in you. Don't appear in front of me again. With that, he turned and walked away. Chun Sisi, unwilling to give up, stood in Han Cheng's path, her expression defiant. Senior Han Cheng? I truly like you. Give me a chance. Faced with Chun Sisi's confession, Han Cheng felt revulsion. I don't like you. Leave me alone. Chun Sisi was momentarily stunned, then scoffed. What's so great about Songji? She's juggling multiple relationships. You still like her? Upon hearing this, Han Cheng's expression darkened instantly. Chun Cece, noticing his reaction, continued to embellish her words. Did you see the golden bracelet on her wrist? It was a gift from another man.as I mentioned before. Her family is quite impoverished. Furthermore, just a moment ago, I also saw. Before she could complete her sentence, Han Cheng interrupted her brusquely. Silence. Chun Cece was taken aback by his sudden outburst. Her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at him. Han Cheng let out a derisive laugh, appraising Chun Cece from head to toe, and then mockingly retorted. Is there no mirror in your home? Or are you simply blind? What do you think you are? Get lost. With that, he shoved Chun Cece aside and walked past her. Chun Cece glared at his retreating figure, her eyes betraying an unmistakable hatred. Songji hesitated for a moment before approaching Chun Cece, calling softly from behind, Cece. Chun Cece retracted her gaze, looking dejectedly at Songji, her voice tinged with grievance. Ji, it seems he doesn't like me. What should I do? Chapter 61. The enticing allure Songji felt somewhat helpless. Her personality was not one to be overly forthright, and seeing her friend in such distress left her at a loss for words to provide comfort. Fortunately, a customer entered the store, prompting Songji to find an excuse to busy herself. Upon hearing this, Chun Cece exclaimed, Ji, I will not give up on Senior Han Cheng one day. He will be moved by me. Songji, hearing her words, offered a simple encouragement of good luck before returning to her duties. Chun Cece stood at the entrance, watching Songji's silhouette, a flicker of determination flashing in her eyes. That evening, Fu Lu appeared at the restaurant where Songji was working part-time. Dressed in an impeccably tailored suit, he exuded an air of elegance that starkly contrasted with the casual attire of the surrounding students. He entered just as Songji was taking an order from a customer and decided to occupy an empty table quietly. After finishing the order, Songji turned, holding the menu, and was pleasantly surprised to see Fu Lu seated at her table. Looking at her, her eyes brightened instantly as she approached him, speaking in a hushed tone. Uncle, what brings you here? Fu Lu replied nonchalantly. What time do you finish work? Songji glanced at the clock. A hint of distress evident in her voice. It will be a while yet. I will wait for you to finish. Just as Songji was about to suggest he head back. Intending to complete her shift and return to school, Fu Lu's voice interrupted her again. Go on with your work. Do not mind me. With him sitting there, how could she possibly ignore him? As she moved about the dining area, she frequently stole glances at Fu Lu's table. Just as she pondered whether he would feel lonely waiting alone, she noticed two girls approaching him, evidently attempting to strike up a conversation. Songji's irritation bubbled over, and she muttered under her breath, flirting. She deliberately navigated her way towards Fu Lu's side, curious to see what the two girls were up to. As she drew closer, she overheard one of the short-haired girls say, Brother, would you mind sharing a table? Fu Lu responded with indifference. I would mind. The short-haired girl's expression faltered, and she looked helplessly at her companion. Another girl chimed in with a smile. Brother, don't be so cold. Let's get to know each other. Fu Lu remained silent, prompting the girl to take a seat across from him, resting her chin on her hands as she gazed at him. Are you dining alone? How lonely that must be. I have a wife and children, Fu Lu replied coolly. The two girls appeared momentarily stunned, unable to believe what they heard. Meanwhile, Songji, having overheard this, felt her cheeks flush with warmth. Fearing that Fu Lu might notice her presence, she hurriedly made her way to the kitchen. The owner, catching sight of her flustered state, chuckled. Why the rush? Songji, feeling a bit embarrassed, shook her head and continued with her tasks. When she finally remembered Fu Lu, she peeked from the kitchen only to find that he had vacated his seat, and the two girls had also departed. Her heart sank. Did they leave to go on a date? Without a second thought, she dashed towards the entrance, only to collide with a familiar embrace. Why the hurry? A familiar voice inquired from above. Relaxing at the sound, Songji took a step back and looked up at Fu Lu. Uncle, I thought you had left. Fu Lu gazed at her tenderly. I said I would wait for you to finish. Are you done now? Songji shook her head. Not yet, but I can ask the boss for an early leave. Half an hour later, Songji emerged from the restaurant and climbed into Fu Lu's car. Upon noticing the driver in the front seat, she felt a twinge of embarrassment and greeted him. Zhang assistant? Long time no see. Zhang Ming was Fu Lu's personal assistant, and they had met a few times previously. As soon as Songji finished speaking, she caught Fu Lu's gaze, feeling a bit awkward. She smiled sheepishly. "Uncle, have you been waiting long?" Fu Lu naturally took her hand in his, gently massaging it, his voice low. "Are you tired today?" Her fingers were delicate and soft, fitting snugly in his palm. Songji shook her head, smiling at Fu Lu. "Not at all, you've been waiting for me for quite a while." "You really didn't have to." Fu Lu replied softly. "It's no trouble." "How can it be no trouble? You've been waiting here while I work hard." Just then, Zhang Ming interjected. "Mr. Fu, are we heading to Shangchuan Road?" "Shangjiang Garden." "Understood." With that, Zhang Ming started the car and drove off. Songji, feeling puzzled, asked, "It's rather late. Where are we going?" If her memory served her right, this place was not far from Jing University, less than 2 kilometers away. Chapter 62. A home for us at this hour. The roads were almost devoid of traffic, and they arrived in mere minutes. As the car glided into a villa, Songji found herself momentarily bewildered. "Gigi, this will be our home from now on." Songji was taken aback. Fu Lu had mentioned previously about finding a place near her school for her convenience, but she never expected things to be finalized so swiftly. This house clearly exuded luxury. "Uncle, this house must be quite expensive, right?" Before Fu Lu could respond, Zhang Ming interjected, "Young madam, the house is a bit small, only costing around 10 million. If you find it unsatisfactory, we can continue looking." Songji was utterly shocked by his words. Only, for the first time, she felt the disparity between her and Fu Lu. The wave of self-doubt washed over her. "Uncle, this really isn't necessary. Renting is also an option." Fu Lu wrapped his arms around her, speaking gently. "This is our little home. From now on, our Gigi will have a place to call home." At his words, Songji felt a lump in her throat, her eyes unwittingly moistening. She struggled to compose herself, not wanting to cry. However, Fu Lu noticed her distress, lifting her into his arms and seating her on his lap. Suddenly being in the air, Songji instinctively wrapped her arms around Fu Lu's neck. Panic etched on her face. "Uncle, why are you suddenly holding me?" Fu Lu leaned closer, gazing intently at her. After a long pause, he finally spoke. "Did you lose something precious?" Feeling a bit shy, Songji averted her gaze, defiantly retorting, "I did not. Put me down." Zhang Ming stood nearby, and the situation felt awkward. Yet, Fu Lu seemed oblivious, planting a soft kiss on her cheek. Instantly, Songji trembled, her body stiffening, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. The spot where he kissed felt slightly tingly. She buried her face against Fu Lu's chest. Too shy to meet his gaze, Fu Lu chuckled softly. "All right, let us get out of the car." "My wife." The term wife seemed to flip a switch within her, and in a flurry, Songji sprang from Fu Lu's lap, bumping her head against the car roof with a thud. "Ouch," she exclaimed. Falling back into Fu Lu's lap, clutching her head, Fu Lu gently stroked her head. "Let me see if you've got a bump." Songji shook her head, still holding her head. "No, I'm fine." This time, she took her time, pulling open the car door and swiftly exiting. Fu Lu watched her antics, amusement twinkling in his eyes. He followed her out, taking her hand as they walked towards the front yard. Only then did Songji notice the amenities within. The front yard featured a swimming pool, surrounded by a charming little garden. She had never imagined that one day she would reside in a villa, complete with a pool and garden. Fu Lu led her to the entrance, pressing a button on the electronic lock, then turned to her. "Gigi, let us use facial recognition." Songji asked, puzzled. "Facial recognition?" "Yes, when you come home from school, just use facial recognition to unlock it. It's quite convenient." Upon hearing this, Songji hurriedly stood in front of the electronic lock, positioning herself properly. After hearing the successful recording confirmation, Fu Lu closed the door again, instructing her, "Give it a try." Songji nodded, obediently facing the camera of the electronic locked eye. In the next moment, the electronic voice announced, "Welcome home, owner." Excitedly, she looked at Fu Lu. It worked. Fu Lu nodded, taking her hand and leading her inside. Chapter 63. A ray of sunshine belonging to her. Fu Lu held her delicate hand, softly explaining the surroundings. "This place is very close to your school, which means you won't have to stay at school anymore. You can come home every day." Upon hearing the word home, Songji felt her throat tighten. She had never imagined that she would have a home in this world, and it was one that Fu Lu had provided for her. Songji took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure, and nodded slightly, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle. Fu Lu smiled but remained silent. Curiosity overcame Song Ji as she inquired, Uncle, will you be living here with me? Fu Lu's lips curled into a gentle smile, radiating a sense of affection as he replied, We are, after all, a legally married couple. Naturally, we shall reside together. Do you expect to separate right after obtaining the marriage certificate? Upon hearing his words, Song Ji's cheeks flushed with a delicate hue, rendering her somewhat bashful. The concept of marriage still felt foreign to her in this moment. Observing her shy demeanor, Fu Lu, aware of her sensitivity, refrained from teasing her further and redirected the conversation to the house. Come, let me show you around. Here is the dining room, where we can enjoy meals together. Over there is the kitchen, and should you ever feel inspired to cook, you are more than welcome to do so. Additionally, there is a guest room on the first floor, just in case. Song Ji attentively absorbed Fu Lu's explanations. She nodded gently in understanding. Soon after, she began to examine the living room's decor with keen interest. The spacious and luminous living room boasted a minimalist yet sophisticated design, with every detail reflecting the owner's refined taste. At that moment, her gaze was abruptly drawn to a painting hanging on the wall. Almost instinctively, she released Fu Lu's hand, hastening forward to stand before the artwork. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her voice trembled slightly as she exclaimed, Uncle, this painting, could it be the legendary Dark Sun? Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise gleaming in his eyes as he softly asked, You know about it? Of course. Song Ji lifted her chin, her face aglow with confidence and enthusiasm as she continued. I am familiar with every piece by Teacher Shang, though I have yet to attend an exhibition. Hearing this, Fu Lu felt a wave of astonishment wash over him, prompting him to curiously inquire, You are quite fond of his works? Without hesitation, Song Ji nodded vigorously, affirming, Yes, I adore them. Witnessing her fervor, Fu Lu's lips curled in a smile as he said, Then next time, I shall take you to purchase one of his pieces. Upon hearing this, Song Ji's demeanor shifted to one of panic as she quickly waved her hands in refusal, exclaiming, No, no. Shang Ming is a genius painter, and his works are worth a fortune. How could I possibly afford them? Just being able to see his exhibition would suffice for me. Purchasing his paintings is simply out of the question. They are far too expensive. What makes you admire him? Song Ji gazed at the painting on the wall, its style characterized by exaggerated dark tones, yet it exuded an uplifting energy rather than oppression. She firmly believed that even if she resided in the shadows, there would always be a ray of sunshine meant for her. This was the allure of Sheng Yang, and the reason for her admiration. It was because of him that I took up painting. We have a well-known teacher among our faculty, but as a freshman, I must wait until my sophomore year to have the opportunity to attend his classes. As she spoke, a hint of disappointment crossed her features. Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, displaying a semblance of surprise as he asked, You also study painting? Song Ji was momentarily taken aback, pondering quietly to herself. Also? She murmured. Could it be that besides herself, Uncle knows others who have chosen to pursue painting as their major? With curiosity, she raised her gaze to Fu Lu and cautiously inquired, Uncle, do you know any other students of painting? Fu Lu nodded gently, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Yes, I once knew someone who studied painting. Oh, what a coincidence! Song Ji exclaimed with excitement. Then you must introduce me to them. The people you know must be remarkable. Fu Lu did not respond to this query but took her hand and led her toward the staircase. Come, let me show you the upstairs. Song Ji obediently nodded and followed Fu Lu as they ascended the stairs. Before long, they arrived at the door of a bedroom, where Fu Lu halted and turned to her with a smile, saying, Now, go ahead and push the door open to take a look. Taking a deep breath, Song Ji slowly reached for the doorknob and gently pushed it open. With a soft creak, the bedroom door swung wide. The decor of the bedroom exuded warmth, featuring a cream-colored bed canopy, a plush carpet, and a matching vanity adorned with various cosmetics. Song Ji gasped in delight, covering her mouth in astonishment. Fu Lu embraced her from behind, softly asking, Do you like it? This will be your room from now on. Turning around, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, she whispered, Uncle, thank you. Fu Lu smirked. Gratitude cannot merely be expressed in words, you know? Song Ji paused, looking at Fu Lu with confusion. Then I'll treat you to a meal once I receive my salary. Fu Lu reached out and gently ruffled her hair, saying, Very well. I look forward to that. With a playful giggle, Songji suddenly remembered something, her big, sparkling eyes blinking as she asked, Uncle, where is your room? Fu Lu raised an eyebrow, his deep, piercing gaze fixated on the young girl before him, a subtle smile playing at his lips as he leisurely replied, Little girl, where do you think my room might be? Taken aback, Song Ji's mind raced with countless thoughts, and then, as if realizing something, her fair complexion flushed a soft pink, resembling a ripe apple. Shyly, she lowered her gaze, unable to meet the intensity of his stare. Observing her reaction, Fu Lu leaned down, bringing his lips close to her delicate ear, and in a deep, magnetic voice, he whispered, This is our shared room. As his words hung in the air, Songji felt her cheeks ignite with warmth, her heart racing and breath quickening as she stammered, Uncle, I thought perhaps we should explore elsewhere. In a fluster, she attempted to sidestep Fu Lu and make her way out. However, in her nervousness, she unintentionally collided with Fu Lu's sturdy chest, the overwhelming scent of masculinity momentarily dizzying her senses. Finally stabilizing herself, she hurriedly averted her gaze, rushing toward the exit. In her haste, Songji found herself standing before another door, and without a second thought, she pushed it open and stepped inside. Upon entering, she discovered the room to be rather empty, save for a sleek, glossy black piano positioned against the wall. A wave of astonishment washed over her as she instinctively approached the piano, her hand reaching out to gently caress its surface. The coolness of the instrument sent a thrill through her. Coming from a modest background, this was her first opportunity to admire a real piano up close. Igniting a sense of excitement within her, as Fu Lu entered the room, Songji looked up at him, asking, Uncle, can you play the piano? Chapter 64. Teaching her to play the piano. Fu Lu bent slightly, leaning closer to Songji, his voice gentle as he replied, I can play a little. His words were like a soft spring breeze, brushing against Songji's ears. Upon hearing this, her previously dim eyes sparkled with joy. She stared in awe at the handsome man before her, unable to contain her admiration as she exclaimed, Wow, you can play the piano too. That's incredible. In response to her unabashed praise, Fu Lu smiled faintly, his lips curving into a soft grin as he asked, So, are you interested in learning? His gaze rested on Songji, filled with anticipation. However, without a moment's hesitation, she shook her head vigorously, her movements reminiscent of a bobblehead as she repeatedly murmured, No, no. Afterward, she lowered her head, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes. Noticing her reluctance, Fu Lu felt a twinge of curiosity and fixed his gaze on her, asking, Why do you say that? Songji remained silent, her eyes cast downward. Deep within her memories, the piano had always been an elegant pastime reserved for the affluent. For her, merely having the opportunity to pursue her studies was a significant achievement. How could she dare to dream of learning such an extravagant and elusive instrument? At that moment, a wave of inferiority washed over her. Fu Lu was so exceptional, proficient in so many things, while she felt utterly lacking beyond her academic pursuits. Seeing her silence, Fu Lu gently guided her to sit on a nearby stool. Confused, Songji looked up at him, her gaze filled with uncertainty and a hint of panic as she protested, Uncle, that I really can't. Just sit obediently and listen. Fu Lu's deep, magnetic voice resonated, carrying an irresistible charm. Complying like a dutiful child, Songji responded softly, Okay. Fu Lu gracefully seated himself beside her, then delicately lifted the lid of the exquisite piano. Following that, his long, strong fingers floated effortlessly over the black and white keys. In an instant, a series of crisp and melodious piano pieces flowed forth. The enchanting melody seemed to possess an enchanting quality, causing Songji to involuntarily close her eyes, fully immersing herself in the tranquil listening experience. When the final note resounded, the entire composition concluded flawlessly. Slowly, Songji opened her eyes, her face radiating an uncontrollable excitement and elation. She clapped her hands vigorously, generously showering Fu Lu with praise. Uncle, you are truly remarkable. Your playing is simply delightful. Fu Lu smiled as he extended his hand, gently ruffling the top of Songji's head, softly inquiring, So, do you wish to learn? Songji momentarily froze, a hint of hesitation flickering across her face. After a brief pause, she lifted her gaze, cautiously looking at Fu Lu with her sparkling eyes. After a while, she finally summoned the courage to speak. "Dudio, you think I would be a bother?" Upon hearing Song Ji's anxious inquiry, Fu Lu couldn't help but chuckle, responding with a firm yet gentle tone. "Of course not." As Fu Lu's tender and deep voice faded, a radiant smile blossomed on Song Ji's face, akin to spring flowers, her lips curving widely to reveal a row of pristine, even teeth as she joyfully exclaimed, "Really? You truly don't think I'm a bother?" Fu Lu did not answer her directly. Instead, he gently took her delicate little hand and placed it upon the black and white keys of the piano. Following this, his long fingers covered hers, guiding her to press down on each key with care. With rhythmic and deliberate movements, a series of crisp and melodious notes filled the room. Song Ji listened intently to the exquisite melody, quickly recognizing that it was a tune she was familiar with. Her eyes lit up instantly, sparkling with excitement and surprise as she exclaimed, "It's Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star." Fu Lu smiled as he withdrew his hand, softly replying, "Indeed, it seems you have recognized it." Song Ji nodded repeatedly, her heart brimming with joy, just as she was about to continue playing when her hands were suddenly grasped by Fu Lu. With a smile on his face, yet a tone of firmness, he said, "All right, we'll stop here for today. Let's continue our practice next time." A slight disappointment crossed Song Ji's face. "Is there something else?" She looked at Fu Lu with a puzzled expression. Fu Lu smiled mysteriously, not directly answering her question, but instead extending his other hand to grasp Song Ji's delicate wrist, gently saying, "Come with me." With that, he took her hand and turned to walk towards the door. Chapter 65. "Uncle." Kissing myself, Fu Lu gently took hold of Song Ji's soft little hand and led her up to the rooftop. Song Ji blinked her bright eyes, her face filled with confusion as she asked, "Uncle, why have you brought me here?" Fu Lu smiled slightly, raising his finger to point at a nearby exquisite pavilion, softly saying, "Ji, on pleasant days, you can come here to paint." Curiously, Song Ji scanned the open rooftop, then turned to Fu Lu with a beaming smile, cautiously asking, "Uncle, can I use this place for other things?" Fu Lu's lips curled into a fond smile as he replied, "Of course, this space is entirely yours to command. You can do whatever you wish." Upon hearing this, Song Ji's eyes sparkled brightly, dazzling like the twinkling stars in the night sky. Observing her delight, Fu Lu felt his own spirits lift, unable to resist asking, "So, what do you plan to do with this precious land?" With excitement, Song Ji began to dance with joy, cheerfully responding, "I want to plant vegetables here." Hee. Fu Lu, taken aback, momentarily fell silent, unable to respond. Noticing his pause, Song Ji felt a twinge of anxiety and tentatively added, "Uncle, if that's not okay, then forget it." Fu Lu approached her slowly, his broad hand gently resting on the top of Song Ji's head, affectionately ruffling her silky hair. "Do whatever you wish. As I said, this is your very own domain." Hearing this, Song Ji's face lit up as if she had received the most precious gift in the world, her smile radiant like flowers blooming in spring. "Thank you, Uncle." Her voice rang out, sweet and melodious like silver bells. When she smiled, her eyes became crescent moons. Even the usually stern and aloof Fu Lu seemed to be touched by her innocent smile, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curling into a faint smile. Song Ji gracefully walked to the edge of the rooftop, standing quietly as she gazed at the picturesque sunset in the distance. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped her petite figure, casting a shimmering glow upon her, making her appear like a celestial being. "Uncle, will you always live here from now on?" She turned her head, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at Fu Lu and gently asked. Upon hearing her words, Fu Lu quickened his pace, joining her side. He softly replied, "What is this? Do you not wish for me to live here with you?" Song Ji hurriedly shook her head, eagerly responding, I do. Fu Lu smiled slightly, reaching out to gently pinch her soft, rosy cheeks, playfully teasing her. "What do you wish for?" Faced with Fu Lu's inquiry, Song Ji felt her cheeks flush, lowering her head as she stammered, I want to live with you." After uttering those words, Song Ji thought to herself that her cheeks must be as red as a ripe tomato. Feeling a bit shy, she contemplated leaving. However, in the next moment, Fu Lu suddenly leaned down, slowly drawing closer to Song Ji. Caught off guard, she instinctively stepped back until her back pressed firmly against the railing of the rooftop. At that moment, she could only look up at Fu Lu, whose handsome face was drawing near. Her heart racing uncontrollably. Fu Lu's striking visage loomed closer, causing Song Ji to become increasingly nervous, her breath quickening. In the next heartbeat, she felt a cool sensation on her lips. In an instant, her mind went blank, her entire body stiffening like a piece of wood, completely losing her ability to react. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the man before her who was kissing her. Chapter 66. Warm new home. Song Ji stood there, as if frozen, her beautiful eyes fixated on the man just inches away, as if time itself had come to a standstill. She remained utterly still, not even daring to blink, fearful of missing any subtle shift in his expression. At that moment, Fu Lu slowly extended his hand, his warm and broad palm gently covering Song Ji's eyes. Instinctively, she blinked, her long, curled lashes fluttering like butterfly wings, softly brushing against Fu Lu's palm. A slight tickling sensation coursed through her, like a gentle current spreading warmth throughout Fu Lu's body. However, this delightful atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a voice emanating from the doorway. "President Fu, dinner is ready," Zhang Ming announced respectfully. The two, once enveloped in a tender moment, suddenly snapped back to reality, Fu Lu's expression darkening immediately, clearly displeased by the unexpected interruption. He slowly withdrew his hand from Song Ji's eyes, casting a piercing, icy glare at Zhang Ming. "Get out." Zhang Ming shivered under the icy gaze, momentarily stunned. Adjusting his glasses, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He had been unaware of the tender moment between the two, facing away from them. But now, seeing Fu Lu's grim expression and the flush on Song Ji's face, he began to piece together that he had inadvertently disrupted their intimate moment. Knowing Fu Lu's temperament, Zhang Ming dared not linger, quickly responding, "Understood, President Fu. I will head down immediately." With that, he turned and hurriedly made his way downstairs, his steps hurried and anxious, eager to escape any further discomfort. Once he left, Song Ji murmured softly, "Uncle, you looked really fierce just now." Hearing this, Fu Lu turned slightly, glancing at the girl beside him, gently asking, "Did I scare you?" Song Ji shook her head vigorously, hurriedly replying, "No, I wasn't scared at all." Fu Lu extended his warm, broad hand, gently taking hers, softly saying, "All right, let us go downstairs for dinner." The two walked side by side and soon arrived downstairs. Song Ji first scanned the area, finding no sign of Zhang Ming, but her attention was quickly captured by the steaming dishes laid out on the dining table. A warm sensation flooded her heart, making her feel as if it had been enveloped in a cozy glow. This place was their shared home, where they would dine together from that moment onward. With that thought, Song Ji couldn't help but feel elated, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Looking at the array of dishes, she could hardly contain her curiosity, her bright eyes wide open as she looked up at Fu Lu and sweetly asked, "Uncle, who made all this delicious food?" Fu Lu responded with an indifferent expression. "Time is too tight. There's no opportunity to prepare a meal, so I had the nearby restaurant deliver these dishes. Let us just make do today." Song Ji nodded obediently, just as she was about to say something more. Zhang Ming strode over briskly, handing a car key to Fu Lu with a respectful tone. "Mr. Fu, I have parked the car in the garage as per your instructions. Here is the key." Fu Lu replied with a flat expression, his cool voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of irritation, clearly still displeased by Zhang Ming's abrupt interruption of his pleasant moment with his wife. Sensing the low pressure in the atmosphere, Zhang Ming's face flushed with embarrassment. He quickly placed the key gently on the nearby table and turned to leave quietly. Noticing Zhang Ming's intention to depart, Song Ji softly inquired, "Assistant Zhang, are you leaving so soon?" Zhang Ming nodded hastily. However, Song Ji, ever the gracious host, warmly invited, "Since you are here, why not stay for dinner before you go?" Faced with such a heartfelt invitation from Song Ji, Zhang Ming hurriedly waved his hands in polite refusal. "No need, thank you for your kindness, Miss Song." As he spoke, his gaze unconsciously drifted towards Fu Lu, seemingly seeking support or a hint from him. Yet, Fu Lu remained aloof and silent, making it difficult to discern his true thoughts. Song Ji continued to insist eagerly, "Oh, please don't be so formal. Just think of it as warming up our new home. It's more lively with more people." Chapter 67. Jealousy. While Zhang Ming was pondering how to decline politely, he suddenly heard Fu Lu's deep voice resonate, "Sit down and eat with us." The moment those words were uttered, Zhang Ming found himself with no escape. After all, when the boss had spoken, he could only muster the courage to sit down reluctantly across from Song Ji. At that moment, Zhang Ming appeared particularly awkward, unsure of where to place his hands. Meanwhile, Song Ji observed everything, her bright eyes sparkling as she broke into a radiant and warm smile, cheerfully urging, "Assistant Zhang, please eat. Have some more." As she spoke, she enthusiastically picked up the communal chopsticks and carefully served some dishes to Zhang Ming's plate. Taken aback, Zhang Ming quickly lifted his bowl to catch the food, nervously replying, "Oh, Mrs. Xiao, you are too kind. I can manage on my own." Yet, Song Ji merely smiled and gently shook her head to indicate it was no trouble. Zhang Ming felt compelled to say no more, nodding silently as he picked a piece of rib from his bowl and began to chew. Song Ji watched him intently until she saw him swallow the rib successfully, then she beamed and asked, "How does it taste?" Hastily swallowing his food, Zhang Ming nodded repeatedly, responding, "Delicious. Truly very delicious." With this affirmation, Song Ji's smile grew even more radiant and charming. "Actually, these dishes were specially ordered from the restaurant, not prepared by me. However, if you ever come to visit next time, I shall personally cook for you." Zhang Ming's eyes widened in surprise, exclaiming, "Mrs. Xiao can cook? That is truly unexpected." Song Ji nodded lightly, her face glowing with confidence as she replied, "Of course, I started learning to cook when I was young, and I'm quite good at it. You'll see for yourself next time." Hearing this, Zhang Ming smiled and nodded, saying, "All right then, I look forward to it." Just as these words left his mouth, Zhang Ming suddenly felt a chilling aura enveloping him, as if he were being scrutinized by a pair of icy eyes. His heart raced, and his body stiffened involuntarily. When his gaze met Fu Lu's ominous stare, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning, rendering him momentarily speechless. He instinctively swallowed hard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. How could he have forgotten that his boss was a veritable jealous type? Zhang Ming chuckled awkwardly, stammering to Song Ji, "Mrs. Xiao, I'm truly sorry, but I fear I won't have time to come next time. Heh." Song Ji was taken aback by his sudden change in demeanor, frowning in confusion as she pressed, "Why not? Don't you leave work at the same time as uncle? You don't have to work overtime." Confronted with her inquiry, Zhang Ming inwardly lamented but forced himself to respond in line with her earlier statement. "I have to work overtime." As he spoke, he cast a furtive glance at Fu Lu, who still wore a fearsome expression, making Zhang Ming even more anxious. Song Ji tilted her head slightly, her eyes wide with curiosity as she directed her gaze at Fu Lu, asking, "Uncle, does your company often require employees to work overtime?" Chapter 68. Unstable emotions. Fu Lu remained unperturbed, a slight smile gracing his lips as he replied softly, "Occasionally, there may be overtime." Upon hearing this, Song Ji's face lit up with a radiant smile, excitedly proposing, "Then uncle, next time you come home, bring that assistant along. I'll cook a sumptuous feast for you both." Fu Lu nodded in agreement. "All right." He then turned to Zhang Ming, speaking leisurely, "I recall you were notified to go on a business trip to Jinhai City, weren't you? This trip is likely to take considerable time, so you probably won't be back soon." Zhang Ming, who had been engrossed in his meal, suddenly looked up in bewilderment at Fu Lu, stammering, "Huh? A business trip? When was that arranged?" "I have no recollection at all." However, before he could finish, a light bulb seemed to flicker in his mind, and he quickly changed his tune. Yes, there is indeed such a matter. So unfortunately, I won't be able to spare any time during this period. I sincerely apologize, Mrs. Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Ming sprang to his feet as if shocked by electricity, awkwardly smiling as he waved his hands at Fu Lu and Song Ji. Mr. Fu, Mrs. Xiao, thank you very much for your generous hospitality. But I'm already full. I must quickly return to prepare for the business trip. I'll take my leave now." With that, he turned and hurried towards the entrance, leaving Song Ji no chance to retain him. She looked utterly bewildered. He barely ate a few bites and is already full. Assistant Zhang has quite a small appetite. Fu Lu remained unfazed. "He's on a diet." Song Ji, surprised, exclaimed, "But he's not overweight." "He's on a diet." Fu Lu smirked slightly, his expression ambiguous. "You don't understand a man's thoughts." Song Ji pouted, dissatisfied. "What is there to understand? What other thoughts can there be about dieting?" Gently, Fu Lu reached out his right hand, tenderly pinching her petite nose, his eyes filled with affection as he said, "You're so naive." Hearing this, Song Ji quickly raised her hand, forcefully swatting Fu Lu's hand away from her nose, and responded with a hint of playful indignation, "Hmph. I'm not naive at all. In response to Song Ji's retort, Fu Lu merely smiled faintly and chose not to say more. Perhaps due to his good mood today. Fu Lu slowly rose from his seat and walked briskly towards the wine cabinet. In a short while, he returned with a bottle of red wine. Once seated, Fu Lu skillfully uncorked the bottle and filled a glass with the deep crimson liquid. Observing this, Song Ji could no longer contain her curiosity and, with her bright, sparkling eyes, asked, "Uncle, how does the wine taste? Is it good?" Fu Lu nodded slightly. "It's quite good." Upon receiving such a response, Song Ji's face immediately lit up with eager anticipation, and she cautiously asked, "Then may I have a taste?" To her surprise, Fu Lu, without a moment's hesitation, quickly shook his head in refusal. No, this abrupt and decisive answer dimmed Song Ji's previously bright expression. Confusion and disappointment flooded her features as she anxiously questioned, "Why not?" Fu Lu lifted the wine glass to his lips, tilting his head back to finish the wine in one gulp before placing the glass down and explaining softly, "You are carrying a baby now. You cannot drink." Song Ji was momentarily taken aback. Fu Lu had never brought this up, and she had nearly forgotten it herself. Now, a small life was quietly developing within her. Upon contemplating the child nestled within her womb, a surge of intricate emotions welled up within Song Ji, enveloping her heart in a wave of discomfort that spread like tendrils throughout her being. Her eyes involuntarily glistened with unshed tears, as though something profound yearned to escape their confines. Fu Lv, who had been quietly seated beside her, suddenly noticed the redness in her eyes, sensing that tears were poised to cascade down her cheeks at any moment. A pang of concern gripped his heart, prompting him to rise hastily and take a seat beside her, gently placing his hand upon her shoulder, his voice tender as he inquired, "What troubles you? Why do you suddenly weep? Are you unwell?" In truth, Fu Lv was well aware that a pregnant woman's emotions often fluctuate due to hormonal changes, yet he had not anticipated such a swift onset. Hearing his caring words, Song Ji hurriedly inhaled several deep breaths, striving to quell the tumult within her heart. She shook her head lightly and murmured, "It's nothing, just a bit of something that got into my eye." However, despite her verbal assurances, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her true emotional state. Fu Lv, naturally, could not be swayed by her claims. He gently enveloped her in his arms, seeking comfort in the warmth and tremors of her body. There, he whispered softly, "I'm here, do not cry." Feeling somewhat embarrassed by his efforts to soothe her, Song Ji insisted, "I'm not crying, truly." Fu Lv responded in kind, "Yes, I know. You're not crying." A sigh of resignation escaped Song Ji's lips, clearly indicating that her uncle no longer believed her. Before she could voice her thoughts, Fu Lv leaned closer and suggested softly, "How about we arrange a dinner with your parents sometime?" Chapter 69. The eve before the wedding, Song Ji was momentarily taken aback. The prospect of introducing her parents to Fu Lv had never crossed her mind, leaving her at a loss for words. Noticing her pallor, Fu Lv's concern deepened as he gently probed, "What is it? Are you feeling unwell?" After much hesitation, Song Ji mustered the courage to voice her apprehension in a barely audible whisper. Could we not meet?" Upon uttering those words, she felt as though she had exhausted every ounce of her strength. Lowering her gaze to avoid meeting Fu Lv's eyes, furrowing his brow, he pressed further, "Why not?" Song Ji bit her lip tightly, remaining silent. Internally, she was torn. She feared that her parents, upon discovering her relationship with Fu Lv, would demand exorbitant conditions, while simultaneously not wishing Fu Lv to perceive her parents in such a light. Observing her distress, Fu Lv tenderly stroked the top of her head, his tone gentle as he remarked, "We are to have a wedding. After all, that it would be unreasonable for our families not to meet." The mention of marriage caused Song Ji to jerk her head up, her face a portrait of astonishment as she incredulously echoed, "A wedding?" Fu Lv nodded affirmatively. Confusion washed over her as she internally questioned, "Hadn't we already obtained a marriage certificate? Is there still to be a wedding?" Fu Lv continued, "Of course. Do you not anticipate the sight of yourself in a wedding gown?" At his words, Song Ji found herself momentarily speechless. Such notions felt both foreign and distant to her. She had long regarded the mere act of obtaining a marriage certificate with Fu Lv as a tremendous blessing, never daring to dream of a fairy tale wedding. Yet, in that instant, as Fu Lv articulated his sentiments, ripples of emotion stirred within her previously tranquil heart. However, Thoughts of her parents brought forth a flicker of doubt and anxiety in her eyes. As she hesitantly queried, "Will we truly have a wedding?" As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Lv nodded without hesitation, responding with a warm smile, "Naturally. Once I have paid my respects to your parents and presented the bride price, we can joyously celebrate our wedding." Upon hearing about the bride price, Songji quickly shook her head, exclaiming, "No, no bride price is necessary. Really, it's not needed." Yet Fu Lv regarded her with earnestness, gently asserting, "This is a tradition passed down through generations. Other families' daughters receive a bride price. I cannot allow my precious one to be slighted. Therefore, a bride price must be presented." His heartfelt declaration washed over Songji like a warm tide, filling her heart with an overwhelming sense of gratitude. In that moment, she realized how fortunate she was to have encountered such a devoted man, a person as exceptional and considerate as Fu Lv. Desiring to marry an ordinary woman like herself felt like an extraordinary blessing from the heavens. Fu Lv continued, "If you are uncertain about how to approach your parents, I shall personally visit them." Upon hearing this, Songji panicked, waving her hands frantically, her voice rising slightly. "No, please, don't rush. Give me some time to think it over. If you would." The thought of her greedy mother, who had an insatiable appetite for wealth, sent a shiver down her spine. She was acutely aware of her mother's character. If her mother were to learn of Fu Lv's favorable circumstances, she would undoubtedly extort a hefty sum. The chasm between her and Fu Lv was already akin to a vast divide, and she was unwilling to provoke Fu Lv's displeasure due to her parents' odious greed. Hearing her plea, Fu Lv nodded slightly, his gaze remaining gentle as it rested upon Songji. "Very well, take your time to reflect. Once you reach a decision, be sure to inform me immediately. I will make the necessary arrangements." Songji lowered her head, responding with a barely audible "Hm." Fu Lv's eyes lingered on her flushed cheeks as he gently pinched her face. "Now, let us dine." Songji nodded in agreement. "All right." Fu Lv straightened his posture, poured himself a glass of wine, and suddenly recalled something. "By the way, Gigi, have you given any thought to the baby in your belly?" Chapter 70. The dream. Songji, like a startled fawn, lowered her head in silence. The air felt as if it had solidified, and time appeared to stand still. Fu Lv gazed at her, his eyes betraying a mix of helplessness and tenderness. He sighed softly, his voice both gentle and resolute as he stated, "Gigi, I have said before that whatever your thoughts may be, I will respect them. If you truly do not wish to keep this child, we can go to the hospital together." Upon hearing this, Songji abruptly lifted her head, her face a mask of astonishment as she stared at Fu Lv. Her eyes widened, and her lips trembled slightly as she incredulously asked, Go to the hospital for what?" Fu Lv maintained his gaze on her for a moment before finally uttering the two weighty words, "Abortion." As soon as the words left his lips, Songji's grip on her chopsticks tightened involuntarily, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Yet, she ultimately remained silent, lowering her head once more as her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. That night, the darkness was thick as ink, and silence enveloped all. Songji tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find solace in sleep, her thoughts raging like a tempestuous tide. Eventually, she drifted into a hazy slumber. In her dream, a delightful child bounded towards her, joyfully calling out, "Mama, Mama!" Instinctively, Songji opened her arms to embrace the child, but just as their bodies were about to meet, the child vanished without a trace. Panic-stricken, she frantically searched for the child, yet their presence eluded her. In her despair, Songji struggled desperately to awaken from this nightmare. When she finally managed to pry her eyes open, she discovered her tears had soaked the pillow, leaving a damp patched eye in the darkness. She curled herself into a ball, wrapping her arms around her knees and burying her face within. The grief she had suppressed for so long could no longer be contained. She succumbed to quiet sobs, her cries echoing desolately in the stillness of the night. Meanwhile, in the study, Fu Lv sat in silence. Having just concluded a lengthy and tense meeting, fatigue etched across his face, he leaned heavily against the back of his chair. As if all his strength had been drained away, he raised his right hand, gently massaging his brow in an attempt to alleviate the dull ache of exhaustion. At that moment, his phone, resting on the desk, suddenly illuminated, casting a faint glow. Almost immediately, A message from an unfamiliar number appeared on the screen, succinctly stating 4 words. "I'm back." Fu LV glanced at the message with indifference, his heart stirring not in the slightest. Without a second thought, he reached for his phone and swiftly deleted the message, as if it had never existed. He then shifted his gaze to the clock on the wall, where the hour hand had silently crept to midnight. Slowly, Fu LV rose to his feet, his steps heavy as he made his way towards the bedroom. Just as he approached the door, a faint sound of weeping reached his ears, though the sobs were soft. They resonated with alarming clarity in the quiet of the night. Fu LV's stride faltered, the calm demeanor he had maintained vanishing in an instant, replaced by a look of concern. After a brief hesitation, he gently pushed the door open and swiftly entered the room. Bathed in the dim, golden glow of the bedside lamp, Fu Lu finally discerned the situation within the bedroom. Chapter 71. Keeping the child? He beheld a petite figure curled up beneath a thick quilt, weeping inconsolably, her entire body trembling with each sob. Fu Lu, feeling a pang of compassion, approached slowly and settled beside the bed. He extended his warm palm, gently patting the figure concealed within the covers, softly calling out, "Ji, why are you crying?" Upon hearing Fu Lu's familiar and tender voice, Song Ji seemed to find solace, her tears ceasing immediately. Cautiously, she poked her small head out from the quilt, her eyes swollen and red like a rabbit's, brimming with tears as she gazed pitifully at Fu Lu. At that moment, her delicate features appeared somewhat pallid from crying, evoking a deep sense of affection. With a voice tinged with a hint of sobs and trepidation, Song Ji said, "I'm sorry. Did I disturb you?" Upon finishing her words, she lowered her head, avoiding Fu Lu's gaze, seemingly afraid of inciting his ire. Fu Lu gently shook his head, his deep and tender eyes fixed on Song Ji, softly reassuring her, "You did not disturb me." Hearing this, Song Ji lifted her head slightly, her tear-filled, doe-like eyes searching Fu Lu's, before quickly looking down again, softly responding, "Oh." Her reply was as faint as a whisper, almost imperceptible. Fu Lu slowly extended his hand, his fingertips delicately brushing against Song Ji's cheek, as gentle as a breeze caressing the surface of a lake. He tenderly wiped away the remnants of her tears, each touch imbued with boundless compassion and affection. "Did you have a nightmare just now?" Fu Lu inquired with concern, his gaze unwavering from Song Ji's face, attentive to the slightest change in her expression. Initially, she shook her head, but then paused as if recalling something. Biting her lip, she appeared to wrestle with whether to reveal the truth. Ultimately, gathering her courage, she spoke in a barely audible voice, "Uncle, I just dreamed of the baby." Upon uttering these words, her eyes welled up once more, tears shimmering, threatening to spill over. Fu Lu's body tensed slightly at her revelation, a look of surprise crossing his face, clearly unprepared for such a dream from Song Ji. She continued, "The little girl was exceptionally adorable, exquisitely crafted, with big, watery eyes that resembled yours. She ran over and hugged my leg, looking up and calling me mama in a sweet, childlike voice. In that moment, my heart melted. I couldn't help but want to hold her, but just as I reached out, she suddenly vanished, leaving me standing alone, unable to find her. At this point, Song Ji could no longer contain her sorrow and disappointment, tears streaming down her cheeks like a burst dam. Witnessing this, Fu Lu felt a surge of compassion. Swiftly enveloping Song Ji in his arms, he softly comforted her, "Do not cry, do not cry. It was just a dream. Do not take it too seriously. Our baby is safe and sound in your belly." While speaking, he gently patted her back, as if soothing a frightened child. Song Ji nestled quietly in Fu Lu's warm embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, savoring the familiar scent that enveloped him. Gradually, her initially tumultuous emotions began to subside, her breathing steadying. After a long embrace, she finally lifted her head from Fu Lu's chest, her swollen eyes locking onto his, and slowly spoke, "Uncle, let us keep the baby." Fu Lu was momentarily taken aback by her words. He loosened his grip slightly, gently pushing her away to better gauge her expression. Then, he gazed intently into Song Ji's eyes, earnestly asking, "Ji, have you truly thought this through? You must understand that having a baby will significantly alter your life." Chapter 72. Preferring daughters over sons. Song Ji nodded softly, responding in a whisper, "Amm." Her reply was as light as a feather falling, yet it resonated clearly in Fu Lu's ears. Without hesitation, He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her close once more. It seemed he wished to convey the overflowing emotions within him through this embrace. Murmuring, "How wonderful." It that moment, he found himself at a loss for words to adequately express the overwhelming joy surging within him, resorting instead to holding Songji even tighter, as if only this could slightly alleviate his exuberance. Songji perceptibly sensed the tightening grip around her waist, the pressure increasing to the point of making it difficult for her to breathe. Gently, she reminded him, "Uncle, you're holding too tightly." Upon hearing this, Fu Lu snapped back to reality, quickly releasing her, a hint of apology flickering across his face as he hurriedly said, "I'm sorry." Songji smiled and shook her head lightly, indicating it was of no concern, softly replying, "No need to apologize." She understood that Fu Lu was inherently reserved, rarely expressing his emotions so openly. Yet, in that moment, she had genuinely felt his joy. Was it the knowledge that she intended to keep the child that sparked such elation? With that thought lingering, Songji asked, "Uncle, do you prefer a boy or a girl?" Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Lu replied, "A girl." Songji was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She had not anticipated Fu Lu's preference for daughters over sons. Lowering her voice cautiously, she inquired, "Well, what if it's a boy?" Her gaze remained fixed on Fu Lu, as if searching for clues in his expression and response. Realizing his previous comment might have been inappropriate, Fu Lu hastily reassured her, "Regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, I will love them equally." Upon hearing this, Songji nodded gently, a relieved smile gracing her face as she softly said, "That is good." At that moment, Fu Lu tenderly took her hand, speaking softly, "Ji, tomorrow I would like to take you to the hospital for another checkup. Is that all right?" Songji, surprised, asked in confusion, "But we already had a checkup, didn't we? Why go again?" Fu Lu patiently explained, "It's necessary to have regular checkups to ensure our baby develops healthily." Songji nodded in understanding, smiling as she responded, "All right, then," as if recalling something, she added, "But will this delay your work?" Fu Lu smiled gently, pinching her petite nose affectionately, his eyes filled with tenderness as he replied, "Nothing is more important than my wife and child. Do not worry about that." Songji, slightly bashful from Fu Lu's affectionate gesture, felt her cheeks flush, resembling ripe apples, utterly adorable. The following morning, Songji quietly accompanied Fu Lu into the hospital. Reflecting on her previous visit when she had been utterly bewildered and uninformed, this time was different. Having resolved to keep the precious life within her, she actively engaged in every aspect of the checkup. The doctor informed her that the baby in her womb was precisely 6 weeks old, a revelation that filled her with both astonishment and disbelief. She instinctively lowered her gaze, staring at her slightly protruding abdomen. Softly murmuring, "I never imagined there was a little life growing inside me." In that moment, Songji truly felt the weighty responsibility and joy of impending motherhood. Fu Lu smiled, gently draping his right arm around her somewhat slender shoulders. His gaze filled with affection and love as he tenderly remarked, "You still seem like a baby yourself, yet you are about to become a mother." Chapter 73. Conducting a secret romance. Upon hearing this, Songji's cheeks flushed instantly, akin to a ripe apple, and she playfully looked down, murmuring, "Uncle, please don't say that. I'm not a baby anymore." Fu Lu merely smiled, the corners of his mouth curving upward without a word. The doctor, observing their sweet interaction, couldn't he help but break into a warm smile and asked, "May I ask, is this your first child?" Fu Lu nodded without hesitation, affirming, "Yes, it is." The doctor then patiently elaborated. Typically, during the first 3 months of pregnancy, a woman's body undergoes an adjustment phase. Upon hearing this, Songji looked up with a puzzled expression, asking, "What exactly needs to be adjusted?" The doctor smiled and continued. During this phase, some expectant mothers may experience symptoms such as nausea, dizziness, fatigue, and general discomfort. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Most of these reactions are merely normal physiological phenomena, and they typically improve gradually after 3 months. Therefore, this expectant mother should strive to maintain a relaxed and joyful disposition. If her physical condition permits, she might consider taking leisurely walks and engaging in gentle activities, as this not only helps to strengthen her constitution but will also be greatly beneficial during labor. Songji listened attentively to every word of the doctor, nodding frequently as she silently committed these precautions to memory. After an entire morning filled with tense yet orderly examinations, the results were predominantly reassuring green lights. When they finally stepped out of the hospital, sunlight bathed them, illuminating the happiness reflected in their smiles. Fu Lv turned to Song Ji and kindly suggested, "Shall I take you to school first?" However, Song Ji gently shook her head, politely declining, "No need. I can just take a taxi myself. You should hurry to work and not delay." Despite this, Fu Lv remained resolute in his intention to personally ensure Song Ji's safe arrival at school. As was customary, she did not allow him to stop the car directly at the school gate, but instead directed him to a quiet path beside the school where he could park. Observing Song Ji's actions, Fu Lv couldn't help but furrow his brow, slightly dissatisfied as he remarked, "Ji, you always conceal things like this, making it seem as if we are clandestinely involved in a secret romance." Upon hearing this, Song Ji's face flushed slightly, and she hurriedly waved her hands in protest, exclaiming, "Oh, there's no such thing as infidelity. We are completely legitimate." Her earnest and somewhat anxious demeanor suggested a fear of being misunderstood. Fu Lv couldn't help but be amused by her adorable yet serious nature. A tender smile graced his lips as he gently ruffled Song Ji's hair and softly said, "All right, I was merely joking. Look at how flustered you've become. Hurry inside, and I'll pick you up after school." Song Ji shook her head in refusal, insisting, "No need. I can return home by myself, and it's not too far from here." As she spoke, she gestured toward her home. Upon hearing this, Fu Lv's smile vanished, replaced by a look of deep concern. He frowned and solemnly stated, "That won't do. You are already pregnant, and I cannot bear to let you go home alone. What if something unexpected happens on the way?" Hearing the uncle's genuine concern for herself and the baby, Song Ji felt a warm glow in her heart, yet she also wished to alleviate his worries. Thus, she quickly reassured him, "Uncle, don't be too anxious. The doctor at the hospital mentioned that appropriate exercise helps maintain physical and mental health, so there's no need for concern." With that, she opened the car door and gracefully alighted. After Fu Lv slowly drove away, Song Ji turned and walked towards the school. Just then, a familiar voice called out from behind, "Ji." Chapter 73. Borrowing money. Upon hearing the voice, Song Ji gradually turned around. As she recognized the visitor, a look of surprise involuntarily crossed her previously calm features. Her mouth slightly agape, she instinctively exclaimed, "Cc, what brings you here so suddenly?" Chen Cc shrugged lightly and casually replied, "Of course, I'm here to find you to hang out." Song Ji frowned slightly in confusion and asked, "But shouldn't you be in class right now? Did you skip class?" At this, Chen Cic's expression instantly darkened. Her eyes reddening as tears began to well up. Biting her lip, she struggled to contain her emotions but spoke with a quivering voice, "Ji, I've dropped out." Song Ji's heart sank at this revelation, her eyes widening in disbelief as she asked, "What? You dropped out? What happened? Just the other day, didn't you say you were planning to repeat a year because your exam results weren't satisfactory? It's barely been a while since the new term began. How could you drop out?" Faced with her friend's rapid-fire questions, Chen Cici lowered her head, gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. After a moment of silence, she slowly raised her head, her voice choked with tears as she explained, "My parents believe that continuing my education is a waste of time and money, and they want me to start working to help ease the family's financial burden." Hearing this, Song Ji felt a pang of sorrow in her heart, momentarily at a loss for words to comfort her. After a brief hesitation, she gently asked, "So, what do you really think about this situation?" Chen Cici looked up, her tear-filled eyes searching Song Ji's. As she choked out, "I don't want to drop out at all. My dream has always been to attend university and secure a bright future. My mother is ill and hospitalized, and she urgently needs money for treatment. If I don't work to earn some, we can't afford the medical expenses." As she spoke, Chen Cici could no longer contain her emotions, tears streaming down her face like a torrent. Song Ji furrowed her brow and asked with concern, "How much do you need?" Through her sobs, Chen Cici replied, 50,000. "You know how our family's situation is. We simply can't come up with such a large sum." Song Ji felt a wave of compassion and sympathy wash over her. Although Chen Cici's family was slightly better off in comparison, the difference was negligible. After a moment's hesitation, Song Ji gradually spoke, "If you choose to repeat the year, do you believe you can succeed?" Chen Cici nodded vigorously, her voice resolute as she replied, "Yes. Just last week in the monthly exam, I scored over 580. Hearing this, a flicker of relief crossed Song Ji's eyes as she encouraged Chen Cece. Cece, you must persist in your studies. For us, striving for education is the only path to change our destiny and future. Please do not give up lightly. Yet Chen Cece merely lowered her gaze, whispering to herself, in my heart, I truly do not wish to give up so easily. But alas, my family, at this point, she began to sob quietly. Song Ji, witnessing her friend's distress, felt a pang of sympathy and hesitated for a moment before saying, I can lend you the money. Chapter 74. Rumors. Chen Cece was momentarily stunned, her face a mask of disbelief as she stared wide-eyed at Song Ji. Stuttering in response, what? Song Ji nodded earnestly once more, adding, I will lend you the 50,000 needed for your mother's medical expenses, so from now on, focus solely on your studies and do not worry about working to earn money. Faced with Song Ji's generous offer, Chen Cece's eyes widened in suspicion as she inquired, Where on earth did you get such a large sum of money? Song Ji smiled slightly, waving her hand dismissively. Oh, don't concern yourself with that. I will find a way. But rest assured, I will definitely lend you the money. Now, you should hurry home and concentrate on your studies. Once I gather the remaining funds, I will notify you immediately. Upon hearing this, Chen Cece's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice trembling as she expressed, Ji, I am so grateful. I genuinely appreciate it. As she spoke, her tears flowed freely like a burst dam. Seeing this, Song Ji quickly shook her head and gently patted Chen Cece's shoulder in comfort, saying, We are best friends. This is what friends do. Like Chen Cece, she too had come from a family that valued sons over daughters. Thus, she could fully empathize with Chen Cece's struggles and feelings of helplessness. However, in comparison, Song Ji's fortunes had been slightly better, having encountered a benefactor in her life. After bidding farewell to Chen Cece, Song Ji turned and walked lightly towards the school gate. As she stepped into the classroom, an unusual atmosphere enveloped her immediately. She keenly sensed that the gazes of her classmates upon her were different from usual, filled with curiosity, skepticism, and even a hint of disdain. A strange feeling surged within her, yet she did not allow this emotion to surface on her face, instead walking nonchalantly towards an empty seat. However, just as she was about to reach the vacant spot, a girl who had been sitting quietly there suddenly sprang up as if startled, glaring at Song Ji with disdain as she shouted, You, don't come over here. Don't sit with me. Song Ji was taken aback by this sudden reaction, her expression one of confusion as she stared at the girl, unable to comprehend why she would react so negatively towards her. After a moment of silence, she spoke softly, If I remember correctly, today is an open class, and the seating is not fixed. Everyone is free to choose their own seats. Upon hearing this, the girl did not show any sign of retreat. Instead, she let out a cold snort and retorted with a sharp and cutting tone, Humph. Who knows if you're carrying some infectious disease? What if you transmit it to us? Upon hearing these words, Song Ji instantly understood why her classmates looked at her with such peculiar eyes. With this realization, Song Ji's expression turned icy, and she retorted without hesitation, What nonsense are you spouting? The girl, evidently taken aback by Song Ji's firm rebuttal, continued to mock her. Oh, I struck a nerve, so you're on the defensive now. Song Ji did not wish to engage in a prolonged argument with her, so she simply took her seat and ignored her. The girl, surprised that her blunt remarks had not provoked a reaction, was about to speak when the teacher entered. Although the girl was reluctant, she could not say anything in front of the teacher. She merely muttered a curse under her breath and returned to her seat. When the class bell rang, Song Ji gathered her books and exited the classroom. Just as she reached the door, someone called out to her, Song Ji, wait a moment. Upon hearing this, Song Ji halted and turned to look at the person. There's something you need. Class monitor? The class monitor, Zhang Yu, spoke with a blank expression. The homeroom teacher wants to see you in his office. Song Ji felt a bit puzzled. Now? Zhang Yu nodded without saying a word. After softly thanking her, Song Ji turned and left. She arrived at the homeroom teacher's office, knocked on the door and entered. Teacher Chun, you called for me? Song Ji addressed Chen Deming. Chen Deming looked up and, upon seeing her, displayed a warm smile. Song Ji, I have reviewed your application for financial assistance. Song Ji nodded, waiting for him to continue. Chen Deming added, If your family's situation is as you described, it indeed meets the criteria. Upon hearing this, Song Ji nodded repeatedly, It's true, Teacher Chen. Without saying more, Chen Deming stood up, walked around his desk, and came to stand in front of her. his gaze lingering on her. Songji felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny and instinctively took a step back. Noticing her reaction, Chen Deming simply smiled and said, "Recently, I have heard some rumors." Songji looked puzzled. "What rumors?" Chen Deming smiled gently. "There are rumors circulating that you arrive in a luxury car every day. Songji, if this situation reaches the principal, not only will you lose your financial aid, but staying at school might also become difficult." Songji's pupils dilated in disbelief. "What do you mean?" Chen Deming stated bluntly, "You've been kept by someone. Haven't you?" Songji was momentarily stunned, then quickly shook her head in denial. "No. How could that be?" Chen Deming chuckled softly, patting her shoulder. "The teacher believes you, but you know how rampant the rumors are at school. I can't do anything about it." Hearing this, Songji panicked. "Teacher, I really haven't. Please believe me." Chen Deming nodded. "Of course, the teacher believes you, but reliance on that belief is insufficient." Songji was taken aback. "Then, what should I do?" Chen Deming pretended to ponder deeply before suggesting, "How about this? Come to my dormitory tonight, and we can discuss this matter." Without a moment's hesitation, Songji agreed. As she left Chen Deming's office, she continuously thanked him. For her, this financial aid could help classmates in need, but she needed to clarify her reputation at school. After contemplating this, Songji decided to stay in the dormitory tonight. Upon returning to her dorm, she found her two roommates already present, looking as though they had something to say but hesitated. Songji had a rough idea of what they were thinking. She turned to Mingying. "You believe me, right? I'm not that kind of person." Hearing this, Mingying turned to the other roommate. They exchanged glances for a while before finally speaking. "Songji, it's not that we don't believe you, but the forums are buzzing with rumors. It's quite significant. You should check it out with that." They walked past Songji and exited the dormitory, feeling hurt that her roommates did not believe her. Songji picked up her phone, preparing to check the school forum. Suddenly, her phone vibrated, and a string of numbers appeared on the screen. After hesitating for a moment, she finally steeled herself and pressed the call button. Softly saying, "Hello?" a familiar yet complicated voice came from the other end. "Ji, it's me." Upon hearing this voice, Songji froze. It was Pei Jinyan. After a moment, she slowly responded, "What is it?" Pei Jinyan's voice came through again. "I'm downstairs at your dormitory. I really want to see you." Songji felt a wave of helplessness wash over her, and she sighed softly. "Pei Jinyan, it's over between us. Please, stop entangling me like this." However, Pei Jinyan did not relent in response to Songji's words. He continued, "I saw what was happening on the forums. Are you not planning to address it?" Songji gripped her phone tightly. Her tone resolute. "Of course, I will handle it." "Then how do you plan to deal with it?" Pei Jinyan pressed. Faced with his insistence, Songji chose silence. Noticing her lack of response, Pei Jinyan continued to persuade her. "Come down. Let me help you figure out a solution." Songji quickly declined. "No need. I can handle it myself." Before she could finish her sentence, Pei Jinyan interrupted her brusquely. "Well, since you don't want to come down, I'll come up to find you." Upon hearing this, Songji panicked and hurriedly tried to stop him. "No, don't come up." However, Pei Jinyan didn't give her a chance, hanging up the phone decisively. Staring at the phone that had been cruelly disconnected, her expression dimmed, and she let out a resigned sigh. After a moment of silence, she seemed to resolve herself. After a brief hesitation, she pulled a mask from her drawer, donned it, and slowly descended the stairs. When she reached the ground floor, she immediately spotted the familiar figure she knew too well. Pei Jinyan was quietly waiting for her in the shade of a tree. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on him, yet it could not conceal the slight loneliness etched on his face. Taking a deep breath, Songji walked towards Pei Jinyan. As she approached, she said expressionlessly, "Speak." Upon hearing her voice, Pei Jinyan immediately straightened up, instinctively reaching out his right hand to grasp Songji's, but she deftly sidestepped his touch as if she had anticipated his move. Pei Jinyan's expression froze instantly, his outstretched hand hanging awkwardly in the air. After a moment, he silently retracted his hand, a faint, bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "Let us find a quiet place to talk," he suggested softly. However, Songji unhesitatingly refused. "No need. Let us talk right here." Pei Jinyan, hearing this, could only smile wryly and shake his head, muttering to himself, "Are you so eager to sever ties with me that you won't even spare a few more words?" Faced with Pei Jinyan's question, Songji remained tight-lipped, offering no response. Seeing her silence, Pei Jinian sighed softly, then took out his phone from his pocket, turning the screen towards Song Ji, and said gently, "Take a look at this." Song Ji furrowed her brows slightly and reached out to take the phone. As her eyes met the screen, a headline in bold red letters pierced her vision. Once everything was tidied up, Song Ji leaned slightly and drew closer to the car window. The window, as if obeying a command, slowly descended. It was unclear what exactly Song Ji conversed about with the person inside the vehicle. But suddenly she leaned forward, gently pressing her delicate face against the other's. After completing this series of affectionate gestures, Song Ji straightened up with a satisfied expression, turned around, and strode away towards the school without looking back. As her figure gradually receded until it vanished completely from the video frame, the luxurious car finally roared to life, emitting a deep rumble before slowly departing, leaving behind an empty street and the dissipating fumes of exhaust in the air. Who was the person in the video? Pei Jinian's low voice came through. Song Ji's expression remained as calm as ever, devoid of any ripples. She slowly raised her hand and gently handed her tightly held phone to Pei Jinian, coldly uttering, "Here you go." Little did she expect that her interactions with Fu Lu would be surreptitiously recorded. Fortunately, as they were positioned against the light, Fu Lu's face was not clearly captured. With this thought, the tension that had gripped Song Ji began to ease slightly, and she let out a quiet sigh of relief. Not wishing to engage further with Pei Jinian, she turned to leave. Yet in the next moment, a strong hand suddenly reached out, firmly grasping her slender arm. Without needing to look back, Song Ji recognized the owner of the hand to be Pei Jinian. "Gigi." Pei Jinian softly called her name. Song Ji halted her steps, turning her head to meet his deep gaze, and firmly stated, "I can handle this matter myself. I do not require your interference." Pei Jinian did not loosen his grip on her arm. Rather, he tightened it, staring intently at Song Ji, his eyes shimmering with a complex light, continuing to press. "Is the man in that video the same one who called you earlier?" As if scalded, Song Ji yanked her arm back forcefully. She slightly furrowed her brow, a layer of frost instantly coating her exquisite features, her gaze as frigid as a winter wind, as she coldly replied, "My affairs are none of your concern. Please refrain from meddling with that." She strode away towards the dormitory without a backward glance. Upon entering her dorm, her phone rang. Flustered, Song Ji hastily rummaged through her bag for her phone. It was a call from Fu Yin. She took a deep breath to steady her emotions and then quickly pressed the call button, striving to make her voice sound more natural. "Hello, Xiao Yin." On the other end, Fu Yan's anxious voice immediately resonated. "Little sister-in-law, have you spoken with my brother yet?" Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed across Song Ji's face. She instinctively bit her lip and softly replied, "Sorry, Xiao Yin, I haven't said anything yet." Fu Yan's tone noticeably shifted to disappointment. "Ah, you haven't mentioned the dinner with Su Zhe yet?" Song Ji gently nodded, responding, "Mm." After a brief pause, she then asked, "How about I call him now?" Fu Yin hurriedly interjected, "Forget it, little sister-in-law, don't mention it to my brother yet." Filled with suspicion, Song Ji furrowed her brow and pressed, "Why not? Didn't you want your brother to meet your boyfriend?" Fu Yin quickly replied, "Oh, just come have dinner with me first. Help me gauge things a bit. I'm on my way to your school right now. I'll be there soon." Hearing this, Song Ji hesitated and asked, "Now? In such a hurry?" Fu Yin affirmed, "Yes, I'm driving my brother's car. Should be there shortly. Hurry and wait for me at the school gate." With that, Fu Yin hung up without hesitation. Song Ji shook her head helplessly and hurried towards the school gate. Just as she stepped outside, she spotted Fu Yin leaning against the front of a car. Observing this, Song Ji quickened her pace, jogging towards Fu Yin while excitedly calling out, "Xiao Yin!" Fu Yin turned at the sound, her face lighting up with a radiant smile as she chimed, "Little sister-in-law, you here." Song Ji nodded with a smile. Fu Yin eagerly beckoned, "Quick, get in the car." Following her cue, Song Ji approached the vehicle, her gaze inadvertently sweeping over the window, and she curiously asked, "Did your boyfriend come along too?" Fu Yin chuckled lightly, shaking her head as she explained, "No, he is still at work. Let us head out first." After hearing this, Song Ji gently opened the door to the passenger seat and climbed inside. A little over 10 minutes later, the car came to a steady halt in front of a restaurant. The door slowly opened, and Song Ji gracefully stepped out. Fu Yin approached and naturally linked arms with Song Ji, the two chatting and laughing as they walked towards the restaurant. Upon entering, A well-trained waiter greeted them with a smile and guided them to their reserved private room. Just as they settled in, before they could even order, Song Ji's phone on the table suddenly rang. It was a call from Fu Lu. Song Ji did not rush to answer. Instead, she looked up at Fu Yin, who was sitting across from her, and softly asked, "Xiao Yin, it's your brother calling. Should we invite him to join us for dinner?" Hearing this, Fu Yin's previously cheerful demeanor instantly turned awkward, a hint of nervousness washing over her face as she stammered, "And no, not now." Seeing Fu Yin's reaction, Song Ji found it somewhat amusing but still nodded. Fu Yin, in response, vigorously shook her head like a rattle, her hands waving anxiously. "No, let us talk about it next time." Song Ji nodded and then pressed the answer button on her phone. A sweet smile illuminated her face as she spoke into the receiver with a melodious tone. "Hello, Uncle." Fu Lu's deep, magnetic voice clearly reached Song Ji's ears through the phone. "Ji, have you made it home yet?" Song Ji replied honestly. "Not yet." Her response, Fu Lu's brow furrowed slightly, his tone turning serious. "It's already so late. Why haven't you returned home? Don't forget, you're in a special period now and need to take extra care of yourself." "Oh, I know," Song Ji quickly explained. "I'm currently having dinner with Xiao Yin." "Where are you dining?" Fu Lu inquired further. "What is up? Are you planning to join us?" Song Ji asked curiously in return. Fu Lu replied with a hint of regret. "I have to work overtime tonight. I'm afraid I won't be able to come and keep you company. Oh, I see. How long do you expect to work?" Song Ji asked with concern. "I'm not sure yet, but I'll try to finish early so I can come home and be with you." Fu Lu gently reminded. "Make sure to be cautious while you're out. Call me after dinner to let me know." Hearing Fu Lu's considerate words, a blush crept onto Song Ji's cheeks. She lowered her head slightly, replying in a voice barely above a whisper, I understand. That moment, Fu Lu continued. "And be sure to call me when you get home to let me know you're safe." Song Ji nodded gently, asking softly, "Uncle, have you eaten yet?" Fu Lu chuckled lightly. "I'm still busy working. I can only eat once I finish everything." Song Ji couldn't help but feel sympathy for Fu Lu, murmuring, "That sounds tough." Fu Lu smiled slightly. "For you and our future child, it is all worth it, no matter how hard it gets." As he spoke, Song Ji's cheeks flushed even deeper, as if they might drip blood. Shy, she could barely meet Fu Lu's gaze. Stuttering, "Thank you for your efforts." Sensing her shyness, Fu Lu's voice softened further as he advised, "You need to be especially careful when eating. It's better to avoid dining out as much as possible." Song Ji, filled with curiosity, asked, "Why?" Fu Lu patiently explained, "Because you're carrying a little one. The food prepared in restaurants may contain many additives that aren't good for the baby's health." Upon hearing this, Song Ji grew anxious, asking urgently, "Oh no, what should I do?" Fu Lu quickly reassured her, "Just let this one go, but you mustn't do this again next time. Do you understand?" Song Ji obediently nodded. I'll remember." After exchanging these tender words, Fu Lu gently hung up the call. Beside her, Fu Yin caught sight of Song Ji putting away her phone and couldn't help but smirk. Teasing, "Oh my, little sister-in-law, your brother is quite strict. He even needs to inquire where you're dining." Song Ji, a bit bashful, replied, "He is just concerned about me." Fu Yin, however, scoffed dismissively, murmuring, "If it were me, I definitely couldn't stand such restrictions. It feels like there's no freedom at all." However, Song Ji, with a face full of satisfaction, remarked, "But I beg to differ. I find this rather delightful. Growing up, Song Ji had been raised with a sense of freedom by her parents, never having anyone who cared for her every move. Yet, Fu Lu had perfectly filled that void, becoming the one who held her dear in his heart at all times. Thus, Song Ji genuinely cherished the way he cared for her. Fu Yin scoffed, "What is so great about it? You have no privacy or space. Only you can tolerate this." Song Ji merely smiled and said nothing. Fu Yin continued, "Little sister-in-law, whether in love or marriage, one must have their own space. Otherwise, over time, I fear one may grow weary." Upon hearing this, Song Ji's heart skipped a beat. Would the older gentleman ever grow tired of her? "Xiao Yin, do you mean your brother would dislike me?" Fu Yin chuckled and replied, "I was just joking. My brother cares for you so much. How could he possibly dislike you, little sister-in-law? Don't overthink it." Relieved, Song Ji exhaled softly. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open once more. A clear male voice entered. "Xiao Yin, sorry to keep you waiting." Fu Yin lifted her gaze. and when her eyes met Suze standing at the doorway, her previously dim eyes sparkled like stars. She sprang up from her seat and rushed towards Suze, arms wide open, exclaiming, "Darling, I've missed you so much." Suze, caught off guard by this sudden display of affection, quickly regained his composure, wrapping his arms gently around her and replying with a tender smile, "I'm here now. I've been so busy that I haven't had time to be with you." Upon hearing this, Fu Yin, instead of feeling upset, broke into a silly grin. She released Suze, took his hand, and as they walked towards the dining table, she said, "I understand. Work is important. Come sit down. I've already ordered the food. But take a look at the menu first. If there's anything else you want, we can add it." Hand in hand, they approached the table. Suze suddenly noticed Songji sitting across from them, and he paused momentarily. Before he could inquire, Songji stood up gracefully, extending her right hand with a smile, introducing herself, "Hello, I'm Songji, a good friend of Xiao Yin." Suze was slightly taken aback. "Hello, I'm Suze, Xiao Yin's boyfriend." It was evident that Suze had forgotten their previous encounter. Songji didn't mind and smiled. "I've heard Xiao Yin mention you." Chapter 79, Cheesy Love Talk. Suze, with a beaming smile, warmly greeted, "Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Suze, Xiao Yin's boyfriend." Standing beside them, Fu Yin smiled gently, reaching out to take Suze's arm, playfully tugging him towards a nearby seat, signaling for him to sit first. She then took her own seat, conveniently positioning herself between Suze and Songji. Feeling somewhat awkward as a third wheel, Songji sensed Fu Yin's awareness of her discomfort as she leaned in and whispered, "Little sister-in-law, don't be nervous. It's just a gathering among friends." Songji nodded slightly. Suze, observing the two girls whispering, couldn't contain his excitement, saying softly, "Xiao Yin, I brought you a special gift." Fu Yin, previously indifferent, instantly perked up, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she teasingly asked, "Really? You actually prepared a gift for me?" The joy and anticipation in her voice were unmistakable. Suze smiled tenderly, nodding in affirmation. Fu Yin, unable to suppress her curiosity, eagerly pressed, "What is it?" As she spoke, her big, sparkling eyes were fixed on Suze, radiating expectation. Even Songji, sitting beside them, couldn't help but be drawn in by Suze's words. Glancing over curiously, pondering what kind of gift he had brought. Facing the eager gazes of the two girls, Suze nonchalantly reached into his bag. After a moment, he carefully pulled out a delicate little box and gently handed it to Fu Yin, whispering, "Darling, open it quickly. I put a lot of thought into finding this during my last trip home." Fu Yin's gaze fell upon the box, marveling at its exquisite packaging, resembling a precious piece of art. She murmured softly, "This must be quite expensive." Overwhelmed with emotion, she knew Suze didn't have much money, never expecting him to buy her anything extravagant. Yet, seeing the beautiful box made her feel both touched and concerned. "Why did you buy me something so expensive? You hardly have any savings." Suze smiled gently, his expression warm as he replied, "As long as you like it, the price doesn't matter. Now, open it and see." Fu Yin nodded, her heart filled with joy as she cautiously opened the box. Songji, noticing her actions, felt a surge of curiosity, her eyes glued to the box in Fu Yin's hands. As the lid was slowly lifted, the contents were finally revealed. In that instant, Songji was utterly stunned. She widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at what lay within the box. If she wasn't mistaken, it was merely an ordinary pebble. If there was any distinguishing feature, it was perhaps that it had been meticulously cleaned, giving it a slightly glossy appearance. Fu Yin, equally unprepared for such a mundane gift, felt her radiant smile falter momentarily but quickly regained her composure, as if nothing had happened. She feigned calmness and asked Suze, "What made you decide to give me this?" Suze carefully extended his hand, as if cradling the world's most precious treasure, and slowly retrieved the stone from his pocket. His face radiated pride, his gaze locked onto Fu Yin as he softly said, "Didn't you notice the unique shape of this stone?" Hearing this, Fu Yin, who had been nonchalant before, paused, turning her attention to the stone in Suze's hand. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that the stone's shape was indeed rather irregular. Just as she was racking her brain for an answer, Suze, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly explained, "Darling, look, it clearly resembles a heart. My love for you is as unyielding as this stone." At that moment, Songji sat quietly nearby, observing their interaction. When she heard Su Zhe's exceedingly cheesy declaration, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, inwardly muttering, "How kitsch," however. What surprised her more was the blissful smile on Fu Yin's face, her expression utterly enraptured, making it hard to look at. Songji shook her head helplessly, having always thought of herself as somewhat of a romantic. Yet compared to Fu Yin, she felt like a novice, unable to hold back her thoughts any longer. Songji blurted out, "Su Zhe, this isn't special stone at all. It's just a regular pebble you can find anywhere in the park." As soon as the words left her mouth, the atmosphere turned awkward. Su Zhe clearly hadn't expected Songji to call him out so bluntly, his face stiffening momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure, forcing a smile as he attempted to defend himself. "How could that be? Don't say such things. This is a unique stone I painstakingly found, just for Xiao Yin. It represents my sincere feelings. Xiao Yin, I'm giving you my fervent heart. Will you accept it?" Fu Yin gazed deeply into Su Zhe's eyes, looking at the so-called symbol of love in his hand. Her eyes began to glisten with tears. In that moment, it felt as if the air around them had frozen, leaving only their hearts, intertwined in love, gently beating. Before she could open her lips, Su Zhe, unable to wait any longer, spoke again, his gaze fervent and intense. "Xiao Yin, though I may not have much money right now, please believe that I possess a heart that is unwaveringly devoted and deeply in love with you." Listening to his heartfelt words, Fu Yin's eyes brimmed with tears, cascading down like pearls from a broken string. Overwhelmed with emotion, she could barely form her words, nodding vigorously, murmuring, "Darling, how can you be so wonderful? I'm so touched." As she spoke, she trembled, extending her hands to carefully accept the seemingly ordinary pebble from Su Zhe. For Fu Yin, having seen countless treasures throughout her life, this seemingly trivial gift held a significance that made her cherish it immensely. Chapter 80. Inconsistency. Upon witnessing Fu Yin's deep affection for the gift he had presented her, Su Zhe's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating charm. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, enveloping Fu Yin's delicate form in a warm embrace, savoring the warmth and rhythm of their heartbeats. In a soft whisper, he murmured, "Yin Yin, would you be willing to accompany me from having nothing to possessing everything?" On the sidelines, Songji couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness and disbelief in her eyes. Su Zhe's sweet nothings were mere fabrications intended to deceive the innocent Fu Yin. Yet, to her astonishment, Fu Yin appeared utterly convinced, completely lost in the bliss of love, unable to bear the sight any longer. Songji cleared her throat awkwardly, deliberately coughing twice at that moment, as if awakening from a dream. Fu Yin finally acknowledged Songji's presence. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, reminiscent of a ripe apple. Adorably tempting. Fu Yin, flustered, straightened her posture, her gaze darting nervously, avoiding Songji's eyes. After a considerable pause, she mustered the courage to stammer, Xiaoji, you will bless me, right?" It was evident that Fu Yin refrained from addressing Songji as sister-in-law, clearly wishing to conceal Songji's true identity from Su Zhe. Songji exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Fu Yin hadn't immediately acquiesced. Instead of responding to Fu Yin, she gradually shifted her gaze to Su Zhe and inquired softly, "Mr. Su, were you just proposing to Xiao Yin?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhe momentarily paused in surprise, then a gentle smile graced his face as he nodded lightly. With Su Zhe's acknowledgement, an indescribable wave of emotion surged within Fu Yin, causing her beautiful eyes to glisten with unshed tears. However, just as she was about to utter the words "I do," Songji interjected abruptly, "But how can a proposal be complete without a ring and flowers?" At Songji's reminder, Fu Yin snapped back to reality, turning her attention to Su Zhe. At that moment, Su Zhe felt a hint of awkwardness. He quickly scratched his head and explained with a chuckle, "Actually, I did intend to buy a ring and roses, but then I thought, our Xiao Yin is not the kind of superficial woman who only values material things. So, in the end, I didn't prepare those items specifically. Of course, if Xiao Yin truly desires a ring, I will certainly select the most suitable one for her next time." After hearing Su Zhe's somewhat clumsy yet earnest explanation, Fu Yin hurriedly shook her head vigorously, her hands flailing as she insisted, No, it's really not necessary. This stone is already more than enough for me. Its significance is far more precious than any expensive ring. Observing this scene, Songji couldn't help but feel her lips twitch uncontrollably. As if an invisible force was pulling at them, she inwardly lamented, "What a quintessential love-struck fool." With a slight extension of her hand, she gently tugged at Fu Yin's sleeve and whispered, "Xiaoyin, why don't you step outside and nudge the waiter to find out when our dishes will be served?" Without question, Fu Yin nodded and promptly exited the private room. Once Fu Yin had left, Songji slowly redirected her gaze to Su Zhe. She wasted no time and directly asked, "Mr. Su, may I inquire how long you and Xiaoyin have been dating?" Su Zhe paused for a moment, then lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Songji with an assessing look. When his eyes landed on the large, dazzling gold bracelet on her wrist, a faint smile appeared on his face, and he leisurely replied, "Actually, it hasn't been long at all, Dato? It hasn't been long, yet you're already proposing to Xiaoyin." Songji raised an eyebrow, her tone laced with incredulity and skepticism. Su Zhe leaned back in his chair, adopting a relaxed posture, his eyes narrowing slightly, sparkling with an enigmatic glimmer as he replied with a half-smile, "Xiaoyin loves me dearly. I simply wish to provide her with a home sooner rather than later." Just as he finished speaking, Su Zhe abruptly changed the subject, asking, "Miss Song, do you have a boyfriend?" Songji furrowed her brows, feeling offended once more. This man was clearly a scoundrel. She regretted not informing Fu Lu. Had he been present, this rogue would have likely been expelled. Rather than directly answering Su Zhe's question, she chose to remain silent for a moment before continuing to inquire about his family situation. In response to her probing, Su Zhe adopted a similarly evasive demeanor, failing to provide a straightforward answer. Instead, he teasingly remarked, "Miss Song, your inquiries give me the impression that it's as if the elders at home are interrogating their juniors. Moreover, judging by your appearance, you seem even younger than Xiaoyin. Why adopt such an old-fashioned attitude? You should know that this won't endear you to men." Hearing this, Songji couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Feeling speechless, taking a deep breath, she attempted to calm her emotions and retorted coldly, "What exactly do you mean by saying this, Mr. Su?" Su Zhe shrugged innocently, replying, "I meant no particular offense, merely offering you a friendly reminder." Suppressing her irritation, Songji thanked him in a stiff tone, "Thank you for your kind reminder, Mr. Su." Subsequently, she fell silent, and the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Su Zhe pulled out his phone, a teasing smile on his face as he said, "Miss Song, let us add each other on WeChat." Disgusted by the duplicitous nature of the man before her, Songji firmly declined, "No need, Mr. Su. I don't think we are familiar enough for that." Su Zhe, momentarily taken aback, quickly regained his composure, smiling once more, "Miss Song, you truly are quite aloof. However, that's all right. I believe we will have more opportunities to communicate in the future." Just then, Fu Yin returned. Sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat peculiar, she glanced between Songji and Su Zhe, inquiring, "What were you two discussing?" Chapter 81. Dross and Bad Habits. Just as Songji opened her mouth to respond, Su Zhe, as if anticipating her reply, swiftly interjected, "Oh, we were just chatting casually, nothing significant." Fu Yin pouted, "Why make it sound so mysterious?" Su Zhe took her hand in his and playfully squeezed it. "There's nothing mysterious about it. We were just having a normal conversation, you little jealous one." Fu Yin's cheeks flushed crimson as she playfully retorted, "I'm not jealous. Don't say such things." Songji, seated nearby, watched the two with incredulity. She had never imagined Fu Yin could be so utterly infatuated. It was truly beyond hope. Throughout the meal, Su Zhe consistently displayed a meticulous concern for Fu Yin. Every word and action seemed meticulously crafted, aimed solely at conveying his strong desire to marry her soon. Meanwhile, Fu Yin appeared utterly enraptured by the sweet atmosphere, believing and accepting everything Su Zhe said and did without question. Initially, Songji intended to remain a quiet observer. But seeing Fu Yin so thoroughly enchanted by Su Zhe's flattery, she couldn't restrain herself. With a gentle smile, she casually asked, "Xiaoyin, from what Su Zhe just said, it seems you two have already decided to get married?" Upon hearing this, Fu Yin's cheeks flushed slightly, and she nodded shyly. Songji's smile widened as she continued, "Wow, congratulations. Have you two set a specific date for the wedding?" As expected, the moment Songji mentioned the word wedding, Su Zhe's expression suddenly shifted to one of discomfort, hinting at embarrassment and unease. Just as he was about to speak, Song Ji showed no intention of granting him the opportunity to explain. Leaning closer to Fu Yin, she whispered, "Your brother has already mentioned wedding plans to me. Why don't we combine our families for one grand celebration?" Fu Yin's eyes lit up instantly. Filled with anticipation, she asked, "Really? Is that possible?" With a smile, Song Ji nodded and replied, "Of course, it's absolutely feasible." At that moment, Su Zhe observed the two girls whispering together, their faces beaming with joy, and an overwhelming curiosity surged within him. He couldn't help but ask, "Xiao Yin, what on earth are you two whispering about so mysteriously?" Upon hearing Su Zhe's inquiry, Fu Yin playfully flashed him a mischievous smile before replying, "Of course. We are discussing matters pertaining to the wedding. Haven't you been yearning to marry me all along?" At these words, Su Zhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. He was so overwhelmed that his voice quivered slightly as he retorted, Could it be that you have agreed to marry me?" Fu Yin, with a hint of shyness, suppressed a giggle and teasingly replied, "Oh dear, why are you so agitated?" Hearing this, Su Zhe's face flushed with excitement as he animatedly responded, "How can I not be excited? We're about to get married. How about this? Since Monday is less crowded, let us go register then. The Civil Affairs Bureau will be open." Before Fu Yin could express her thoughts, Song Ji interjected, unable to contain herself. "Why are you two skipping the proper procedures? This is all too casual." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Zhe countered, "Xiao Yin is not someone so superficial as to only care about appearances." Song Ji couldn't help but chuckle, then with a teasing tone, she retorted, "Are you saying that meeting each other's families during the wedding is superficial? That's a novel perspective I've never encountered before." Su Zhe felt a rush of heat to his cheeks, momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly clarified, "Xiao Yin, I didn't mean it that way. My point is that marriage is fundamentally a matter between us. And our future life will also be shared together. There's no need for excessive formality." Fu Yin nodded slightly, feeling that Su Zhe's reasoning held some merit. Yet, every girl harbors a dream of a magnificent wedding dress. She too yearned to don a pristine white gown, marrying her beloved in a splendid manner. Thus, she gently tugged at Su Zhe's sleeve and softly said, "Darling, while it is true that marriage is our affair, I also long for the heartfelt blessings of our families." Su Zhe's lips curled into a warm smile as he softly replied, "My dear, we can register first, can't we? Do you think that once we have the certificate, our parents won't genuinely bless us?" Fu Yin listened intently to Su Zhe's words, her heart stirred. Upon reflection, it seemed he had a point. Just as she was about to respond, Song Ji interjected, "Xiao Yin, it seems Mr. Su is ready to bring you home." After saying this, she turned to Su Zhe with a teasing smile, adding, "I wonder how much bride price he plans to offer for our Xiao Yin." Su Zhe paused for a moment, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure. Though a hint of embarrassment flickered in his eyes, he chuckled awkwardly, attempting to brush it off. "Miss Song, you must be joking. We are in modern times, and such feudal customs are no longer in vogue." However, Su Zhe's flippant dismissal left Fu Yin feeling a twinge of discomfort. She understood that Su Zhe's family was not well off, and although she had never sought a bride price from him, hearing him treat the matter so lightly caused her to feel a sense of loss. Nevertheless, she reminded herself that their future would be shared, and the formalities of bride prices were perhaps not truly significant. Therefore, she gently reached out to tug at Song Ji's sleeve, casting her a pleading glance, hoping she would refrain from further probing. Song Ji met her gaze with understanding and smiled at Su Zhe before slowly saying, "I wholeheartedly agree with your perspective. Those so-called bride prices and dowries are merely remnants of a bygone feudal society. Just the other day, Xiao Yan's family expressed their intention to prepare a dowry for her, but having heard your thoughts, I completely concur. There's no necessity for such things." Su Zhe was taken aback by this statement, his expression shifting as he pondered for a moment before hesitantly asking, "A dowry?" Song Ji nodded eagerly, confirming, "Indeed, a dowry, but just as you mentioned, we really don't need to adhere to such antiquated notions." However, before Song Ji could finish, Su Zhe interjected with urgency, "But I don't see it that way. In my view, a dowry can be seen as a sincere blessing and heartfelt intention from our elders. How can we merely categorize it as a mere custom?" Song Ji raised an eyebrow, questioning him. "Mr. Su, your statements seem contradictory. Just moments ago, you condemned the bride price as a feudal relic. How now can the dowry transform into a symbol of good wishes and genuine sentiment? Su Zhe was momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Yin glanced between Song Ji and Su Zhe, beginning to grasp the underlying tension. Su Zhe took a deep breath and confessed, Xiao Yin? To be honest, I refrained from mentioning the bride price because I currently lack sufficient funds, and I feared losing you over this. But I understand that the dowry signifies your family's regard for you. And I do not wish to diminish that sentiment. I will work hard and provide you with a substantial bride price in the future. Upon hearing his words, warmth flooded Fu Yan's heart, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed deeply into Su Zhe's eyes. Darling, for me, as long as I can be with you, I already feel immensely happy. Those so-called bride prices are of no importance. I care not for them at all. Song Ji, standing nearby, silently observed their exchange, her expression one of bemusement. Su Zhe, deeply moved, reached for Fu Yan's delicate hand, gently holding it, and softly replied, My dear, I feel the same. As long as you are by my side, everything else pales in significance. However, he hesitated, as if grappling with unspoken thoughts. Fu Yin, sensing his reluctance, inquired with curiosity, But what? Su Zhe inhaled deeply before continuing, What Miss Song said holds some truth. If we are to embark on this journey of marriage, our families will ultimately need to meet. After all, marriage is not solely a matter between us. It pertains to the union and harmony of two families. Fu Yin looked at Su Zhe, bewildered, as she questioned, But you just said that our future would be shared between us? Su Zhe smiled gently, responding in a soft voice, While that is true, how could I bear to let my beloved endure any slight? Whatever other girls possess, my darling must not be deprived of. Upon hearing this, Fu Yan's eyes brightened, sparkling like stars in the night sky, as she excitedly asked, Really? You mustn't deceive me. Su Zhe nodded earnestly, his tone resolute, Yes, of course. Although I may not have much to offer at the moment, what I can provide, regardless of quantity, symbolizes my love for you. Fu Yin listened to Su Zhe's sincere words. Warmth surging within her, nearly moved to tears. However, before she could respond, Song Ji, who had remained quiet until now, interjected, May I ask, Mr. Su, just how much bride price do you intend to offer? The atmosphere shifted to one of awkwardness as Su Zhe's expression faltered. After a few moments of awkward laughter, he slowly began to explain. Well, the exact amount is something I'm not entirely sure of yet. I need to discuss it with my parents, but rest assured, I am genuinely sincere about Xiao Yin and will do everything I can to provide her with the best. Songji seemed poised to continue her inquiries, but at that moment, Fu Yin gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, Sister-in-law, I understand your point. Let's leave it at that. Seeing this, Songji held her tongue, refraining from further probing. Just then, a clear ringtone pierced the brief silence. Songji glanced at her phone, recognizing an incoming call from her uncle. She swiftly answered the call and stepped out of the room. Su Zhe watched her leave. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he leaned closer to Fu Yin and asked, Xiao Yin, when did you become acquainted with such a friend? I've never seen her before. Fu Yin regarded Su Zhe with a puzzled expression, countering, Is there something wrong with that? Su Zhe hesitated for a moment before cautiously responding, Well, please don't be upset after I tell you. Fu Yin nodded lightly. What is it? Su Zhe leaned towards the door, ensuring Song Ji was out of earshot, and then lowered his voice, carefully confiding, Just a moment ago, your dear friend expressed her desire to add me on WeChat. After listening, Fu Yan's face was even more clouded with confusion. She wants to add you on WeChat. Su Zhe eagerly nodded in affirmation. Yes, but I did not agree to add her. I am quite devoted. The innocent Fu Yin completely failed to grasp the deeper meaning behind Su Zhe's words, thus maintaining her bewildered expression as she continued to inquire, Then why did you refuse to add her? Su Zhe slowly extended his hand, gently pinching Fu Yan's cheek, his face adorned with a fond smile as he softly remarked, Oh, you are so naive. How can you ask me why I wouldn't add her as a friend? Fu Yin gazed at Su Zhe with a blank expression, her large, watery eyes filled with confusion, entirely oblivious to Su Zhe's insinuations. Seeing the innocent and somewhat foolish Fu Yin before him, Su Zhe couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation. Chuckling softly, My little fool, are you truly that unbothered? When other women actively request to add me on WeChat, do you not feel the slightest bit jealous? However, Fu Yin paid no heed to his words. casually shrugging her shoulders and responding nonchalantly, "Why should I feel jealous? Besides, she is not a stranger. Songji is my sister-in-law. Why on earth would I be jealous?" Upon hearing this, Su Zhe's brows furrowed slightly. Forming a small crease, he sighed softly, his bright eyes seriously fixating on Fu Yin, then stated with grave seriousness, "Darling, while I am well aware of your trust in me, not everyone else thinks the same way." Fu Yin blinked her large, glistening eyes, nodding in a seemingly understanding manner as she echoed, I understand." Noticing this, Su Zhe wore a helpless smile and gently asked, "Oh, then why don't you tell me what you understand?" Fu Yin, feeling somewhat speechless, shot Su Zhe a sidelong glance and retorted, "Su Zhe, what on earth is wrong with you today? One moment you're like this, and the next moment you're like that." Su Zhe was momentarily taken aback by her question, staring blankly at Fu Yin as he replied, "What? What's wrong with me?" At that moment, the previously departed Songji unexpectedly returned. Upon entering, she quickly sensed that the atmosphere in the room was somewhat off, especially upon seeing the slightly peculiar expressions on Su Zhe and Fu Yan's faces, which piqued her curiosity. With a playful smile, she teased, "Oh, look at you two. You wouldn't be secretly bad-mouthing me while I'm away? Would you?" Just as Su Zhe was about to respond, Fu Yin chirped in, No, just now Su Zhe told me you wanted to add him on WeChat." Hearing this, Songji raised her elegantly arched eyebrows, her bright and sharp eyes fixating on Su Zhe as she asked with curiosity and doubt, "Oh, I want to add you on WeChat." At that moment, Su Zhe felt his face flush with heat, internally lamenting his predicament. He never expected that the usually clever Fu Yin would so foolishly blurt that out, placing him in an incredibly awkward situation. Thankfully, Su Zhe was quick to recover, forcing a somewhat stiff smile as he attempted to clarify. "Actually, I was just joking with Xiao Yin, saying it would be nice to add WeChat since you are such good friends." While speaking, he shot a discreet glare at the talkative Fu Yin. Song Ji, upon hearing this, smiled brightly and readily nodded, "Of course, that's no problem." She then gracefully pulled out her phone, her long fingers deftly navigating to the WeChat interface. Raising her head, she looked at Su Zhe and gently asked, "Mr. Su, should I scan you, or will you scan me?" Su Zhe, clearly caught off guard by Song Ji's decisiveness, momentarily froze before quickly regaining his composure, fumbling to take out his own phone while replying, "Then I'll scan you." With that, he carefully held up his phone to scan the QR code that Song Ji had presented. As a soft prompt sounded, the two successfully added each other as contacts. Song Ji, intrigued, stared at Su Zhe's WeChat profile picture for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth with a light laugh, teasingly saying, "Oh, you two seem to be quite close, even using a couple's avatar. It looks rather nice." Upon hearing this, Su Zhe's expression instantly stiffened. Fu Yin, curious, leaned in closer, her eyes fixed on the phone screen as she exclaimed, "A couple's avatar? Let me see." Meanwhile, Songji wore a slightly puzzled expression, softly asking, "You don't know?" Before she could finish, Su Zhe quickly interjected to clarify, "Oh, there's no couple's avatar. It's just a random image I downloaded from the internet. I truly didn't realize it could be interpreted as a couple's avatar." After saying this, he scratched his head awkwardly. Songji smiled slightly, but chose not to pursue the topic further. That moment, Fu Yin seemed to suddenly recall something important, excitedly tugging at Su Zhe's arm and playfully insisting, "Baby, since that's the case, why don't we change to a couple's avatar too?" Faced with such an enthusiastic proposal from his girlfriend, Su Zhe nodded without hesitation, replying, "Sure, darling, I'll go along with your plans." Observing the sweet couple before her, Songji felt somewhat embarrassed to continue lingering as a third wheel. Thus, she gently tapped Fu Yan's arm and lowered her voice to say, "Xiao Yin, your brother has already arrived downstairs to pick me up, so I might need to leave a bit earlier." Upon hearing this, Fu Yin pouted her lips and mumbled, "Humph, he sure is strict." Songji blushed slightly at the remark, responding with a shy smile. Su Zhe, his eyes wide with curiosity, eagerly inquired, "Who is so strict?" Fu Yin casually shrugged, nonchalantly stating, "Who else? Her boyfriend has come to pick her up." Su Zhe was taken aback by this revelation, a hint of surprise crossing his face as he turned to Songji, incredulously asking, "You actually have a boyfriend?" Songji nodded gently, her lips curling into a smile as she replied with a hint of teasing, "Shouldn't I have one? realizing his earlier reaction had been somewhat over the top. Suze quickly waved his hands, hurriedly explaining, No, not at all. I just didn't expect it. Fu Yin affectionately linked her arm with Suze's, playfully asking, Baby, if we get married in the future, will you also be so strict with me? Suze replied without a moment's hesitation, Of course not, my dear. Even if we marry, you can do as you please. Just don't forget that I'm here waiting for you at home. Standing aside, Songji listened to their affectionate exchanges, feeling an unexpected surge of annoyance. Being a naturally reserved person, she felt a strong urge to interject. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Fu Lv arrived. Seeing this, Songji quickly found an excuse to bid her farewells before hastily departing. Once seated in the spacious and comfortable vehicle of Fu Lv, Songji exhaled a long breath of relief. Uncle, thank goodness you came to pick me up. Otherwise, I might have lost my temper, she complained. Pouting, Fu Lv smiled gently, reaching out his warm hand to ruffle her silky hair, his tone soft as he asked, What happened? Who made you angry? After a moment's hesitation, Songji ultimately decided to share the truth, saying, Just now, I was having dinner with Xiao Yin, and she brought her boyfriend along. Upon hearing this, Fu Lv's brows furrowed slightly as he probed. Her boyfriend? Yes, that guy. I just feel he is not very reliable, Songji affirmed, nodding. Fu Lv's interest was piqued, and he eagerly asked, Oh, what happened? Tell me more. Songji recounted the entire story, but as she reached the latter part, she noticed Fu Lv's expression gradually becoming serious, causing her heart to skip a beat. She instinctively lowered her voice, timidly asking, Uncle, are you angry? Fu Lv slowly withdrew his gaze, gently taking Songji's delicate hand and carefully placing it within his warm grasp. Softly kneading it, his gaze was focused and affectionate, as if he held the most precious treasure in the world. Upon hearing Fu Lv reassure her that he wasn't angry, Songji's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she let out a long sigh of relief. The heart that once hung anxiously in midair has finally returned to its rightful place. A subtle smile graced Fu Lu's lips as he remarked gently, It's quite amusing, little girl, to see you angry for the first time today. His tone was laced with a hint of affection and teasing. At his words, Songji felt a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks blooming with a soft hue. She lowered her gaze, her eyes darting about like a bashful little rabbit. Fu Lu, undeterred by Songji's awkwardness, continued to inquire, Did you have enough to eat with them earlier? In truth, Songji longed to answer honestly that she had not eaten her fill. After all, she had been preoccupied with the thought that indulging too much in the restaurant's fare might not be beneficial for the baby growing within her, leading her to eat sparingly throughout the meal. Yet, when the words were on the tip of her tongue, she swallowed them back. She hesitated to confess to Fu Lu that she had not eaten enough, fearing he might think her a glutton, wasteful of his resources, a remark her mother had made in her youth. After a brief internal struggle, Songji finally managed to lift her head, offering Fu Lu a faint smile as she nodded softly. Yes, I'm full. Fu Lu chuckled lightly before continuing. If Xiao Yin invites you again, do remember to inform me in advance. Taken aback by this statement, Songji stared at Fu Lu in bewilderment and asked, Why is that? As soon as the words left her lips, it was as if a sudden realization struck her, and she quickly added, Are you worried that Xiao Yin might be deceived? The mere mention of this topic stirred a deeper concern within Songji. Knowing Fu Yan's innocent and straightforward nature, she feared that if Suze sweet-talked her, she might impulsively agree to run off to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. The thought sent her heart racing, and she hurriedly exclaimed to Fu Lu, Uncle, what if Suze secretly takes Xiao Yin to get the certificate? In response to her anxious inquiries, Fu Lu merely smiled calmly, Do not fret, I will handle it. Upon returning home, Songji, feeling utterly drained, completed her evening routine and settled into her soft bed clad in comfortable sleepwear. Just then, her phone by the bedside chimed with a notification. It was a message from Fu Yin. Fu Yin, little sister-in-law, Suze said we should get the certificate first and hold the wedding later. Upon reading the message, Songji was rendered speechless, as if struck by a bolt of lightning, and she shot upright in bed. With no time to respond to Fu Yin, she leaped from her bed, tightly clutching her phone as she rushed to the bathroom door. Uncle, she called out urgently, knocking rapidly on the door. After a brief moment, the sound of rushing water ceased, replaced by Fu Lu's deep, magnetic voice asking, What is the matter? Taking a deep breath, Song Ji, disregarding everything else, flung the bathroom door open. Eager to share the shocking news with Fu Lu, however, as the door swung open, she froze, confronted with the sight of Fu Lu standing beneath the shower, water cascading down his sculpted physique, every contour of his masculine form laid bare before her. Her gaze inadvertently lingered on a certain crucial area, and she felt herself flush crimson, her heart racing. In a panic, she instinctively covered her eyes with her hands, stammering, "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to." As she retreated, continuously apologizing, Songji realized she had momentarily forgotten that her uncle was bathing when she saw Fu Yan's message. Mortified, she thought, how embarrassing. In contrast to her flustered state, Fu Lu remained remarkably composed. He leisurely reached for a nearby bathrobe, draping it over himself before stepping closer to her, gently pulling her hands away from her face. "There, I'm dressed now." Songji's face was still aflame, her eyes darting around, unwilling to meet Fu Lu's gaze. However, he gently tilted her chin, urging her to look at him, his eyes twinkling with mirth. "You mustn't be so easily embarrassed." Songji hesitated, her lips quivering as she finally managed to say, "Uncle, Xiao Yin. She wants to get the certificate with Su Zhe." Fu Lu's brow furrowed, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. That scoundrel is indeed up to no good. Songji quickly grasped Fu Lu's arm. Imploring uncle, "We must come up with a way to stop Xiao Yin." Fu Lu patted her hand reassuringly. "Do not worry. I will take care of it." With that, he approached the bedside, picking up his phone as he headed toward the balcony. Curious, Songji followed him, intrigued by his phone call. Though she could not discern the conversation, she heard Fu Lu's calm voice addressing the person on the other end. "Take care of it tomorrow." After hanging up, Songji, brimming with curiosity, asked, "Uncle, how do you plan to handle this?" Without a second thought, Fu Lu scooped her up into his arms, striding toward the bed. Startled by the sudden lift, Songji instinctively wrapped her arms around Fu Lu's neck, exclaiming, "Uncle, what are you doing?" He gently set her down on the bed, pinching her nose playfully. "The floor is cold. Next time you get out of bed, wear socks. You're going to be a mother someday."